Chapter 1 The Wanderers of Joth Gobi. Beneath the blazing Sunoft Gobi Desert, a militario pinto off-road vehicle raced towards the horizon, kicking up clouds soft dust they'd ched clear tire tracks into the parkadirth. Up and reaching Theed Gobi, the vehicle made a sharp turn in Kamato halt. Tumenkladinka mouflage coverall semerjed from the vehicle, lifting their goggles to reveal their features, which were a contratiden response to thes whirling, obscuring their vision. Onio them remarked, the signal sources interrupted right here. Hethan Crouchtown, sifting through Thedra continuing, Theblack Dways inserted here a last time ides Nalanger present. Thea therminal sonaltoins pectheria. The entrance remainent, complete, and without cracks, indicating jit was pulled out vertically. As that wo exchange edge land season prepared to discuss further, a noon expected chill crept along their neck swace attack knife, orthoclophobeast? Ario you looking forthis? A woman? Thword flicker red in them in soft tetwoman upon hearing the newcomer's crisp, high-pitched voice. The black rod face up twas dossed before them from behind. Wan Mion, wielding a makeshift short knife, held it steadily against their throats. Uncertain of whether the newcomer possessed a threat, she opted for a preemptive strike after careful assessment. Noticing the possessed immediate danger, Wan Mion continued, Ippa let it out. What is this black rod? Why are you searching for it? After a moment of contemplation, Onof Techcrouching Min ventured, this rod transmits signals dominator on his sign Softman Strauss activity in this area. Theother added, where an otinomy swear domain explorers from level 6 city. Domain explorers? Level 6 city? A week prior, Wan Mayen had discovered this slender black metal rod. Its surface is smooth and dice cut precise, occasionally emitting sharp, high-frequency sounds. This was a natural artifact, leading her to conclude that the desolate place she had traversed was not solely inhabited big grotesque monsters but also sentient being shopafuli humans. Thus, she had extract Tetherod from the parshed soil, awaiting the return of its owner. A week later, the Frode Fickle had appeared, and upon witnessing the figures descend from it, Wan Mayen felt a surge of excitement, thawfi earsoft dealing with monsters taught her to exercise caution, remaining Galer Tunel she could ascertain whether the situation favored her. The opportunity rose swift, lias that woman crouched in a moment of vulnerability. She's eyes the initiative, brandishing her blades. Exchanging glances, that women, after receiving her silent consent, gradually removed their weapons and tossed them at their feet, signaling their intentions for no harm. Thysis sur thesamon stir surathir soltoff mutations that begoneth the insitoff 10 times era. Stand up. That woman complied, rising to fearful hate, Robus stand imposing. Instinctively, even with their backsturned, Wan Mayen to Kafuka steps back. To void in misunderstandings, that woman raised their hands above a their head sand turnetofas her, eagerto see her countenance. However, Shua shrewded it in burlap, revealing little Mareth in a pair of piercing eyes. From her silhouette, Itway Saviden she weighs in D-Day Ungwoman. Drawing this conclusion, Theminute he left introduced himself politely, I am Jingzhan, and Thysis Xiaohuadong da, whereboth domain explorers. What is a domain explorer? Theggerl inquired, tilting her head curiously. Individual Swoventurine town chart territories. You must be wanderer, correct? Doest Theaterm wanderer hold any special significance? Indeed. Before Jingzhen could elaborate, Xiaohuadong interjected, raising a handful them. Is this the perilous boundary of Team Arcadaria? If I have further questions, would you accompany us back to Thesity? Noticing Wan Mayen's hesitation, Xiaohuadong assured Thupins they had discarded, stating, Ace of precaution, welly with these weapons in our care. Wary military personnel and Dasrio mean no harm. Thofsha did not fully grasp Theaterm's domain explorer Anderer, Wan Mayen understood the implications soft military. Despite her uncertainty as regarding the situation, her long-standing fascination with military matters led her to choose to trust them not to case a coas, butre their necessity. For if Shuarito escape or harm them, she might never encounter humanity again, and she was soon willing to return to life of solitude. Thus, she picked up the discarded pistol and short knife, stating, Ilsa Tinthabak. She then turned and climbed into the vehicle. Jingzan retrieved the black rod from the ground Dandri inserted Ditan Toit Sorajinal position, while Xiaohuadong adjusted each interface with his thoughts, Sunodding to Jingzanto indicated ways in order before a Thaklin beat in the vehicle Togather. Thrughout theme counter, they had never regarded Wan Mayen as Athriat, even when she had emitter weapons Satham. Their essence were a simple Shuasa woman, and they could surmise her origins. In this desolate Gobi, danger was unlikely to stem from humanity buttrother from the primitive ebis touchrom thelained. As that woman entered the vehicle, the observed the girl in the box seat leaning against the chair, her lap shrouding her face. Perhaps fatigue had overcome her here swergently closed, rendering the previous slide fientand were I person emeriusion. They made a conscious effort to minimize a their movement, sas they start the frode faclean sa tafito wards their destination. Third jalting goft heritive fell taken tokradal, yet the girl in the back remained attend to the action soft and in front. Xiao Huadong nodded, remarking, yes, Ido offenditastonishing da. We're level 7 agile mutants, yet she, Asa Wanderer, wasable to silent lie up here behindus, it truly baffles a mistil donatin where shemer jed from. Above you. The voice, sudden and reminiscent of fearlier, caused Jingzan and Xiao Huadong to instinctively shrink their necks, as if caught gossiping behind their back. Perhaps duet their pre-relaxed demeanor, Thedgeril cynically guarded nature beacon tozier fists. Jingzhan, steering the vehicle, introduced, I am Jingzhan, and hi Xiao Huadong. Erwin Ru Teta Thesata you mentioned? Indeed, once whereof, you shall no longer need to wander. There will be professionals outside the Siditon Shurite safety, Jingzan reassured her. I don't know Trekwer protection, but Tido appreciatethederm, Wan Mayan replied with Asmile, relishing Thurum Thoth conversation. Chapter 2 The City. What is your name? Given your hate, I assume warno tietan agelt? Jingzan cood nathelput inquire. Mine eyes wan me initialed befidge, though I am uncurtain of my exact high ears, she replied. These was not my evasion in here original world, wan mayan was indeed an adult. However, after crossing gentith's realm, but I remained hers but a devident liar grissedden youth. At the time, her feminine trait shad just begun to develop, and by deduction, she must have been around 50 and I years old. Now, 60 years shad positive hairstimation held, she was no considerate an age old. You are Awenderer from a crowded outraverse? Xiao Huadong Galso inquired. Intrigued, Wan Mayan removed Theber lap from her head, sitting Yupan leaning against Xiao Huadong cites his cadinus punishment. How did you know I crossed over? The proximitous start led them both, as this was Xiao Huadong's first close encounter with a woman. The closeness caused wisps off her hair to brush against this face, evoking Gadaklish sensation. I tis the year 1030 of the end times era. According to records, the tier market the insatoff biological mutations, during which humanity lacked the capacity towards east ultimately, only a handful of humans survived. Over time, our ancestors gradual era built, leading to the restoration of four-way off life. That details are rather complex. Explore the history on the interface when you have the opportunity. As Wan Mayan leaned back against their seat, the presentio fun familiar terminology left the rata losh forwardo begging hear inquiries. The silver lining, however, was that remained in earth. With a hint of resignation, Wan Mayan murmured, I always thought he had crossed over to an alien planet. For 6 years, he had no tin countered a single human. 6 years? 6 years? That woman in the front exclaimed in unison, causing the vehicle to sway dangerously. You just said you've been wandering in the known zone for 6 years? Jingzan sees wouldn't in disbelief. How did you survive? Just be surviving, I suppose. Weren't Theriather wanderers before? Wan Mayan retorted, puzzled. There have been wanderers, but none have lasted beyond 6 months. The dangers outside are rifu with beasts, and fluenders make I tout alive. 6 months is the current recorded limit, Jingzan added, leaving unspoken the fact thought no female wanderers should have been recorded. Xiao Huadong suddenly recalled something and asked, during Jordim wandering, did I not feel a forseged Jew? Everyone dererho has arrived at the city has recounted Ted's chin experience, claiming an inexplicable forseterectethum towards it. And now? Do I on it feel it? We're not far from level 6 city. Wan Mayan closeteries, attempting to sense it, then replied, no, I no longer feel that guiding force. Xiao Huadong dismissed themeter, you are on a case, so I decently naturalio would experience something different. Jingzan chuckled lightly, typically, wanderers must in thirkiepto purchase as you please, beauty war different you may indulge freely. Why? Wan Mayan questioned with a perplexed expression, pondering whether her prolonged wandering was thicos. Xiao Huadong elaborated, it is because I are a woman. What sort of explanation is that? What does gender have a tad out with it? Unable to restrain herself, Wan Mayan inquired, Caldio elucidate further? Why sit that being guumanilos for such liberties? A sense of foreboding begin to envelope Wan Mayan as he listened to their words, for privilege soft tin come hand in hand with specific obligations. It's rather complicated. Once our reach a level sickety, Membersoft Wanderers Association will provide you with clarification e cannot articulate I to ourselves, Xiao Huadong replied, opting for brevity to avoid miscommunication. In the back seat, Wan Mayan reflected excellently, an unsettling feeling of conspiracy lurking in her mind. Yet, she thought, what difference would it make? Even if she were to face unfair treatment in the future, having food, drink, and companionship was sufficient it was for better than battling Galoni and enduring the vast solitude. If necessary, she could always break free again. With this thought, Wan Mayan surrendered to themament, closing her eyes sans softly murmuring, "Ill sleep habit longer. Wake when we arrive." Before long, the frode fickle Kamato halt. Is this Theon? Gradually rising from her slumber, Wan Mayan heard an unfamiliar voice. In her haze of vision, she noticed Jingzan and Xiao Huadong disembarking, engaging in conversation with an Atherman Kladinka Muflajatire. Behind them loomed an enormous metallicate, embedded within an even grander stone wall. Awakening abruptly, Wan Mayan couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness? Is this attack on Titan?" Thesina before Herbery an uncanny resemblance to Theonym, albeit with a gay tevist lilargerent scale. Upon noticing Wan Mayan's awakening, Thun familiar man raised his hand, halting the report from Jingzan and Xiao Huadong, has stepped forward and addressed Wan Mayan, Hustalain the vehicle, saying, "Greetings. I am the captain of Domain Expedition Team. I have a general understanding go file your experiences, and Eisenkirl ye apologies for the hardships you have endured." After this, Amininashuite emerged from a blackstan, slightly shorter than the 3-member soft Domain Expedition Team. The suited man introduced himself to Wan Mayan. "Hello, I am Fanyi, the head of the Wanderers Association. It will be your host moving forward." "Hello, Wan Mayan." Wan Mayan followed the suited man in the blackstan, and as Hesedalden, Cheryl led out Huendo to bid farewell to Jingzan and Xiao Huadong, saying, "Thank you both." One said he captain and his companions departed, a glance a day that Woand remarked, "You see med hesitant earlier. Is the resimith I wish to convey?" Xiao Huadong, his expression grave, replied, "Shedo as and Tapi are to be an ordinary individual her exceptional. Had she harbored ill intentions, Jingzan and might know they've survived." The captain expressed astonishment. "You two, classified as level 7 agility types, could but take an instant, Libithis woman?" Chapter 3. The power of mental healing. The sedan was indeed a cut above the rest, offering a softness and comfort that enveloped one like a warm embrace. The aroma of the genuine leather seats evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth in Wan Mayan. In the past, the mere whiff of such a scent would trigger feelings of motion sickness, yet now, perhaps due to the subconscious association with the presence of another person, her olfactory inclinations had shifted. The man in the suit seated in front of her remained silent, gazing into the distance as if he were observing something beyond the void before him. Wan Mayan found this peculiarity intriguing. Yet her attention was more captivated by the scenes unfolding within the city. Throughout the journey, Wan Mayan had not closed her mouth for quite some time. She had thought she would never again witness such sights. The towering buildings, the streets lined with greenery, and even the internet's AFS and gyms were overwhelming in their abundance. Reflecting on her tragic past 6 years, she reassured herself that no matter the schemes at play, she would willingly embrace them. Perhaps she was merely overthinking, and everything was indeed progressing in a favorable direction. "Ms. Wan, we have arrived at the main brain building." The sedan came to a halt, and the suited man promptly exited to open the door for Wan Mayan. "Thank you. In light of his politeness, Wan Mayan reciprocated with courtesy. Following the man into the building, she entered a lobby that was spacious and minimalistic, where a few individuals wandered about. Upon noticing Wan Mayan's arrival, they paused momentarily, offering slight bows of acknowledgement. She observed that, whether in the city or now, every person she encountered was male. "Ms. Wan, please have a seat." The two entered a cozy and comfortable room, sitting down opposite each other. Upon seeing the sofa, Wan Mayan could not resist the urge to sink into its plush embrace. Indeed, it was soft enough to make one feel as if they could disappear into it entirely. "Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Fanyi, the director of the Level 6 City Wanderers Association. Given that you are a woman, I have been designated to assist you. All our discussions will remain confidential and will not be disclosed to any third party." Wan Mayan nodded in acknowledgement. "May I inquire what period you lived in before your transition?" "The 21st century. Could you provide a specific time frame?" "Certainly. Did you have any premonitions of the apocalypse prior to your transition?" "None. One last question. Do you recall any specific details about your parents, friends, colleagues, or other significant matters from before your transition? What kind of question is that? Although 6 years have passed, I have not lost my memory. She nodded, affirming, I remember. Does the extent of your memories have any bearing on your situation? Won Mian sensed that his numerous inquiries were not without purpose. In simple terms, the more one remembered, the stronger their mental fortitude. What is mental fortitude? Is it akin to a superpower? Won Mian asked, puzzled. Fan Yi chuckled. You may regard it as the degree of fear one experiences when confronting primal beasts. The stronger the mental fortitude, the more stable one's mental fluctuations in the face of such creatures, which in turn enhances the chances of survival. However, as a woman, you need not engage with these beasts. The earlier questions were merely procedural for identifying wanderers. Wait a moment. Won Mian furrowed her brow, as both Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong, as well as Fan Yi before her, all displayed an unusual attentiveness to gender. Their tones conveyed an inexplicable reverence towards women, leaving Won Mian perplexed. Was this respect a veiled form of discrimination or rooted in some other rationale? May I pose a question to you? Of course, Ms. Won, please proceed. You have repeatedly emphasized my gender. What is the reason for this? Fan Yi ceased his note-taking and turned to Won Mian. What you may not know, Ms. Won, is that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, as primal beasts proliferated, human reconstruction became exceedingly challenging. Due to the inherent differences in strength between genders, the losses among women have been particularly severe. To this day, the number of women is less than 1% of that of men. Hence, we emphasize your gender, as women hold immense significance and value for humanity. Won Mian inquired, puzzled, are you suggesting that women are esteemed due to their scarcity, or is there another factor at play? Fan Yi, noticing the sharpness in her gaze, quickly clarified, please remain calm. Scarcity is indeed one reason, but the primary factor is that women possess the ability of mental healing, which bestows upon them their esteemed status. Mental healing ability? What exactly is that? That is a lengthy explanation. Let me summarize it for you. Won Mian nodded, indicating her eagerness to listen. In simple terms, male mutants may go berserk and revert to primal beasts during their evolution, whereas the mental healing ability of women can mitigate the likelihood of such an occurrence, thereby enhancing humanity's capacity to combat these beasts. Thus, for the continuation of the human race, we prioritize the protection of women. This perspective seemed to present no detriment to her. However, Won Mian wondered if Fan Yi's account was comprehensive. After all, those who favored formalities often excelled at highlighting the positive while omitting the negative. She continued to question, you mentioned male mutants. What does mutation entail? You may understand it as an enhancement of certain abilities. For instance, the members of the expansion corps you observed earlier are agile mutants, possessing heightened speed and reflexes. Such mutations can aid humanity in repelling the incursions of primal beasts. And what about female mutants? Female mutations manifest as healing abilities, categorized into special, high, medium, and low levels. Of course, physical fitness is also enhanced to a degree. But compared to men, the improvement is marginal. At this juncture, Won Mian suddenly recognized that as a newcomer, she might differ from the native women. Would she lack this healing ability entirely during her 6 years here? She felt that her circumstances aligned more with the standards of male mutants. Although she had been overwhelmed when she first arrived and faced a primal beast, as time passed, she had yet to encounter any creature capable of challenging her. Nevertheless, she had no desire to become a nurturing elder sister, healing others. Despite her myriad questions, she resolved to take things one step at a time and gradually grasp the situation. All right, I have no further inquiries. Let us continue. Chapter 4. The sole female mutant. Fan Yi nodded and retrieved a small black box from his briefcase, carefully peeling away the transparent protective film that covered it, revealing an untouched device. Ms. Won, I am about to implant a chip at your pulse point. There will be a slight sensation of pain, but it will not have any adverse effects. This is a necessary step for recording your identity information. Please do not be alarmed. How could I not be on edge? Won Mian imagined scenarios of being controlled or electrocuted post-implantation, and her wariness heightened. Fan Yi understood her trepidation. In an unfamiliar environment with unfamiliar individuals, anyone would instinctively be cautious. Therefore, he displayed his own pulse point to Won Mian, stating, we have all undergone this process. It is merely for identity registration and poses no threat to you. As he spoke, a translucent operational interface materialized between them. Fan Yi continued, This chip will connect directly to your retina. In the future, you will conduct all city-related affairs through this interface if you choose not to share. No one else will be able to access your information. Intrigued by this high-tech device, which he had only witnessed in science fiction films, Wan Mian observed Fan Ye's demeanor, sensing no deceit in his expression. She recalled that earlier, both Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong had also appeared to be staring into space, likely utilizing this very interface. Since she had resolved to live here, overthinking would be futile. She decided to give it a try, and if it proved unsatisfactory, she could always have it removed later. With that, Wan Mian extended her hand. Fan Ye smiled and nodded, placing the black box at her pulse point. A mild sting coursed through her, and then, to her astonishment, another translucent operational interface appeared before her. "What is this?" Wan Mian exclaimed in surprise. After a moment of waiting, Fan Ye's brow furrowed, muttering to himself. "Why is it taking so long?" Wan Mian observed the translucent interface before her. Unlike Fan Ye's, hers displayed only a transparent background. Finally, the interface loaded successfully, revealing Wan Mian's gathered results. Gender, female, age, 22, mental healing level, special mutation type, agile strength mutation level, level 14 bonded mutants, C. Shun. Xiao Jin, others pending selection. In that instant, Fan Ye abruptly began typing furiously on the computer, ultimately pressing a red button, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly indicating his agitation. "What is the matter?" Wan Mian inquired, her attention piqued. Fan Ye had by now interrupted the data transmission. He closed his eyes momentarily to maintain his composure, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to her. After much deliberation, he resolved to be forthright and opened his eyes to address Wan Mian. "Ms. Wan, I humbly ask for your patience as I negotiate some time with you. To be candid, I have halted the transmission of your data to the Level 1 City Data Center. The reason is that your situation is quite unique. I hope you can forgive my self-interest as a citizen of Level 6 City. I wish to keep you here. However, I will be honest with you. If you ultimately decide to go to Level 1 City, I will upload your data." "All right, please proceed." Wan Mian decided to listen before making her decision. "You are the first female aberrant of the apocalyptic era, possessing an exceptionally high level and dual-type mutation, a rarity even among male aberrants. Additionally, your mental healing abilities are classified as extraordinary, making this combination incredibly formidable." The existence of a female aberrant had been suspected by Wan Mian prior to this. Yet what took her by surprise was the revelation that, according to the results of this blood collection, she too possessed a so-called female healing capability. Oh? A public account of flowers. That certainly piques her interest. However, she did not forget the core purpose of the individual before her, thus she continued to inquire. "But what do you mean by Level 6 City and Level 1 City? To clarify, given your current conditions, should the information be uploaded, a Level 1 City will undoubtedly send someone to bring you there. To be frank, the living conditions in our Level 6 City are significantly inferior to those of the Level 1 City, with a much lower degree of safety and other aspects that are not as advanced. For the sake of my family, and indeed for all the residents of Level 6 City, I hope you can choose to remain here. Tell me your reasons, and I shall consider them." Fan Ye sensed an opportunity and patiently began to elaborate. After the apocalypse, the reconstructed cities are classified into 6 levels. We reside in the outermost Level 6 City, with the innermost being Level 1 City, Zone S, where the highest-ranking aberrants reside. The cities are arranged in a circular distribution outwardly as follows: Level 1 City, Zones A, B, and C, followed by Level 2 City, Zones S, A, B, and C, and so forth. To put it bluntly, if a tide of aberrant beasts were to occur, we would constitute the first line of defense. Thus, I earnestly wish for you to stay and protect us. Of course, even though you are a female aberrant, we would not compel you to engage in combat with the primal aberrant beasts. A significant part of my selfish desire stems from your 2 partners, both of whom are currently the highest-ranking aberrant slayers in Level 1 City, Zone S. As long as you are willing to remain with us, your partners will also come, ensuring that my family, and indeed all residents of Level 6 City, can survive the impending tide of aberrant beasts. As Fan Ye spoke, Wan Mian noticed the tears welling in his eyes, his voice trembling. She was an emotional person. Witnessing such genuine display of feelings from another would inevitably stir her own emotions. Wan Mian fell silent. Despite her many uncertainties, she could see that this individual truly needed help. As for slaying monsters, she had long since grown accustomed to it. as long as there were companions and sustenance. Her demands were not high. Very well, I agree to your proposition, but I wish to observe first and ascertain the veracity of your claims before I decide to remain. Furthermore, what do you mean by partner? Are you referring to the male aberrant that I am to heal? Wan Mian was greatly puzzled by this notion of a partner, as the mainframe chip had directly assigned these two individuals without consulting her wishes, which felt excessively authoritarian. She certainly did not overlook this subtle yet discordant action. She sensed an underlying tension and subsequently asked, "Wait, is the healing you mentioned?" Chapter 5. The Mainframe Integration System. What? Is partner synonymous with healing in this context? Initially, she thought it merely involved comforting gestures or verbal encouragement, yet it seemed to entail physical intimacy. In other words, the mainframe integration system is essentially a tyrannical matchmaking service. However, why do I have two partners? What does other candidates pending selection mean? Fanny glanced at the results on the computer and replied, "Perhaps it is due to your exceptionally high level or your unique status as a female aberrant. Indeed, your partners are fewer than expected," BY writes. "You should have at least 5 partners." Fewer than expected? Wan Mian retorted, "I do not mean to imply that I am displeased with the number. I am merely inquiring whether your society practices monogamy. Your healing level is extraordinary. Ideally, integrating with a dozen partners during the first instance should not pose a problem. However, certain other factors may have limited the number of partners, which I will clarify for you once I gather more information." Wan Mian's expression darkened. It was rather bizarre that the person across from her was earnestly discussing such an absurd topic. Thus, she quietly asked, "Can I have just one partner? Let me interact with them first, and then choose one." "I am afraid, Miss Wan, that I cannot make that decision. I can only inform you that if you truly dislike your partners, you may opt not to engage in healing. I have already overstepped my bounds by saying this, and cannot elaborate further. However, rest assured that both of your partners, in terms of appearance, family background, and inherent strength, are among the elite of humanity. I believe you will gradually come to accept this integration system." Wan Mian was at a loss for words. This integration system could not even be declined. There exists the possibility of marriage and divorce. After all, Fanny, noticing Wan Mian's discontent, quickly reassured her, "Of course. Considering your identity as a wanderer, if you find it challenging to adapt, you may view this system as a means of integrating companions rather than spouses. They will eventually become your closest and most sincere allies, with feelings developing gradually over time. Would that perspective not be more palatable?" The wanderer was doing everything in his power to stabilize Wan Mian's emotions, fearing that her displeasure could lead her to abandon the entire endeavor. Yet the life of every resident in Level 6 City, Zone C, rested in her hands, and he could not afford to be negligent. Wan Mian sighed. After hearing Fanya's reassurances, she found herself somewhat more accepting. She could also discern the carefulness in his words. Since it could not be changed, it was best not to dwell on it. "Very well, I understand. However, I can't have just these 2 partners." "Correct. The pending selection prompt may be disregarded, yes? I won't suddenly be assigned additional partners later, will I? No. The initial integration is the only arrangement made by the mainframe. Subsequent selections are entirely at the discretion of the female. If you encounter suitable males later on, and after establishing compatibility, you may— Stop, hold on, I get it. We can discuss future matters later." Wan Mian interrupted Fanya's fervent explanation. Fanny breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "If Miss Wan has no further inquiries, then all is settled. I will promptly upload the information regarding your residence in Level 6 City, Zone C, to the mainframe system. Consequently, your partners will arrive shortly. If all goes well, they should be here within approximately 10 days. In the meantime, you may simply enjoy your life. Oh, enjoy life." The phrase sparked a glimmer of hope in Wan Mian's eyes. After 6 years of hardship, she had resigned herself to the notion of dying in that desolate wasteland filled with monsters. Yet here she was, unexpectedly presented with such an opportunity. Fanny rose and informed Wan Mian, "Your residence is located in the central area of Level 6 City, which is also where all females and their partners reside. Based on your level, I have arranged for you to stay in the most central villa within the district. All expenses will be covered by our city's Wanderers Association and Aberrant Association. Simply make use of the facilities without restrictions. In a moment, I will send someone to escort you to your new residence. Once you arrive, you can find answers to any questions you may have on the chip, and if you require attendance before your partners arrive, I can arrange for 2 individuals. However, once your partners are present, it may become less convenient, as the attendants will be unintegrated males. Do you understand? No need. I can manage on my own. Very well. Should you have any queries, please do not hesitate to call on me, and I shall address them promptly. Wan Mian nodded, then rose from the comfortable sofa, following the two men in black suits as they escorted her away. After Wan Mian departed, Fan Yi let out a long sigh. He sat down, his heart racing with excitement, and immediately uploaded the information regarding Wan Mian's choice to reside in Level 6 City. Subsequently, he checked the reasons for the scarcity of female integration partners on his wrist device. After a brief loading period, the results displayed several possibilities. 1. The female's healing level is below level 1, limiting her to healing a small number of lower-level male aberrants. 2. The female's healing level is excessively high, resulting in only a few high-level male aberrants being able to endure it. 3. Psychological resistance to the integration mechanism has been detected in the female. 4. The integration compatibility with most male aberrants is below 50%. Fan Yi understood. It appeared that aside from the first reason, the remaining reasons 2, 3, and 4 could all contribute to the limited number of partners. The integration compatibility mentioned in the fourth point refers to the degree of compatibility in personality, aesthetics, and values between both parties. Fan Yi reopened Wan Mian's collection results and, upon scrolling down, noted, Si Shun's integration compatibility is 97, and Xiao Jin's is 96. Fan Yi nodded in satisfaction. Such high compatibility indicated that Wan Mian would likely be very pleased with them in the future. Chapter 6. Guidance in the Wilderness. Upon arriving at her new home, Wan Mian was taken aback by the advanced amenities. According to the individual who accompanied her, this villa is the largest and most centrally located residence for women, demonstrating their sincerity. Upon entering, there was no need for keys. Facial recognition granted access. The first sight that greeted her was a meticulously maintained garden, simple yet refreshing. Wan Mian gazed at the lush green grass, secretly vowing to plant numerous flowers there in the future. The side of the villa facing the garden was comprised of glass. Upon entering, she found herself in a spacious living room with a ceiling height of approximately 7 meters, adorned with a sleek, flowing light fixture that added an air of grandeur. The sofa occupied the center of the living room, while to the right lay the dining area and an open kitchen, directly facing a spiral staircase. After observing her surroundings, Wan Mian noted that although the villa was not excessively large, it exuded warmth and had all the necessary amenities, with a decor style that resonated with her taste. In the evening, she nestled on the sofa, fiddling with the chip interface. Still unaccustomed to controlling it with her thoughts, she frequently found herself inadvertently navigating to other sections. As she spoke, she silently resolved to practice by tapping the screen with her fingers to become more proficient. For 6 years in the wilderness, I scarcely ever experienced a truly restful slumber. After indulging in a soothing bath, a wave of comfort enveloped me. The reflection in the mirror revealed a figure with graceful contours. Devoid of excess flesh, with a sense of satisfaction, I donned my night clothes, relishing the moment. How delightful, I couldn't help but exclaim. Once everything was prepared, the bed seemed to inch closer to my face, as if it had a will of its own. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, I collapsed onto the mattress the moment I touched it. I had intended to sleep without a care in the world, yet the night was plagued by relentless nightmares, scenes of battling monstrous creatures in the wild. I awoke countless times, each instance a new torment. Upon the final awakening, I found it difficult to breathe, my body drenched in cold sweat. For reasons unknown, that sensation intensified, reminiscent of the disorientation I felt upon my arrival in the city. My carefully laid plans to enjoy the night were dashed, and I remained seated on the edge of the bed until dawn broke. After breakfast, my mind was still in turmoil. Could I be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder? I mused, gently caressing the area of my heart that raced inexplicably. Ultimately, I resolved to seek counsel from Fan Yi, who promptly arrived upon receiving my summons. As we sat opposite each other, I voiced my concerns. I sought your guidance because I feel an inexplicable force beckoning me towards the outskirts of the city, to what you refer to as the unknown zone. This unnerves me. Do other wanderers share this sensation? Upon hearing this, Fan Yi immediately accessed the chip interface to begin recording. Miss Wan, I appreciate your trust. Could you elaborate on the nature of this force? He fell silent, as he had never encountered a wanderer with such an experience. Yet, given my unique circumstances, he sensed that this matter was not trivial. I continued. I always feel a sense of unease here, as if I shouldn't be in this place. I asked the city rejecting me? Could it be that I am an aberration? This peculiar thought suddenly crossed my mind. Such an unconventional hypothesis led Fanny to suspect that I might be experiencing some psychological distress. And he reassured me, you may simply need time to adjust to life in the city. Most wanderers have gone through similar phases. Although your life is no longer in peril, a foreign environment can still exert a profound psychological impact. I will arrange for you to receive some calming medication shortly. I believe this is merely a temporary psychological hurdle. I nodded in gratitude after hearing his words. Approximately an hour after Fanny departed, a package arrived containing the medication. Following the instructions, I took the prescribed dosage and indeed, my anxiety subsided significantly. That night, I was spared from the onslaught of nightmares, and my heartbeat no longer raced uncontrollably. After several days of medication, the guiding sensation I once felt, akin to being snatched away by a monstrous bird, began to fade. However, unbeknownst to me, the obsession with leaving the city had planted deep roots within my heart. It no longer manifested as a direct feeling, but transformed into a yearning for the professions outside the city, a sense of responsibility for its protection, and nostalgia for my previous life. My thoughts drifted to my mother, father, best friend, and former lover, their memories flooding back, seemingly replacing that initial guiding sensation. Being inherently introverted and sensitive, despite possessing newfound strength, my tendency towards anxiety and indecision remained challenging to alter. I recalled my childhood, when I would gladly suppress my own needs to please those around me. This trait accompanied me through my school years and into my professional life, persisting throughout my existence before my journey here. Thus, even with my newfound abilities, I often appeared hesitant and indecisive. Fortunately, my adaptability was robust. 6 years in the wilderness had neither broken me nor caused me to surrender. Instead, I had grown resilient, managing to survive against all odds. Chapter 7. Professional categories. Thanks to the calming effects of the medication, I found my thoughts settling, allowing me to observe myself more closely in the wild. I encountered little access to water, rarely catching a glimpse of my own reflection. Now, I discovered that my appearance had changed significantly since the 21st century. Perhaps due to the mutations or the intense physical exertion, my skin appeared firmer, and I was pleased with my athletic physique. I chuckled at myself. In the past, I struggled to lose weight and build muscle. Now, I look effortlessly dashing without needing leg workouts. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, I turned my attention to current news, only to find it incomprehensible. I then examined the layout of nearby shops, hoping to familiarize myself for future outings. Gradually, boredom began to set in. How I longed for a conversation, having spent over 6 years in solitude. I found myself now residing alone in this vast, empty room within the city. Earlier, Fanny had mentioned something about a companion he arranged for me, an odd notion, especially if they turned out to be two unattractive men. What would I do for the rest of my life? Just then, as if sensing my thoughts, the chip interface displayed the profiles of two individuals. After perusing their details, I couldn't help but laugh, silently critiquing their photos. They must be unattractive. Otherwise, why would they use AI-generated images as their avatars? However, as I continued to read their basic information, I found myself increasingly intrigued. Both stood tall, one at 194 centimeters and the other at 192 centimeters, with impressively standard weights. Moreover, their mutation levels surpassed mine. One was at level 16, while the other was at 15. Notably, they were not aimless drifters but held a profession as monster slayers. It appeared that both shared the same mutation type, strength-oriented, which felt oddly coincidental. I couldn't help but smile at the thought. What exactly does a monster slayer do? It must be akin to a civil servant, I mused, recalling Fanye's earlier mention of the profession without delving into specifics. Sensing my curiosity, the interface shifted once again. Occupational categories outside the city: Monster Slayer, Domain Expander, Collector, Guardian. Monster Slayer's mission: eliminate intruding or significantly threatening original aberrations in marked territories. Domain Expander's mission: mark unknown zones and expand the designated area. Collector's mission: retrieve original aberration corpses and organize post-battle sites. Guardian's mission: safeguard city gates and prevent original aberrations from breaching the city. It was evident that monster slayers faced the greatest danger, given their direct engagement in combat with original aberrations. Thus, the level requirements were stringent. even reserve members typically ranked above level 5, while full-fledged members were predominantly above level 8. The proportion of strength-oriented mutants was also quite high, with only a few agile mutants at elevated levels, while intelligent mutants were nearly non-existent in this profession. Following closely in danger were domain expanders. I recalled the previous encounters with Jingzhan and Xiaohua, who likely faced significant risks during their missions against original aberrations. Fan Yi mentioned that they were agile mutants, and according to the chip's information, it confirmed that agile mutants comprised the largest segment among domain expanders, with a scattering of strength and intelligence-oriented mutants. Collectors, on the other hand, faced minimal risk, as they were only deployed once safety was assured. The majority of personnel in this category were low-level agile mutants below level 8. However, this profession demanded a special requirement: sufficient mental fortitude, as they dealt with the grisly task of dismembering and cleaning aberration corpses, an ordeal not for the faint of heart. Guardians were even safer. In a sense, they could be considered city-based professionals, mostly comprising low-level strength and agile mutants. As the last line of defense outside the city, they rarely faced the opportunity for engagement unless a massive horde of original aberrations threatened. Yet, this was only applicable to high-level cities within the inner rings. The outermost level 6 cities had a troubling history of being breached by beast hordes, which was why Fan Yi sought to retain my presence. After reviewing the information, I suddenly noticed a peculiar detail. If the city was structured in concentric rings, theoretically, as long as the outer cities remained unbreached, the inner cities should be safe from aberrations. This question prompted the chip interface to shift once more, presenting a map of the city's distribution, which indeed confirmed the ring-like formation. However, this circular layout had a distinct characteristic. The inner cities were densely populated, while the outer cities were more sparsely inhabited. Thus, gaps in the outer cities could still allow for aberration incursions, not to mention the existence of flying and burrowing aberrations. After digesting this information, I began to grasp the classification of occupations outside the city and the current state of human existence. I silently reflected: high-level mutants predominantly reside in the central, high-level cities, while the outermost low-level cities are filled with mid to low-level mutants. Although those high-level mutants may be dispatched to the periphery to exterminate aberrations, they would hardly have time to mobilize forces in the event of a swift aberration onslaught. In essence, the lives of those in the level 6 city held little value. To put it bluntly, they were merely fodder for the aberrations, their lives sacrificed to protect those in high-level cities. Upon arriving at this conclusion, I was struck by another question. Did the residents of this level 6 city remain oblivious to this reality? Why would they choose to inhabit such a place? After reviewing the introduction, Wamian realized that the distribution of the population is fixed. Individuals of lower status and without background tend to be situated in the peripheral cities. To migrate, one must strive to elevate their rank. Essentially, after reaching level 10, one can choose their city at will. However, to reside in the most central first-level city, one must be above level 13 and possess familial privileges. Yet, there exists another scenario, exemplified by Wamian herself, where even high-ranking individuals voluntarily choose to remain in the outlying cities. Currently, the highest mutant in this city is merely level 8, and should they encounter the monsters from the unknown zone, they would be utterly inadequate. It is no wonder that Fan Yi is so eager to retain her presence. As she pondered this, Wamian suddenly felt a familiar sensation coursing through her. Perhaps it was due to relaxation. Her menstruation had arrived. Surely there must be sanitary supplies available here. She had no intention of resorting to makeshift solutions. With this thought, the chip interface automatically popped up, indicating that female hygiene products could be found in the bathroom cabinet. After taking care of herself, Wamian contentedly reclined on the intelligent bed. However, she mused, it stands to reason that the reconstruction after the apocalypse should have only lasted a millennium. How could it have developed more rapidly than before? It turns out that this advancement can be attributed to the prevalence of intelligent mutants within the city. A staggering 99% of occupations in the city are held by intelligent mutants. Engaged in fields such as scientific research, medical studies, and urban development, professions that require cerebral prowess. Even the leadership of humanity in this post-apocalyptic era is dominated by intelligent mutants. Wamian reflected that in order to survive in this desolate world, mere strength without intellect is insufficient. It seems that the current classification of professions and urban distribution is a direct result of the decisions made by these intelligent mutants. Chapter 8. The challenge of acquiring a motorcycle after contemplating for some time. Wanmian developed her own understanding of the current state of women. In her eyes, the elevation of women's status is not a permanent solution. It resembles a form of confinement, a cage from which women can never truly advance. Akin to being ornamental vases, displayed, admired, and protected. Perhaps she was not an exception. After all, the fundamental distinction between Wanmian and the women here lies in her 6 years of relentless training against monsters, which may very well be a crucial reason for her status as a female mutant. It is likely that this situation has persisted for a millennium without change due to the indoctrination of local women from birth. Having never encountered the primal beasts, they are often shielded and develop a sense of dependency. If humanity could coexist with those primitive beasts indefinitely, it would pose no issue. However, should a beast tide breach their defenses, without male protection, women would be akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. In the current environment, any change could render them helpless, and that is a terrifying thought. Wanmian contemplated this. An inexplicable sense of oppression washed over her. She decided to step outside through the glass door and into the garden, closing her eyes to embrace the cool breeze. The air was devoid of the foul stench of monsters from the unknown zone, making it all too easy to succumb to comfort. She remained there for over half an hour before finally deciding to venture out after a meal to experience the changes within the city. Since she could not remain idle, it would be quite pleasant to explore the territories alongside Jingzhan Xiaohua East in the future. To avoid being assimilated by the locals, she would need to embark on her own explorations. After all, paths are forged through experience. Given her unfamiliarity with the current state of affairs, she resolved to take one step at a time, continuing if she was on the right path, or diverting if she was not. As she walked, the chip interface before her was semi-transparent, displaying a map that was easily navigable. Wanmian mused to herself, "Is there a place nearby that sells weapons? The makeshift knife I crafted in the wild is no longer usable." With this thought, the chip interface marked a location in real time, indicating a direction towards the outskirts of the city, specifically, the path Fanyi had taken to meet her. The distance was considerable. She wondered if it were possible to access the rooftops. If she utilized her wilderness skills to traverse the rooftops, she could reach her destination swiftly. However, she decided against such ostentation and opted for a mode of transportation instead. The chip interface then shifted to display options for purchasing or renting cars and motorcycles. Considering the necessity of a driver's license, a motorcycle seemed the more suitable choice. After searching diligently according to the map, she finally arrived at the motorcycle shop. The staff inside were preoccupied with their tasks. But upon noticing a woman entering, they exhibited mild surprise. "I would like a motorcycle," Wanmian stated, surveying the various models on display. "No. I intend to purchase one myself." Upon hearing her insistence on buying, a staff member kindly advised, "Are you sure you want one for personal use? If it's for a woman, our motorcycles may not be suitable due to their speed and weight. Perhaps you should visit the nearby store that specializes in female models." However, Wanmian frowned at this suggestion and replied, "No need. I can ride, I just want to know if a motorcycle requires a driver's license." "You don't need a license, but we must confirm the type of mutation. If you insist on riding, you will need a partner to assist you in the purchase." Wanmian chuckled helplessly at this statement, which felt akin to saying, "You need a guardian to make a purchase." She shared her information on the interface while deliberately obscuring unnecessary details. "I am a mutant. My mutation type is strength and agility. Just provide me with a fast motorcycle." She had her eye on a black and yellow model. Upon her declaration, the staff member appeared dumbfounded, and others gathered to view Wanmian's chip interface, all rendered speechless. "Can you sell it?" she pressed out. "If not, I will take my leave. I suppose we can sell it, as long as you are a mutant. However, I still worry about your safety while riding. May I ask about your partner?" Wanmian could no longer tolerate the conversation and interrupted, "Can we cease discussing partners? I've already stated that I will be riding alone. But, no more buts. Let us settle this. Since you doubt my abilities, let us have a test. What type of mutation do you possess?" Wanmian was visibly irritated. The sudden query left the staff member bewildered, and he turned red, stammering, I am a strength-type mutant, but I already have a contract master." Wanmian nearly spat blood in exasperation and quickly clarified, "What are you thinking? I meant, if you are a strength-type mutant, let us spar it. If I win, you sell me the motorcycle." "How does that sound?" The staff member, who barely reached her shoulder in height, clearly struggled to comprehend the request. Others rushed in to prevent the situation. "No, absolutely not. This is unacceptable." One of them exclaimed, "Madam, that simply cannot happen. How about this? If you truly wish to buy without a partner, take this motorcycle instead. It's smaller and lighter, designed for intelligent mutants. Does that suit you?" Wan Mian fixed them with a resolute gaze, asserting, "Since you only require proof of my mutation, let us dispense with the excessive stipulations. I've presented my proof. I am indeed a mutant. That should suffice. I can guarantee my safety, and you are merely following the rules. I provide the payment, and you provide the motorcycle." The staff members exchanged worried glances, aware that if this woman purchased a motorcycle without a partner and subsequently faced danger while riding, they would be held accountable. They glanced at each other and then lowered their heads, saying to Wan Mian, "Madam, we sincerely apologize. We cannot sell to you." Seeing their determination, Wan Mian chose not to press further, letting out a sigh. "All right, I want to purchase it. I'll walk instead." A younger male staff member, hearing her words, stepped forward politely and offered, "If you merely wish to reach a destination, there's no need for such trouble. We can take you." Noticing that Wan Mian did not refuse, he promptly brought out a motorcycle from the shop, one that he personally used. Chapter 9. A reunion with Jing Zhan. Xiaohua East taking me there? "That works," she replied to the young staff member. "Thank you. I will pay for the fare, and no need for that," he said with a wave of his hand. "Just settle in. We're off." With their helmets secured, they confirmed the destination and set off. Upon arrival, given her previous experience with purchasing a motorcycle, Wan Mian inquired of the young man, "May I ask, if I wish to buy a weapon, must I also have a partner accompany me?" The young man nodded before shaking his head. "There are restrictions on weapons within the city. If your partner holds a military position or an occupation title from outside the city, they can assist with the purchase." "Madam, have you encountered any issues? If your partner is disrespectful, you need not worry. Simply go to the Mutant Association, and they will take appropriate action against him." Wan Mian's actions puzzled the young man. A woman seeking to buy both a motorcycle and a weapon suggested she might be planning to run away and needed protection. Although these staff members lacked flexibility, their concern for their own safety was evident. She smiled at the young man and reassured him, "Not at all. I have just recently formed a partnership. They haven't arrived yet. I merely wish to explore alone and purchase some weapons for self-defense." Hearing this, the young man visibly relaxed, saying, "Should you wish to explore further in the future, feel free to contact me. My friend request is available on your chip interface. As for weapons, I advise against purchasing. Within the city, there is no danger. As Wan Mian beheld the interface, a small window indeed popped up in the lower right corner, displaying a friend request that read, "Zhang Juni requests to add you as a friend." Wan Mian clicked to accept, suddenly struck by a thought, and promptly inquired of Zhang Juni, "How does one add a friend? Is it by entering their name? But what if there are namesakes, with such a sparse population? Surely there must be regulations against duplicates." Zhang Juni appeared perplexed by Wan Mian's query. Was this woman suffering from amnesia? "Thank you. I have transferred the fare to you. Please check. Goodbye." Wan Mian, uncertain of how much to send, casually dispatched a red envelope based on the prices of your. Having resolved to forego any further verbal sparring with the vendor, she decided to summon Xiao Huadong or Jing Zhan for assistance. She wondered if they were out on a mission again, pondering the correct spelling of their names as she entered them into her wristband. Fortuitously, both friend requests were swiftly approved. The dialogue window for the three of them appeared immediately. Thankfully, she had not misspelled their names. Jing Zhan exclaimed, "Wow, you actually managed to add us as friends." Xiao Huadong followed with, "Are you adjusting to life here?" Wan Mian replied, "I have only just learned to navigate the chip interface and am still somewhat unaccustomed. But life is quite pleasant. I am currently within the city gates. Do you have a moment?" Xiao Huadong remarked, "Having registered your identity information, and now that you are of age, you ought to have a partner." "What about them?" Wan Mian was weary of the term partner, having heard it too often. "They will take about 10 days to arrive. For now, I am alone." Jing Zhan responded, "You traveled all the way from the women's residence by yourself? Hang on, we will come to you right away." Shortly, a small gate by the city wall swung open, and two familiar figures emerged, followed by a throng of curious onlookers, their chatter echoing from afar. Jing Zhan dashed over, and upon seeing Wan Mian, could not help but exclaim, "My goodness, I had no idea you were so beautiful. That day, you were wrapped up like a rice dumpling and I couldn't see anything." Xiao Huadong also approached, nodding in agreement. He had seen Wan Mian's appearance previously in the off-road vehicle, yet like Jing Zhan, had not observed her closely due to the dust. Wan Mian greeted them with a smile and then asked, Are you free? I might take up some of your time. Jing Zhan replied, We are free. We have no tasks today. Xiao Huadong then inquired, How did your collection turn out? You must be more than just an ordinary female drifter. Right? Wan Mian candidly nodded, saying, Yes, Fan Yi mentioned that I am the first female aberrant, and my aberration level is quite high. Jing Zhan chuckled, We knew you were no ordinary person, but who is your partner? Let us see if we know them. Point one is named Xishan, and the other Xiujin. The mention of these names struck Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong like a massive nuclear bomb to their hearts. Jing Zhan shook his head to clear his thoughts, confirming once more, Did you just say your contract holders are Xishan and Xiujin? Wan Mian nodded, Yes, do you know them? Xiao Huadong gasped. He had long suspected Wan Mian was exceptional, but he never anticipated it would be to such an extent. Observing Jing Zhan's flustered demeanor, Xiao Huadong interjected, We are not qualified to know those two prominent figures. The fact that you can integrate with them suggests your mental healing level is extraordinarily high. Indeed, the wristband indicates it's of the special grade. Are they truly that formidable? When they arrive, I would like to test my skills against them, Wan Mian said, laughing heartily as she rubbed her fists together. No, my dear ancestor, if you engage them in combat, they will face exile, even with their high status. Violating the integration treaty would result in punishment, Jing Zhan said earnestly, running to catch up with Wan Mian. Engaging in a fight would lead to exile? That seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? No wonder the staff at the car dealership reacted so strongly when I suggested a duel. Xiao Huadong cautiously asked, You mentioned your partner, hasn't he arrived yet? Are you planning to settle in our level 6 city? Wan Mian nodded but refrained from disclosing Fan Ye's request to avoid causing trouble. Upon hearing this, Jing Zhan laughed heartily, declaring, That is splendid news. Our level 6 city will no longer be plagued by beast tides. Wan Mian, do you realize? Your decision has saved our entire level 6 city. Xiao Huadong also smiled broadly, his tone noticeably more cheerful as he said to Wan Mian, Come, what do you wish to buy? Today, it's on us. Wan Mian took in their genuine smiles and jested, You're treating. Just be careful not to regret it. My purchasing power is quite substantial. Chapter 10. Shopping. Wan Mian navigated the map ahead, her presence drawing the attention of those around her. The mere fact of her being a woman was already enough to attract stares, and her appearance near the city gates raised further questions. As proximity to the gate implied increased danger, Xiao Huadong felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny and, noticing Wan Mian continually turning left and right while occasionally checking the map, he couldn't help but ask, Where are you headed? Just tell us. You don't need to consult the map. I wish to visit the military supply store that sells weapons, Wan Mian replied, sharing the map with them. Jing Zhan asked, You intend to buy weapons? Wan Mian nodded. What do you need weapons for? You don't need those inside the city, and Jing Zhan was interrupted by Wan Mian. Stop, I don't wish to hear the word partner again. Just accompany me to shop, and later, I have matters to discuss with you. The two exchanged glances, Xiao Huadong understanding the need for a sense of security through weapons, thus he began to lead the way. Navigating familiar terrain makes a difference. We've arrived so quickly. Wan Mian gazed at the military store before her, exclaiming, Had I searched for it myself, I would have been here for ages. Had you mentioned it earlier, we would have arrived sooner, Xiao Huadong teased. Wan Mian pouted in embarrassment, thinking she hadn't mentioned it initially out of concern that they might refuse to take her. She genuinely enjoyed their company, as their banter was relaxed, unlike others who spoke in a formal manner. Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong, having had little exposure to women and being relatively young, were not as rigid despite having been taught about the esteemed nature of women. Upon entering the military supply store, Wan Mian was immediately captivated by the array of military goods. Her urge to shop ignited in less than half an hour. She had filled nearly 4 shopping carts. Xiao Huadong, pushing one of the carts, cautioned, That's enough. We don't have enough money, and with so many items, it will be hard to carry. The sales assistant interjected, eager to ensure Wan Mian did not abandon her purchases. No worries, we offer home delivery. Wan Mian couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Huadong's frugality, saying, Oh, you just need to accompany me. I mainly require your professional status to help me purchase these items. I'll cover the cost myself. Fan Yi mentioned that my expenses are covered by the Drifter Association and the Aberrant Association. So why not take advantage? Wow, is it really that good? Can I also select some items? Jing Zhan asked, wide-eyed. Of course. These are for you both. If you have other items in mind, feel free to choose. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huadong felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing his earlier comment sounded excessively petty. Noticing Xiao Huadong's discomfort, Wan Mian playfully suggested, "Earlier, I spotted a short knife that resembles the one I held to your neck. How about you gift me that knife?" This remark instantly enlivened the atmosphere, and all three burst into laughter. Jing Zhan chimed in, "The way you put it, you truly startled us that day. When you were silent, I thought it was some sort of beast's claw. I never imagined it would be you." Such a little one. As their relationship grew more familiar, Jing Zhan began to address Wan Mian more casually. Xiao Huadong, hearing this, remained somewhat cautious, glancing at Wan Mian to gauge her reaction. When he saw she was unbothered, he set aside his reservations and engaged more sincerely. He freely chose a military camping lamp with high power, something he had long desired but never purchased. Jing Zhan opted for a pair of comfortable brand-name combat boots, which he had hesitated to buy for years due to their price. Wan Mian selected 2 short knives in the end, as she was accustomed to using them outdoors and couldn't resist buying those that were both appealing and practical. As Wan Mian approached the firearms counter, Xiao Huadong quickly reminded her, "You can't carry firearms within the city. It's too dangerous, don't buy that." Wan Mian nodded, "Yes, I'm just browsing. I don't know how to use a gun. I am more adept with knives." Hearing this, both men sighed in relief. Had Wan Mian insisted on purchasing a gun, they would have been at a loss for how to dissuade her. "Wait a moment. You mentioned you are more comfortable with knives. Does that mean you're buying them for use and not just for preference?" Xiao Huadong discerned the implication in Wan Mian's words. Wan Mian smiled shyly, blinking innocently, and replied, "What I wanted to discuss with you earlier pertains to this matter. Could you take me to the expanse?" "Absolutely not. No way." They both rejected her decisively. Wan Mian felt there was no room for negotiation and could only propose. "Dante Rush, let us first get these items to your military camp, and then we can discuss it further, shall we? Don't even think about it. That is absolutely out of the question. It's not that we're refusing you. It's just that you would never be granted permission to leave the city gates." Xiao Huadong understood Wan Mian's words with clarity. She had previously mentioned that the military supplies were intended for them, and it seemed she intended to use them for some form of bribery. It was no wonder that there were numerous items specifically designed for men among them, which, indeed, held considerable value. If the person they sought assistance from was a male mutant of comparable rank, it would certainly be feasible for them to act as guardians in this regard. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, they might even secure a collector. However, as she was female, no one in their 6th-tier city would dare to agree to such an arrangement. It was then that Xiao Huadong realized that what she had desired from the beginning were merely those 3 short blades. He rubbed his wrist thoughtfully, considering that the 2 of them would not accept these items. Wan Mian opted to locate a market, paying for the shipping fees and arranging for 4 staff members to deliver the supplies to the outpost of the territory envoy outside the city. The 2 had intended to intervene, but Wan Mian swiftly covered their mouths with her hands, her grip so strong that they could not break free. After a while, 2 soldiers with reddened lips and a woman walking outside drew the attention of many, who began to gossip, their discussions revolving around how formidable this woman was, having made the 2 companions' lips crimson. Xiao Huadong and Jing Zhan wished they could dig a hole and hide themselves. Upon arriving at the dining area, the 2 could no longer tolerate the murmurs and bought 2 masks to wear, while Wan Mian appeared utterly indifferent, as if it mattered little to her that others praised her strength. Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong did not conceal their admiration for the self-service restaurant, renowned for its exorbitant prices, where a single meal could equate to nearly a year's salary for both of them. This was largely due to the fact that it was one of the few restaurants within the city capable of serving meat from exotic beasts found in the sea. For safety reasons, all human cities were established in the heart of the inland, avoiding proximity to the ocean, one reason being to evade the ferocious marine creatures, and another to steer clear of natural disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis. After the apocalypse, the landscape had undergone drastic changes, with frequent natural disasters near the ocean rendering those areas unsuitable for human habitation. It is easy to imagine that the availability of meat from such sea beasts at this restaurant was a rarity, justifying its steep prices. Naturally, the meat from sea creatures was exceptionally delectable, incomparable to that of the inland beasts. Chapter 11. New insights from the buffet. The 3 of them, indulging in their meal at the buffet, became a striking sight. Their appetites could rival that of 6 people, leaving the staff standing nearby in despair. The clientele of this establishment consisted of the upper echelon of the 6th-tier city, among whom were a few women dining with their partners, casting disdainful glances at the trio, judging their table manners as atrocious. "Hey, can you slow down a bit? You're spilling food onto our table," finally exclaimed a woman sitting closest to them, accompanied by 4 partners. Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong said nothing, merely reining in their veracity, for they understood that local women were not as accommodating as Wan Mian. Opting instead to remain silent, Wan Mian, having inadvertently transferred some of her giant crab legs' contents onto the adjacent table, promptly apologized, "I'm sorry. I will eat more slowly." The woman observed that Wan Mian had only 2 partners, both of whom were quite handsome in her eyes, however. Having fewer partners indicated a lack of healing power, thus unable to bond with a partner. She therefore dropped her pretense of politeness and remarked, "Your eating habits are quite off-putting. It's truly disgusting." Wan Mian glanced at her and then at the towering pile of food before her. Perhaps it was best to reflect on her own behavior. Their eating habits might indeed be affecting others. "I apologize. We will try to be quieter." Noticing that the 3 were making an effort, the woman rolled her eyes and ceased her comments, while her partners gently patted her hand, signaling her to let it go. After being reminded, the trio resumed their leisurely eating, and the gazes of the other diners shifted away from them. Xiao Huadong, gnawing on a massive avian beast's leg, queried, "You mentioned wanting to join us in the outpost. What is your reasoning?" "I merely find myself unaccustomed to this aimless lifestyle. I wish to contribute to the defense of this 6th-tier city." Wan Mian replied. Upon hearing this, Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong exchanged glances, and after setting down their food, they decided to engage in a serious discussion about the matter. As territory envoys, they respected Wan Mian's aspirations and recognized that she could easily ascend to a 1st-tier city. Her decision to remain in the 6th-tier city spoke volumes about her resolve. Overreaching was the thought that lingered unspoken. Before they could continue, the woman who had earlier criticized them spoke up again. Her gaze fixed on her plate, her tone dismissive. "It seems you've managed to bond with these 2 territory envoys due to your androgynous appearance, which likely contributes to your high bonding rate. Since you've secured such capable partners, do cherish your life. Otherwise, you risk putting others in danger." Wan Mian remained unfazed by the woman's brusque demeanor, instead falling into contemplation, for she was unaware of this particular limitation within the bonding system. The woman was correct. If her life no longer belonged solely to her, she could not afford to act recklessly. Consequently, Wan Mian posed a question that left everyone astounded. "Is it possible for me to sever this bonding relationship?" Upon hearing this, even the partner who had previously soothed her grew agitated, casting a reproachful glance at Wan Mian. The woman could no longer contain herself and sat beside Wan Mian, vociferously chastising her. "Don't go too far. Abandoning your partners is disgraceful. If you sever the bond, it signifies that your partners will never be able to bond with another envoy, and they shall forever remain unable to ascend to higher ranks. Look at your 2 partners before you. They possess both looks and strength, and they are professionals from outside the city. Your recklessness could lead to their demise." Wan Mian felt the spittle hit her face. She recognized that, while the woman's words were harsh, her personality was quite straightforward. Realizing she had likely crossed a line, Wan Mian gleaned a different understanding from the woman's admonition, replying, "I'm not fully acquainted with these matters. But since you've brought it to my attention, I'd like to ask you. If my dream is to venture outside the city and hunt exotic beasts, but I'm unable to realize that dream due to the bond, isn't that a form of captivity?" The woman was momentarily taken aback. She struggled to comprehend why a woman would aspire to hunt beasts beyond the city limits. Wan Mian continued, "I feel shackled by my partners, and I cannot sever the bond. May I ask, is this fair to me? I do not grasp your dream. In my view, whether or not one has partners, it amounts to courting death." Wan Mian chuckled. Understanding the motivation behind Zhao Inyu's words, it was indeed unrealistic to expect a woman raised in a conservative environment to comprehend her perspective. Seeing Wan Mian silent, the woman assumed she had made her point. Introducing herself, "I am Zhao Inyu, a high-level mental healer. As a woman, your place is to stay home and heal men. Overthinking will only bring harm to others." Zhao Inyu crossed her arms, her expression one of indignation. Wan Mian turned to Xiao Huadong, declaring, "In truth, if I wish to go, no one can stop me. I seek your consent not because I wish to act in secrecy, but if the path proves impassable." I will resolve it in my own way. I understand you may be perplexed as to why I am so intent on venturing out. In my view, to grow stronger swiftly, one must engage in battles with exotic beasts. Thus, whether for my own sake or for the sake of this city, I must go outside. Chapter 12. Leaving the city upon returning home, Wan Mian took a bath, changed into comfortable pajamas, and reclined on the sofa. Contemplating her next course of action, as she pondered, she unexpectedly felt drowsy. Just as she began to doze off, a message notification appeared on her chip interface. It was from Jing Zhan. Jing Zhan. Wan Mian. Our unit sent me to express our gratitude for your assistance. The items you procured have been immensely helpful. Wan Mian. No need for thanks. I'm glad you found them useful. By the way, when are you all scheduled to embark on your next mission? Jing Zhan. Xiao Huadong and I are set to depart next Monday. I plan to wear the military boots you gifted me then. Wan Mian. Next Monday, you say? That's just 5 days away. What time will you be leaving? Do you need me to see you off? Wan Mian. All right, which route shall we take this time? Is it dangerous? Jing Zhan, being rather naive, perhaps due to his youth, failed to realize that Wan Mian was probing for information. However, Xiao Huadong was not so easily deceived. He promptly interjected into their conversation. Xiao Huadong, what do you intend to do? Is there a plan behind your inquiries? Wan Mian. No, I merely express concern for your safety. I just wanted to know if the journey is perilous. Why are you so suspicious? Jing Zhan. That's just his nature. Let us stick to the route we found before. The code has already been typed out. Wan Mian could already envision what transpired over there. Sure enough, within the military camp, Jing Zhan was already under Xiao Huadong's control, forbidden from inputting any further. Jing Zhan looked at Xiao Huadong with a perplexed expression, while Xiao Huadong appeared visibly anxious. A glance at the interface revealed that the message had already been sent. With a resigned slap to his forehead, he scolded Jing Zhan. You fool, she was fishing for information. Don't expose our whereabouts. You have no idea what Wan Mian is up to. Jing Zhan pushed Xiao Huadong aside, dazed like Patrick Star, and said, could it be that she intends to ambush us on the road? Aren't you being too cautious? Jing Zhan had always regarded him as an older brother. And seeing Xiao Huadong speak so seriously, he refrained from resisting, quietly agreeing to continue chatting with Wan Mian. However, upon looking again, he found that Wan Mian had already logged off on the other side. Wan Mian, unable to sleep, realized that 5 days hence, they would embark on a mission, presenting her with an opportunity to leave the city. Although this course of action seemed somewhat hasty, accompanying Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong on a mission would allow her to familiarize herself with the route, thus sparing them future inconvenience. It wasn't that Wan Mian lacked the privilege to enjoy their company. Rather, she believed that interacting with the monstrous beasts would expedite her advancement. That initial sense of guidance was also the reason she could never remain idle. According to Xiao Huadong's sentiments, she indeed ought not to trouble them, as they would certainly worry for her safety, and should anything occur, they would bear the responsibility. Instead, she resolved to sneak out and intercept them midway. Achoo. Jing Zhan sneezed, thus absolving them of any liability. Wan Mian purchased a set of combat attire on the chip interface. This ensemble could adjust its size according to her physique and adapt its material to the environment, making it an essential piece for outdoor excursions. Additionally, she acquired a matching backpack, spacious yet compact, proving highly practical. Within half an hour of placing the order, the delivery arrived at her doorstep. Wan Mian eagerly unwrapped it and tried it on, admiring herself in the mirror while muttering critiques. It's comfortable, and the black color offers excellent concealment, but it's far too form-fitting. Wan Mian was unaccustomed to such tight clothing, although her figure was commendable. The emphasis it placed on her silhouette felt somewhat intentional. She decided to layer a jacket over it. Finding a black, casual jacket in her wardrobe, she donned it. Perfect, it aligned well with her aesthetic. With a cap, mask, and a thigh strap for a concealed blade, she transformed into a strikingly fierce female assassin. The 5 days passed swiftly. During the day, Wan Mian indulged in restful slumber, and by night, she donned the satisfactory ensemble of an assassin, traversing the rooftops without her outerwear. Due to the jacket being somewhat loose, moving at high speed would create a breeze, so she stowed it in her backpack. Fortunately, the nightlife in this area was vibrant. Although it was past 2 in the morning, the streets remained brightly illuminated. In such stark contrast to the dark rooftops, a solitary figure navigating them became increasingly difficult to detect. At present, the highest-ranking mutant in this city was only level 8. predominantly found beyond the city limits, ensuring that no one would notice a dark-clad female assassin moving across the rooftops. Wan Mian rubbed her hands together, performing a series of warm-up exercises, and then, for the first time, she unleashed her full speed throughout the city. A level 14 agile mutant's velocity was no trifling matter. Motorcycles and cars seemed trivial. In less than half an hour, she reached the city gates. Goodness, she had arrived early. Checking the time, Wan Mian pondered whether to seek an opportunity to wait beyond the city. When she had previously visited the gates, she had noted the towering height of the walls, realizing that climbing over was impossible due to the sheer elevation and lack of footholds. She would have to find a way through the main entrance. Initially, she thought it would pose a challenge, possibly requiring force, but perhaps no one had ever considered that someone might attempt to exit the city covertly, as there was merely one guard, who sat idly in the watchtower. Wan Mian quietly executed a diversion and slipped past. However, upon doing so, she was stumped by the mechanism of the small door. Pushing against it twice, she suddenly realized it might actually budge. Was it unlocked? In this high-tech era, door locks were truly perplexing. It appeared to be secured, yet upon applying pressure, it swung open effortlessly. Such ease? Seizing the moment while the guard was distracted, she quietly opened the door just enough to slip through. The contrast between the outside and inside of the city was stark. Upon her arrival, still groggy from sleep, she had scarcely taken notice. Now, the outside appeared desolate, swirling with dust and seemingly endless. Turning, she spotted the expansion forces stationed against the city wall. As it was the dead of night, the camp was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any illumination. Wan Mian furrowed her brow in contemplation. She had initially believed her black attire would provide excellent concealment. However, she had failed to consider that while it was suitable for the woods or the night, during the day in barren terrain, her outfit would stand out conspicuously, as if she were deliberately attempting to be seen. With that thought, her black outfit abruptly transformed into a flesh-toned hue. Oh no. It was evident that at this moment, Wan Mian appeared as though she were clad in nothing at all. Never mind. She decided to proceed as such. After all, there was no one around. Wan Mian took advantage of the night to sprint further away, preparing to follow Xiao Huadong and Jing Zhan's off-road vehicle once it departed. After all, her speed was sufficient. She had no fear of lagging behind. Meanwhile, within the shadows of the expansion forces, 3 pairs of eyes were wide open, observing the woman racing ahead. Commander, she's incredibly fast. Xiao Huadong. Thankfully, we left her a door. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it out. Jing Zhan. Holy smokes, is Wan Mian running naked? Chapter 13. Breaking away from the team in truth. When Xiao Huadong first discerned that Wan Mian was probing for information, he had already surmised her intentions. Fearing complications, he reported directly to the captain, providing a clear account of Wan Mian's situation. The captain, furious, admonished Xiao Huadong, emphasizing that should Wan Mian sustain any harm, merely repairing the city could lead to the annihilation of this 6th-level city, not to mention the repercussions from the Shi family. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it unnecessary to forcibly impede her. The position of an expansion force was both dull and perilous, and perhaps allowing her to attempt it once would lead her to abandon the idea. Since preventing her was futile, they might as well take her along for the experience. The captain pivoted the conversation, leaving Xiao Huadong in a state of bewilderment. Take her along. Was that truly the course of action? Yes, adjust the mission parameters temporarily. Do not stray far, just within 2 hours' distance from the city gate, allowing her to experience the specific tasks of an expansion force. At such proximity, they would not encounter primitive beasts. This seemed feasible, and Xiao Huadong nodded in agreement. Also, do not let her know that we permitted her to leave the city. Make arrangements with the guards in advance. That night, assign someone to be on duty. Should they spot her, they must report to us promptly. Once she appears, you all can set off after an hour. The captain provided all necessary instructions, considering it the greatest concession he could offer. Everything proceeded as planned, and Wan Mian appeared before the trio as if she were running naked. Do you think Wan Mian will notice? Jing Zhan asked Xiao Huadong. Notice what? Wan Mian suddenly leaped into the vehicle, startling both men. Xiao Huadong, seated in the passenger seat, turned to Wan Mian, who had abruptly entered the vehicle and remarked, "Can you please stop appearing so suddenly every time?" Jing Zhan, employing his abysmal acting skills, exclaimed, "Huh. Wan Mian, What are you doing here? With just that one line, Wang Mian sensed something amiss, for Jing Zhan's performance was far too contrived. Xiao Huadong sighed in exasperation, attempting to salvage the situation. We had anticipated that you would sneak out of the city. We were prepared when you were probing for information that day. Oh, I see that. No, you can just pretend I didn't show up. Xiao Huadong breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Mian's acknowledgement indicated they had successfully deceived her. Now, tell me, are we going to continue expanding the marked area? Or is it the previous location where I extracted the black pole? Xiao Huadong shook his head and informed Wang Mian. This time, we are reducing the marked area. There's no need to travel that far. We detected traces of primitive beasts in that region, and their numbers are considerable, so we need to reinsert a black pole for further investigation nearby. Wang Mian felt somewhat disappointed but understood. After pondering, she inquired, what exactly do you expansion forces do? Is it merely about inserting black poles? What happens afterward? If there are no signs of monster activity within a year in the marked area, we will expand the boundaries of the 6th level city. How do we expand? Will we construct another massive wall on the outer perimeter? You could say that, but in reality, the city walls are movable. After expanding the area, we simply supplement the insufficient wall space. Movable? Wang Mian asked in astonishment. How can something that large be moved? There are control facilities underneath that can shift it outward, Xiao Huadong explained. After spending a few days here, she had indeed been astounded by the advanced technological facilities numerous times. But the revelation she received now was the most shocking of all. Such a colossal wall can actually move, and after it shifts, it can be repaired as well. Most importantly, according to Xiao Huadong's account, a movable wall appears to have no impact on its solidity whatsoever. Never mind, I won't dwell on it any longer. Perhaps it's best for a primitive person not to strive in areas beyond their expertise. Here we are. Xiao Huadong and Jing Zhan alighted from the vehicle, brandishing a black staff. Jing Zhan turned to Wang Mian and said, do you want to give it a try? Just insert the black staff into the ground. Upon seeing Wang Mian step out, Jing Zhan covered his eyes and exclaimed, could you at least wear some clothes? Wang Mian rolled her eyes and retorted, I'm wearing clothes, can't you see? It's just that this outfit changes color on its own, which I cannot control. With no other option, she retrieved a black coat from her backpack and donned it. After hearing this, Jing Zhan felt reassured, realizing that Wang Mian could not possibly be running around naked. Upon closer inspection, he saw she was indeed dressed in a form-fitting combat suit that blended with her skin tone. They were aware that this suit adapts its color according to the terrain. So Jing Zhan kindly advised, next time, you should consider purchasing one that doesn't change color. Wang Mian nodded, acknowledging her oversight, but then wondered how she could have anticipated such advanced technology. As for the black staff they mentioned, she thought it was quite simple. She had previously removed it without much difficulty, and inserting it seemed to require no special skill, so she waved her hand in disinterest. However, Wang Mian was unaware that this seemingly simple black staff actually required a level 4 or higher aberrant to pull out and insert. And the choice of location was critical. The soil could not be too hard or too loose, but must facilitate signal transmission. Jing Zhan shrugged, taking it upon himself to vertically insert the black staff into the ground. The two then began to calibrate the black staff system on the chip interface. Approximately 15 minutes later, they successfully connected the signal with the nearest black staff, creating a closed signal range, thus completing the task. Without lifting his head, Xiao Huadong addressed Wang Mian. Let us go. The mission was successful. Yes, you mentioned treating us to a farewell meal. Can we go now? I wish to try that restaurant. Wang Mian replied. Xiao Huadong, Wang Mian, seems to have vanished. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Huadong felt his legs weaken, searching frantically around, even checking beneath the vehicle. This is bad. She has run off on her own. Check the friend interface and see if we can determine her distance from us. Xiao Huadong asked while searching. I checked long ago. She deliberately turned off the distance display. We must notify Captain C immediately and send someone to look for her. Did you see how fast she was running? The two of us certainly cannot find her alone. Indeed. Jing Zhan also felt anxious. If something were to happen, the consequences could be dire. Both of them were mentally berating the situation, questioning why someone with her abilities would choose to vanish from their vehicle. Xiao Huadong had a vague suspicion, realizing that Wang Mian was indeed directionally challenged. Now that she had ventured out, she had likely familiarized herself with the route, thus no longer needing to rely on the two of them. Meanwhile, Wang Mian had sprinted quite far, marking her path with small gadgets purchased online. It had been a while since she had fought monsters, and her hands were itching for action. However, it seemed she was still within the marked area, making it unlikely to encounter any creatures. Wan Mian had yet to abandon her habit of referring to the primitive aberrants in such a manner. It seemed there were indeed monsters nearby. She had been running for nearly half an hour and wondered what their reactions might be. A smile crept onto her face at the thought. What reactions could they have? The two of them were likely terrified. Judging by the pungent smell, there must be a considerable number of monsters. Sure enough, from a distance, Wan Mian spotted a group of aberrants, each one towering, at least 2 stories high, marching in a herd across the Gobi. Wan Mian recognized these creatures, having slain many over the past 6 years. They always appeared in groups, suggesting they were social monsters. From what she had heard, these aberrants were once animals that had undergone mutations, likely resembling antelopes or wildebeests based on their appearance and behavior. It seemed that even after their transformation, some of their previous instincts persisted, but not all, as these creatures occasionally attacked one another. Having lost the docility characteristic of herbivores, regardless, pondering such matters was fruitless. They had already become monsters. Had she entered an unknown zone? Wan Mian mused to herself, realizing that the sheer number of primitive aberrants would not be found within the marked area. Chapter 14. High-level small aberrants. Although she should have already entered the unknown zone, it appeared she was not far from the marked area, and astonishingly, the direction in which these monsters were heading was toward the marked zone. They must not be allowed to breach that area, and since she was here to hunt monsters, she might as well get started. With that thought, Wan Mian propelled herself forward, covering several meters with a single leap. Drawing twin blades from her thigh sheathed in an instant, her gaze sharpened, her pupils constricting as the world around her began to slow. Even the dust suspended in the air seemed to float like water. By the time the nearest primitive aberrant reacted, it was too late. She had already severed its throat in one swift motion. Wan Mian marveled at the efficiency of her finely crafted short blades, which were far superior to the crude weapons made from iron or she had previously used in the wilderness. It seemed she could conserve some energy this way. The massive aberrant fell heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The aberrants trailing behind quickly reacted, yet their intelligence was lacking. They could not discern the disparity in strength between themselves and the intruder. Acting purely on instinct, they were incited to attack by the presence of a human. The other primitive aberrants roared in response, and Wan Mian, overwhelmed by the cacophony, retreated 10 meters, covering her ears, as the howls subsided. She struck at the aberrant's vital points once more, with so many colossal creatures surrounding her. From an outside perspective, it was impossible to see Wan Mian. All one could witness was the relentless fall of aberrants in the inner circle. After a prolonged bout of slashing, Wan Mian could no longer endure the stench permeating the air. With a fierce strike, she severed the foreleg of the nearest aberrant, green blood spraying everywhere. The creature lost its balance and collapsed forward, creating a gap above. Seizing the opportunity, Wan Mian leaped into the air, crossing her arms over her chest as she spun over the heads of the encroaching aberrants, then dashed backward, stepping on the bodies of the oblivious aberrants behind her. Phew! If I don't run now, I might suffocate, Wan Mian gasped as she sprinted. The overwhelming number of aberrants made it seem impossible to eliminate them all. She decided to redirect their path and escape herself. With this in mind, Wan Mian ran in the opposite direction of the marked area, and indeed, the unintelligent creatures turned as expected, pursuing the direction of the human scent. If it weren't for their misguided trajectory, Wan Mian wouldn't have bothered to slay them, though her itch for battle was certainly a factor. Moreover, these creatures had simply not noticed her. During her 6 years in the unknown zone, Wan Mian had learned that these aberrants held an obsessive fixation on humans, relentlessly pursuing them to the death. Of course, this behavior was typical of low-level aberrants. High-level aberrants employed tools and considered whether it was worth the chase. Particularly troublesome were solitary high-level aberrants. Despite the abundance of low-level aberrants, they were the easiest to deal with, at least for someone of Wan Mian's high rank. For lower-ranked aberrants, like Xiaohuadong or Jingzhan, who were at level 7, simply escaping would be a challenge. If one were singled out by an aberrant, lacking the strength to defeat it, they would be ensnared to the bitter end, let alone facing a whole group. Just as Wan Mian contemplated luring the swarm of aberrants farther away, An overwhelming sense of murderous intent assailed her. She felt her blood freeze, her steps growing erratic, as if the Gobi terrain beneath her was reaching out with countless hands. Clinging to her as she ran, a wave of fear surged from her core, enveloping her entire being in an instant, like a cold, venomous serpent slithering around her. Wan Mian could hear her own labored breathing echoing in her ears. Her heartbeat pounding in her chest, a mental attack. Her instincts, honed through years of battling aberrants, kicked in just as her ability to move nearly vanished. In a fleeting moment, she pinpointed the source of the killing intent. To her right, there it was, a small, black aberrant with an enormous, abnormal protrusion behind it. This high-level aberrant undoubtedly possessed intelligence. The fact that it remained stationary, observing her, indicated it was contemplating its next move. And Wan Mian instantly deduced she was no match for this formidable adversary. But what good was that knowledge? She could hardly move, and from her peripheral vision, she noticed, why had the massive aberrants also ceased their movements? Initially fearing she would be caught between two threats, it now seemed that even the primitive aberrants had become prey to the high-level creature. An indiscriminate attack? Wan Mian dared not raise her head, fearing that a close-up view of the grotesque creature would deepen her terror. Yet, instinctively, she felt a pair of eyes scrutinizing her. This was it. If she had known, she wouldn't have ventured out. After 6 years in the wild, she had never encountered such a terrifying aberrant, and now, on her first outing, she found herself in this predicament. Wait a moment. Wan Mian's mind sparked. This high-level aberrant was intelligent and might comprehend human language. Clinging to the last shred of hope, she summoned her courage and called out, could you please refrain from eating me? The larger ones behind me have plenty of meat to indulge in. The high-level aberrant visibly flinched, brushing off the dust from its body, and then a deep, resonant masculine voice echoed, "Why are you in the unknown zone? Is it human?" Just as she was processing this, Wan Mian suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of release, the murderous intent and fear dissipating. She could move again. Although her legs felt somewhat wobbly, the figure extended a hand to support her. The hands, once concealed beneath a black cloak, now lay before Wan Mian, appearing far less grotesque than she had envisioned. Wan Mian, feeling somewhat embarrassed to remain supported, took it upon herself to massage her legs and rose to her feet. "I apologize. I initially mistook you for a beast," Wan Mian murmured softly. Upon hearing this, the person before her couldn't help but smile, their features vaguely discernible despite the backlighting. Wan Mian furrowed her brow and scrutinized the figure once more. It seemed she recognized this individual from somewhere. "Do I resemble a beast so closely? My bond?" Chapter 15. The encounter. Wan Mian was taken aback. He was her counterpart? Looking up, confusion washed over her. It turned out that the photograph was indeed of a real person. She had assumed it was merely an AI creation. "I must have been mistaken. Hello, you must be Si Shun." Wan Mian composed herself and greeted the figure politely. Could you explain why you find yourself in the unknown zone?" Si Shun inquired once more. "Because there's no particular reason." Sensing that her counterpart was reluctant to elaborate, Si Shun chose not to press further, and a silence enveloped them. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Wan Mian to break the stalemate. She quietly asked, "And you? How did you end up in the unknown zone?" "I took a wrong turn. My vehicle broke down, and then I encountered a high-level primal beast." Si Shun glanced around, scanning for any signs of others trailing his counterpart, but after a thorough search, he confirmed that she was indeed alone. It was then that Wan Mian realized the protrusion she had mistaken for a monstrous form was in fact Si Shun's oversized backpack. Throughout their dialogue, an unusual stillness prevailed behind them. The group of massive beasts had all collapsed. Wan Mian pointed at the fallen creatures and asked, "What happened to them? Did your mental attack take them out?" "Pretty much that I unleashed my killing intent towards them. I didn't anticipate it would affect you and lead you to mistake me for a beast." "Let us not dwell on that," Wan Mian chuckled awkwardly. "Is it true that killing intent can slay beasts? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing." "You are rather petite. You should eat more," Si Shun remarked, unfazed by her earlier rejection, and continued to tease. Meanwhile, the team from the exploration department, having searched for Wan Mian for nearly 2 hours, was on the verge of collapse, drenched in sweat. Particularly, Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong, along with their nearly exploding captain, stood there with grim expressions, their bodies slick with perspiration. It wasn't that they lacked the will to search. Rather, they were at a loss for what to do. All they could do was stand there in a daze, hoping for a glimpse of Wan Mian at the end of the desert. Perhaps the heavens had shown mercy, as a peculiar black figure gradually came into view at the far end. Oh no, is that a primal beast? The captain was the first to notice, promptly issuing commands via his wristband for all explorers to drop to the ground and conceal their positions. As the shadow approached, its form appeared increasingly odd. The three men lay on the ground, watching as dust obscured half their view. It seems to be human, Jing Zhan whispered. Indeed, it is two people. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huadong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Squinting intently, it was definitely not a beast, and one of the figures seemed to be without clothing. Without clothing? That must be Wan Mian. Xiao Huadong was the first to rise, but as he got a closer look, confusion struck him again. Wan Mian's posture appeared somewhat peculiar, as if she were limping. As Wan Mian and Xishan drew nearer, the explorers felt an unsettling sensation akin to ants crawling over their skin, causing a stir of anxiety among them. By the time they stood before them, Jing Zhan and those with less fortitude had already succumbed to retching uncontrollably. The captain was the first to recognize Xishan. Greetings, I am the captain of the Level 6 exploration team from District C. With that, he and Xiao Huadong offered a polite bow. Upon hearing this introduction, both the commander and Xiao Huadong's faces drained of color, while Jing Zhan's expression remained perpetually pallid, still retching. Wan Mian interjected promptly, "This matter has nothing to do with them. I slipped away on my own. What you witnessed was merely my agility. Avoiding their gaze is quite manageable." Understanding that Wan Mian was defending them, Xishan refrained from issuing any further threats. The commotion of retching drew Wan Mian's attention, and turning her head, she noticed that nearly everyone, save for Xiao Huadong and the commander, was heaving. "What's wrong with you all? Is the food in the camp problematic? A collective food poisoning?" Xishan approached a nearby off-road vehicle. Noticing that Wan Mian had not followed, he turned back and said, "Get in the car." In truth, the moment Xishan laid eyes on Wan Mian, he recognized her, not for her appearance, but because, unlike Wan Mian, they could not see their counterpart as photograph until they had met them. His recognition stemmed from their nearly perfect compatibility coefficient. This compatibility instilled in Xishan an irresistible allure towards Wan Mian's healing energy. The closer he drew to her, the more chaotic energy subsided, replaced by a tranquil fluidity intertwined with an urge to merge with her. As Xishan drove, he remarked to Wan Mian, "I am currently in considerable discomfort due to suppression. Can we expedite the healing process?" Xishan chuckled lightly, teasing, "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with me?" His question was rhetorical, for their high compatibility rendered dissatisfaction an implausible option. "Are you the type that takes time to warm up?" "Not exactly. As you know, I am a wanderer, so I find it challenging to adapt quickly to this bonding system." After hearing this, Xishan fell silent, having no understanding of what a female wanderer's mindset might entail nor the nature of her previous living conditions. He could only choose to observe for now. Chapter 16. Make him wait. "You heal me first." Jing Zhan wiped his filthy mouth, speaking indistinctly. Is he really Wan Mian's counterpart? The mental power of a high-level mutant suppressing an upgrade is terrifying. "I feel as if my insides are about to spill out. I'm still dizzy." The captain, arms crossed, gazed in the direction they had departed, stating, "This is the first time I've experienced such a suppression. It requires immense self-control, or else one risks reverting to a primal form." It is said that he has been suppressing for 4 years. One can only imagine how formidable he must be. Xiao Huadong's expression turned grim, his lips pressed tightly together, unsure whether he was still affected by the chaotic mental energy or if there was another reason. He then posed a crucial question. "Captain, what exactly is the healing process?" The captain cast a sidelong glance at the young man. Suspecting he could discern his thoughts, he patted Xiao Huadong's shoulder and replied, "I'm not entirely sure. Due to my compatibility rate, even having attained the rank of captain, I have yet to bond with a counterpart. It's unfortunate, but I suppose it's for the best. I'm getting older. Level 8 is my limit. According to the records on my wristband, the healing process is rather private. It's best you don't inquire about it with teammates who have counterparts unless you share a close relationship. If you do find out something, remember to share it with me." Goodness, wasn't he this just encouraging them to inquire sooner? Xiao Huadong sighed in exasperation. Their vehicle had been driven away by Sishan, leaving them to board another car, where the original occupants were crammed into the back. Throughout the journey, Xiao Huadong remained silent. Although he had always known that Wan Mian would eventually have a counterpart upon reaching adulthood, witnessing it in person stirred an indescribable sensation within him. He had never experienced anything akin to it and could not articulate it. He simply felt that the overwhelming mental pressure was influencing his emotions. Meanwhile, Sishan, nearing the city gates and feeling a calmness in the chaotic energy due to proximity to his counterpart, was in high spirits. Wan Mian reclined in the back seat, massaging her legs and feet. Her curiosity extended not only to the person before her, but also to the killing intent he had just released. That killing intent you unleashed was quite impressive. Do all individuals at level 16 possess such ability? Sishan contemplated for a moment before responding. Currently, there are very few mutants at level 16. I am one of only 4, aside from a recent breakthrough. The other 3 can unleash killing intent. It seems likely that it becomes available upon reaching that level, but the sample size is too small for absolute confirmation. So, humans' highest level is indeed 16? You've reached the pinnacle, Sishan chuckled lightly. Not quite. I can only say that I am among the first to break through to level 16, however. Once you heal me and I upgrade, I will reach the top tier. As he spoke, Sishan glanced at Wan Mian, adding, I observed you from afar earlier. Your skills are commendable. Wan Mian's interest peaked. Perhaps we could have a friendly spar sometime, but without that killing intent. Spar? Are you hoping for my exile? Not at all. I merely meant a discreet practice. If we were to engage in a friendly bout in the unknown zone, who would know? That's not permissible. The chip will detect my mindset towards you. Should I harbor any intent to harm you, it would be uploaded to the mainframe, resulting in the erasure of my identity. The mindset can be detected? Isn't that a bit excessive? But you just used killing intent against me. Didn't the mainframe pick that up? Sishan clarified, I didn't direct killing intent at you. You were merely caught in the crossfire. If I had targeted you, it would have been more than just your legs giving way. Wan Mian remained non-committal, considering the previous monstrous figures. She doubted she could even fill their tooth gaps. However, she continued, Sishan, may I inquire about the specifics of this healing process? Sishan cast a sidelong glance at Wan Mian and remarked, My mother completed her healing during intimate moments with her partners. Given that you have yet to acclimate, it is best to let things unfold naturally. Thank you for your understanding. Abruptly, Sishan's demeanor shifted. However, we need not be overly familiar, for our integration rate is nearly perfect, and you can surely sense that. Wan Mian sighed, I acknowledge my feelings for you, but it does not mean that we should leap into physical intimacy upon our first meeting. Such a rapid mode of interaction might jeopardize the relationship we could cultivate in the future. Very well, I shall heed your words. However, my suppressed psychic energy significantly impacts those around me. You would do well to allow me to upgrade before another partner arrives. Otherwise, I fear prolonged exposure may lead that fellow to lose control, or we may have to live apart. What is his name? I wish to see if I know him. Realizing suddenly that she had another partner, Wan Mian recalled that both she and this other individual were from the first-tier City S district. How curious that Sishan had arrived first despite her vehicle breaking down. As her thoughts wandered, she noticed several messages from her friend on her wristband, all sent 2 hours prior. None other than Fanyi. Miss Wan, greetings. Your partner, Mr. Xiaojin, is currently awaiting you in the main hall, Fanyi messaged. I sincerely apologize, Miss Wan, but Mr. Xiaojin is quite anxious and growing unhappy. Could you please arrive promptly? Countless messages urging her to hurry followed, and Wan Mian could almost envision Fanyi in a state of despair, pleading on the ground. With a scowl, Wan Mian turned to Sishan and said, He has already arrived and is causing quite a ruckus in the main hall. He appears to have a rather volatile temperament. His name is Xiao Jin. Do you know him? Sishan scoffed. Of course I know him. You truly are remarkable. All your partners are high-level aberrants. If we go to meet him now, both of us are on the brink of breakthroughs, and encountering one another might influence our processes. If he were to lose control within the city, it would be disastrous. What should we do then? Let him wait. You first heal me so I can upgrade. Wan Mian, prioritizing the avoidance of chaos, ceased to dwell on her indecision. Wait, are we engaging in a casual battle? Before she could object further, Sishan had already executed a drift, steering the vehicle sideways. Chapter 17. Jealousy at First Meeting? The sudden turn nearly caused Wan Mian to bump her head. No. I cannot allow him to dictate my actions, she resolved. Taking decisive action, she vaulted into the passenger seat. Facing Shen with a serious expression, "Stop the Shen," visibly startled, reluctantly pressed the brake. His expression conveyed a mix of annoyance and surprise at Won Mion's abrupt command. Though she considered herself not particularly outgoing, she felt an inexplicable comfort around her partner, lacking the usual defenses. Even as Shen crossed into her personal space, she felt no aversion. However, she reminded herself that she possessed independent thought and would not let instinct govern her behavior. Nor would she fall into his verbal traps. "It's not that I find you repulsive, merely your unwashed self." "Very well, let us settle this. You drive us home, and I shall share my location with you." As she spoke, Won Mion shared her chip interface, recalling that she could add Shen as a friend. After some effort, she successfully added him but encountered difficulties when attempting to add Xiaojin for direct communication. Due to the map sharing, Shen glimpsed Won Mion's chip interface and remarked, "No need to add him. Partners are prohibited from knowing the specifics of their primary partners before meeting them. They can only see the healing level and the number of partners. You are somewhat unique, as yours displays information on a female aberrant, hence you cannot communicate with him at present. It would be best to contact your liaison instead." "Such restrictions exist?" Won Mion nodded. Opening the chat with Fan Yi, where numerous urgent messages awaited her attention, "I see them. I'm on my way," she replied, perplexed by the severity of the situation. Shen, after reading the messages, stated calmly, "Do not worry. While he may be irritable at times, he is unlikely to lose control. Inform your liaison that you will arrive soon. Miss Won, Mr. Xiaojin insists on using my chip interface to communicate with you, which violates the integration agreement. I implore you, please arrive quickly. Can you make it in 10 minutes? Shen spat dismissively. "Just tell him that if he continues to make a scene, I will dissolve the integration." "Isn't that a bit extreme?" Won Mion hesitated. "Trust me, if he does not learn to control himself now, he will only become more unruly in the future. I have undertaken missions with him. If he is not dealt with firmly, he will escalate matters," Shen advised. "Do not type. Use your voice and adopt a stern tone." Acknowledging that Fan Yi could not hold out much longer, Won Mion decided to take a chance. Clearing her throat, she spoke in a cold tone. "Tell him that if he continues to disrupt, I will terminate the integration." After sending the message, a pang of anxiety gripped her. After all, they would be living together, and starting off with such a firm stance might adversely affect their future interactions. However, to her surprise, it indeed proved effective, as Fan Yi soon responded, "Miss Won, Mr. Xiaojin has instructed me to inform you that he has ceased his ruckus and is now seated on the sofa, sipping tea." What a stark contrast. It was almost unbelievable. Won Mion couldn't help but stretch her neck to ask Shen, "How do you know him so well?" Shen smirked, "I do not know him. I merely struck a lucky chord." Won Mion had previously held Shen in high regard, believing him to be above any petty machinations, yet his strategy was advantageous regardless of the outcome. If successful, Won Mion would trust him more. If unsuccessful, it would bear no harm. Entering the city posed no challenge. Shen's face was well recognized within the military. Upon sighting the two of them, the guards promptly saluted and opened the gates. Along the way, numerous men nearby the off-road vehicle were unable to contain themselves, some even fainting at the sight of it. Won Mion was taken aback. "Is your presence truly that overwhelming? You resemble a harbinger of doom." "They are simply too low in level to withstand it. This 6th-tier city lacks many noteworthy individuals. Among the troops, only 2 I encountered earlier were of some merit. It is fortunate that they have not been annihilated by the aberrant tides in recent years. Once I stabilize, I shall transfer some individuals from the 1st-tier city." Won Mion did not dispute Shen's decision. After all, bringing in higher-level aberrants would be beneficial for the 6th-tier city. However, she was concerned about the potential impact on Xiao Huadong and the others. So she cautioned Shen, "It is acceptable to transfer them, but do not parachute in leadership." At her words, Shen's expression darkened, as he deduced her underlying motive. Previously, when he mentioned expelling the domain envoy in the marking area, she had defended them. The look that young man had given her was one any man could read. "Are you concerned for them? Which ones?" She certainly held no such sentiment, merely considering Xiao Huadong and Jing Zhan as friends. Chapter 18. The Struggles of a Dual Life, 1. Upon arriving home, Won Mion stood before the villa and instructed Shen, "You shall occupy the largest room for now. I will purchase another for Xiaojin later. Si Shun, without hesitation, turned and entered. A thought struck Wang Mian. How would she reach the main building? It was daytime, and running across the rooftops would not be prudent. Yet she could not allow Si Shun to accompany her. It was essential to maintain some distance between them. Fortunately, her attire had turned black upon entering the city, sparing her the embarrassment of appearing indecent. Perhaps she should seek out that motorcycle guy. What was his name again? Wang Mian opened her friend's list on the chip interface. Zhang Junyi, yes, that was it. She found Zhang Junyi in her contacts and sent a greeting, inquiring if he could give her a ride to the main hall, promising extra fare for the last-minute request. Before long, Zhang Junyi arrived at the villa's entrance, but upon seeing Wang Mian, he felt queasy, as if his stomach were churning violently. Wang Mian, oblivious to his discomfort, expressed her gratitude and hopped onto the back of his motorcycle. As they sped away, his nausea gradually subsided. Si Shun had been watching through the window. He had considered the possibility that Wang Mian could not drive herself. And while he could not accompany her, he could ensure she reached her destination safely from a distance. However, he had refrained from doing so to gauge whether she had other male friends who could assist her. And indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. His expression darkened further. He had prematurely congratulated himself on Wang Mian having only 2 partners, yet it seemed she was quite well liked. According to the rules governing partners, they could not interfere with the primary partner's choice of additional partners, as healing more male aberrants was beneficial for the continuation of the human race and the resistance against primal aberrants. Thus, the main integration system and the integration treaty supported this. Yet, as a member of the powerful C family, the foremost clan of aberrant slayers, he could not help but feel uneasy about the prospect of Wang Mian having other potential partners. As Wang Mian sat on the motorcycle, she contemplated how to handle a partner like Xiaojin. To be honest, before her time in this world, she had always feared men with unstable tempers. If Xiaojin possessed such a temperament, she might find it exceedingly difficult to accept him. Here we are, Zhang Junyi announced, pulling to a stop. Wang Mian dismounted from her motorcycle, having been lost in thought and oblivious to the fact that she had already arrived at the main brain tower. Upon exiting, she noticed that Zhang Junyi appeared somewhat unwell, his complexion notably pale. Unable to restrain her concern, she inquired, "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Junyi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied, "I am not sure. I felt a bit nauseous right outside your door, but after riding and catching some fresh air, I thought I'd be fine. Only to find myself, ugh. No way. Ugh." Wang Mian stood at the entrance of the imposing main brain hall, gazing at the towering structure. This was her first visit, and she hadn't noticed before just how many floors it had. Wasn't there a claim of a population shortage? Goodness, why was she even pondering this now? She needed to quickly fetch Xiaojin.as. She entered the hall. Wang Mian scanned for Xiaojin's figure. Fanyi approached her first. Perhaps due to his higher rank, he appeared less frazzled than he had during their first meeting, though he certainly lacked the same calm demeanor. "Miss Wan, Mr. Xiaojin is inside. You may proceed through here." He gestured towards a pathway between 2 elevators. Wang Mian nodded, noticing that Fanyi did not intend to accompany her. That made sense. He should maintain some distance, so she ventured forth alone. Upon passing the elevator wall, the space opened up dramatically, revealing the dappled shadows of trees beyond the glass doors in the center of the hall. A row of modular sofas was arranged, and seated with his back to her was a man with golden hair. Wang Mian furrowed her brow slightly, eager to catch a glimpse of Xiaojin's appearance. Apologies, but she couldn't help her fondness for attractive faces. She sidled closer and finally discerned his features. Unlike the poised and aloof aura of Si Shun, Xiaojin exuded an artistic flair that seemed at odds with his character. His neatly styled golden side-swept hair and white casual attire, complemented by silver accessories, marked him as a man of considerable taste and fashion. Xiaojin looked up at Wang Mian with his gently arched eyes. Softly pressing his lips together, choosing not to speak, she took a seat on the opposite sofa, feeling somewhat out of her depth in this unfamiliar social setting. Although there was no awkwardness between them, it was still their first encounter. Breaking the silence, she greeted him, "Hello, my name is Wang Mian." Upon hearing the lead's voice, Xiaojin responded, "Hello, I am Xiaojin." His slender, upward-turned eyes remained fixed on Wang Mian, causing her heart to flutter like a swarm of ants. The earlier remark was a jest. "Rest assured, I will not dissolve our bond." Wanmian smiled apologetically. I'm sorry for my late arrival. No worries. I merely had to step out of the city, which caused the delay. He replied, nodding. You are permitted to leave the city, correct? Is it due to your status as a female metamorph? Not at all. I went out secretly, so I disabled the friend display on my chip interface to avoid being tracked. That's why I missed Fan Yi's messages. Xiao Jin showed no signs of reproach but instead said, next time you wish to go out, I will accompany you. No need for secrecy. Wanmian's spirits lifted instantly, her smile broadening. Really? That's wonderful news. Heaven knows how difficult it was for her to venture outside. Acquiring a motorcycle, military-grade weaponry, stealth gear, and eluding the sentinels, not to mention the misunderstanding regarding her being accused of running around naked. Observing Xiao Jin's relaxed demeanor, she felt that future purchases would be significantly easier, sparing her from imposing on others. However, I'll need to buy another villa, as you and Xishan are both suppressing your upgrades. So we cannot reside together. Your other partner is Xishan? Xiao Jin's brow furrowed momentarily, his expression shifting slightly before returning to normal. Wanmian nodded. After a moment's thought, Xiao Jin remarked, if he is still suppressing, it implies that you have not healed him. So, you mean to say that when you mentioned wanting to dissolve our bond, he was nearby? Yes, he didn't. He inquire whether Xishan had instigated anything but merely confirmed his presence. To which Wanmian readily admitted. However, Xiao Jin was no fool. He quickly deduced who had made the earlier remark. Observing her current manner of speaking, it was evident that those words were not truly her intent. Xiao Jin refrained from exposing this but appeared significantly more cheerful, raising an eyebrow. It seems you have abandoned him to come and meet me. Wanmian nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Xiao Jin seemed to recall something. When you mentioned buying a villa for me, does that mean you will be giving your previous residence to Xishan? In truth, both Xiao Jin and Xishan hailed from powerful families within the first-tier cities. They were not accustomed to being wronged and were particularly sensitive regarding matters of dignity. While Xiao Jin found that explanation somewhat palatable, he continued, no matter I want to hold it against you. I have no desire to live with him, but as compensation, you must first heal me. Heal, heal, heal. When will it end? Wanmian thought to herself. Xiao Jin added, as for the healing, let it be according to your will. Once Wanmian led Xiao Jin out of the main brain hall, she found Fan Yi standing in place, nearly on the verge of tears. All his colleagues had already ascended to the 20th floor, yet as Wanmian's liaison, he could not leave. After enduring several hours of torment, he was finally free from his suffering. Once outside, Wanmian suggested to Xiao Jin, let us head to the villa district first, then we can purchase a villa on the outskirts, about 5 kilometers from the center. You shouldn't affect each other. That's not necessary. A distance of 1 kilometer will suffice to avoid mutual interference. Being too far away would be inconvenient for you. Friends? Xiao Jin questioned, puzzled in this world where men outnumbered women. It was evident what gender Wanmian's friends were, but he chose not to elaborate further and instead stated, first, add me as a friend, then share the map with me. I have a motorcycle. You have a motorcycle. Can I ride it in the future? Wanmian asked, her previous obsession with motorcycles resurfacing, bringing her joy to as she spoke. She fumbled with the chip interface, still feeling somewhat unfamiliar with it. Compared to the male patrons of the motorcycle shops she had previously encountered, this particular partner of hers was undeniably more charming, lacking any pretense. Yet unbeknownst to Wanmian, confidence stemmed from strength. Here, look, it's right here. After adding each other as friends, Xiao Jin was finally able to access Wanmian's detailed profile, information not available to all friends, only to partners. You're a level 14 dual-type metamorph? Xiao Jin exclaimed. Astonished, Wanmian nodded, smiling. I'm quite formidable. I just took down numerous primitive metamorphs. She conveniently omitted the part where she had been petrified by Xishan's murderous aura. Xiao Jin was indeed surprised. For the highest-ranking male metamorph among humans was merely level 16. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the strongest among them was indeed Xishan. He had not anticipated that his partner would be a sudden arrival at level 14. And a dual-type metamorph at that. After Xiao Jin and Wanmian mounted the motorcycle and arrived at the villa district, she quickly purchased a villa, located about 1 kilometer from her central residence. The nearest one she had identified through Xiao Jin's careful measurements. In this high-tech era, convenience reigned. With a mere click on the chip interface, the purchase was completed, all taxes and fees settled in an instant. And the transfer was accomplished in a matter of seconds. The interior was tastefully furnished, though lacking personal items. Wanmian planned to shop using her wristband, as deliveries arrived within half an hour, unless she ordered items from other cities, which would require a slightly longer wait, yet still be delivered on the same day. Shojin gently brushed Wanmian's hand away from the shopping interface, stating, "Only females can purchase houses here. I feel quite uncomfortable with this. Let me handle these small items myself. You should take a moment to rest." Wanmian considered this. Indeed, she had no idea what Shojin preferred, and it would be inappropriate to inquire about every little thing. It was more fitting for him to select his own items. After roughly half a day, the new villa was completely prepared. Wanmian stood with her hands on her hips, surveying the villa. Although it was slightly smaller, Shojin had exquisite taste. The decorations and furniture were stunning and radiated a sense of modernity. "Would you like to stay here tonight?" she proposed, contemplating whether she should simply buy another villa for herself. Chapter 20. Shojin's original character going on a mission? Right, Shojin is also an assassin of metamorphs. Shojin continued, "At the very least, you should have dinner with me tonight." "All right, what would you like to eat?" "I can order takeout. I don't eat takeout. You sit tight, and I'll prepare dinner. I just bought some ingredients." Shojin could cook? He didn't seem the type. Wanmian nodded, resting on the sofa, which Shojin had chosen himself. It was even more comfortable than the one she had previously favored and possessed a greater sense of design. As she relaxed, drowsiness began to set in. However, this was not the time for sleep. Wanmian was troubled by how to simultaneously reassure her two partners. She wondered how those with 5 or 6 partners managed to balance everything. Wait, hadn't she encountered a woman with multiple partners before? Although that woman's character was somewhat lacking, it was her own actions that had upset her. What was her name again? Seated on the sofa, Wanmian struggled to recall, ultimately resorting to opening the friend chat interface. "Wanmian, is anyone there?" "Jingzhan. I'm here." Huadong went to see the commander and should be too busy to check messages. Wanmian. "Oh, good that I wanted to ask. Do you remember the name of the woman we met at the buffet that day?" Jingzhan. "Yes, her name is Zhao Inyu." Wanmian. "Your memory is impressive, Jingzhan. What do you need her for? Are we about to have an argument?" Wanmian inquired. "No," she replied. "I merely wish to ask her a few questions regarding our relationship." Jingzhan responded, "Very well, but judging by her demeanor the other day, she may not agree to your friend request." "No worries. I'll give it a try," Wanmian said, and with that, she closed their chat interface, preparing to add Zhao Inyu as a friend. Unbeknownst to her, due to her previous map sharing with Shojin, her chat had already been seen by him. As Shojin cooked, he spoke up, "Wanmian, please refrain from discussing our matters with others, especially men." Though their time together had been brief, he had already discerned that Wanmian's nature was quite gentle, unlike the typically assertive local women, which was why he had previously tested her with additional requests. Shojin set aside his task, washed his hands, and sat beside Wanmian, saying, "I may have overreacted. Have I caused you any trouble with me in Xishan?" "You can tell me if I have." As Wanmian observed Shojin's expression, her heart raced. Such a handsome man, even surpassing former celebrities, was now so close to her. A sensation akin to using her own heart as a pressure gauge. "It's nothing. I just don't understand how to release this healing energy. I encountered a woman during dinner with Jingzhan and the others, and I thought she might have some insight, which is why I wanted to ask." "Don't know how to release healing energy? Well, you may not realize it, but you've been healing me all along." "What?" Wanmian looked up in confusion, her gaze meeting Shojin's exquisite face, and her heart began to race once more. Shojin gently cupped Wanmian's face, saying, "Right now, whenever you look at me, you release healing energy. You are exceptional, so even without intimate contact, I can feel it distinctly." I was quite irritable in the main hall, suffering from the pain of level suppression, but as soon as you came near, I felt the connection between you. You remember when you first entered and gazed at my back? You were already releasing healing energy then, and it only grew stronger. I'm certain you have feelings for me because when you become enamored, you unconsciously emit healing energy, so there's no need to be overly anxious. Just be yourself." Upon hearing this, Wanmian felt a sense of relief. Was Shojin truly this understanding? His words nearly dispelled all her concerns, and she began to grasp the source of her healing energy. Did Xishan experience the same sensation? Could he, like Shojin, sense the healing energy she released? Perhaps in an effort to avoid discussing Xishan, Shojin withdrew his hand from Wanmian's face and leaned back, stating, "If you have feelings for him, then he can certainly feel it too. This time, Xiao Jin did not deny it. He turned and grasped Wan Mion's hand, and at that moment, as their hands touched, a wave of healing energy enveloped them both. Indeed, her master was quite adorable. Saishun had mentioned they had once completed a mission together. Now the situation was coming into clearer focus. Wan Mion decided not to dwell on it further. It seemed most important now to level up. Earlier, Xiao Jin had indicated he could safely level up soon, so perhaps close contact was not necessary. Perhaps a simple kiss would suffice. Lost in thought, Wan Mion's gaze inadvertently drifted to Xiao Jin's lips, which appeared perfectly shaped and irresistibly soft in that fleeting moment. Xiao Jin felt the surge of Wan Mion's healing energy increase, and he turned to meet her gaze. Perceiving the signal in her eyes, Chapter 21. An unfortunate beginning of their interaction. Are you certain you want to proceed this way, Wan Mion? Xiao Jin hesitated before voicing his concern. He initially intended to confirm Wan Mion's feelings. If she were truly inclined, he would set aside today's tasks. However, in Wan Mion's eyes, the question sounded like a clear rejection, leaving her feeling embarrassed, almost as if she wanted to dig her toes into the floor. Xiao Jin instantly sensed the healing energy plummet. It was clear to him now that he had committed a foolish act. I was too impulsive. I thought you might want to level up immediately. So I wanted to see if a simple touch could help. Wan Mion forced a smile. Please don't misunderstand. I don't mean to refuse, I just fear, in truth, I worry that rushing our relationship could affect our future interactions. We've only just met. This may not be the right time. Before Xiao Jin could finish, Wan Mion interrupted him. At that moment, a notification chimed through her chip interface. It was Sishan. Have you completed your task? Sishan asked. It seems that fellow has a mission at dawn. He should rest for a while. If he's in poor condition, it could be dangerous. Upon hearing this, Wan Mion realized that Xiao Jin had ridden his motorcycle to level 6 city and likely hadn't had a good night's sleep. With a mission looming at dawn, he certainly needed rest, especially given the awkward atmosphere. Thus, Wan Mion stood up from the sofa and awkwardly addressed Xiao Jin. You mentioned you have a mission at dawn. You should really get some sleep. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll come by tomorrow. Stay for a meal first, Xiao Jin urged, watching Wan Mion attempt to escape. His gaze deepened as he focused on the door, regretting his earlier foolishness, now realizing he had been misunderstood. Once outside, Wan Mion stomped her feet in frustration. How could she have acted so embarrassingly? Moreover, she had been rejected. It made sense. After all, their willingness to patiently interact with her was likely just to ensure a safe level up. Although the world had descended into chaos in this society, women were regarded as scarce healing resources, their status elevated due to their utility. It was no wonder Xiao Jin seemed suddenly resistant to her touch. Their relationship as masters and subordinates might not have been entirely voluntary. The integration rate could merely reflect the success of healing rather than any emotional connection. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Wan Mion felt a tinge of disappointment. While she wouldn't call it sadness, despite Xiao Jin and Sishan's perfect looks, they had merely just met. There was no deep affection yet, merely an appreciation for beauty. Sighing, she resolved to prioritize her strength. If Sishan and Xiao Jin were interacting with her solely for the purpose of leveling up, then she too must make enhancing her own abilities her goal. After all, even before their arrival, Wan Mion had already set her own objectives. Gradually, she approached the villa, turning a corner to find Sishan standing at the entrance. She offered him a polite smile. Noticing that his dark eyes had not left her, however, recalling that they might not be sincere, she swiftly suppressed her fluttering heart and said, "Let us go inside. I'll order some takeout for us to share." Sishan sensed the fluctuations of Wan Mion's healing energy, akin to a roller coaster, and with a shift in his gaze, he realized something was amiss. Nevertheless, he said nothing and followed her inside. "Are you hungry?" Wan Mion asked, settling into the sofa. "Not particularly." Wan Mion nodded. When Sishan mentioned Xiao Jin, she felt an awkwardness wash over her but still spoke up for him. No, he isn't upset. He might even be relieved. Relieved? Sishan regarded her quizzically. What do you mean? Wan Mion hesitated to continue the topic, not wishing to expose their thoughts, especially since they would be living together for a while. Thus, she deflected, he just wanted to rest. So I left early, he would definitely feel relieved. There's no misunderstanding. You seem quite distracted. I was merely contemplating whether this integration system might malfunction. Why do you say that? I feel that Xiao-Jin. Never mind. We can discuss it later. As Wan Mian recalled Xiao-Jin's earlier question. Are you certain you want to do this? An agitation surged within her. She thought of how taxing it must be for Sishan to act in front of her. With a deep breath, she declared, I'm going to rest in my room for a bit. Sishan watched Wan Mian ascend the stairs, then opened his chat interface with Xiao-Jin. What did you just do? Sishan asked. Nothing, Is it because I suggested you should rest that it caused a misunderstanding between you? Not at all. It has nothing to do with you. Then there must be something. Speak quickly. Her mood is quite poor. After a prolonged silence, she might want me to level up, so she was considering a simple touch, but I have a mission tonight, and I fear I might enter a weak phase. So I declined. Fool, he was right. Xiao-Jin indeed felt foolish. He closed the chat interface, ate a little as Wan Mian suggested, and endured the pain of suppression before going to sleep. Sishan's heart was tumultuous. If anything, given the urgency of leveling up, he was the one who felt the pressure more keenly. He was a level higher than Xiao-Jin and had endured suppression for a longer time. Yet during the off-road vehicle ride, Wan Mian had not shown the slightest inclination to help him level up. Though the healing energy she emitted indicated her satisfaction with him, it seemed that Xiao-Jin was more to her liking. Thus, on the first night of their meeting, the three harbored their own unspoken thoughts. Chapter 22. Sishan hiring someone to catch infidelity? The following day, Wan Mian once again opened her chip interface and added Zhao Inyu as a friend. To her surprise, Zhao Inyu accepted her request immediately. Wan Mian greeted him politely. Hello, I am the woman you met the other day at the buffet. Do you remember me? Zhao Inyu, do you remember that overambitious one? Are they still contemplating expanding their territory? Wan Mian, I reached out to you because I have some questions. I wonder if you have the time. Zhao Inyu, what kind of questions? If it's about reckless behaviors like leaving the city. Don't bother asking. Wan Mian, no, it's related to my partners. Zhao Inyu, are you still considering dissolving the bond? Wan Mian, after you reminded me that day, I realized I shouldn't be thinking that way. It's just that I'm not adept at managing multiple partners simultaneously, so I wanted to inquire about your experiences. Zhao Inyu, you've come to the right person, though this topic is somewhat private. Meet me at the CAF near the villa. I'll be waiting there. Wan Mian. All right, thank you for your help. I apologize for the intrusion. He walked ahead of Wan Mian and asked, Are you hungry? I ordered sushi. I'll accompany you. It was evident that Sishan assumed Wan Mian intended to meet that man who previously came to the villa to pick her up. Forget it. If you go out, you might make everyone around you nauseous. That remark sounded rather unpleasant. Sishan raised an eyebrow, further suspecting that she was indeed going out to meet that man. Until Wan Mian exited the door, Sishan refrained from calling her back, for his pride would not allow him to be repeatedly rejected. The anger surging within him was vented upon Xiao-Jin. He activated his wristband and unleashed his fury in the chat interface. Sishan, fool, now I'm affected too. Wan Mian is going out to meet another man. Xiao-Jin, already struggling to sleep due to suppressed pain, was jolted awake by the notification. Sishan, how can I stop her? Should I kneel and beg her not to go out? Xiao-Jin, well, that is not entirely out of the question. Sishan scoffed just as the doorbell rang. The delivery had arrived. Upon opening the door, Sishan noticed that the delivery person was male this time, unlike the previous female who had delivered. The height and build of the delivery person were clearly not on the same level as his own. Sishan recalled the delivery person's earlier address and inquired, Do you know the lady of this household? The delivery person barely managed to suppress his rising nausea and said softly, I'm sorry, sir, but I seem to feel unwell. An escalation in suppression? The delivery guy's eyes widened, realizing that only high-level aberrants could provoke such overwhelming pressure. In a 6th-tier city, the highest aberrants were only at Tier 8. It was unusual for someone of such caliber to be present. I didn't dare to look closely, but I know she is a distinguished one. All right, let me ask you, can you recognize her? Seeing the delivery person's discomfort, Sishan stepped back. I should be able to. Sishan then instructed, Add me as a friend, then leave this place. Pay attention to the messages I send you. Understood? The delivery person quickly mounted his bike and escaped, agreeing to Sishan's friend request. Indeed, once he got some distance, the uneasy feeling dissipated. Not daring to waste time, he glanced at Sishan's profile, trembling all over. He immediately parked his bike beside the road, fixated on his device's interface, waiting for a message. Sure enough, Sishan, estimating the time, sent a message. Which CAFs are near the villa? The delivery person replied. There's only one large CAF. The others are takeout places, Sai Shun. Go to that CAF, find that lady, ensure she doesn't notice you, and tell me who is with her. The delivery person instantly comprehended his task but hesitated. Feeling that both the lady and this high-level aberrant were beyond his means to handle, coincidentally, a notification popped up on his wristband, indicating a pickup reminder, right at that CAF. This meant he could justify going to the CAF under the pretense of a delivery, and perhaps he would luck out and find that the lady was not there, thus avoiding any complications. While contemplating this, another message appeared. Wow, that's a lot of money. Sishin had never intended for the delivery person to work for free. He was certain to compensate him. However, he was unsure how much such a job would cost, so he casually provided an amount that was already enough to cover a year's wages for the delivery person. Without further ado, the delivery person canceled his other deliveries and hurried to the CAF. Upon entering, he instantly spotted Won Mian. After all, with so few women, she was easily recognizable. Hey, the person across from my target is another female from the East Villa. I've delivered to her before. The delivery person's spirits lifted. Sir, I see your partner having coffee and chatting with another woman, Sai Shin. All right, thank you. The delivery person. I confirm there are no other men. A partner attempting to prevent their counterpart from meeting other men is, strictly speaking, a violation of the bond agreement. Should the partner pursue the matter, it could lead to severe consequences, including exile or the dissolution of the bond. Sishin observed the scene, smiled, and then leisurely indulged in his sushi. Chapter 23. Conversation with Zhao Inyu. Meanwhile, Won Mian ordered 2 cups of coffee, seated across from Zhao Inyu, who had changed her hairstyle to long cake roll curls, complementing her princess-like demeanor. As expected, her first words were, I don't drink cappuccino. Get me a latte. Oh, certainly. Won Mian complied, ordering a latte, as she was the one seeking help. She then inquired, what about your partner? Is he not joining us? I heard women typically don't go out alone. Zhao Inyu glanced outside, where 3 men occupied a distant table, one of whom was the same man who had previously intervened at the buffet, while the others were unfamiliar. This indicated that Zhao Inyu had at least 6 partners, so, what do you wish to ask me? As the latte arrived, Zhao Inyu noticed Won Mian fidgeting and directly asked, I hope you don't mind, but may I ask if having a feeling of infatuation is sufficient to release healing energy? Zhao Inyu took a sip of her latte, scoffing, who do you think you are? That power belongs only to women with exceptional mental abilities. Even for me, I must at least touch them to release a bit. For those below a certain level, it requires going all the way. Well, that's quite a bold topic. Won Mian felt a tad embarrassed. Noticing her discomfort, Zhao Inyu grew curious. What is the reason for your inquiry? Haven't you healed your partners yet? You seem quite young. Did you just recently bond with them? Won Mian nodded. Yes, I only bonded with my partners a few days ago and haven't healed anyone yet. What a bother. Didn't you learn anything at that women's school you attended? It's unfortunate to be your partner. I apologize. I'm a drifter, so I'm unfamiliar with many things. Zhao Inyu's eyes widened as she suddenly leaned closer to Won Mian, exclaiming, What did you say? You're a drifter? How can there be female drifters? I don't believe it. Share your personal information with me. Just as Sishin had mentioned, others could add her as a friend but could not see her information. Since she needed assistance, Won Mian decided to share her basic information, concealing the partner section. Wow. What kind of anomaly are you? No wonder you want to expand your territory. You're the first female aberrant. And wait, you possess exceptional mental healing abilities. Oh my, how disrespectful, Zhao Inyu exclaimed dramatically, drawing the attention of distant men. Their gazes were captured by Zhao Inyu's partner, prompting the 3 men to stand up. But Zhao Inyu quickly waved her hands to signal there was no special situation. The 3 men, clearly anxious, sat back down, their eyes never leaving Zhao Inyu. Won Mian hastily gestured for her to lower her voice. And Zhao Inyu realized her faux pas, whispering to Won Mian, You should have clarified earlier. No wonder you seemed foolish. How did I come off as foolish? Won Mian laughed heartily. Despite being scolded, she appreciated Zhao Inyu's candid nature. All right, tell me, if I possess exceptional mental healing abilities, can I heal my partners without any intimate contact? Theoretically, yes, if your partner's level doesn't exceed tier 10, perhaps just a smile could suffice for their upgrade. What if their level is high? If their level is high, it may require more effort, or if you have a strong desire for them, it might release potent healing energy, primarily depending on their need for healing. What? Are you unwilling to engage intimately with your partners? Why complicate matters? With exceptional healing abilities, a mere casual interaction should ensure a safe upgrade. Pfft. Upon hearing casual interaction, Wan Mian spat out the coffee she had just sipped. Are you a novice? Zhao Enyu asked quietly. Wan Mian nodded. Even in her previous life, she had been quite the inexperienced one. Oh, no wonder. What are your partner's levels? How many do you have? 2. Just 2. The same 2 from last time? They seem quite appealing. Aren't you interested? Wan Mian shook her head. Not them. They are merely my friends. My partners. Well, they are somewhat more impressive. One is tier 16, and the other is tier 15. I take my leave. With that, Zhao Enyu abruptly stood up, ready to leave, unwilling to hear any more of Wan Mian's humble bragging. Wan Mian quickly grabbed her, saying, Wait, you're the only one I can ask. She rose and gently pressed Zhao Enyu back into her seat, hoping to touch her heart with sincerity as she continued. I was once a person of the 21st century, where monogamy was the norm. Suddenly, the mainframe presented me with 2 men, a notion I found rather difficult to accept. Yet, upon seeing them both, I realized that perhaps I could embrace this situation after all. Do you comprehend the perplexity of accepting what you initially rejected? Zhao Enyu appeared bewildered, still perceiving Wan Mian as somewhat pretentious. She rolled her eyes and replied, I cannot comprehend that. Wan Mian, feeling somewhat helpless, persisted, All right, perhaps you truly cannot understand. Let us simplify things. Could you enlighten me on how to interact with multiple partners? Is that really something that needs teaching? I can put it simply. Just applaud them once, and everything will proceed smoothly. Is there no other way to navigate this relationship? I am unsure why this troubles you. But remember, they are your partners and you are their principal. They seek your favor. Treat them as you wish, as long as you are comfortable. However, the bottom line is, do not sever the bond, even if you find disfavor with your partners. Do not abandon them. Wan Mian touched her forehead, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I do not resent them, but it seems they hold some disdain for me. How so? Zhao Enyu inquired. Intrigued, I wanted to kiss one of my partners. And in a moment of impulsiveness, I hoped that the kiss might elevate his status, but he appeared unwilling. What is your bond rate? It seems to be over 90, yet he indeed rejected me. Pray tell, how did he reject you? He asked. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Goodness, what kind of rejection is that? He is clearly showing you respect. Oh, is that so? Wan Mian's mind briefly faltered. Chapter 24. Understanding the task process. Wan Mian fell silent. Should she attempt again? The mere thought filled her with embarrassment. Out of politeness, she said, Well, thank you, Enyu. You have been of tremendous help. Zhao Enyu nodded, smiling before curiously asking, Hey, tell me, are your partners Xixin and Xiujin? Wan Mian's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? She had gone to great lengths to conceal their identities. There are only a few high-ranking male mutations without principles. And given your exceptional circumstances, it is obvious they are them. You truly are impressive. I envy you greatly. Do not be oblivious to your own blessings. She continued, Are they currently in our villa district? Wan Mian nodded, replying, Yes, but they are each suppressing their upgrades, so I purchased another property to allow them to live separately. So it was you. I heard that the central villa was reassigned, and then today? Another set was bought by the same person. I was wondering who could command such an arrangement. I never expected it to be you. Wan Mian smiled sheepishly. Zhao Enyu continued, Nonetheless, thank you. I imagine your decision to settle in our level 6 city is why your partners have come here. Thanks to you, we need not fear beast tides anymore, and one of my partners is a domain manipulator. If there were high-level beast slayers here, his chances of survival would significantly increase. I lost 2 partners in the last beast tide. So I sincerely appreciate your choice to stay. As she spoke, Zhao Enyu extended her hand towards Wan Mian for a handshake, her expression radiating genuine gratitude. After waving goodbye, Zhao Enyu exited the CAF, where her partners eagerly greeted her, clearly elated. Wan Mian felt a moment of hesitation. Should she truly make another attempt? Upon seeing Xixin, she smiled, recalling how Zhao Enyu's partners had similarly rushed to welcome her. Was this a standardized trait of their partnerships? This sushi is delicious, Wan Mian thought as she devoured it, while Xixin sat across from her, savoring freshly brewed tea, feeling utterly content, for being close to the principal alleviated the pain of suppressing his upgrade. Wan Mian mumbled, If I cannot soothe you, would you still wish to be my partner? What kind of question is that? And what about your question? Wan Mian decided not to pursue further. It indeed seemed futile. Xishan took a sip of tea and continued. I spoke with Xiao Jin. Although I do not wish to speak on his behalf, you have indeed misunderstood him, oh. I see that I asked a friend earlier. And she also said I misconstrued Xiao Jin. Simply do not understand how the mainframe's bonding system calculates our bond rate. I am not certain, but I can assure you that the mainframe's algorithms have never faltered over the years. Well then, let us not dwell on it. I have another question for you. Go ahead. I wish to join you in slaying beasts. Could you take me along? Wan Mian had just finished her meal and was preparing to pack her leftovers when Xishan stood and gently patted her hand, signaling for her to follow. Wan Mian nodded in gratitude and asked her question while nestled in her seat. Why do you always want to leave the city? Who is out there exactly? This question sounded somewhat familiar, yet Wan Mian could not recall where she had heard it. It is not about who. When I first arrived in this city, I felt an inexplicable urge to venture into the unknown zone, as if something awaited me there. Later, I took some calming medication, and that feeling faded. Yet now it seems it has not vanished but is etched into my subconscious. I also wish to protect this level 6 city. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to settle here. Wan Mian understood that Xishan was hinting at Xiaohuadong, so she explained. Xishan gathered the necessary items, and the table began to automatically dispose of the remaining waste. He then sat on the couch and patted the spot beside him, signaling Wan Mian to join him. If that is the case, I shall take you with me on my next mission. With your skills, the primitive beasts within the marked territory cannot harm you. Oh, not underestimate me. The creatures of the unknown zone cannot harm me either. I survived there for 6 years. Xishan glanced at Wan Mian. Though there was no sorrow in her words, he felt a pang of heartache. Living for 6 years in the unknown zone was no small feat. It was a desolate expanse with scarce vegetation, and water was a matter of luck, often unfit for consumption. Coupled with various primitive beasts, even he could not survive there. Setting aside strength, one's mental state alone would not permit it. It must have been arduous. Was it not? Not anymore. Xishan could not help but remark. Upon seeing Xishan's expression, Wan Mian's heart skipped a beat. A gentle emotional assault proved most effective. Xishan instantly felt his healing powers surge. Yes, it was quite tough, but I survived. My current life is surely a reward for my endurance. Of course it is a reward. A man of such caliber is worth 20 more years of wandering the unknown zone. By the way, a friend mentioned that her partner perished during the last beast tide. I wanted to ask, what is the death rate for your missions? Well, the death rate from level 6 city to level 4 city is certainly high, as most mutations in these cities are of lower rank. The beast tides in the outer cities are frequent, so almost every team mission results in casualties. If luck is against you, a sudden situation could lead to complete annihilation. What kind of sudden situations? Your large companion is a domain manipulator. The black rods they have set up are signal rods for marked areas. These rods can detect any intruding beasts or beast tides. And after data monitoring, they compute the mission level. That a sudden situation arises when the mission level is miscalculated. What companion? Do not speak so carelessly. What about you and Xiao Jin? Have you ever encountered a sudden situation? I have not. I only undertake the highest level missions. As for him, I cannot say. Dio, you also face danger. If one possesses sufficient strength, the probability of accidents is minimal, so there is no need to worry. The more perilous situations are typically the low-level team missions. I am aware of the previous beast tide in level 6 city, and indeed, many lost their lives. Chapter 25. Xishan's upgrade. Wan Mian finally asked the question that had been on her mind. According to your explanation, the outermost cities should be the most dangerous. Why then are the mutants here of lower rank? Xishan discerned Wan Mian's dissatisfaction and replied, this is the inevitable consequence of seeking profit while avoiding harm. I believe you understand. Wan Mian was not one to argue senselessly. She recognized that such arrangements, though harsh, were effective. Where you are, we shall be. Wan Mian smiled. Surely you do not wish for me to venture to level 1 city? After all, your families are there. I have no particular preference for any city. Xiao Jin likely feels the same. That is a relief. Wan Mian was concerned that they were coerced into coming to level 6 city. If you wish to slay beasts, we must expedite our upgrades, so the three of us can venture out together. Indeed, Wan Mian had not considered this point. They could not remain too close. Wait, did you two previously undertake missions alone rather than in teams? A few years ago, when the suppression was less impactful, we did work in teams. However, as time passed, no one could team up with us. and some high-level missions required solo efforts. Thus, Wan Mian had a general understanding of their mission process. Xishan stood up and prepared a cup of tea for Wan Mian as well. "Do you enjoy drinking tea?" he inquired. "Yes, I've grown accustomed to it at home," she replied. Taking the cup of tea that Xishan handed her, she blew gently, as a delightful aroma wafted upwards. This tea, which smelled so pleasing, was likely a blend specially concocted by Xishan to suppress the upgrading process. "It's all right. No need to force it. In truth, you've been releasing healing energy all along. Although it may not be substantial, it has already allowed me to relax considerably." This was merely a polite remark. Xishan had already anticipated what Wan Mian would say next. Sure enough, Wan Mian, feeling somewhat shy, cradled the tea and suggested, "How about we give it a try?" This time, Xishan did not refuse. Since the Yinju was willing, he certainly would not dampen the mood. He turned and gradually approached Wan Mian, sensing her healing energy growing stronger, his body relaxing in response. It was important to note that suppressing an upgrade was an excruciating ordeal, constantly accompanied by a suffocating sensation, as if his heart might burst at any moment. Wan Mian felt a bit embarrassed. She focused her attention on Xishan's appearance, observing him closely. Unlike Xiao Jin, who had a different aura, he possessed black hair and dark eyes, which contrasted beautifully with his fair complexion. Before her, Xishan's features were well defined, with smooth lines, sharply angled eyes that tapered downwards, and elegantly upturned outer corners, while his narrow nostrils appeared quite delicate. Wan Mian felt Xishan drawing nearer. Though she yearned for it, there was still a struggle within her. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, "You only want to upgrade quickly, don't you?" This answer was sincere. Wan Mian could discern no pretense in Xishan's expression. If he were to speak solely of feelings, she would find it hypocritical, yet if he claimed it was for the sake of an upgrade, it would be difficult for her to continue. "All right, let's do it," she declared, closing her eyes tightly, pouting her lips, embodying a willing sacrifice. Goodness, now it was Xishan's turn to hesitate. "Am I some kind of beast? I haven't forced you. What is that expression about? I would like to ask, what makes you willing to engage with me?" Xishan felt somewhat speechless, recalling what Xiao Jin had said about Wan Mian being proactive in her desire to kiss. How had it come to this with him? Realizing that he had inadvertently caused a misunderstanding, he still needed to console her. Wan Mian spoke up, "It's not that I'm unwilling. Although we've only known each other for 2 days, your appearance and character resonate with me. Even without this fusion system, I would surely like you upon meeting. It's just that I lack experience, and I'm a bit nervous." Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were suddenly captured in a kiss, the unfinished words dissipating into the air. Xishan's lips danced delicately over hers. He reached out, cradling Wan Mian's face, as if wishing to infuse all his emotions into this kiss. Wan Mian's eyes remained wide open, her gaze fixed on Xishan's long eyelashes so close before her, her body involuntarily trembling, her heartbeat quickening, like a spirited deer bounding within her chest. His breath carried a faint, refreshing fragrance that caused Wan Mian to instinctively close her eyes, surrendering to this enchanting moment. Xishan felt the surge of healing energy, struggling to suppress the cries of his body demanding relaxation. Could he upgrade now? Would he go berserk? 4 years of suppression had rendered him unable to adapt to the notion of relaxing and upgrading. Tio put it colloquially, it was akin to being unable to relax enough to relieve oneself, even while wearing adult diapers. Though this analogy was somewhat inappropriate, as the degree of suppression was not on the same level in matters like this, Xishan was quite inexperienced. Out of respect for the Yinju and due to his lack of experience, he merely brushed his lips against hers. However, Wan Mian was already deep into the moment, and Xishan was taken aback as she gently pried his lips apart, her face flushed with tenderness, her healing energy still escalating. Ultimately, he could no longer hold back, surrendering completely, feeling a long-lost sense of fluidity wash over him, his heart breaking free from its constraints, beating vigorously, blood rushing through his veins, delivering more oxygen and instantly clearing his mind. The air around them felt almost heated, a phenomenon of spatial distortion during an upgrade. Xishan ceased to hold back, closed his eyes, and greedily absorbed the immense healing energy that Wan Mian emitted. At last, he had successfully upgraded, the level and concentration of healing energy remarkably high, leaving no trace of potential berserk tendencies. Simultaneously, the chip relayed the information. alerting the leading figures of Level S in District 1, including Sishin's mother, Si Yun, and his father, Ronglian, about their son's successful upgrade. Another individual also received the notification, Shtojin, who pursed his lips as he read the message. Wan Mian sensed a subtle change in Sishan. Slowly parting her lips, it must be said, kissing a handsome man was incredibly delightful. The satisfaction surged, nearly overwhelming her senses. Chapter 26. Sishan enters a weak phase. Shtojin is injured. Sishan was still lost in the contentment of his recent upgrade. As he no longer needed to expend any effort to suppress it, a sense of power coursed through his body, and everything around him became clearer. His perceptions heightened significantly. Things he previously had no energy to notice now came into focus. He couldn't help but marvel at Wan Mian's formidable healing energy. She was a level 16 mutant, and the amount of healing energy required for an upgrade was immense. Yet this Yanju had enabled him to upgrade safely with merely a kiss. And most importantly, there was no sign of berserk tendencies whatsoever. Just as he pondered this, a sudden wave of weakness washed over him, an overwhelming sense of lethargy spreading throughout his body, causing Sishan's complexion to turn ashen in an instant. Fortunately, compared to the suffocating sensation of his heart being crushed, a mere feeling of weakness was still bearable, and this sensation was rather familiar, as every upgrade beyond level 10 had been like this. Sishan, are you all right? Wan Mian asked, noticing Sishan's pallor after he had pulled away. His eyes closed for nearly 10 minutes, leading to an awkward atmosphere. Sishan sensed Wan Mian's concern, squinting his eyes as he shook his head. I'm fine, just entering a weak phase. I just need to rest. What is a weak phase? I hope I don't have bad breath, she thought. Impossible. During a mutation, all the impurities are expelled from the body, leaving it in optimal condition. There shouldn't be any issues like that. With a thought, the chip interface popped up, displaying that mutants above level 10 would immediately experience a 2-day weak phase after upgrading, during which they would feel weak and drowsy. The weak phase after an upgrade. So that meant Sishan had upgraded. Wan Mian suddenly noticed an unread message icon in the lower left corner of the interface. Upon opening it, she confirmed it read, "Your partner Sishan has reached level 17. It seemed it wasn't her fault. The existence of a weak phase was indeed a reality." Wan Mian let out a long breath. Puzzled. Strange, I am also a level 14 mutant. I should be feeling something, not just this weak phase. And as a woman, it seemed she was not at risk of going berserk. She just wondered if after leveling up, she too would be free from restrictions. Wan Mian stood up, glancing at Sishan, who showed no signs of waking, and pondered whether she should move him to the bed. Sleeping on the sofa couldn't be very comfortable. Ultimately, she decided against it. Although she could carry him, it would be rather odd to princess carry a man over 6 feet tall. Instead, Wan Mian took a thin blanket from the room and draped it over Sishan, preparing a teacup and a kettle of hot water on the coffee table, muttering, "Your great-uncle has arrived. Rest well." She then headed to the garden to tend to the flowers. Speaking of the garden, Wan Mian had spent quite some effort on it these past few days. Back in the 21st century, owning a villa with a garden had been a lifelong aspiration of hers. After watering the flowers, she enjoyed a brief nap in the garden, awakening to find that night had fallen. Turning to look, Sishan was still sound asleep on the sofa, his posture unchanged. He can't be dead, can he? Wan Mian thought suddenly, moving to the living room to check for his breath. Just then, her hand was caught. Sishan, with eyes still closed, murmured, "I'm not dead, just sleepy. Go rest." All right, Wan Mian decided not to disturb him. It was dark now. She should eat something and go to bed. Wait, was she forgetting something? Shtojin knew that Sishan had just entered a weak phase, so he hadn't rushed Wan Mian to come over. "Okay, I'll contact you tomorrow morning," she said. After a while, the takeout arrived, sushi. Wan Mian, unsure of Sishan's preferences, ordered the same sushi as before. However, she was unable to wake him for dinner, so she had no choice but to eat alone, leaving his portion on the coffee table. Late into the night, while Wan Mian was fiddling with the interface on the sofa, Sishan, who had been lying there like a corpse, suddenly spoke. "Why are you still here? Go sleep in the bedroom, that I'm worried you might not be all right." "I don't feel at ease leaving your side," she replied. Sishan chuckled softly without opening his eyes. "Go rest in the bedroom." "I'm fine. This happens every time I upgrade. If you're here, I can't sleep soundly." Machim. When she awoke, it was already 9 in the morning. This pressure-free lifestyle left Wan Mian feeling dazed. What should she do next? She had no idea. She really wanted to go fight some monsters. Was he still asleep? After waiting for a while, Wan Mian decided to check on Xiujin. Before leaving, she gently greeted Sishan, who nodded in acknowledgement from the sofa before drifting back to sleep. The few minutes' journey turned into quite the adventure for Wan Mian, given her poor sense of direction, but she eventually found her way. The house was bright with sunlight, just as tidy as it had been on the previous day, and the kitchen had been cleaned after use. Xiujin, are you here? After half an hour of bustling, a Chinese breakfast was ready. Beast egg pancakes, millet porridge, and a few side dishes. It looked quite appetizing. He had just had a heated argument with the management of the Annihilation Association, as he had exceeded the task deadline by a full 12 hours. The level of the task had also been misestimated, resulting in him being covered in dust. In his foul mood, he failed to notice the presence of the Yuan master. Otherwise, he would have sensed it before opening the door. Wan Mian caught a whiff of blood in the air and looked up to ask Xiujin, "Are you hurt?" Xiujin nodded. "Just a minor injury. It will be fine soon." Given the scent of blood, it hardly seemed like a trivial wound. Wan Mian gazed seriously at Xiujin as he ascended the stairs, feeling that he was not as composed as he pretended to be. Chapter 27. The emergence of a new type of anomalous beast. To avoid embarrassment, Wan Mian placed her belongings on the nightstand and prepared to leave, only to have the water shut off. From the bathroom, Xiujin's voice called out, "I'll be out shortly. Please wait for me there." "Oh, okay," she replied. Realizing that her stealthy entrance had been noticed, she sat down with her back to the bathroom. Xiujin emerged, steam radiating from his body, a white towel draped over his golden hair. The humid air mingled with the fragrance of bath products, causing Wan Mian to feel a twinge of nervousness. "Could you turn around? I'm dressed, but I've sustained injuries to my neck and hands. Would you mind applying some ointment for me?" Upon hearing this, Wan Mian turned and grabbed the iodine, rushing to Xiujin's back. However, his height made it somewhat inconvenient to reach the wounds. Sensing Wan Mian's struggle to find a suitable angle behind him, Xiujin advised, "Wait a moment. Let me sit down first, and please be careful not to spill the iodine on my clothes. Are you a bit of a neat freak?" Wan Mian thought this was rather excessive. After all, who would want to stain white clothing? Indeed. Wan Mian pouted, and once Xiujin was seated, she bent down to apply the medicine. The wound was small yet deep, resembling a puncture from a thicker needle. Logically, an altered body would possess superior self-healing abilities. Yet it was evident that Xiujin's injury was anything but ordinary. "This wound seems unusual. It shows no signs of healing whatsoever. Yes, it must be poisoned. I have another wound on my hand as well." As he spoke, Xiujin extended his hand, revealing a deeper gash on the back, exposing bone. It was likely this wound that had caused the earlier scent of blood. "Did you bleed a lot before?" "Not excessively, but it was difficult to stop at first." "How did you get injured?" "Did an anomalous beast get too close? It can cloak itself. It's of a high level and possesses bone spines." That group miscalculated the task level. It should have been Sishan handling it. Speaking of Sishan, Xiujin suddenly recalled his recent upgrade, then asked, "He has leveled up. What about you all?" As Wan Mian was tending to Xiujin's hand, she felt a bit shy answering, "Well, we just shared a kiss, and then he leveled up. Now it seems like my uncle is lying on the couch, lifeless. A kiss." Xiujin chuckled bitterly, realizing he had missed a significant event. "Oh well, what's done is done. He is here with me now, isn't he?" After contemplating, Xiujin turned to Wan Mian and said, "I may have inadvertently led you to misunderstand my intentions. I truly meant no harm. I simply hoped for a genuine connection with you, which is why I inquired." Wan Mian nodded, "Yes, I understand. My friend also informed me that with our high compatibility, you surely wouldn't dislike me." "Friend? Is she the woman Sishan mentioned you met? Does your friend say this to you? Are you quite close with him?" "She is my first female friend here. Though she has a slight princess complex, she is sincere with people. Women, huh? It seems Sishan's intel was flawed." "All right, it's all done. If there's poison involved, should we go to the hospital?" Xiujin examined his wound and replied, "It would be pointless. This primitive, anomalous beast has not been documented, and the hospital lacks an antidote. Moreover, I believe it's manageable. It's likely just a toxin that delays healing. One must not underestimate poisons. While it may seem fine now, perhaps it's because the toxicity hasn't fully manifested." Yet Xiujin insisted, not wanting to cause trouble. "Shall we go downstairs for something to eat? I made breakfast." "Sure. I saw it when I came in. Let us go eat." Xiujin smiled at Wan Mian and stood up. causing her to momentarily be dazzled by his smile before hastily following him. During breakfast, Shujin's chip interface buzzed incessantly, and his previously gentle demeanor shifted to one of great irritation. What's wrong? Realizing he had failed to manage his expression, Shujin quickly reverted to his earlier demeanor. It's the Anomalous Association. They want me to report the information about the beast that injured me. Are you very angry? Wanmian tentatively asked. Yes, quite so. They are incompetent, misjudging the task level, and now they have the audacity to ask me for information. Had this task been assigned to another team of my level, they would likely have perished there. Shujin grumbled as he ate his millet porridge. Curious about the system assigning tasks, Wanmian asked, do you think I could also become an annihilator? Sishin mentioned that once you both leveled up, we could venture outside the city as a family group. Shujin pondered for a moment before taking some side dishes. He had to admit that his Yuan master was quite skilled in the kitchen. Although it was just a simple breakfast, the egg pancake was delightful, and the stir-fried potatoes were exceptionally tasty, pairing well with the millet porridge. After enjoying a few more bites, Shujin spoke. As for a family group, it would have to be done discreetly since women are not permitted to leave the city, and there has never been a female annihilator. Perhaps I could be the first. Shujin placed his chopsticks near his mouth. Observing Wanmian as she said this, she was not joking. It may be possible, but you would first need to pass the assessment. I'll inquire about it since the Anomalous Association is asking me for information on the beast. Share it with me. Let me see. Shujin complied, engaging in a chat with the staff of the Anomalous Association on his interface. Upon viewing the conversation history, Wanmian's expression darkened while Shujin coughed awkwardly. I was rather irritable when you weren't here, so I may have been a bit rude. This is practically a case of rage. The chat log only displayed a few recent messages. Shujin. What kind of nonsense are you people testing for? High-level anomalous beasts are out, and you send me alone? Damn it, association member. We sincerely apologize. It was an estimation error. Please hold on. We will send reinforcements shortly. Shujin. Reinforcements? By the time they arrive, I'll be dead. Just wait until I finish this. I'll storm your association. Association member. We apologize. Can you still complete the task? Shujin. Shut your damn mouth, association member. Mr. Shojin, we apologize for the interruption. It appears the high-level anomalous beast has been eliminated. Are you safe? Association member. We sincerely apologize. The association urgently needs information on the new type of beast you dealt with. Do you have any blood samples? The last message was from earlier during their meal. Upon seeing this, Wanmian thought of the previously humble fan It seemed that Shojin's temperament did not align with the composed facade he currently presented. Perhaps this was indeed his true nature, merely suppressed by the pressures of leveling up. Chapter 28. The Anomalous Association. Shojin. I do have a blood sample. When is the recruitment selection for annihilators this year? In which city? Wanmian and Shojin continued to eat while waiting. Shojin generously praised Wanmian's culinary skills, making her beam with joy. Soon, a message arrived. The annihilator selection will take place in 1 month, but it will be limited to internal selections within the military. If Mr. Shojin recommends someone, we can directly register them for the assessment. Shojin. Which city? Association member. This time, it will be in the second-tier city. Area A. Shojin. Alright, I understand. Association member. Do you need help registering your recommended candidates? Shojin. No need. Association member. Then how shall we handle the blood sample transfer? Shojin. I will go to the local Annihilator Association later and deliver it then. Association member. Thank you very much. We sincerely apologize once again. On the other side, the association member was already sweating profusely. Upon learning that Shojin would personally deliver the blood sample, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Although the miscalculation of this task was not his fault, he was the point of contact and had to bear all of Shojin's fury. Moreover, the higher-ups insisted he obtain the blood sample of the anomalous beast. When he first received this task, he was on the verge of collapse, having endured a severe scolding from Shojin, and he believed the task was impossible to complete. Fortunately, a sudden turn of events had occurred, and he was eager to help Shojin register as soon as possible. Wanmian curiously asked Shojin, didn't he say he could register directly? Why didn't he let him? Sishun and I possess too high a level. It's best not to have us recommend anyone. Otherwise, the information might leak, and you would face criticism for participating in the selection. Later, we should go to the Anomalous Association to ask the management here for a recommendation letter and, while we're at it, Change the selection location to our area. Can the location be changed? Would they agree? Going with Sishen would likely pose no issues. You should contact him. Wanya nodded, just as she picked up her wristband, suddenly recalling that Sishen was currently lying on the couch, lifeless, as Wan Mian contemplated. Xiao Jian had the same thought, and after casting a glance at Wan Mian, he rephrased, "Forget it, let him rest. We'll go ahead, and if necessary, we can call on him later." Logically speaking, the period of weakness should last around 2 days. Very well, but are you capable of meeting them in your current suppressed state? Xiao Jian set down his utensils and, while tidying up, remarked, "Their levels are slightly higher than that of ordinary people. A brief encounter should pose no issue. Is that so?" Wan Mian suddenly recalled how Sishen had previously encountered the pioneer forces, where only Sha Huadong and the commander managed to hold their ground. Thus, he expressed to Xiao Jian, "I fear they may still falter. Sishen has had an unfortunate experience with the frontier forces." It was quite dreadful, Xiao Jian chuckled, having already formed a mental image of the scenario, and reassured Wan Mian, "It's all right. The higher-ups of the anomaly elimination forces are generally stronger than those of the frontier forces. And besides, my mental turmoil isn't as severe as Sishen's." Indeed. Wan Mian recalled that Xiao Jian was a level lower than Sishen, and now he was 2 levels down. Or perhaps, Xiao Jian tidied up the utensils, wiped away the water stains, and then sat beside Wan Mian, tilting his head to regard her with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Are you going to heal me to upgrade now?" Wan Mian beamed foolishly but suddenly remembered something and said, "I know you're jesting, but if you upgrade, you'd also enter a period of weakness, and we wouldn't accomplish anything." Xiao Jian raised an eyebrow and smiled, playfully tapping Wan Mian's forehead. "Clever. Why didn't you consider this point last time?" At this, Wan Mian felt her cheeks warm, yet she stubbornly retorted, "You just said it was out of respect for me. And now you imply it's due to the period of weakness. Which statement holds true? Can't both be genuine. My respect for you is real, and my concern about the inability to undertake missions during the weakness phase is also genuine. Next time, if you have doubts, just ask directly, all right? Don't bottle it up. Give me a chance to explain. Don't you want to take a break for a while? You've been on a mission for so long without rest. It's perfectly normal for us to go days without sleep while on a mission. Let's finish your matters first. I have obsessive-compulsive tendencies, and I can't sleep until things are completed." With that, Xiao Jian grasped Wan Mian's hand and led her outside. The motorcycle sped through the city as it had last time, but fortunately, this time the speed was swift, causing minimal disruption to the passers-by. "We've arrived. This is the place." The motorcycle halted before a towering building. Though it lacked the grandeur of the mainframe tower, it was still quite impressive. "Have you visited this city before? You seem more familiar than I am. I previously studied the city's map and have a pretty good grasp of the locations." Impressive. Wan Mian couldn't help but give a thumbs up, but Xiao Jian playfully pinched her thumb down. Upon entering, they found the interior hall's decor nearly identical to that of the mainframe tower. Upon reaching the center, they noticed several individuals beginning to turn pale, evidently seasoned in experience. Upon spotting Xiao Jian and Wan Mian, they immediately understood the reason for their discomfort and promptly bowed before retreating, leaving only the 2 of them in the hall. "The plague god has descended. Quickly disperse," Wan Mian jestingly called out, given that no one remained. Xiao Jian chuckled without responding, then entered a few lines into the interface. Shortly, a receptionist arrived at the elevator entrance. Approaching them, the newcomer exhibited no apparent discomfort, suggesting a high level. The person politely prepared to shake hands with Wan Mian but was halted by Xiao Jian, who said, "Please take us to your management." Minister Luoji of the Anomaly Elimination Association for Level 6 CDC was in an upper-level office when he suddenly received a notification from the reception department downstairs, informing him that high-level anomaly eliminators and their derivatives were about to arrive. Luoji acknowledged the message on his wristband, indicating that he was aware and could bring them up directly. The leadership of Level 1 City had previously informed Luoji to prepare for the blood samples of the newly discovered primitive, anomalous creatures. Upon reviewing the visitors' information, Luoji immediately understood that he had to rise to greet them. Even before their arrival, he could already perceive Xiao Jin's mental suppression, which furrowed his brow in confusion. According to the records, this Mr. Xiao Jin had a derivative, so why was he still suppressing his upgrade? The mental pressure was significant, indicating that the suppression had not been a short-term affair. Could it be that the derivative's level was too low to facilitate a successful healing upgrade? Before long, they were ushered into the office. Luo Ji stepped forward to introduce himself. Greetings, Ms. Wan Mian and Mr. Xiao Jin. I am Luo Ji, Minister of the Anomaly Elimination Association for Level 6 City C. I will be your host. Although Luo Ji held a high-ranking position in this city, he felt dwarfed in the presence of these high-level anomaly eliminators. Xiao Jin gestured for Wan Mian to sit on the sofa before producing the blood samples of the primitive, anomalous creature from his pocket and placing them on the table, saying, "This is the blood sample of the newly discovered primitive, anomalous creature. I've placed it here. Additionally, we have another matter to discuss with you." "All right, please take a seat as well." Luo Ji stepped forward to carefully place the blood sample into the storage unit, then poured 2 cups of tea and sat across from them. Xiao Jin got straight to the point. "My derivative wishes to participate in this upcoming anomaly eliminator selection." Luo Ji's eyes widened in astonishment as he questioned, "What did you say? Your derivative wishes to partake in the anomaly eliminator selection. But she is female. Yet I am also an anomalous being." Wan Mian promptly reminded him, "I had indeed heard of the emergence of the first female anomalous being. But I thought it was merely a rumor. Is it truly the case? Why was this information not reported?" Wan Mian explained, "It is true, but when the information was recorded, I specifically requested that it not be reported to Level 1 City, as I intend to remain here. Thus, there are some crucial details unknown to you." Luo Ji refrained from hasty speech, as years of experience taught him that speaking too much could lead to errors. He opted to listen carefully, knowing that excessive inquiries might provoke dissatisfaction from the other party. "Then may I ask what you need from me?" "Quite simple. Just a letter of recommendation," Xiao Jin replied casually while reclining on the sofa. "A letter of recommendation poses no problem, but are you truly determined to participate in the anomaly eliminator selection? If you become an anomaly eliminator, do you intend to leave the city?" Luo Ji couldn't help but voice these concerns. For a letter of recommendation, there was minimal risk, as casualties were rare during the selection. However, as the derivative of this high-level anomaly eliminator, Luo Ji was more concerned about Wan Mian's future plans. "That is not for you to worry about. You only need to write the recommendation letter. Furthermore, prepare yourself, as the selection will be moved to this city." Luo Ji was taken aback by the news that the venue would be changed to their city. It should be noted that Level 6 City C was considered the lowest-tier city. Over the years, selections for anomaly eliminators, frontier eliminators, or other significant roles had never been held here. The selection venues were determined through multiple rounds of voting, and securing hosting rights was a matter of great honor, making this news particularly delightful for Luo Ji. "Is it true? Has it been confirmed that the selection will be held in our Level 6 City C?" "Not yet, but the Xiao family will take action. If that fails, the C family will provide a safety net, so you need not worry about the authenticity of the news." "Excellent. I will notify everyone immediately." "Thank you, Ms. Wan Mian, and thank you, Mr. Xiao Jin." Just the mention of the Xiao family's name assured Luo Ji of the probability of success, but he wondered about the involvement of the C family. Was it the same C family known for their anomaly eliminator lineage? Did this female before him also belong to the C family's derivative? Ultimately, Luo Ji didn't dare to voice this private inquiry, but promptly began drafting the recommendation letter on his chip interface. While writing down the names of the recommenders, Xiao Jin approached him, indicating for him to share the interface, and pointed at the gender section, saying, "Here, fill in male." Upon hearing this, Wan Mian also stepped closer and noticed that the gender section indeed displayed male. She inquired, "Why must it be male?" Luo Ji quickly grasped Xiao Jin's intent and explained, "Ms. Wan Mian, it is as follows. The selection will inevitably involve group battles, and the mainframe can perceive male brain activity related to harming females. Not to mention, they typically wouldn't engage in combat with females. Even if they did, the mainframe would detect their intent to harm a female due to your gender, resulting in immediate expulsion, by registering you as male. They would remain unaware, thus avoiding any harmful brain activity, which would be advantageous for your assessment and teamwork. But what about the name? Must that also be changed? Due to the sparse population, we no longer allow duplicate names. If we were to use your real name, it may expose your identity. This identity is temporary and will only be utilized during the assessment. Such situations are quite common, where candidates from prominent families disguise themselves. So, there's no need to worry. Once it concludes, if necessary, the temporary identity will merge with your true identity, or you may continue to use this alias." "Very well," Wan Mian nodded, realizing there were so many intricacies involved. Xiao Jin lightly tapped Wan Mian's forehead, saying, "Of course, this is to provide you with time to discuss with Si Shun. He is also your derivative partner. and it would be quite disrespectful for us to make decisions without him. Wan Mian came to a realization indeed. I should consult Xishan about this. Moreover, it's nearing evening. I wonder how he is doing. Xiujin, please take me to Xishan. I've been out for a day, and I haven't checked on him. Let us go together. Although I'd rather not see him, we will have to coexist one day. He has already leveled up, and we won't affect each other anymore. Xiujin quipped. At this moment, Xishan remained deeply ensconced in slumber, utterly oblivious to the presence of others around him. Humph, I have truly never witnessed this fellow so unguarded. Xiujin stood beside the sofa, gazing down at Xishan, who lay there. He has been asleep for quite some time. Is he truly all right? Yes, fine. Typically, he sleeps for about 2 days. Is that the norm for you all? Yes, after reaching level 10, one usually experiences a period of weakness, haven't you? No, I don't even feel the upgrades. You are an exception, indeed the first of your kind. It's only natural for you to be somewhat different. As Xiujin spoke, he wandered into the kitchen, rummaging through the refrigerator. Wan Mian, feeling a bit awkward, remarked, "There's no need to search. I haven't bought any ingredients. Xishan probably doesn't cook either. Yesterday we just ordered sushi." Xiujin remained silent and promptly placed an order on the interface. Before long, a delivery of various fresh ingredients arrived at the door. "What would you like to eat?" "Anything is fine. Just make whatever you're good at." Wan Mian rested her chin on the table, watching Xiujin busy in the kitchen, a warm feeling blossoming in her heart. While they were dining, Xishan, still half asleep, mumbled, "Wan Mian, turn off the light. It's too glaring." Wan Mian began to rise, but Xiujin stopped her. "I'll handle it. You stay seated." In that instant, Xishan jolted awake, having heard Xiujin's voice. He turned to face the unexpected guest and inquired, "What are you doing here?" "I came to keep Wan Mian company." Xishan chose not to respond further, instead serving himself some rice and sitting down to eat opposite Wan Mian. Looking, well, quite famished. Curiously, Wan Mian asked, "Has your uncle left?" Xishan replied while picking at his vegetables, "Yes, I feel much better now." Then, abruptly turning his head, he regarded Xiujin with a peculiarly disdainful expression. "Did you cook this?" "Of course. It's quite good. Just please make sure to cook at your own place in the future." Xishan gritted his teeth in response. Wan Mian chuckled softly, addressing Xishan, "I invited Xiujin over. UVE leveled up now. You won't affect each other anymore, so living together is no problem. It is a problem, a significant problem." They both chimed in unison. Xishan, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Just leave. Wan Mian and I can discuss matters alone." Thus, they resumed their banter. "How annoying and noisy," she muttered quietly. "If you keep this up, you two can live together while I move to another villa." Chapter 30. Wan Mian and Xiujin return. However, her words seemed to dissipate into thin air, ignored entirely. Wan Mian, exasperated, opened a chat with Zhao Inyu, asking, "What should I do if my partners start arguing?" After glancing at the time, she surmised what Zhao might be busy with and chose not to disturb her further. Yet, what was commendable about these two was that, despite their quarrels, they did not neglect their tasks, and it seemed they had a certain unspoken understanding. Whenever Wan Mian felt inclined to help, they both would silently deter her with mere glances. Wan Mian thought to herself, this arrangement isn't so bad. At least she didn't have to lift a finger. But if this bickering continued, it would surely give her a headache. "Can you two be quiet?" Two grown men, so talkative. Wan Mian was on the verge of losing her patience. Xishan glanced at Wan Mian and then at Xiujin, initially attempting to suppress his irritation. However, Xiujin, at that moment, deliberately tossed a dropped iron spoon into the sink, splashing water that inadvertently hit Xishan's face. He could no longer contain himself. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" "What purpose?" "I merely tossed a spoon." "Don't feign innocence. You were cursing at me back in the army without such pretentiousness. You really hold a grudge, don't you? How will you pretend in front of Wan Mian? Has she ever seen your unruly side? And you think you're so much better?" This farce escalated, leading Xishan to grab Xiujin in an attempt to drag him outside for a fight. Xiujin shrugged off his grip, straightened his wrinkled shirt, and with a sullen expression, replied, "Who has the time to run out of the city with you?" Wan Mian, irritated by the noise, interjected, "Can you both just quiet down?" Xishan, frustrated and with no outlet for his anger, snapped at Xiujin, "It's as if I'm arguing with myself." For some inexplicable reason, Won Mian suddenly found herself intrigued, especially since both men were quite handsome. Their tussles revealed glimpses of charm. At that moment, she sat cross-legged on a chair, sipping water, and enjoyed the spectacle of their back and forth. Gradually, both men sensed Won Mian's burgeoning healing energy and ceased their quarrel, instead exchanging knowing glances as they noticed her nearly drooling. "Why have you stopped arguing?" Won Mian blurted out, only to realize she had let slip too much, quickly pretending to take a sip of water. "You've stopped. You're about to have a nosebleed," Xiao Jin remarked, taking a seat beside her, absorbing her healing aura, which felt like a calming sedative, instantly soothing his previously volatile emotions. Saishan chose not to join the fray but opted to recline on the sofa. Having had his little secret exposed, Won Mian lowered her gaze to her water, and noticing the cessation of their bickering, she addressed Sishun. "Sishun, we came here to discuss something important with you." "What matter?" "I wish to participate in the selection for the Annihilator. Do you think it's feasible?" "Why do you want to partake in the selection?" "If you wish to hunt monsters, we can simply take you along during our missions." Sishun was perplexed, feeling it would be a hassle when they could easily go directly. Won Mian sighed and continued, "I previously mentioned my desire to undertake this endeavor openly, gaining recognition from more people." After a moment of contemplation, Sishun replied, "If you wish to pursue it, then do so. However, if you intend to lead other women, I advise against it. They are not mutated beings and lack the strength to protect themselves. Should anything happen, it could implicate your partners." Won Mian nodded, acknowledging that she had contemplated this as well. Initially, she had considered leading other women, but upon learning of the potential repercussions following the death of the Yuan master, which would also endanger their partners, she had abandoned that notion. Thus, this path was one she must tread alone. Saishin continued, "I am aware of your capabilities, so I will not hinder you." Won Mian felt a surge of joy. Laying out her plans. "Just a reminder, during the selection, you will be residing at the military base, but I will arrange for you to have a private dormitory." "Why the special treatment?" "I can stay with the other team members." Xiao Jin, eyes closed as he savored the healing energy, interjected, "Do you think we would allow you to reside with that group of men? The military is rife with foot odor and armpit stench. And occasionally a naked man appears. Can you endure that?" "All right, I can tolerate the foot and armpit smells, but the nudity is a tad inappropriate." Seeing Won Mian conceding, Sishin said, "Don't overthink it. Xiao Jin and I will also be at the military base. Just follow our arrangements regarding principal matters." Won Mian nodded, smiling at Xiao Jin. "Thank you." Xiao Jin. Is it a bit inappropriate to walk off with him in front of Sishun? Won Mian glanced at Sishun's expression, only to find it surprisingly quiet. This was odd, given their earlier banter. "Don't look. He knows I've leveled up, so he won't compete with me at this moment." Xiao Jin reminded, sensing Won Mian's curiosity. Sishun turned his head, somewhat disgruntled. "Go ahead. Come by earlier tomorrow. I noticed during your battles in the unknown zone with the primitive aberrations, you relied mostly on instinct. It's a perfect opportunity for me to teach you some combat techniques." Won Mian nodded, then left the room with Xiao Jin. That night, even with streetlights, the surroundings remained dim, and the moon hung ominously large in the sky, a rather peculiar natural phenomenon of this apocalyptic era. Won Mian had been taken aback by the enormity of the moon upon her arrival. "Xiao Jin, did you know? The moon tonight is identical to the one when I first crossed over." They arrived home quickly, and as Xiao Jin parked the motorcycle in the garage, Won Mian pointed at the moon and remarked, "It seems the day you arrived was a full moon. By the way, I've yet to ask what the 21st century was like." The 21st century was quite similar to now, just with less advanced technology. I lived in the city center, so even at midnight, the streets were bustling with people, unlike now, where it's rare to see anyone. There were many people. I don't like that. Neither do I. It's noisy, much like how you and Sishin argued today. You don't like it? You seem to enjoy it. Don't worry, it's just playful banter. There won't be any serious issues. In truth, Won Mian understood that their exchanges were merely light-hearted jests, devoid of any deep-seated animosity. Chapter 31. Pre-Selection Training. After returning home, Xiao Jin led Won Mian directly to the bedroom. Surprised, she halted at the doorway, not entering. Xiao Jin rolled his eyes and said, "I have no ulterior motives. I am just tired. You can sit beside me and provide some healing." This may not be a classic line of a cad, but considering Xiao Jin wasn't he the type to force himself? Won Mian complied. Ironically, as soon as she stepped inside, He retreated to the bathroom to shower. Fortunately, perhaps due to a previous wash, he emerged within half an hour. Had he taken longer, Won Mian might have dozed off. Are you going to wash? There are clothes for you in the closet, Xiujin said, drying his hair. Tio declined washing at this moment would seem rather slovenly. How could there be clothes for me in the closet? Did you steal them? Xiujin, with a hint of resignation, smiled and said, I am not a pervert. I had already purchased the supplies in advance and even washed them once. You can simply wear them straight away. Goodness, such cleanliness. Yet he had previously denied it. All right, I will wash them. Why don't you go ahead and sleep first? I will wait for you to come out. It turned out that Won Mian had overthought the situation. Xiujin had no ulterior motives. He merely wished for the presence of his companion to amplify his healing energy, enabling him to enjoy a good night's rest. Unlike Xiujin's fastidiousness, Won Mian emerged 10 minutes later. Feeling refreshed after her shower, Tio masked her embarrassment. She deliberately maintained some distance, sitting at the edge of the bed. Suddenly recalling that Cixin had instructed her to learn combat techniques the next day, she asked Xiujin, who was on the other side of the bed, by the way, Xiujin, what are combat techniques? Combat techniques refer to fighting skills, such as martial arts, sanda, and boxing. The C family is known for their traditional fighting techniques, and learning even a bit would benefit your assessment. If you rely solely on strength without technique, encountering high-level primal beasts could be perilous. Although I am uncertain of your capabilities, that fellow just now acknowledged you. So I assume you are not lacking. I am certainly not lacking. I am strong, all right? Although last time I almost blurted out that I was frightened into immobility by Cixin's killing intent, but I quickly bit my tongue, refraining from sharing that embarrassing incident. To divert her embarrassment, Won Mian inquired, does your family possess formidable inherited techniques as well? Wow, then can you wield a sword? Not at all. I use a gun. Huh. I thought you came from a swordsmanship family? How did a gun suddenly come into play? What's strange about that? I simply prefer guns. They suit me better. Won Mian chuckled, envisioning Xiujin confidently shooting with both hands. Laughing innocently, guns are great. They look so cool when used. With a smile, Xiujin affectionately patted Won Mian's head. As drowsiness overtook him, he closed his eyes, absorbing Won Mian's healing energy, and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Xiujin had a light sleep. Sensing Won Mian preparing to leave, he promptly grasped her hand. Don't go. If you move too far away, I will feel unwell. Could you please sleep beside me? Understanding his intent, Won Mian thought it over. Regardless of where she slept, it would still be sleep, so she agreed. Glancing down at Xiujin's peaceful visage, she felt momentarily entranced, utterly struck by his charm. It was indeed a challenge to fall asleep under such captivating circumstances. Just then, Xiujin, still with his eyes closed, remarked, if you continue to enhance your healing energy like this, I wouldn't mind staying awake all night. Upon hearing this, Won Mian quickly turned her head away, no longer looking at him, and soon fell asleep as well. The next morning, Won Mian rose first, noticing Xiujin still asleep. She chose not to disturb him, heading downstairs to prepare breakfast. After eating, she made her way to Cixin's place. In truth, Xiujin had awakened the moment Won Mian exited the room. However, having slept exceptionally well the previous night, the most restful experience since his upgrade, he did not rush downstairs. Only after hearing the door close did he finally get up to wash up. Downstairs awaited the breakfast Won Mian had prepared, and Xiujin could not help but smile, marveling at the spread. He mused to himself that compared to traditional women like his mother, Won Mian was truly remarkable. She never lost her temper with her companion and exhibited great respect in both words and actions. The notion of a woman voluntarily cooking in this post-apocalyptic era was unheard of. Typically, they were the ones being cared for. As Xiujin savored the breakfast with utmost grace, he then embarked on his cleaning spree. Despite the machines having done most of the work, he still initiated a thorough cleaning session. To Won Mian's surprise, the combat training lasted a full 2 weeks. Throughout this time, Cixin altered the training regimen countless times, the reason being, Won Mian struggled to grasp it. Thus, they both ultimately decided to abandon the endeavor. Panting heavily after completing her final session with the wooden dummy, Won Mian turned to Cixin and said, Is that enough? I believe I have done quite well. Well enough? You have barely scratched the surface. I initially thought you had some foundational skills for battling primal beasts, but it turns out you are frightfully clumsy. You have called me clumsy numerous times, yet I simply cannot shake off my old habits. I am not inept. I merely struggle to adapt to deliberate techniques. Desai sighed in exasperation and fell silent. His sigh, however, only fueled Wan Mion's irritation. During those 2 weeks, she practiced combat techniques at Sishan's during the day and returned to Shoujin's for dinner and rest in the evenings. Sishan, either intentionally or unintentionally, would inquire about their activities at night, and upon learning they merely treated each other with courtesy, he could not suppress his smile as Wan Mion was about to leave. Sishan sent a message through his wrist communicator. Sishan, I have a mission in a secondary city tomorrow, which may take about a week. Training concludes today. In the coming days, you can learn some gun combat techniques from Shoujin. Sishan, you can decide for yourself. I won't pressure you. Upon seeing Sishan relent, Wan Mion's face lit up with joy. All right, please be careful during your mission. Upon arriving home, Wan Mion discovered that Shoujin had indeed prepared a feast. Wow, so many dishes. The aroma is delightful. Wait, what is this? Wan Mion pointed to a plate of meat glistening with a metallic sheen. That is maro meat, stir-fried with chili. It is exceptionally fragrant. Unable to resist, Wan Mion took a bite and found it quite delightful, reminiscent of beef, tender and flavorful. Over the past few days, Shoujin had creatively prepared various dishes for her, helping her learn many names of primal species. For instance, the group of beasts they encountered during their meeting with Sishan in the unknown zone was known as the Qianyo. Yet due to the passage of time, she could no longer ascertain whether they had evolved from the previous antelope species. As they ate, Shoujin mentioned that he would now impart some theoretical knowledge to Wan Mion, as part of the assessment included a written exam. Wan Mion was reluctant to accept, but remembered that she had initiated the idea of participating in the assessment, making it inappropriate to back out now. Chapter 32. The daunting theoretical studies. Studying theoretical knowledge proved significantly easier than Sishan's combat techniques. Before her transmigration, Wan Mion had already experienced the rigors of middle school and college entrance examinations, so she had a solid grasp of cultural knowledge. Moreover, Shoujin was an excellent teacher. His lessons on the various species of beasts were quite engaging. He had long since used food to enhance Wan Mion's memory, and their meals over the past 2 weeks had encompassed nearly all edible primal species. Coupled with intriguing illustrations, Wan Mion quickly absorbed the information. This one. When I first arrived here, it was this creature that carried me away. And I wandered in the unknown zone for a long time. She pointed at a massive avian beast, which bore the name Feiyu beneath it. Upon closer inspection, she noted its resemblance to the eagles and hawks of the past. I believe it must have evolved from birds of prey, like eagles. Were eagles animals from the 21st century? Wan Mion nodded and continued flipping through the information, commenting, however, it shares some habits with crows. I am unclear about it. By the way, do you not study the origins of these species here? There is research, but it is not comprehensive. The eagles and crows you mentioned are unfamiliar to me. A millennium has passed, and many things have become impossible to verify. What about fossils? Are those also unattainable? The human living area is quite limited. Even if fossils exist, only a fraction remains. While we are expanding the marked zones, we proceed with caution. Over the millennia, we have expanded from 3 cities to the present 6-level city, resulting in a scarcity of traces left by our predecessors. Moreover, the terrain has undergone multiple changes, making it exceedingly difficult to locate them, even if we venture into the unknown zone. What about other wanderers? Logically, they should uncover connections between these beasts and the animals of the past. How many wanderers do you think there are? If all wanderers were combined, barely 100 would be a success, so the information they bring is quite limited. However, during my time in the 1st-level city, I attended a seminar held by the Wanderers Association. There, I heard their accounts. Some wanderers came in pairs, yet most of their companions were consumed by primal beasts. Logically, those who have just crossed over should be ordinary people, yet upon entering the city and collecting blood samples, they were all found to be at least 2nd-level mutants, with some even reaching 5th level. This implies that they upgraded within a month, a speed that is quite terrifying. I believe this is one of the essential reasons they managed to survive and locate the city. Wanderers harbor many unresolved mysteries. Perhaps you could consider researching this area in the future. Upon hearing this, Wan Mion fell into deep contemplation, subsequently engaging Shoujin in discussion. Have you ever pondered why wanderers exist? And how we came to cross over? We have considered it, but that falls under the purview of intelligent mutants. Our task remains the protection of the city. Can I join their work? I am quite intrigued by the research on wanderers. Certainly, but the Wanderers Association in this 6th-level city is unlikely to grant access to core research. If you wish to study further, you may need to reach at least a secondary city in a rush. In contrast, I currently possess an abundance of time. With a smile, Xiaojin remarked, you have essentially grasped the various species. The upcoming studies will be rather tedious, involving military discipline and current political affairs. Xiaojin briefly touched upon military discipline, as it would not be included in the assessment, but merely intended to familiarize Wan Mian with the context, ensuring she could keep pace during the evaluation. As for political affairs, the volume of information to study was overwhelming. There was no overarching governing body. All human-related decisions were made through voting. Oh, it sounds rather democratic, but what about the truth? Xiaojin's eyes slightly darkened as she stated. The truth is that there will undoubtedly be some hidden agendas. However, overall, everyone is striving for the advancement of humanity, which is ultimately inconsequential, so what role can your families play in this? Xiaojin suddenly felt that Wan Mian possessed a keen sense of perception. For this aspect of the families had not been mentioned in the material she studied, yet Wan Mian brought it up. Since the question was posed, she decided to elaborate. Each prominent family can indeed intervene in decision-making, albeit not overtly. Oh, I see. So the families are one of those hidden agendas, correct? If you wish to phrase it that way, then so be it. However, if that were the case, the C family would be the most significant hidden agenda. Yet, as I mentioned, the overarching direction is still for the advancement of humanity. Wan Mian contemplated Xiaojin's words. She refrained from delving too deeply, as judgment always carries a personal bias. Given the chance, it would be better to explore on her own. Wan Mian quickly perused the papers, and she had to admit that her mental agility had significantly improved compared to her pre-transmigration self, likely due to the mutations. Yet, this enhancement seemed limited to instinctual responses, the body instinctively reacting to danger and an improved perception of threats. In terms of rational thought, she still struggled to keep pace with Xiaojin's teaching speed. After a day of reading, Wan Mian's gaze gradually turned vacant. Xiaojin, it's been 8 hours. I can't hold on any longer. Can we stop after the last 10 pages? I feel like I'm going blind. Just focus and finish them. There are other tasks tomorrow. Wan Mian, feeling helpless, yawned and continued reading. Seizing the opportunity while Xiaojin was occupied cooking, she momentarily distracted herself by fiddling with her wristband. Just as a message from Sishin popped up, Sishin, how's your studying going, Wan Mian? I'm about to die. I would rather learn martial arts with you, Sishin. That guy was quite strict when he was an instructor. He must have tempered himself considerably with you, Wan Mian. Did you also serve as an instructor? Sishin. I did when I was of lower rank. It's a common process in the military. Wan Mian. What about you now? Are you still part of the military? Sishin. Once you become a slayer, you become independent and no longer belong to the military framework. All the military does is cultivate talents for various professions. What is up? Haven't you learned anything yet? Wan Mian. It seems like I've learned something, yet I also feel like I haven't, Sishin. It appears you're not suited for studying. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, Xiaojin interjected. That is enough. Hurry up and finish so you can rest. Wan Mian felt as if she had been caught red-handed by a teacher, quickly telling Sishin to stay safe before returning to her studies. Thus, 6 days passed at a snail's pace, feeling like 6 years. Through these days of interaction, Wan Mian gained new insights into Xiaojin. She recalled the first time she contacted Fan Yi through her wristband, thinking Xiaojin was a volatile person. Upon meeting, she found him quite gentle. Later, she discovered his obsessive cleanliness. Eventually, it became apparent that he seemed to be concealing his true nature. Now, Wan Mian thought of him as a madman, bombarding her with an overwhelming amount of study materials daily, regardless of whether she could absorb them. Finally, Wan Mian reached her breaking point. On the morning of the 7th day of study, she went missing. Chapter 33. Xiaojin, on the brink of a breakdown, Wan Mian had dashed out in the morning, having arranged to meet Zhao Inyu at the CAF from last time. This time, Zhao Inyu brought along 3 new partners. Inyu, just how many partners do you have? Wan Mian couldn't help but ask. Point 10. Look, the one in the striped shirt is my newest creation, and my goodness. 10. It feels like shopping. Zhao Inyu chewed on her straw, then blinked at Wan Mian and said, What do you mean shopping? Our creations must have a fusion rate of over 50%. There's mutual affection involved, not the simple transactions you imagine. This is a prestigious endeavor, Having more mutants level up means greater security for humanity. You still only have Si-Shun and Xiao-Jin as your partners, right? Wan Mian sighed and replied helplessly. I'm not planning to increase my partners. You know my ambition is to leave the city, so the fewer partners, the less entanglement. That's quite sensible. Focusing the healing power on 2 high-level mutants is about quality over quantity. From my perspective, it seems a bit wasteful. Not at all wasteful. If I were to take on another, I might just perish. Why? Zhao Enyu suddenly shifted closer, leaning into Wan Mian's ear and asking, Are they really that strong? Are you about to die? Wan Mian quickly clarified. That's not what I meant. We haven't reached that stage yet. I am just busy with other matters. They're teaching me combat skills and some theoretical knowledge, and I'm learning so quickly that I can hardly keep up. This time, it was Zhao Enyu's turn to be astonished. You're saying you haven't reached that stage? Really? Have they leveled up? Si-Shun has leveled up, but Xiao-Jin hasn't done impressive. To elevate a level 16 mutant without that, I knew I didn't misjudge you. However, I advise you not to play favorites. Over time, that can cause conflicts. The two leisurely sipped coffee, sharing secrets typical of girls, while sunlight streamed through the window, as if one could hear the gentle footsteps of time slowly treading in the serene morning. The tranquility of the CAF sharply contrasted with the atmosphere surrounding Xiao-Jin. Unable to help it, Xiao-Jin opened the chat window with Si-Shun. Xiao-Jin, perhaps I've overloaded her with too much information. Si-Shun, if she doesn't want to learn, then let her be. Why are you so anxious? Xiao-Jin, do you know where she might have gone? Si-Shun, no idea. She'll find her own way. Xiao-Jin, I'm suppressing my level up. It's inconvenient for me to go out. Si-Shun, what a fool. I go out for a week, and you still haven't leveled up. What have you been doing? Xiao-Jin, can you stop with the nonsense and speak plainly? Si-Shun, she previously met a guy on a motorcycle and a big fellow from the city defense department. It seems they have a good relationship. Xiao-Jin, I'm going out to find her. Si-Shun, wait a moment, I'll contact Wan Mian. Realizing that Xiao-Jin's anxiety might stem from his suppression, Si-Shun refrained from provoking him further, suggesting he wait at home while he reached out to Wan Mian. After closing the chat window, Xiao-Jin felt even more agitated. His meticulously styled hair appeared somewhat disheveled. At the CAF entrance, Wan Mian seized a moment of leisure. After bidding farewell to Zhao Enyu, she headed home. Si-Shun felt relieved, not probing further. He wouldn't be foolish enough to invite trouble. Sensing Wan Mian's spiritual energy drawing near, Xiao-Jin lifted his head from the table, startled by the intensity of his own emotional turmoil, which had escalated beyond his previous state. It seemed the suppression had reached its limit. Upon opening the door, Wan Mian was taken aback by Xiao-Jin's appearance. He looked rather unwell, slumped over the table, his weary gaze fixed on her. As she closed the door, she asked, What's wrong? Are you okay? He didn't respond, opting instead to get up and prepare a meal. Wan Mian furrowed her brows and approached, blocking his path, only to suddenly notice his hands trembling. She then said, You should rest for a while. I can handle the cooking. I'll manage just fine. Xiao-Jin turned his back to Wan Mian, obscuring his expression from her view. You aren't behaving this way out of concern for me, are you? What's really going on? Upon mentioning Xiao-Jin's hidden troubles, the mocking words of Si-Shun echoed in his mind, causing that irritable emotion to surge once more. He turned to look at Wan Mian. His gaze no longer gentle, with stray strands of hair falling across his forehead. It seemed he was struggling to suppress his feelings as he said to Wan Mian, I'll handle the cooking. Can you please keep your distance? Wan Mian was taken aback, slowly releasing her grip, preparing to take over the task at hand. I said, Keep your distance. Xiao-Jin interrupted Wan Mian's movements, his previously gentle demeanor darkening instantly. Wan Mian could sense Xiao-Jin's suppression, yet she was also somewhat bewildered. She had merely stepped out for a while, so why was Xiao-Jin so angry? At that moment, a notification broke the tense atmosphere. Wan Mian sighed, turned, and sat on the sofa, opening her wristband to find messages from Xiao Huadong and Jingzhan. Jingzhan, Wan Mian, we have a big fellow here. It broke into the marked area last night. Wan Mian, what kind of beast is it? I've just learned about the types of beasts. Tell me about it. Jingzhan, it's an adult Huazhu. Do you know it? Wan Mian, yes. I know it. It's considered a mid-tier beast, right? Is there a slayer going to handle it? Xiao Huadong. It's currently far from the city, so there's no immediate danger. The Slayer Association is on standby. Wan Mian, oh good. Let me know if you need anything. Xiao Huadong. Sure, if we catch it, I'll let you come and take a look. Wan Mian smiled. She wasn't particularly keen on witnessing it. After all, she had slain this beast during her time wandering the unknown zone. It resembled a large feline creature, but due to its mutations, it had grown enormous and appeared quite ferocious. Only after learning about the beast types did she discover its name was Huazhu. Don T chat with other men in front of me. Suddenly, Xiujin approached Wan Mian, his light-colored pupils darkening with hostility. Just then, Xishun's chip interface in the car emitted a warning, indicating that the host was in danger of being attacked. And below that, a status update for Xiujin showed he was on the brink of a breakdown. This is bad. Xishun's eyes narrowed sharply. He immediately turned the car around towards the level 6 city, subsequently notifying the Mutant Association to dispatch someone else to handle the situation. He then quickly messaged Wan Mian, "Hurry and heal Xiujin. He is about to lose control." Chapter 34. Xiujin's upgrade. Wan Mian did not notice the message sent by Xishun. Yet she instinctively sensed a looming threat. Almost on reflex, her body acted before her mind could catch up. She leaped up and swiftly locked her hand around Xiujin's neck, pinning him down. In an instant, Xiujin began to breathe heavily. "Are you trying to attack me?" Wan Mian asked coldly, maintaining her hold on him. A beeping sound interrupted them, and Wan Mian glanced at the chip interface. Xishun's message popped up, and although she did not scrutinize it closely, she caught sight of the words going berserk. Xiujin was struggling to contain himself, and Wan Mian's strength was considerable. Even without her grip, it would take effort for him to break free. Noticing that Xiujin had ceased to resist, Wan Mian promptly activated Xishun's video call. As the video connected, Xishun was met with the sight of the two entangled in a chaotic scene. At first glance, one might mistake it for a live broadcast, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that Wan Mian's expression was not quite right, while Xiujin, face down, obscured his emotions. "What are you two doing?" Xishun inquired. "He seems to want to attack me, so I had to subdue him," Wan Mian replied. "He's not going to attack you. He's on the verge of going berserk." "Let him go," Xishun urged. At that moment, Xiujin unexpectedly spoke up. "Don't let go. This feels rather good. I think I'm feeling a bit better now." "Huh?" Both Wan Mian and Xishun were momentarily speechless, wondering if they had inadvertently triggered some peculiar switch in Xiujin. Xishun rolled his eyes and replied irritably, "Hurry up and heal him." "I'm hanging up with that," he disconnected, as if fearing that lingering any longer would subject him to an eye-watering spectacle after the call ended. Xishun sent another message, indicating he was on his way home and would arrive before nightfall, clearly implying that they needed to resolve the situation quickly. Wan Mian still did not release her hold. Though her grip had softened somewhat, cautiously, she asked Xiujin, "So, what do you say? Should I let go?" "No need. This is fine. I actually feel quite good. My mind was a mess earlier and I couldn't control my emotions." "Can you control them now?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, Wan Mian gradually loosened her grip. As they both adjusted to the chaotic scene, they failed to notice the subtle distortion of the surrounding space. The moment she freed him, Xiujin propped himself up, taking deep breaths. Wan Mian then clarified the earlier misunderstanding. "I was just chatting with a friend. Don't overthink it, I understand. I was only disoriented because I was about to go berserk." Now, suddenly, Xiujin's complexion turned ashen, and in the next moment, he collapsed onto the floor. Wan Mian was taken aback and rushed to support him, only to discover his body was unnaturally cold. "Xiujin? What's wrong? Did I hurt you earlier?" "Xiujin, I'll take you to the hospital," as she spoke. Wan Mian prepared to lift him up. Xiujin, startled by the commotion, quietly told her, "I'm fine. It's just a period of weakness. Just lay me on the bed." Period of weakness? Wan Mian's mind stalled. At that time? Has he leveled up? But I didn't do anything. Oh, right. When Xishun leveled up before, there was a notification on his wristband. Wan Mian glanced at her wristband, and indeed, a prompt had just appeared. "Your partner, Xiujin, has upgraded to level 16. Xishun must have received the notification earlier, and sensing the danger had passed. He slowed the car down. Then, he received a message from Wan Mian. "Xiujin is in a period of weakness. He suddenly leveled up." "Yes, I saw. What did you two do after you turned off the video? How did he level up so quickly?" "We didn't do anything. I just restrained him like you saw, and he must have leveled up at that moment." Xishun scoffed. a knowing smile creeping onto his face as he began to piece together the situation. He then said to Won Mian, "Let him sleep for a while. I'll be home tonight." Xiao Jin was in a deep slumber, and knowing his cleanliness obsession, Won Mian helped him out of his shirt, leaving his pants untouched, and gently wiped down his upper body with a damp towel. Quite the physique. She couldn't help but murmur, poking him lightly. "So solid. I didn't expect you to have this quirk." "All right, you rest. I'm heading out for dinner." "How is he? Is he all right?" Sishin inquired as he entered. "I went away for a week to give you both some time together. You should have encouraged him to level up sooner. Though your unintentional healing energy can provide temporary relief, once you leave, the suppressed mental energy will only exacerbate his suffering, which likely led to his breakdown. I apologize. I failed to consider that." Won Mian felt a pang of guilt, and Sishin noticed the dust on her pants from rolling on the floor. Furrowing his brow, he crouched down to gently brush the dust away before sitting beside her and wrapping an arm around her shoulder. "Did he hurt you?" The sudden gentleness caught Won Mian off guard. Since their kiss, they had only shared physical contact during combat training, and it seemed that the week apart had made Sishin yearn for his partner, prompting this instinctive closeness. Perhaps it was also due to his earlier concern that Xiao Jin might harm Won Mian, intensifying his desire for intimacy. Chapter 35. Deepening feelings with Sishan. The unexpected close contact left Won Mian feeling disoriented. Sishan, still wearing his battle uniform, carried the scent of dust from the unknown territory, which only accentuated his already imposing figure. His handsome features radiated a potent masculine charm. "Well, I suppose I must blame you for that incident with the Tuayu troops. Was it Jingzhan? No, you mentioned Xiao Huadong that time. They're friends. So you know who I was referring to." Sishin chuckled coldly, realizing that Won Mian had inadvertently walked into his trap, prompting her to hastily clarify, "If you wish to form a bond with him." "I don't," Sishin replied, looking down at his pouting partner, unable to suppress a smile. Regardless of the truth, he found her words quite enjoyable. "Do you want to sleep with me? How does he know?" Won Mian pondered, but ultimately decided against refusing, feeling a hint of anticipation. "The second room on the left upstairs is mine. Xiao Jin is in the room next door. Do you want to check on him?" "No need. Just bring me something to eat upstairs," Sishin rejected without a second thought, realizing he was merely fishing for information. Won Mian's reaction indicated that they had indeed spent the past few days together. Unlike Xiao Jin's obsessive cleanliness, Sishan was more laid back, unconcerned about eating in the bedroom. It would have been utterly unacceptable for Xiao Jin. Once, when Won Mian had snacked on his bed, he had given her a resentful glare. And she later learned he was extremely particular about eating in the bedroom, let alone on the bed. From that point on, Won Mian had been particularly mindful of her personal hygiene habits. So Sishan's sudden request to eat in the room caught her off guard. That evening, the two reclined against the headboard. "Was your mission dangerous this time?" Won Mian asked. "This time, we faced a pack of primitive beasts, stronger than the ones you encountered last time. Unfortunately, even though I completed my mission, we lost 2 teammates," Sishan replied, his voice tinged with regret. "It's because of the upgrade that they arranged for teammates, right? To minimize the impact on others?" "Yes, I said it wasn't necessary, but they insisted, citing the overwhelming number of beasts. Truthfully, I could have managed it with a bit more effort in the future, if the 3 of us team up. Such situations will be less likely to occur. This." Sishan wearily rested his head on Won Mian's shoulder, breaking the distance between them. Won Mian turned to see his eyes hollow, likely reflecting on the loss of his teammates during the mission. She could feel his sorrow threatening to overflow, so she chose to remain silent and simply be there for him. After a while, Sishan spoke up, "In future missions, don't be reckless. Prioritize your safety. Understood?" Won Mian nodded. "Yes, I promise. Moreover, I can sense that these beasts are gradually becoming stronger and new types are emerging. I have a foreboding feeling about it." Gently, Won Mian ran her fingers through Sishan's half-dry black hair, offering comfort. "But we humans are also growing stronger, so try not to worry too much." Sishan closed his eyes, absorbing Won Mian's healing energy, feeling a slight warmth within. He then remarked, "Your mental healing power is remarkably strong. The reason you're classified as elite might be due to the measurement limit being set at that level. However, it should be beyond that. Why don't we give it a try? Perhaps I can level up again." Upon hearing this, Won Mian's face turned crimson. She feared misunderstanding his intent and stammered, "Try what? What do you mean by try? What do you think I mean?" Wait, now that I think about it, it seems I can make you all level up without even trying. How about I restrain you and see what happens? As she spoke, Wan Mian suddenly sat up straight and reached out towards Xishen. Xishen felt utterly exasperated by Wan Mian's actions, blocking her hand and saying, "No, I'm not interested. That won't work on me." But I truly had no such intentions towards Xiujin earlier. I was even on guard against him, so how did I manage to release my healing energy to help him level up? The purpose of your healing power is to facilitate our safe ascension. It serves as assistance rather than a necessity. Even in the absence of healing abilities, we would still level up, albeit under extreme duress, which would almost certainly lead to a complete breakdown at our current level. Your actions today inadvertently provoke that aberration, resulting in its upgrade. However, the healing energy you released was sufficient to ensure its safety. Do you comprehend this causal relationship? It is evident that Xishen holds a deep disdain for Xiujin's peculiarities, even altering his manner of address. I see so. Restraining you does not prevent the inevitable upgrade. Correct? Indeed, I am indifferent to this behavior. Yet, by suggesting I give it a try, are you not framing me? Since you will not upgrade, my assistance becomes futile, does it not? Wan Mian discerned a flaw in Xishen's words and cast a sidelong glance at him. Xishen chuckled softly, lightly poking Wan Mian's forehead, saying, "You are not easily deceived. Nevertheless, your healing power instills in us a sense of security and comfort. It is not without effect, while excessive measures may not be advisable." Surely this much is permissible? As he spoke, Xishen leaned closer to Wan Mian, his beautiful eyes brimming with affection, causing her heart to race. He then cupped her face in his hands and kissed her deeply. This kiss was like a gentle summer breeze, softly caressing Wan Mian's heart, causing sweetness to blossom within. Wan Mian's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, endlessly receiving Xishen's affection. After a prolonged moment, under the soft light of the bedroom, Xishen abruptly ceased the kiss, turning his face away. Having learned from past experiences, she chose not to doubt herself any longer and directly inquired, "What is it now? Why do you always end so suddenly?" Xishen, with a look of deep sorrow, replied, "Do you think I desire this? I am merely concerned for you. Your healing power is overwhelming, and I fear I may lose control." Wan Mian understood Xishen's meaning and softened her tone. "Oh, I see that it's all right. I know you are a wanderer, so everything should be according to your will. Rest now. It is getting late." With that, Xishen lay down, turning his back. Wan Mian did not notice that his face was also flushed, his heart racing louder than when he first faced a beast, wanting her to sleep to conceal his own embarrassment. Wan Mian bit her lip. The lingering warmth from their kiss still tingled on her lips, igniting a flurry of thoughts. However, the moment was not yet right, and while she could allow herself some sweet musings, she smiled and drifted into slumber. Chapter 36. The unassuming Xiujin awakens. Xiujin's period of weakness concluded on the third day. Unlike Xishen, Xiujin did not awaken at all, appearing as if he were lifeless. Had it not been for Xishen's intervention, Wan Mian would undoubtedly have taken him to the hospital. Upon regaining consciousness, the first thing Xiujin did was take a bath for an entire hour. Hearing the commotion from the room, Wan Mian immediately prepared the meal she had cooked and was about to take it to him when she remembered that Xiujin did not like eating in the bedroom. Thus, she carried the food downstairs instead. Xishen watched Wan Mian scurry up and down with a cold expression, muttering under his breath about Xiujin's bad habits. Wan Mian smiled awkwardly and said to Xishen, "I'll go check on him. He hasn't eaten since that night, and I'm worried he might faint. That's unnecessary. His altered body is not that fragile. Besides, if he were hungry, would he remain locked in the bathroom?" Knowing that the two appeared to be at odds but did not genuinely hold grudges, Wan Mian refrained from further comment. Moreover, at this juncture, taking sides would only escalate tensions. Silence was the wisest course of action. Seeing Wan Mian's concern, Xishen relented, saying, "Go ahead. It's evident you're anxious." With Xishen's acquiescence, Wan Mian smiled and ascended the stairs. Upstairs, Xiujin was just putting on clothes. In her haste, Wan Mian forgot to knock, and upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of a perfectly sculpted body enveloped in a thin veil of steam. Xiujin's hair was a light hue, his brows and lashes similarly pale, and his skin was strikingly luminous, to the point of appearing ethereal. Initially, Wan Mian assumed he had dyed it for fashion, only to later learn it was his natural trait. She quickly retreated, exclaiming, "I'm sorry. I forgot to knock. Come in. It's not like you haven't seen me before. Didn't you help me dry off? Wan Mian peeked her head through the door and said, You know, I thought you were asleep. I remember a little, but after that nothing. Are you feeling all right now? Are you hungry? Let us go eat something. Yes, I'm a bit hungry. Let us go to As Xiao Jin made his way to the door. Wan Mian hesitated before reminding him, by the way, Sishan is downstairs. How did he get here? Has he been here the past few days? Xiao Jin inquired. Wan Mian nodded, explaining, I invited him over, I was worried about you. So I didn't want to go to that villa. However, I also didn't want to fall behind on the selection for the Abyss Walker, so I let him come. Have you been reviewing the materials these past few days? Not really. So you genuinely brought him here for academic purposes? As they conversed, Sishan's voice echoed from downstairs, You really talk too much. Wan Mian could only reassure Xiao Jin, He.s. just being grumpy. He has taken care of you over these past few days of weakness. Give me a break, Wan Mian thought. Sishan had only prevented her from taking Xiao Jin to the hospital and hadn't even bothered to ask how he was doing. Xiao Jin, of course, did not believe her, but he realized that insisting on Sishan leaving would place Wan Mian in a difficult position, so he swallowed his frustration and descended with her. However, as soon as they reached downstairs, Sishan's comment pushed Xiao Jin to the brink. Pervert, keep your distance from Wan Mian from now on. Xiao Jin understood the implication of Sishan's words and closed his eyes. Attempting to suppress his fury, Wan Mian interjected on his behalf, Sishan, don't go too far. The words of the Abyss Master held considerable weight. Sishan remained silent until Xiao Jin finished his meal. What's the matter? Even if I leave, Wan Mian will still stay. That's right. She will be staying tonight. Oh really? Care for a wager? I'm not that childish. I saw the news. Didn't your last mission go awry? Upon hearing Xiao Jin speak of serious matters, Sishan's expression darkened. Yes, we lost 2 people, just as anticipated. The beasts are growing stronger. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Jin asked, Any insights? What are you 2 talking about regarding the Wanderers? Wan Mian had just finished tidying up and approached, only partially comprehending their conversation. They had nothing to hide, simply informing Wan Mian. The mission report indicates that a Wanderer's body was discovered within the abdomen of this beast. Realizing her previous inquiries were inappropriate, Wan Mian quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I spoke too casually. It's fine. No need to worry. You were unaware of the situation. It's natural to have such questions. Xiao Jin reassured her. All right, let us not discuss that anymore. The assessment is imminent, and I have arranged everything. It's time to prepare for enlistment. Sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, Sishan shifted the topic. So soon? Wan Mian exclaimed, taken aback. It's always been scheduled for this time. Oh, I didn't realize time had flown by so quickly. Has it really been a month since I've been with you 2? I thought I might struggle to adapt, but it seems I've adjusted quite well. Right, I need to disguise myself as a male, but did Sishan consider that I would need to bind my chest? Wan Mian looked down at her chest, pondering whether she should restrain them. Wouldn't that be uncomfortable? Is it possible to avoid binding? Xiao Jin glanced over and, placing a hand on his lips, pretended to measure, saying, I hadn't noticed before, but you are rather well endowed. Wan Mian immediately shielded her chest with both hands, rolling her eyes at the 2 of them. Stop staring, you too. Sishan turned and waved his hand as he exited. Not forgetting to tease Xiao Jin on his way out, pervert, keep your disgusting habits to yourself. Xiao Jin's ears flushed with anger, and once Sishan had left, he turned to Wan Mian. I still haven't properly apologized for earlier. Did I frighten you? Wan Mian propped her chin on her hand, regarding Xiao Jin with an inquisitive gaze. You didn't frighten me. If it came to blows, you might not even be able to best me. But do you truly prefer a more violent manner of interaction? Not quite. You could say I have an affinity for the strong. Upon hearing this, Wan Mian laughed and teased, You're just a masochist. Don't dress it up as something noble. Rest assured, I'm quite open-minded and want to be like Sishan, pestering you. In fact, I greatly respect your preferences. Xiao Jin raised an eyebrow, his handsome face suddenly adopting an aggressive expression. Respect my preferences? I have many. I admire the strong, but I also enjoy dominating the weak. Care to give it a try? Before Wan Mian could respond, Xiao Jin swiftly picked her up and carried her toward the bedroom. Wan Mian was taken by surprise, instinctively attempting to break free, only to find that this fellow had been playing the fool all along, and she was utterly unable to escape. Chapter 37. The growing affection between Wan Mian and Xiao Jin on the bed. Won Mian curled up, having resolved that she could retaliate with force if necessary. However, Xiao Jin seemed to have no intention of doing anything untoward. After placing her on the bed, he began to fiddle with his interface. Won Mian gazed at him with wide eyes, perplexed. You put me on the bed and then ignore me. What is your intention? Xiao Jin did not look up, remaining focused on his task. He intentionally disabled the shared interface and said, What's wrong? Are you eager for my attention? I told you, I admire the strong, but I also dominate the weak. I am not weak. You cannot intimidate me. Ha ha. Xiao Jin smiled radiantly, then suddenly leaned closer to Won Mian and said, I know you are strong, but you mentioned before that there was a kiss when you were with Si Shun. Shouldn't you owe me a kiss in return? Won Mian was speechless, pondering to herself. Why must kissing lead to something more intimate? If it were to be compensated, shouldn't it be 2 kisses instead? In truth, she wasn't entirely opposed to it. She merely believed in letting things unfold naturally rather than kissing for the sake of kissing. Memories of Zhao Inyu's words echoed in her mind. Do not favor one over the other, for it may sow discord between them, especially since they both enjoyed playful banter. However, it now appeared that Xiao Jin was the one being put upon. Although she had always thought of Xiao Jin as hot-tempered, he had never displayed such a temperament in her presence, with the exception of that one time of rage. Conversely, Xishan often resorted to verbal bullying, while Xiao Jin maintained a demeanor of wanting to avoid escalating matters, which, logically, should have been the reverse. Won Mian chose not to pursue the topic of kissing further and attempted to shift the conversation to his relationship with Si Shun. Xiao Jin? May I ask you, is your constant deference to Si Shun due to me? He retorted, do not attempt to change the subject. We are not discussing him right now. Once again, she had breached the unspoken rule of mentioning Si Shun before Xiao Jin. Won Mian curled up, feeling her face flush with heat. The desire Xiao Jin stirred in her was entirely different from that of Si Shun. Merely whispering in her ear was enough to make her surrender. Subsequently, Xiao Jin pressed a kiss to Won Mian's cheek, sensing the tension in her facial muscles, which made him chuckle softly. His warm breath grazed her heart, sending a thrill through her. It was almost too much to bear. Finally, Xiao Jin kissed the corner of Won Mian's lips, gentle and fleeting, yet imbued with an undeniable yearning. Won Mian kept her eyes wide open, entranced by Xiao Jin's light hair color, which further disoriented her. The man before her wore an expression of intense focus, both handsome and affectionate, igniting a flame within her heart. Their breaths became erratic, and the tender kisses gradually evolved into a more passionate entanglement. Goodness, what brazen words! Speaking while kissing was undoubtedly the pinnacle of kissing skills. Xiao Jin was truly adept, leaving Won Mian's mind in a whirl, the solid sensation of his touch amplifying her desire. If this continued, something would surely happen. Thoughts raced through her mind. Ultimately, Won Mian slowly pushed Xiao Jin away. In that fleeting moment of separation, she gasped for air, her gaze wavering, while Xiao Jin looked puzzled and asked, Are you unwilling? Won Mian lowered her head, bashfully replying, It's not that I'm unwilling. I just need a little time. It's all too fast. We have been together for a month now. Do you still think that is not enough time? Are you really so slow to warm up? Hearing Xiao Jin's words, Won Mian felt somewhat self-aware, realizing that despite their progression, her hesitance in this post-apocalyptic era was rather unusual. She felt as though she had neglected both Xiao Jin and Si Shun. Observing her remorseful expression, Xiao Jin refrained from pressing further and conceded, saying, It's my fault. I did not consider that you are a wanderer and kept imposing the rules of this place upon you. Xiao Jin shook his head, reaching out to stroke Won Mian's hair. No, you are strong. Why haste stems from your imminent departure to the military camp. I fear there will be too many men there. And since you have never been exposed to such an environment, you may find it overwhelming. So, Xiao Jin's urgency today was rooted in this concern. Rest assured, I promise that only you two will be my partners. I will not integrate anyone else into this bond. Initially, I had thought, words spoken in excess often lead to missteps, and as Won Mian spoke, she realized something was amiss. How could Xiao Jin not grasp the implication in her words? He was momentarily taken aback and then teasingly inquired, At first, you only wanted one? Which one did you wish for? Won Mian quickly knelt on the bed facing Xiao Jin. This seemingly ordinary action in the 21st century made Xiao Jin uneasy. He pointed at her legs, saying, Do not kneel. Do you want me to be exiled? I cannot endure your kneeling. Is this also unacceptable? Wan Mian promptly shifted to a cross-legged position and continued, at that time. I had no idea who you were or what you looked like, so I had no concept of desiring one over the other. And after you saw us, which one did you wish for? How could this guy be so astute? Was he truly a wise anomaly? I wanted both. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin couldn't help but chuckle, finding Wan Mian's honesty endearing. That so, you have accepted this system, have you not? Although she was reluctant to admit it, the truth remained that she held affection for both of them. Now that you have accepted it, you must consider engaging with both of us. Otherwise, anyone would doubt your intentions. I understand that you are a wanderer, so I will not be overly concerned in the short term, but you must also consider us. Here, you can begin the healing process from day one. Failure to do so indicates dissatisfaction towards us. Wan Mian felt overwhelmed, her head spinning. In frustration, she sprawled out on the bed and called to Xiao Jin, "Oh dear. Come on, just do it." This time, it was Xiao Jin's turn to be speechless. He closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead, casting a glance at the willingly reckless Wan Mian, then sighed and draped a blanket over her, saying, "Do you truly think I am a pervert? Very well, we shall continue when you feel ready. For now, let us sleep." Wan Mian buried her head beneath the blanket, her heart racing with anticipation. "You come here and then don't follow through. I have truly made up my mind." After a while, seeing Wan Mian still hiding under the blanket, Xiao Jin couldn't resist lifting it, only to be met with her mournful gaze. The next moment, like a hungry wolf pouncing, Wan Mian leaped into Xiao Jin's embrace. "What the hell?" Xiao Jin exclaimed, as the two became entangled once more. Chapter 38. Xishun was infuriated. Indeed, after the applause, the distance between them significantly diminished. When Xishun arrived that morning, he immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere. One could not underestimate their perceptiveness. Merely seeing Wan Mian preparing breakfast beside Xiao Jin allowed him to infer everything that had transpired. Xishun sat expressionless on a chair and addressed Xiao Jin. "Impressive, you pervert." Wan Mian took note of Xiao Jin's demeanor. Although he retorted, he did not overly provoke the situation, nor did he utter any words that might incite Xishun, refraining from mentioning their previous night's activities. "Weren't you supposed to fetch Wan Mian's team uniform? I came to check on her. Had I known I would intrude, I would have stayed away." Wan Mian approached and sat beside Xishun. Nudging his arm, "What intrusion? You are being overly formal. You pervert, hurry and bring me breakfast. I need to head out. You two can continue afterward." The acidity of his words was palpable. Initially, Xishun had merely speculated. But upon observing Wan Mian and Xiao Jin's demeanor, he was certain of their connection. Anger bubbled within him, and he directed his frustration toward Xiao Jin. Strangely enough, Xiao Jin complied and brought breakfast, albeit placing it in front of Wan Mian. Suddenly, Wan Mian recalled Zhao Inyu's advice to assert dominance in the household. She straightened her posture and sternly said to Xishun, "Why do you always bully Xiao Jin?" He hasn't said a word. Xishun's eyes widened in disbelief, and Xiao Jin stood frozen at the table. Indeed, her words struck a nerve, causing Xishun's expression to darken. He pushed his chair back, frowning, his face pale, and stormed out without even touching his meal. Wan Mian was taken aback. "Why such a strong reaction?" Xiao Jin shook his head, saying, "You should not have said that. Go after him." Wan Mian nodded and hurried out, but Xishun was already fast approaching his vehicle. She called after him, "I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Please don't be angry. I am the first priority. I can speak to him however I wish. You are the bond master, so you can address me as you like. There's no need to apologize." After saying this, Xishun turned and entered the car, leaving Wan Mian standing there, acutely aware of his anger. Back inside, Xiao Jin asked, "Did you catch up?" "No. He was very angry and left. In the future, do not defend either of us in front of the other, especially not me, particularly during such sensitive moments." "Why especially you? Is it because of what happened last night?" "No, he is the first priority, so I cannot overstep him. That is why my tone was not particularly forceful. Xishun had mentioned the first priority earlier." "What exactly did that entail?" "It means, according to the system, he is the first to bond with you, while I am the second. Although there isn't a significant difference, we still need to consider this point in our interactions. Moreover, his rank is higher than mine, so in any situation, I must be careful with my words. This is also a rule we follow in the military." Another explosive revelation: 2 households. But what of families with multiple bond partners? Would there be multiple hierarchies? Hierarchy is not the right term. It's not that exaggerated. In her room, Won Mian sent several messages to Si Shun, but they all went unanswered. In the afternoon, feeling dejected, she emerged from her room to find Xiao Jian still seated on the sofa. Won Mian sighed. I won't see you off. It might provoke him further. With that, Xiao Jian escorted her to the door. As she walked along the path, Won Mian discovered Zhao Inyu's chat window on the interface and inquired, "Are you there?" Such matters should be addressed to an expert. Although the conflict had originated from Won Mian recalling Zhao Inyu's words, "Let them know who truly rules the household," she remained clear-headed. The issue did not lie with Zhao Inyu's statement, but rather in her own misjudgment of the timing and context. Won Mian, "Inyu, are you there? I have something to consult you about." Zhao Inyu, "What is it?" "I happen to be free." Won Mian, "My partner is upset with me because I spoke in defense of another person, and now he is ignoring me." Zhao Inyu, "If you want to win him back, you should act decisively, but if you lack experience, perhaps try to act a bit coy. Men tend to respond well to that." Won Mian, "I gained some experience last night." Zhao Inyu, "Oh? Then congratulations are in order." "Who is it? Si Shin or Xiao Jin?" Zhao Inyu, "You are quite foolish. You chose to engage with Xiao Jin first and then provoked Si Shan. Anyone would be upset in such a scenario. However, since you now have some experience, remember to treat both sides fairly. You and Si Shan should you understand." Won Mian, "But he is angry and refuses to acknowledge me." Zhao Inyu, "In that case, try having a heart-to-heart conversation. Appeal to his emotions and reason with him." Zhao Inyu, "I pondered over it, and given your partner's high status and strong sense of pride, you should be more cautious in the future. Avoid being too assertive. I must admit I misled you before. My approach may not suit them." Won Mian, "This is unrelated to you. I acted impulsively because I felt Si Shun was being rude to Xiao Jin. Hence my defense." Xiao Jin later mentioned something about a first priority, which was new to me. Zhao Inyu, "You need not concern yourself with that. It is their matter. The fact that they bicker reflects their care for you. As long as it doesn't escalate into a conflict, you must not interfere excessively." Won Mian, "Understood. I will go find Si Shin now. Thank you." Zhao Inyu, "Wait a moment." Won Mian, "What is it?" Zhao Inyu, "Allow me a moment of gossip. How is Xiao Jin faring?" Chapter 39. A growing rift. Meanwhile, within the military, everyone stood on high alert, including Luo Ji, the minister of the Level 6 City Beast Slayer Association. As they gathered around a large conference table, faced with the most formidable beast slayer in human history, no one dared to breathe audibly. As he remained silent, all present kept their mouths shut and stood still. It was evident to all that the powerful beast slayer was in a particularly foul mood. Although there was no oppressive mental pressure from a breakthrough, the aura he emanated from battling primal beasts seemed to burn like flames. Scorching everyone in the room, "Please take a seat. I have something to discuss with you." With a command, everyone bowed and took their seats. In the fifth assessment, Xiao Jin and I will serve as instructors," Si Shin stated, tapping his fingers on the table. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji immediately understood. He surmised that this high-ranking beast slayer was the partner of that woman from the other day. However, seeing that he had no intention of mentioning it, Luo Ji refrained from speaking further. Even in Level 1 City S District, Si Shan's words carried decisive authority, let alone in the mere Level 6 City C District. If he were to announce the cancellation of the assessment, no one would dare to utter a word in protest. Si Shun had also participated in the Beast Slayer assessments. Even though his own partner would be involved, as a soldier, he would never interfere with the fairness of the assessments. Moreover, he was well aware of Won Mian's capabilities. Aside from the theoretical exam, she would face no issues. By convention, the fifth assessment required practical operations in the marking district. To ensure safety, he and Xiao Jin would serve as instructors nearby. "Please show me the list of assessment instructors." "Yes." Luo Ji promptly retrieved the list from a folder and handed it to Si Shun. Si Shun glanced over it. Upon confirming that the name he sought was absent, he returned it to Luo Ji with satisfaction. Indeed, he was looking for Xiao Huadong. "Everything else is fine. You may continue your discussions," Si Shun remarked as he stood to leave, prompting everyone to rise and bow once more. As Si Shun departed, he deliberately cast a glance at Luo Ji, who understood the cue and nodded in acknowledgement. The others, well aware of the unspoken understanding, refrained from discussing matters privately and instead continued to converse about the normal procedures of the assessment. At that moment, a notification sounded from the wristbands. With a thought, the interface appeared. In the lower left corner was a message from Wan Mian. He chose to ignore it, focusing instead on a new message from his mother. Cyun. Shin Er, how are you getting along with your partner? Shin. Quite well, Shin. I lost 2 teammates because I had not teamed up with anyone for too long and had grown unaccustomed. So I let them act independently, which unfortunately led to their misfortune. As he spoke, a wave of guilt washed over him. Cyun. It is not your fault. No one could have anticipated such an accident. Indeed, it was all his fault. Had he kept them by his side, such a mishap would not have occurred. Why did he command them to act independently? After the mission, he sought introspection, reflection, and the organization of his chaotic thoughts. But it all erupted when Wan Mian reproached him. His reaction was disproportionate. The accumulated pressure of recent days had become unbearable. After a long while, Shan broke the shattered steering wheel and switched to autopilot. Upon arriving home, he sensed Wan Mian's presence at the door. He hesitated before finally choosing to enter. All right, wait for me. I'll change and show you. Shen initiated the conversation, and Wan Mian felt a glimmer of hope, promptly rushing to her room to change. Well, I suppose I should break the silence, Wan Mian thought, seeking a topic. Shouldn't mutated males have a more robust physique? How can there be such small-sized military uniforms? There are instances where intelligent mutants participate in assessments. Some of them do not exhibit significant physical changes, and these smaller sizes are prepared for them. Upon hearing this, Wan Mian recalled Fan Yi, an intelligent mutant who was quite tall, but in comparison to strength and agility types, appeared significantly slimmer. Since he was willing to converse, she decided to seize the opportunity, just as Zhao Enyu suggested. To have a good talk, Wan Mian slowly approached Shen, gazing up at him, who was acutely aware that she had come to apologize. Are you still angry? I apologize for speaking to you that way in front of Xiao Jian. You are the partner. I should accept whatever you say. This was something Shen had said yesterday. I will make an effort to respect you. Wan Mian, of course, did not take this statement seriously. Shen sighed, casting his gaze aside, and lowered his eyes as he moved past Wan Mian to sit on the sofa. Wan Mian followed suit. It was Shen who could no longer contain himself. If you wish to talk, then let us discuss it. You have the freedom to choose, however. You should not embarrass me after making your choice. I do not wish for you both to continue this backdash and dash forth. Do you think I am bullying him? During Xiaojin's upgrade and even yesterday, I felt your words were a bit harsh. Since you say so, then your reprimand towards me is justified. Why apologize? Wan Mian stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. I have said, your choice of whom to like is your freedom, as your partner. I have no right to interfere. So you are not at fault and need not apologize. As he spoke, Shen stood again, preparing to ascend the stairs. Wan Mian felt stifled. This person was truly difficult to appease. What should she do next? Words had failed her, and Wan Mian pondered. Subsequently, Shen refrained from saying more and went upstairs to rest alone. Wan Mian felt utterly defeated. At that moment, the living room had transformed into a monochrome palette. In truth, her indulgence towards Shen stemmed from her belief that the integration system was unfair to men. Women could have multiple partners, while men were expected to share a single woman. Although this was for the advancement of humanity, it ultimately contradicted the uniqueness of love. Initially, she thought Xiaojin was the type to be volatile and difficult to manage. But now she realized how wrong she had been, profoundly mistaken. Chapter 40. If I can't console him, then I won't bother. Over the past few days, although Wan Mian had been residing in Shen's villa, their conversations had scarcely exceeded 3 sentences. Most of the time, it was Wan Mian speaking, while Shen occasionally offered a perfunctory response, either an "oh" or "as you wish." As time passed, Wan Mian was on the verge of losing her patience. After yet another instance of being ignored by Shen, Wan Mian, incensed, confronted him. How long do you intend to maintain this silence? Shen lifted his gaze to glance at her, but remained silent. Wan Mian raised an eyebrow, her tone growing colder. Are you planning to continue this Cold War indefinitely? What do you think? I will ask you one last time. Are you refusing to speak to me? Sensing the threat in Wan Mian's tone, Shen narrowed his eyes, silently questioning her. And what if I am? Fine. Wan Mian confirmed Shen's stance, her frustration evidently escalating in her anger. Wan Mian deliberately made a loud commotion as she packed her daily necessities, then headed to her room to don a chest binder and military uniform, preparing to leave. Initially, she had hoped he would at least try to dissuade her, yet Cixin remained silent until she stepped out. Truly audacious, she mused. Left with no choice, Wang Mian decided to consult Xiujin. She opened their chat interface, intentionally refraining from mentioning her issues with Cixin. Wang Mian. Xiujin, where is the assessment location? Xiujin, it's quite far. I'll take you tomorrow. Wang Mian. No need for you to escort me, just tell me the location. It wouldn't be appropriate to be seen together. Xiujin sensed something amiss and inquired, why not ask Cixin? Is he still angry? Wang Mian. It has nothing to do with him. I simply want to head to the military now. Can you please tell me the location? Xiujin, going now? Wait a moment. I'll come over. Wang Mian. No need to come. If you don't wish to tell me, that's fine. I'm already on my way. Xiujin sent another message, but Wang Mian had already declined to receive it. Indeed, the previous location was nearby, yet upon his arrival, Wang Mian was nowhere to be found. Inside the room, Cixin was reclining in a chair, his expression neutral, yet the prominent veins in his neck betrayed his agitation. As Wang Mian's partner, Xiujin's information was recorded within the villa, granting him access. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Cixin seated in the living room. What brings you here? Cixin inquired, perplexed, instinctively believing that Wang Mian must have sought him out. I am looking for her. Upon hearing Xiujin mention Wang Mian, Cixin finally raised his head, recalling that Wang Mian had been dressed in military attire when she left, and said to Xiujin, she must have gone to the assessment point that I know. She just asked me for the location. And then? Did you send it to her? It was declined, and her location has been turned off. Now I have no idea where she has gone. Cixin let out a cold laugh, disdainfully remarking, if she doesn't know the location, then she must be looking for that Tuoyu envoy. Xiujin scrutinized this exceedingly awkward individual, sneering, what? Are you pleased about having another partner? Don't come at me with your sarcasm. Am I being sarcastic? Are you suggesting I should blame myself for being ahead of you? Isn't that the case? I'm unsure what you're being so obstinate about. The fact that you allow Wang Mian to visit me every night proves that you don't care about the order of partners. Perhaps struck by the truth, Cixin began to tap his fingers on the table, producing a crisp sound. Is it because of that mission? Upon hearing the mention of the mission, Cixin inhaled deeply. All right, you guessed correctly, Xiujin replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Such childish behavior. Let us go find her. With that, Xiujin stepped forward, pulling Cixin along with him. Perhaps out of concern, this time Cixin did not resist. This moment, not far from the female villa area, a striking young man dressed in military attire stood by the roadside. Buffeted by the wind, wearing an expression of melancholy. Indeed, the young man had nowhere to go. He had initially intended to ask Fanyi, but suddenly reconsidered, realizing he could not let him know about his plans to attend the Tuoyu envoy assessment, and thus refrained from asking. Zhao Yu had offered to inquire about the partner, but half an hour had passed with no news. It was somewhat amusing to think that despite having 2 villas worth of people, he found himself adrift on the streets. The disheveled figure stood by the roadside, buffeted by the chaotic breeze. He recalled the last time he had snuck out to Tuoyu, observing the vibrant nightlife from the rooftop, and thought perhaps he should experience it himself. After wandering around for a while, he discovered a quaint bar 2 streets down. This will do, he decided, especially since he was currently dressed as a man. Upon entering, Wang Mian was immediately captivated by the bar's unique decor, a blend of post-apocalyptic aesthetics with elements of decay and the wilderness. Good evening. What would you like to drink? Wang Mian casually chose a leather-style table to sit at, and a server approached to take her order. Do you have cocktails? Preferably something low in alcohol. How about a Godfather? It's 25 degrees. Perfect. I'll have that. Wang Mian had heard of the Godfather back in the 21st century, but had never had the chance to savor it due to work commitments. She never expected to hear its name again 2,000 years later. After taking a sip, she found the taste pleasantly sweet, mingled with a hint of cinnamon. Though slightly bitter, it was still drinkable. And combined with the ambience of jazz music, it was quite delightful. Nonetheless, she had to admit that fruit juice was still the superior choice. The bar was not overly crowded. Patrons each held a drink, engaged in lively conversation, though it felt somewhat incongruous as they were all men. Excuse me, may I buy you a drink? Wang Mian propped her head on her hand, feeling drowsy when a male voice suddenly broke through her thoughts. Xiujin took the opportunity to sit across from her and ordered a drink from the server. He then pointed towards the entrance, where Sishan stood with his back to the glass. Clad in a black jacket. Why is he here? Won Mion's previously good mood soured at the sight of him. Aren't you being a bit awkward yourself? Xiujin chuckled. I'm awkward? I've spent 2 whole days trying to placate him, talking to myself like a fool. Hearing this, Xiujin couldn't help but laugh out loud. I suspect he doesn't really like me. Perhaps he is trying to find a way to ditch me. Won Mion's face flushed slightly, and Xiujin noticed her drink, recognizing it as the low-alcohol Godfather, and raised an eyebrow at her, realizing she might actually be tipsy. Such a drink shouldn't intoxicate even an unaltered human. At most, it would induce mild inebriation. Yet, how could a level 14 altered being react this way? It seemed she shouldn't be allowed to drink in the future. Soon, the server brought over a glass filled with a dark concoction. Won Mion, curious, asked, "What's in that drink? Is it good?" "It's a cocktail made from Malai and Slin's blood. Care to try a sip?" "What's Slin?" Won Mion had forgotten, but was certain it was mentioned in the materials prepared by Xiujin. She opted not to ask, fearing it might lead to more unwelcome lessons later. Pretending to be enlightened, she took a sip, initially finding it sweet, but with the next sip, an overwhelming distaste surged forth. "What is this? It's dreadful. Have you forgotten? Slin is an altered insect species. You're truly bizarre for drinking insect blood," Won Mion retorted with a grimace. Chapter 41. The flower thief. Won Mion took a sip from her drink, and Xiujin remarked, "You calling me bizarre? Seems we share a mutual understanding. I'm not like him. When I call you an insect eater, he calls you a masochist. Can you lower your voice?" Xiujin glared at Won Mion, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one had overheard. He then continued, "Should I invite him in? I won't summon that arrogant fool. He is far too self-absorbed. And do you know? He even stole the off-road vehicle from Jingzhan and Xiaohuadong. I saw him wreck the steering wheel that day. What does that say about his moral character?" As the conversation progressed, Won Mion began to slur her words, clearly unable to handle her liquor. Indeed, Xiujin had encouraged her to try the Malai drink to test her tolerance. If she couldn't handle it, a few sips would reveal the truth. "Who is Xiaohuadong? The Tuayu envoy you fancy?" Xiujin, taking advantage of Won Mion's inebriation, inquired. "What do you mean fancy? I only like you all." He is my friend." As she spoke, Won Mion buried her head in her arms. Xiujin chuckled softly, settled the bill, and attempted to lift Won Mion, who was already quite tipsy, her legs unsteady, with no other choice. Xiujin lifted her onto his shoulder. Before leaving, he made sure to finish the Malai drink. Had Won Mion been sober, she would have found Xiujin's drinking posture quite charming. Xiujin teased, "I heard you stole someone's car and didn't he return it? And you even broke it?" To which he awkwardly replied, "I'll pay them back tomorrow." Along the way, Won Mion wriggled like a slippery eel, alternating between wanting to get down and wanting to be carried like a princess. Noticing Sishan's face, she couldn't help but tease, "You little rascal, quite the man, aren't you?" Sishan, both amused and exasperated, found himself caught in their playful tug-of-war as they stumbled home, Won Mion periodically vomiting. Upon arrival, Sishan tentatively asked Won Mion, who was sprawled on the sofa, "Shall we take a shower?" "Sure, you can wash me." Won Mion replied, clearly inebriated. "Are you certain?" Sishan asked again. While he wouldn't take advantage of others, he felt justified in doing so given Won Mion's state. Although he didn't possess Xiujin's obsession with cleanliness, he certainly wouldn't allow someone who reeked of alcohol and had just vomited to share his bed, not even his partner. "Stay still. I'll wash you and then change your clothes." Sishan, exasperated, attempted to restrain the squirming Won Mion, unbuttoning her clothing as he spoke. The further down he went, the more conflicted he became, ultimately stopping and turning his back to her. "Can you wash yourself?" he asked. "You're not in your right mind. I don't want to do this." "Dio what? Just take a shower. What is there to be afraid of?" Won Mion suddenly stated from the bed. "You pretending to be drunk, speaking so clearly." Won Mion slowly sat up, rubbing her sore neck. "I'm not pretending to be drunk. I just recover my clarity faster." Sishan turned to see Won Mion's military uniform nearly completely unbuttoned. Thankfully, she had a chest binder on. Otherwise, it would have been quite the spectacle. "What are you staring at? I know you're only unbuttoning me because I'm wearing a binder. Right now, I'm a man." Sishan felt utterly speechless, beginning to doubt whether Won Mion was truly sober. "Come here." Won Mion pointed at Sishan, demanding, "Come here and give me a kiss." All right, seems you're still somewhat tipsy. Seeing Sishin standing still, Wan Mian lunged at him. His lips were particularly enticing today, especially after those 2 days of silence. The fact that he could speak now made him appear quite adorable. As Wan Mian threw herself at him, Sishin wrapped his arms around her, gazing down at her, softly whispering, "I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Wan Mian buried her face into Sishin's chest. Like a little bunny nuzzling in, her adorable demeanor made it hard for Sishin to suppress a smile. With her vision obscured, Wan Mian's muffled voice sounded thick. "You're not allowed to do that again." Her cheeks, flushed from the alcohol, and their bodies pressed together made Sishin feel parched. Unable to resist, he leaned down and kissed Wan Mian's lips, savoring the touch of her tongue. Wan Mian instinctively closed her eyes, hugging Sishin tightly, urging in her heart, tighter, even tighter. Sensing Wan Mian's initiative, Sishin couldn't help but ask, "Are you still drunk?" I must say, Wan Mian has a particular fondness for whispering sweet nothings during kisses. It could be considered a personal quirk. In the next moment, the man on the bed felt a rush of blood coursing through him, for Wan Mian was unfastening the buttons that had remained undone earlier and began loosening her chest binding. The sun shone brightly the following day, coming like a harbinger of the soul, and a headache-ridden Wan Mian gazed at the naked man beside her, who appeared utterly bewildered. She was aware of what had transpired. Yet due to the effects of alcohol, her memories were marred with gaps. She recalled some details but not entirely. Wan Mian pinched the bridge of her nose, attempting to alleviate her headache. She had an assessment to attend today. Yet this bare man seemed unable to rise after the night's exertions. "Saishun, wake up. I need to go for my assessment. You must get up and take me." Saishun, deeply immersed in slumber, was abruptly roused by her call. Upon seeing Wan Mian staring at him, he instantly clutched the blanket to cover his chest. Whether he was still half asleep or not, he muttered, "I'm really hungry. I just remembered that you threw up last night and didn't even wash up." After this statement, an awkward silence ensued. Wan Mian awaited his rise, while he anticipated her turning around so he could dress. "What are you doing? Get up," Wan Mian urged, gazing at Sishin, who resembled a marble statue. "Turn around." Wan Mian couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that in her lifetime, she would have the experience of being a flower thief. Chapter 42. A noteworthy discovery the morning after a delightful night. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, permeating the room with the lingering sweetness of the previous evening, reminiscent of citrus freshness and the richness of roses. Energetic Wan Mian was busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Since waking, Sishan's gaze had not strayed from the industrious Wan Mian. Her simple declaration, "You rest. I'll handle breakfast," allowed him to sit there with a sense of ease, for he had indeed put in considerable effort the night before. "Hadn't he? Eat up, there's still time, right?" Wan Mian inquired as she brought forth the breakfast. Sishin grabbed a piece of toast, devouring it without even spreading butter, replying, "It's no problem if it's a bit late. Tomorrow is the official assessment. Today you're merely familiarizing yourself with the venue and dormitory." Wan Mian spread butter on half of the remaining toast and jam on the other half. She asked, "By the way, how did you find me yesterday?" I had turned off my location. Anyone running around in military attire stands out quite a bit. After asking a couple of people, it became evident. Moreover, as we got closer, we could sense your healing energy, so you asked others and, after narrowing down the area, began searching for me like tracking dogs. Wan Mian envisioned the two of them poking their heads around corners, sniffing about, occasionally lifting a leg as if to relieve themselves. Unable to contain her laughter, she said, "What tracking dogs? Healing energy is about feeling, not smelling." Sishin, observing Wan Mian's expression, realized she was lost in her own whimsical thoughts. Wan Mian, appreciating Sishin's loquacious nature, watched him as he sipped his tea, suddenly recalling her drunken self from the previous night. "You shouldn't drink anymore. Your tolerance is quite poor. A few sips of low-alcohol cocktails can get you drunk. What do you know? It's not the alcohol that intoxicates. It's the person." Wan Mian was well aware of her poor tolerance, but that was before her transmutation. She had craved alcohol yesterday, partly due to her foul mood and partly because she believed that as a transmutant, she might develop an immunity to intoxication. However, she hadn't anticipated that her long absence from alcohol would render her even more vulnerable. It seemed that this transmutation had nothing to do with her alcohol tolerance, and she certainly hadn't acquired any kind of enzyme to counteract intoxication. Sishin sighed. understanding that Wanmian's words were an expression of the ill feelings brought on by her drinking, feelings that he had inadvertently caused. Wanmian had gotten drunk last night, and he wondered if she remembered the apology she had uttered. It's my fault. I didn't call you when you left. Oh, so it was just that you didn't call me when you left? Wanmian teased, eyeing the man before her, who was now tapping his fingers nervously on the table. His hair was unkempt, dark strands falling over his forehead, adding a touch of charm compared to his previously neat demeanor. And your cold demeanor and inexplicable outbursts. His tapping slowed, perhaps unaccustomed to apologizing, and his gaze began to wander. However, being tall, even with his head bowed, Wanmian could read every expression on his face. Yes, Wanmian said sweetly as she rose and playfully ruffled Sishin's dark hair. Sishin did not resist this gesture. Though his expression suggested discomfort, it was evident he disliked being patted on the head, but that mattered little to her. She relished it on the road. Sishin drove the commandeered SUV, the shattered steering wheel seemingly silently lamenting the violence it had endured. Upon noticing, Wanmian sighed, realizing it must have been Sishin who had damaged it. Likely during those angry days, Sishin noticed Wanmian's expression and recalled how Ruajin had suddenly mentioned this SUV yesterday. It appeared she had brought it up while chatting with Ruajin at the bar, so he informed Wanmian, I've already transferred the money to you. He pulled over to a less crowded street. You can get out here. More people will arrive for the assessment ahead. Just walk straight, and you'll see the military gate. I've sent your identity information to your wristband. I'm heading to the Association of Transmutants. Ruajin is already inside the military. We'll both be attending tomorrow's morning meeting. By the way, your dormitory is on the 6th floor, an entire level to yourself. It's secured with facial recognition. No one else can enter, so don't bring anyone in casually. Sishin's gaze was fixed on Wanmian as he uttered the last line. Wanmian blinked in confusion, her eyes questioning what he meant by bringing someone in, as if he implied she would invite men into her room. Understood. With that, Wanmian grabbed her backpack and started to walk away, but as she took a step, Sishin, exasperated, called out, You're going the wrong way. It's behind you. Noticing Wanmian's lack of direction, Sishin added, It's a straight path. You can manage, right? Of course. Don't worry about me. Afterward, Sishin's gaze fell downwards, assessing Wanmian's flat front, and he inquired, Do you have any spare ones? You'll sweat a lot during the assessment. Spare ones? Oh, you mean the chest binding? I brought 2. So with this one, that makes 3. It should be sufficient. Well, if you need more, order some to be sent to your home. I'll pick them up and find a chance to deliver them to you. Okay, I got it. Am I leaving now? Wait a moment. The assessment lasts about a week. Will your, not conflict? Did you bring anything? What do you mean? Wanmian frowned at Sishin's vague speech, perplexed. What are you trying to say? Be clear. I mean, you mentioned our vulnerable period is Aunt Flo. So will the female, big Aunt Flo? Oh no, Wanmian had completely forgotten about that. It wasn't because Aunt Flo was due. Rather, it was due to last night's encounter with Ruajin. She had entirely overlooked this detail, cursing herself for letting her desires take over and disregarding everything else. Seeing Wanmian's face turn pale, Sishin assumed he had hit the nail on the head. Do you want me to help you get something now? No. It's not time yet. Wanmian asked nervously, but, Sishin, am I going to get pregnant? Sishin was bewildered by the question. What? I mean, am I going to get pregnant? Because we didn't use protection yesterday. This inquiry struck a blind spot for Sishin, as he had never encountered knowledge about female reproductive health or contraceptives due to their scarcity. However, he knew that his mother could conceive. Otherwise, he wouldn't exist. Watching Sishin look utterly clueless, Wanmian decided against asking further and would inquire with Zhao Inyu instead. Lost in thought, Wanmian made her way toward the military base while Sishin stood there helplessly until she disappeared down the road. He couldn't help but open the interface to ask his mother, Si-Yoon, about it. But he quickly closed it again. Although he knew his mother wouldn't mind, something about it felt awkward. Ultimately, Sishin resolved to check the wristband at the building when he had the chance. Chapter 43. Encountering Zhao Inyu at the entrance. Fortunately, it was a straight road, and Wanmian wouldn't get lost. Indeed, the further she walked, the more people she encountered, most dressed in military uniforms like her. Are these the individuals taking the assessment? She pondered. Perhaps some are instructors or already part of the military. As she walked, she recalled Sishin mentioning her identity information. Her interface popped up, revealing an email with her new identity. Name: Seong Jun, age 24, height 172 centimeters, type of transmutation, intelligent transmutation level, level 5, occupation in Unit 6C3, contractor, none. Oh dear. They even added a bit to my height. Perhaps it's because, in this apocalypse, men under 170 centimeters have become nearly extinct. After memorizing this, she opened Zhao Inyu's chat interface, prepared to type. When a familiar voice rang out, I'm telling you all, he has a contractor now, so don't bully him, or you'll regret it. That voice, that haughty tone. It was none other than the person Wanmian had intended to contact. Wanmian stood off to the side, not approaching directly, as Zhao Inyu was unaware of her impending assessment. Although she had asked for her address last night, she hadn't explained the reason. She observed the princess tightly nestled against a military-clad man. Although he wore a hat, Wanmian recognized him as the new male Zhao Inyu had mentioned during their coffee outing. Furthermore, behind her stood 4 men clad in casual attire, who, from a distance, appeared as though they were knights encircling a regal queen. Coincidentally, her hairstyle today was long and straight, which only accentuated her commanding presence. The individual being reprimanded by Zhao Inyu was presumably a teammate of her partner. That person, unable and unwilling to retort, merely stood there foolishly, despite towering nearly a head above Zhao Inyu, bowing in submission. Her partner exchanged furtive glances with their teammate, and Wanmian, observing this scene, nearly burst into laughter. Perhaps fatigued by the commotion, Zhao Inyu bid farewell to her partner and approached Wanmian. The instant their eyes met, Zhao Inyu gasped in horror, "Eh?" And Wanmian immediately rushed forward to cover Zhao Inyu's mouth. This triggered chaos. Zhao Inyu's 4 partners, along with the one who had already walked away to prepare for the assessment, came rushing over, collectively pinning Wanmian to the ground. Naturally, Wanmian refrained from retaliating. Fully aware that this was a misunderstanding and the strength they exerted was hardly noteworthy, she merely played along to avoid excessive awkwardness. "Let go. Hey. She is not. She is. Oh, let go." Zhao Inyu shouted incoherently, then boldly stepped in to separate her partners. She was at a loss for words, as it was evident that Wanmian was cross-dressing. She was astute enough not to voice ideas. Wanmian struggled to rise, hastily donning her hat. Thankfully, having cut her hair short in advance, she slowly got to her feet. Brushing off the dust. "Who is he?" one of Zhao Inyu's partners inquired, pointing at Wanmian. He is my friend." Upon hearing this, the 5 partners fell silent. Zhao Inyu raised her hand to them. "Wait a moment. I need to speak with my friend." The 2 then moved aside under the watchful, hostile gazes of the 5, who had already begun to see Wanmian as a potential rival. Zhao Inyu, being a woman, was already a point of interest. Now, with this uproar, she attracted even more attention from those around. "You're quite clever. They are aware, after all, if they hadn't arranged it, I wouldn't be able to participate at all. So, when you asked me for the address yesterday, was it to come here? No, you were planning to sneak in, weren't you? Yesterday was a bit chaotic, but it all got resolved. By the way, I have something important to ask you. If one engages with a partner without any safety measures, is there a risk of pregnancy?" Zhao Inyu blinked at Wanmian. Usually, she would directly provide an answer to such a question, but given that Wanmian was about to participate in the Slayer assessment and asked it right at the entrance of the military base, Zhao Inyu began to speculate on the implications. "You? Don't tell me you're considering borrowing seed from within the military?" That made sense. You quarreled with those 2 and now want to find someone else in the military? Perhaps to run off with a child despite them? Wow, you really know how to play the game. Stop talking nonsense. I'm here to participate in the Slayer selection, not for any borrowing of seed. Will I or won't I get pregnant? If you're a woman, you certainly can conceive. It's just that the likelihood of having a daughter is rather low. What do you mean? Just the literal meaning. Is your brain not functioning properly? Wanmian pondered for a moment and asked, "So, the literal meaning means I could get pregnant?" She had no interest in whether it was a son or a daughter. She didn't want either. "Are you worried about the possibility of becoming pregnant?" Zhao Inyu asked, her face filled with mockery. "What else with that expression, sister? We're in the era of the apocalypse. Not your wandering days. While the chance of a son is slightly higher, it's not that easy either. Besides, we're all hoping to conceive, yet you're afraid of getting pregnant. Goodbye, I don't wish to hear your pretentiousness." "Sister?" Wanmian rolled her eyes, thinking she might even be younger than Zhao Inyu. "Wait a moment, Inyu. Won Mian pulled Zhao Inyu back down as she had started to lift her head, an action that, in the eyes of the five partners, looked akin to Won Mian pulling Zhao Inyu down for a kiss. Is the one in military attire your partner? Is he also participating in the Slayer assessment? Please don't reveal my identity to him. I've heard Si Shun Ming mention something about subjective consciousness. I understand. Subjective consciousness must not harbor harmful thoughts towards women, so you're cross-dressing to protect the men participating in the assessment with you. I grasped that point earlier, which is why I didn't shout your name. We can't let it slip. If the word gets out, Yuan Nan could be in danger, Zhao Inyu said earnestly. All right, you make the call. I'll take my leave now. My back hurts terribly. Does it hurt? Did they injure you earlier? Zhao Inyu began to rub Won Mian's back. Stop touching me. It hurts even more. All right, just go. I can't take it anymore. Zhao Inyu failed to grasp Won Mian's point. What she truly meant was that the 5 pairs of eyes felt like knives, repeatedly stabbing her in the back. After exchanging farewells, Won Mian hurriedly fled the dreadful place. Upon seeing the military base entrance, Won Mian was astonished, for it was her first time witnessing such a crowd in this level 6 city SC district. It resembled a university town. After organizing her backpack, she ventured inside. Suddenly, someone slapped her on the back with force. Turning around, she looked up and thought, oh no, trouble is here. Zhao Inyu's partner was glaring at her with an unfriendly demeanor. Chapter 44. Won Mian is poisoned in a chilling tone. He asked, what is your relationship with my partner? Do you think I would believe you? Won Mian felt a bit at a loss for an explanation. After all, she couldn't divulge the truth. So, she opted for a different approach. Adjusting her appearance, she looked up and said, whether you believe me or not is irrelevant. Just remember, your partner would never take an interest in someone as short as me. Standing at 1.70 meters, this statement seemed to resonate. He narrowed his eyes at Won Mian as if convinced, snorted coldly, and then departed. Won Mian paid him no mind and continued onward, feeling increasingly stifled. Internally, she grumbled about these men. Why were they all so tall? This made her conspicuous. Si Shun had clearly stated that intelligent aberrants would participate in the assessment, and their heights wouldn't differ much from those of non-aberrants. Yet here, everyone was akin to a wall now. Amidst so many walls, a spinning top was lost. Won Mian had become disoriented, as Si Shun hadn't mentioned where to go upon entering, leaving her utterly lost. With no other option, Won Mian randomly grabbed someone and, in a hoarse voice, asked, hello, classmate? Classmate? Upon uttering this, Won Mian regretted it. Where were the classmates? Was she truly treating this like a university town? Could you please tell me where the Slayer assessment is taking place? Thankfully, the person didn't mind the address and pointed to the left, saying, over there, thank you. After Won Mian left, the individual pondered, is he an intelligent aberrant? How could he possibly participate in the assessment at such a height? Then he shook his head and walked away. Following the direction indicated, Won Mian soon spotted a crowd waiting in line to register. After inquiring, she joined the queue at the back, about half an hour later. It was finally her turn. Information. The registrar addressed Won Mian. Won Mian quickly displayed the prepared interface. Xiang Jun, you are an intelligent aberrant. Are you certain you wish to participate in the assessment? The assessment does not guarantee personal safety. Yes, I am certain. All right, here you go. This is your dormitory room number. Shortly, assessment information will be sent to your wristband. Assemble on the playground at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Won Mian received a small circular metal object with the room number 302 inscribed on it. If she remembered correctly, this metal piece should serve as a key card. However, Si Shun had mentioned that her dormitory was on a separate 6th floor. Where was she supposed to go? While lost in thought, a man wearing a military cap and mask approached Won Mian, bypassing the line. Follow me, he said, grabbing Won Mian's arm. Who are you? Realizing her tone was off, Won Mian repeated in a rough voice. Who are you? The man in the hat couldn't help but chuckle. Won Mian looked up and caught a glimpse of golden hair and light-colored eyes beneath the cap. It was Xiujin. Recognizing him, Won Mian immediately tilted her head and followed Xiujin. Xiujin couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. Could you not walk like a thief? Stand up straight, Dotto. Where are we going? Won Mian asked softly. I'm taking you to your dormitory. You don't need to worry about that room number, Dotto. Okay. Following Xiujin through the crowd, they arrived at the elevator lobby. Strangely, despite the throng outside, there was no one in the elevator lobby. Was only when Wan Mian saw Xiao Jin perform eye distance recognition at the elevator that she realized the absence of people was due to the fact that not everyone could use this elevator. Next time, just use this elevator to go directly to the 6th floor. Try to avoid people. This elevator is reserved for high-ranking military officers. Your information has already been inputted. You can use the eye recognition just like I did earlier. But Wan Mian reached the recognition point and stood still. Look, I can't reach. Xiao Jin sighed. I'll have someone install a recognition system for your height later. When the elevator arrived, it opened to a spacious corridor, ending in a moderately sized door. Xiao Jin gestured for Wan Mian to proceed. Upon reaching the door, it indeed opened after recognizing her face. The room was approximately 60 square meters, fully furnished and equipped. Looking quite nice. All the items appeared to be brand new. Wan Mian immediately felt a chill run down her spine. It was not merely a reconciliation. Everything had been laid bare. With a guilty nod, she feigned nonchalance, saying, "That guy apologized, so I suppose I won't hold a grudge." Oh? How did he apologize? He said sorry. Then, cough. He mentioned that we shouldn't have engaged in a Cold War, nor should we have refused to communicate after our argument. And what else? Xiao Jin deliberately pressed his cool lips against Wan Mian's neck, causing her to involuntarily shiver. And he served tea and water, bowed, and knelt. Wan Mian gradually felt her guilt swell. Wait, why should she feel guilty? It was impossible for the two of them to discuss such matters, so Xiao Jin must be unaware. With this thought, her confidence returned. As long as Xiao Jin didn't inquire directly, she would never divulge the truth. You seem drunk. How can you remember so clearly? Xiao Jin immediately detected the flaw in Wan Mian's words. Observing her flustered demeanor, he decided to cease teasing her, reluctantly releasing her from his embrace. He moved towards the restroom, beginning to scan the area. What are you doing? Looking for a camera? Xiao Jin replied as he searched. This is a military base. There won't be any cameras. I just feel the air isn't circulating well. And there's an odd smell that I asked there? I can't smell anything. Wan Mian also moved closer to investigate. Although it was a restroom, it was quite clean with no discernible odor. Xiao Jin frowned, continuing his search until he finally zeroed in on Wan Mian. Squinting, he scrutinized her from head to toe, stepping closer to take a whiff, then began to investigate her back. Wan Mian squirmed from the tickling sensation, laughing as she asked, "What are you doing? Who did you have physical contact with earlier?" Xiao Jin's playful demeanor shifted to seriousness as he examined the powder he had brushed off her back. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "You have toxic powder from the knife-toothed pike on you. Think carefully, who touched your back?" If someone had touched her back, it must have been Zhao Enyu's partner, and someone had indeed slapped her back quite forcefully. It's just a misunderstanding. They thought I was an enemy. I was too close to her, but it's nothing serious. Don't worry. Xiao Ji nodded in response, then continued, "The one who slapped you hard, was it Yuan Nan?" "That should be correct. Is this salmon toxin particularly potent?" "Not salmon, it's the knife-toothed pike. It poses no threat to us, but for low-level mutants, it could induce a coma for several days. I see. Then it's of no concern. It's all just a misunderstanding." Xiao Jian helped Wan Mian dust off her back, ensuring all the powder was removed before immediately heading to the sink to wash his hands. "I will have someone investigate. These substances are contraband. Be cautious. Since the misunderstanding remains unresolved, they might still target you." While scrubbing his hands vigorously, Xiao Jin addressed Wan Mian. Observing his obsessive cleanliness, Wan Mian felt exasperated. If he was so concerned about dirt, he should have cleaned himself. "All right, I understand. Do you have any plans later?" "No, why? Do you want me to stay and accompany you?" "No need. I'm here for an assessment, not for romance. Your presence would distract me from my focus," Wan Mian said, forming a prayer gesture with her hands. Xiao Jin shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. "If you had focus, you wouldn't be drinking at night." "What about at night?" Wan Mian suddenly felt tense. "Nothing at all, just drunkenness," Xiao Jin chuckled, adjusting his previous comment. "All right, I must take my leave now. Rest here for a while. Make sure to come downstairs early tomorrow for the morning meeting." Wan Mian nodded, watching him exit before sprawling on her bed to contemplate. Was Zhao Enyu's partner truly intent on poisoning her? Was it so exaggerated? Perhaps her proximity had indeed incited animosity. Never mind, it was best not to inform her. It wasn't a heinous crime. She wouldn't want to disrupt their relationship. Later that evening, when she descended, She noticed that a height-appropriate iris recognition device had been installed. Following the map on the interface, she made her way to the cafeteria, which was already bustling with people. Standing at the entrance with her mouth agape, she observed for quite some time, as she had not encountered such a crowd since her arrival in this world. The cafeteria retained the style of the 21st century. Spacious, yet nearly every small area was occupied, leaving only the long tables with available seats. Wan Mian joined the queue to get her meal, intermittently hearing chatter behind her, mostly about how this shorty had come for the assessment, and warnings not to be assigned to the same team. Choosing to ignore it, she patiently queued. Thankfully, the previously manual system had transitioned to automation, speeding up the process significantly. As she gazed at her 4 dishes and a soup, her appetite surged. Scanning the room, her eyes landed on a familiar solitary figure. Yuan Nan, the one who had poisoned her. It was an opportune moment for inquiry. Wan Mian approached and sat down across from him. He looked up, momentarily stunned, then resumed eating, feigning ignorance. Wan Mian cut to the chase. You're Yuan Nan, right? Please don't poison me. I have no connection with your partner. His eating paused for a second before he leisurely replied. I didn't poison you. That was initiated by my superior. He enjoys such antics. I only slapped your back to help reduce the toxicity. Is that so? Wan Mian was skeptical, yet his calm demeanor suggested either a masterful liar or the truth. Really? Then why help me? No particular reason. I just don't think it's necessary. If my partner values you, we are bound by treaty not to interfere. However, I can assure you she isn't interested in merging with you. No. He raised his chopsticks and pointed at Wan Mian. Your attire isn't fastened correctly. Huh. What isn't fastened correctly? Following his gesture, Wan Mian turned, realizing he wasn't referring to someone behind her. What was that? It couldn't be. She felt around her back like an octopus and indeed found a protruding bulge. Oh dear, the chest binder had come undone. Wan Mian awkwardly laughed while Yuan Nan, disinterested, moved to another table to eat. Internally, Wan Mian raged. She had been discovered before she even started. Should she buy one with Velcro? The meal concluded in awkwardness, and that night, Wan Mian dreamt numerous dreams, all involving battles with exotic beasts, where her clothing would tear apart, indicating the immense pressure of concealing her gender. When the alarm rang, Wan Mian, sporting dark circles under her eyes, headed to the restroom to freshen up. As Xiao Jin had mentioned, there would be a morning meeting today, so she needed to descend early, trying her best not to be seen exiting the elevator. After ensuring her chest binder was secure, she made her way downstairs. The military base in the early morning exuded a damp chill. The sun had yet to fully rise, but the greenery along the roadside appeared poised for growth. Standing at the dormitory entrance, she seized the moment to memorize the surrounding paths. Assemble. A thunderous roar echoed, rivaling the growls of exotic beasts. Wan Mian covered her ears, instinctively tensing her muscles. Hey, you there, shorty, exit through that door. A kind-hearted instructor, seeing a dawdler standing by the bushes, couldn't help but offer a reminder. Did I go the wrong way? Wan Mian hurried over, thanking him, only to realize the main group had already lined up on the playground, with only a few stragglers like herself still en route. On the platform above the playground stood 20 individuals, 10 instructors, 5 assessment supervisors, and 3 high-ranking members of the Exotic Beast Slayers Association, including Luo Ji. Among them were Xixin and Xiao Jin, both wearing expressions of dismay, for their partners were missing. At that moment, a supervisor announced, those who have not arrived will be disqualified from the assessment. Wait, it's the first day. No need to be so strict, Xiao Jin interjected. Understood. The supervisor promptly acknowledged, allowing everyone to await the latecomers. Finally, Wan Mian appeared, sprinting into view, and both men exhaled in relief. Is that last shorty a strategist? Coming for the Exotic Beast Slayer assessment is akin to courting death. Several instructors on the platform began to murmur among themselves. Luo Ji, standing nearby, reprimanded them sharply to cease their discussion, drenched in cold sweat, too fearful to glance at Xixin and Xiao Jin's expressions. Wan Mian, oblivious, stood gazing at the lineup, unsure of where to position herself, as the wall in front left no room to insert herself. Yuan Nan, unable to bear it any longer, made space for her, pulling her into the line. Having spoken with Inu the night before, he knew the exposure was evident, so he was instructed to watch over her. ensuring her friend's identity remained concealed while also safeguarding his own. Naturally, to maintain a cordial relationship with his superior, Yuan Nan refrained from disclosing Wan Mian's poisoning incident. Thank you, Wan Mian quickly expressed her gratitude. But Yuan Nan chose to ignore her. The person queued in front turned to Yuan Nan, questioning, "Why are you helping her? Letting her be eliminated early would save her life." Wan Mian rolled her eyes behind him, thinking, men sure talk a lot. Unbeknownst to her, her visit to the cafeteria the previous evening had caught the attention of many, making her the talk of the dormitory. After Yuan Nan claimed he did not know him at all, everyone became even more audacious in placing their bets on when this little fellow would withdraw from the competition. Some even rubbed their hands together, declaring that they would ensure he understood that being a smart type was unsuitable for being a slayer of anomalies. Xiao Jin made his voice heard, stating that the morning meeting would naturally commence only when all were present. According to the clock, it was nearly 15 minutes late, a delay that had never occurred before. Once again, that thunderous roar echoed through the air. Looking up, it was evident that the sound came from an instructor standing on the platform. Wan Mian could not help but cover her ears, as she was particularly averse to such overwhelming noise, which always reminded her of the first encounter with the bizarre beasts upon her arrival. "What are you doing? Put your hands down," the accompanying instructor admonished as he approached Wan Mian's side. She immediately complied, at the same time. The two individuals seated on the platform took a deep breath. Luo Ji, upon hearing, was practically unable to sit still, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. The booming voice began to officially address the assembly, outlining various precautions before announcing the assessment content. The first assessment was a physical fitness test, consisting of weighted cross-country running. The second was a combat skill evaluation with randomly assigned opponents and a tournament format. The third was a shooting skills competition, comprising prone shooting, rapid fire with a pistol, and long-distance sniping, with an additional scoring opportunity provided by a 4C3 mobile Gatling gun and a heavy machine gun. The fourth was a theoretical competition, and the final assessment was a practical combat test against anomalies in a designated area. All events would be scored on a point system. As the announcement concluded, Wan Mian felt as though her eardrums were about to burst, while the other contestants seemed accustomed to the noise, standing at attention without the slightest deviation. "Now, please welcome the instructor for the fifth assessment to address everyone." Wan Mian looked up, realizing she had not noticed the individuals on the platform earlier. She was surprised to find that the one standing was indeed Xiao Jin, with Si Shan seated beside him. At that moment, Si Shan was looking at her with an expressionless face, but in an instant, he averted his gaze. They had mentioned attending the morning meeting. How did they directly become instructors? These two were quite tight-lipped. Not informing her in advance, Xiao Jin took the stage. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Then, Xiao Jin's magnetic voice resonated. Chapter 46. Care to practice? As the new cohort of humanity in this apocalyptic era, you bear the responsibility of injecting new perspectives into our race. In the face of battle, courage and responsibility are indispensable. Do not forsake your bloodlust. You must take up the blood-stained banner of your predecessors and carry forth their spirit. For the fifth assessment, Si Shun and I shall ensure your safety, but once you officially become slayers of anomalies, your lives will no longer belong to you. They will belong to humanity if you lack this awareness. You may withdraw at any time. Of course, we also welcome you to join us. Wan Mian gazed at Xiao Jin, clad in the black garb of a slayer, her face filled with admiration, her eyes never straying from his figure. Xiao Jin, sensing the fervent gaze directed at him, could not help but clear his throat lightly, while Si Shan beside him let out a cold sneer, murmuring softly, "That's another point in her favor. I'm finished now, I'll never catch up with you." Xiao Jin glanced at the envious Si Shan. "You're not too slow yourself." This morning, she was positively radiant. Si Shan understood the implication behind Xiao Jin's words and refrained from continuing the conversation, his gaze once again drifting toward Wan Mian. After the assembly was dismissed, all the instructors on the platform departed except for the accompanying instructor, and the atmosphere on the training ground immediately lightened, with several instructors beginning to discuss animatedly. "Did you hear? It's Xiao Jin and Si Shan. How could they be the assessment instructors? I never expected this. Damn, we really struck gold." "Exactly. Which year do people not die in the fifth assessment? With them around, we're practically guaranteed to be safe." "Fantastic. Is there any chance we could get their autographs? Wait, how did they end up in this 6th-tier city?" If only that female were from our fourth-tier city. Such good fortune is hard to come by. Just having them as instructors for this assessment is already a tremendous stroke of luck. With the sixth-tier city, the overlord, and the assessment all laid out before him, Yuan Nan naturally thought of the person who was disguised as a male before him. Finally, he realized the implications. Due to the recent merger, and you had not disclosed these stakes to him. He had pieced it together himself. Being able to merge with these two high-ranking anomaly variants changed Yuan Nan's perception of Wan Mian. Initially, he had thought she was merely here out of boredom to experience life. And he had even felt some disdain, as her actions put the male contestants at risk of potential exile. Now, however, it seemed she possessed some skills. Perhaps there was more to her than meets the eye. He glanced toward Wan Mian, only to find her with a bewildered expression, and he thought to himself, perhaps he had misjudged her. Maybe she was simply more compatible with those two high-ranking individuals. The others were engaged in their own conversations and relaxation, while only Wan Mian stood in place, lost in thought. She felt utterly incapable of passing the assessment. The first, second, and fifth items posed no problem. But what about the third, the shooting skills and theoretical examination? Xiujin had taught her nothing about shooting, and although she had studied theory for several days, much of it had slipped her mind after the initial confusion. Damn it, men are indeed a source of trouble. Wan Mian cursed inwardly. As she stood there contemplating, most of the people on the training ground had already left. Where is the dormitory? Wan Mian began to scan her surroundings and eventually spotted Yuan Nan ahead. With no other choice, she silently followed him. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Once they reached the dormitory building, Yuan Nan abruptly vanished in front of the building. Many men were exercising, their grunts causing Wan Mian's hair to stand on end. They were discussing the instructors, Xixin and Xiujin, and Wan Mian realized just how renowned her partner was. No wonder Xiujin had worn a hat and mask yesterday. He was trying to avoid recognition. Suddenly, someone spotted Wan Mian standing at the door and shouted, "Hey, little squirt, come do a few pull-ups. Let us see what you smart types can really do." This racial discrimination, calling her smart type repeatedly. Looking down on her intelligence, Wan Mian was not one to back down. She strode over and said to the burly man, "I have a name, Xiangjun. Stop calling me little squirt." "Haha, all right, Xiangjun, let us see what you've got." Wan Mian approached, grasped the pull-up bar, and effortlessly completed several repetitions, while the onlookers applauded as if she were a performing monkey. Realizing they were merely toying with her, she felt a surge of anger and challenged the burly man. "Care to practice?" "Oh?" The burly man was amused by Wan Mian's sudden bravado. "I'm a strength type. Are you sure you want to practice with me? Quit the chatter. Are you in or not?" "Bring it on, but it might be a bit unfair. Hey, you guys over there, be ready to catch him. Don't let him get knocked out." "Ha ha ha," the others chimed in, laughing. "Take it easy. Don't get hurt." The two took their fighting stances, and at the sound of the command, the burly man gestured for her to come forth. Wan Mian raised an eyebrow, then propelled herself forward with force, easily surpassing the height of a 6-story beast. What storm could this little fellow possibly stir? Against a taller opponent, a high kick was the best offensive move. As long as she had enough strength, he wouldn't have a chance to retaliate. This was something Si Shun had drilled into her during training. She must not employ the same tactics as against beasts, avoiding excessive jumping or lethal strikes. Just a fraction of her strength would suffice, lest someone end up dead. Wan Mian kept this in mind as she controlled her muscle power, lifted her leg, and, while her left hand supported her on the ground, swept towards the opponent's neck. The man, clearly strong, was taken aback by her speed but quickly regained his composure, raising his hand to block her incoming leg. This was troublesome. Wan Mian had overestimated him. A simple leg sweep would have sufficed. She stood back up, adjusted her hat, and pointed at the crowd of wide-eyed onlookers, proclaiming, "I am a smart type, but don't underestimate me." Finally, mimicking the strange sounds they made during their workout, she let out a loud roar, causing the group to recoil, their necks retracting as they stared at the petite figure, now acutely aware of her strength. However, that final roar was simply beyond description. Yuan Nan, hidden behind a wall, could only shake his head in amusement. And Yu's friend was truly a gem. It seemed the upcoming assessments would undoubtedly be entertaining. Chapter 47. Yuan Nan's fear of water. The first assessment commenced swiftly. Due to the large number of participants, The training ground was nearly full. The instructors distributed weighted backpacks to each participant before announcing, the first assessment is a weighted cross-country run. Remember, you must not remove your backpack until you reach the finish line. There are 3 cross-country routes to choose from. The map has been transmitted to your wristbands. You must operate within the mapped area. Failure to comply will result in disqualification. Understood. When the weighted backpack was handed to Won Mian, the accompanying instructor clearly hesitated. The backpack was larger than the person before him, yet he shook his head and still distributed it. Won Mian attempted to lift it and found it quite heavy but manageable. Observing the other participants beside her, she noticed they struggled significantly to hoist theirs onto their backs, their faces flushed and strained. If they were struggling so much just to wear it, how would they complete the assessment? Won Mian muttered to herself, watching their comical struggle. She cast a glance at the off-road map displayed on the chip interface, then stealthily maneuvered around a few teammates who were fiddling with their backpacks. Making her way to Yuan Nan's side, "Hey, has Inu mentioned me to you?" she inquired. Yuan Nan nodded. "Could you lend me a hand? How could I assist you? I'm struggling just to carry my own backpack." "Oh no, I don't mean for you to carry my backpack. I just need you to help me find my way. I'll follow closely behind you, and if you tire, I can give you a push." "All right. Are you joking? Push me? You can barely manage your own pack, which is dragging on the ground." Yuan Nan scoffed, casting a disdainful look at the rather mismatched individual before him. "It's all right. Once we start running, I'll lift my backpack," she assured. "You run your race. I'll keep pace with you. The main issue is that I don't know the route. Suit yourself. I won't be waiting for you. If you want to tag along, that's your choice." With Yuan Nan's reluctant consent, Won Mian did not alter her position and settled directly behind him. The sound of the starting gun echoed, and the assessment team members began to depart in succession. As they exited through the main gate, the crowd dispersed, each choosing their own path. Won Mian was oblivious to the criteria guiding their decisions. She simply followed Yuan Nan's lead. Yuan Nan kindly informed Won Mian from the front, "The route I've chosen starts easy and gradually becomes challenging. It begins with a flat road, then crosses a waterway, and finally leads into a simulated unknown terrain resembling a Gobi desert. If you find it too strenuous, you can withdraw before we reach the water. I won't give up," Won Mian asserted firmly. In truth, she was far better equipped for this challenge, as the weight was entirely manageable for her, unlike for these aberrants, most of whom were only at level 6 and would find it quite taxing. Before long, 10 kilometers had passed without anyone falling behind. The accompanying instructor stood by the roadside, stopwatch in hand, urging the participants, "Hurry up. You're moving too slowly." The current terrain was flat and required little effort. After a few more kilometers, many suddenly veered off the flat path towards the Gobi terrain. Although it was not as easy to traverse as before, at least it didn't involve any taxing ascents. As they continued running, the sound of flowing water gradually became audible. Won Mian realized they were approaching the waterway Yuan Nan had mentioned. The map offered no indication of the river's width, and upon seeing this so-called waterway, everyone was taken aback. This was no mere waterway. It was akin to an ocean, with no visible end in sight. The reason no one dared to enter the water was due to the scarcity of water sources. The inhabitants of the city had scarcely seen vast bodies of water, let alone an ocean, as all cities were situated inland, far from the coast, resulting in many being completely unaccustomed to wading through water. Yuan Nan stood at the edge of this ocean-like river, drenched in sweat. He turned to Won Mian and said, "I'm sorry. I thought it was just a waterway, not something like this. Can't you swim?" Won Mian asked that I can, but this river is too wide. I've never swum that far. As long as you can swim, just tell me the direction, and I'll guide you, she replied. She was the first to plunge into the water, startling the other teammates, who hesitated on the bank. "Come on, get in," Won Mian urged. She rolled her eyes at him in disdain, internally cursing these tall, cowardly individuals. However, she maintained a friendly demeanor, knowing she needed his guidance. With no other option, Won Mian quietly edged closer to the shore, grasped the hem of his pants, and with a determined pull, yanked him into the water. The moment Yuan Nan hit the water, goosebumps erupted all over him, and he began to shiver uncontrollably, nearly succumbing to cold shock. Noticing his disoriented state, Won Mian gave him a firm slap on the head, exclaiming, "Hurry up, if we swim now, we could be the first on this route. Just think of the points. I need a lot of points because my shooting skills in theory might not earn me any." Ironically, in the water, Wan Mian didn't need to free a hand to lift her backpack, yet she had to use one to pull Yuan Nan along. After swimming for a while, she glanced back at Yuan Nan, who was flailing helplessly. No wonder you didn't want to get in. You can't swim at all, she chastised. I've only swum at NUS Villa, and I just learned. I'm terrified of water. Yuan Nan replied, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. Meanwhile, on the riverbank, the instructor reported the status of the assessment participants via his wristband. 2 members from Route B have entered the water. The others are still hesitating. At that moment, Xishen and Xiujin were in the monitoring hall with other assessment instructors and high-ranking members of the Anomaly Association, awaiting updates. They had noticed Wan Mian choose Route B at the start of the test. Upon hearing the instructor's announcement regarding Route B, Xiujin exchanged a knowing glance with Luoji. Luoji immediately understood and addressed the instructor, asking, "Which 2 participants are they?" The accompanying instructor scrutinized the scene and recognized the intelligent aberrant who had been distributing backpacks earlier. She was dragging. It's Xiang Jun from Team 6C3 and Yuan Nan from Team 6C6. Xiujin and Xishen exchanged glances, confident in Wan Mian's abilities, thus feeling no concern. Xishen pondered for a moment before instructing Luoji. Initiate flight monitoring to prevent any accidents. Understood. Luoji promptly issued the command, and soon the flight monitoring interface in the hall lit up, revealing footage of Wan Mian and Yuan Nan in the water. Both Xiujin and Xishen inhaled deeply, their expressions grave, for the image showed Wan Mian swimming while dragging a man who appeared lifeless, showing no signs of kicking or moving. Indeed, Yuan Nan had lost consciousness. Chapter 48. Please, stop shouting. Isn't that the little intelligent one? Haha, quite impressive, managing to drag along an unconscious teammate. Shut up, do you want to die? Luoji interjected, interrupting the instructor's banter. Though it seemed harsh, Luoji had their best interests at heart. In the footage, Wan Mian was exerting herself, having reached the center of the river, with half the distance still to cover. There can't be any beasts in here. Right? She muttered to herself. What am I going to do if this guy remains unconscious once we reach the shore? I can't just carry him the whole way. Ouch, my leg is cramping. The temperature in the center of the river was dropping, and despite her constant movement, she felt a cramp. I need to pick up the pace. Otherwise, Yuan Nan will suffer from hypothermia. With that thought, Wan Mian accelerated her speed. Among the 3 participants, 2 had already opted to withdraw from the challenge. Finally, within half an hour, Wan Mian completed the remaining distance and emerged onto the bank, due to absorbing water. Her backpack now felt at least 3 times heavier. The instructor on the opposite bank, stopwatch in hand, observed Wan Mian with admiration and remarked, "Did you save this teammate?" "I suppose so, but I also dragged him into the water." She replied, "He is already unconscious. Let him withdraw. You need to run quickly. This is the most difficult route, and it seems your score will be quite high." Wan Mian gazed at Yuan Nan, who lay motionless on the ground. Abandon him? That was out of the question. His unconsciousness was partially her fault, and besides, he was Inyu's partner. Out of respect for Inyu, she couldn't just leave him behind. Then, something that left the instructor dumbfounded occurred. After numerous failed attempts to gently rouse Yuan Nan, she resorted to a rather unorthodox method, repeatedly slapping his face while shouting, "Wake up! Wake up! Inyu is still waiting for you." The surveillance footage transmitted this scene in its entirety, eliciting peals of laughter from the hall. Luoji had given up on trying to stop the laughter, as he too found it hard to contain himself. Xishen and Xiujin each covered their faces with one hand. Utterly speechless, after enduring countless slaps, Yuan Nan finally regained consciousness. "Why does my face hurt so much? It feels swollen." Indeed, it was not merely swollen. It resembled that of a pig's head. The instructor stifled laughter as he watched the 2 perform their little drama. Choosing not to intervene, for enduring such trials was commendable. "You hit a rock when you came ashore. Hurry up. You might still be the first to finish," he encouraged Yuan Nan. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yuan Nan wasted no time in preparing to run. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. "This backpack feels as heavy as a mountain. I can't lift it. What kind of weight is this? Did you pack your entire belongings into mine?" Yuan Nan questioned, eyeing Wan Mian, who appeared quite unburdened. "In a way, it's just soaked and heavy now. Come on, hurry up. I really need those points." Yuan Nan exerted all his strength to stand, but alas, he collapsed once more. "You go ahead." This backpack is too heavy. I can't continue. Seeing Yuan Nan on the verge of giving up, Wan Mian felt helpless. She glanced at the instructor beside her and shot a look at Yuan Nan on the ground. The instructor was puzzled by her expression. Then, Wan Mian reached out, grasped the top of Yuan Nan's backpack, tentatively tugged it, and looked back at the instructor. Finally, the instructor understood, cleared his throat, and pointed to his wristband, stating, "The rules are clear. Do not remove your backpack and do not deviate from the route. Beyond that, I'm not responsible. You should have said that earlier. If I had known this guy was going to faint, I would have dragged him along right away, instead of wasting my time slapping him." Wan Mian exclaimed. "Huh? Slapping him?" Yuan Nan touched his swollen face, confused. "Guarantee you just saying it was from hitting a rock?" "Hey!" Before he could finish, Yuan Nan found himself being dragged along like a monkey. The large backpack, resting on the ground, felt like a huge pile of cotton, surprisingly comfortable. In pursuit of points, Wan Mian disregarded all else, revving her engines to full throttle as she raced forward, trailing behind her a colossal figure burdened by an enormous backpack, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. The speed left the instructor utterly flabbergasted. He stood there, dumbfounded, speaking into his wrist communicator. Route B, 2 individuals traversing the water, racing towards the Gobi hillside. Oh no, they've taken flight. Yuan Nan was dragged along for quite some time, having surrendered all resistance. It was only due to the terrifying velocity that he realized how misguided his previous judgment of this woman had been. Her participation in this assessment was fueled by a genuine aspiration to become a slayer of anomalies, rather than merely a quest for life experience as he had initially surmised. She was not simply skilled. She likely possessed a staggering multitude of talents. Wan Mian towed Yuan Nan up one Gobi slope after another. The straight-line distance was no less than 20 kilometers. Although he was being dragged, Yuan Nan still served as a map, and at last, the glimmer of dawn appeared before them. "I see the finish line." "Oh no, someone has already arrived. My points," Wan Mian lamented, on the verge of tears. "All right, you go ahead. I need to run past them. There are still a few people ahead. Can you manage to carry that?" Yuan Nan slowly stood up, testing the weight of the backpack. Tea remained heavy, but much of the water had been squeezed out along the way, making it less daunting than before. Expedite Wan Mian's departure. He strained to assert, "I can walk now." Wan Mian nodded and took off on her own. With so many people ahead, she slowed her pace slightly, lest she attract too much attention. Upon reaching the finish line, Wan Mian immediately turned to look for Yuan Nan, only to find him still standing in place, his demeanor revealing that he had been deceiving her. He could no longer bear the weight of the backpack. Perhaps it was time to try motivating him? Wan Mian shouted towards Yuan Nan, "Come on, get moving, and Yu is waiting for you. Just move a little. At least take a step." Wan Mian called out repeatedly. But Yuan Nan remained unresponsive. Her shouts and encouragement caught the attention of nearby participants who had already completed the challenge. One approached and asked, "Hey, little guy, do you know him?" "Yes, he is a friend of a friend," she replied. "Oh, you have quite the loyalty. I saw you dragging him along earlier, right?" Yes, but please don't mention it. He would be embarrassed," Wan Mian responded to the bystander. "What do you mean don't mention it? He is already down for the count." "He won't make it," the individual scoffed. "Why don't you help me shout? He seems to not hear me when I call alone." The person fell silent, eager to have one less competitor. Why would he assist? Unexpectedly, a teammate beside Wan Mian chimed in, mimicking her tone to call out to Yuan Nan, "Come on, Yu is still waiting for you." This individual, whom Wan Mian recognized as Yuan Nan's teammate, had just arrived at the finish line. Hearing their conversation, he looked ahead and realized it was his friend, Yuan Nan. The combined voices proved more potent than a solitary shout, and finally, Yuan Nan reacted, taking a couple of steps before collapsing again. The backpack was simply too heavy. Lying down made it hard to breathe, let alone standing and running. He couldn't fathom how that monster managed to carry it while dragging him along. Listening to his own labored breaths, Yuan Nan lowered his head in resignation. Suddenly, the voices from across the finish line grew louder, more individuals joining the call. Despite his pride, Yuan Nan attempted to rise several times, managing only about 10 meters before ultimately succumbing. Wan Mian pondered for a moment, realizing that their shouts might be in vain. Thus, she quickly typed a few words on her interface, urging those nearby to join her in calling out, "If you don't start running, ILO, let everyone know how you cried when you crossed the river. This was the last straw. Yuan Nin finally stirred again, roaring back at Wan Mian, you've already let it slip. Unfortunately, no one heard him. If you don't run, I'll tell them how I smacked you countless times. If you don't run, I'll let you know about how you fainted from fear. The crowd at the finish line began to chant in unison, and the humor of the situation drew even more voices into the fray. To silence them, Yuan Nan crawled along the ground, inching forward. With each movement, the volume of their cheers intensified. As he neared the finish line, Yuan Nan shouted back at everyone, stop yelling, please. Alas, even with the distance closing, his plea was drowned out by the collective uproar. In the end, he surrendered, mustering every ounce of strength to crawl across the finish line, dropping the dreadful backpack and gasping for air as he pointed at Wan Mian, pleading, please, stop shouting, don't tell. And you? Perhaps due to exertion, perhaps from sheer fatigue, or perhaps from a mental breakdown, he lost consciousness right after uttering those words. Chapter 49. Xiao Jian interrogates Yuan Nin. The first assessment had finally concluded, having eliminated nearly 1/3 of the participants, with 90% of those being individuals who had chosen Route B, among those who had initially selected Route B but retreated from the river. Only one managed to pass due to being a level 6 agility type with sufficient speed. The rest were disqualified due to time constraints. Those who succeeded received their points, with Wan Mian achieving a high score, tying for first place with another participant who had taken Route A and also happened to be a level 6 agility type, enabling a swift completion and high points. During dinner, many gathered around Wan Mian, their camaraderie blossoming from shared experiences. Some began to regard her with newfound respect, perceiving this petite individual as loyal and a worthy friend. So, I heard your route was quite challenging, with only 4 people clearing it. What made it so difficult? One inquired while eating. Well, primarily the river. It was quite wide, and many couldn't swim, which posed a challenge. Additionally, the backpack absorbed water, making it even heavier, which ultimately led to Yuan Nan's inability to continue. My goodness, there was a river? No wonder we almost chose that path when looking at the map. The description only mentioned it as a waterway without indicating width. I felt something was off due to the short distance. So I chose a different route. Me too. I was worried about traps, so I switched paths. The group animatedly discussed their experiences while dining when suddenly the booming voice echoed once more, startling Wan Mian. Within moments, everyone had made their way to the playground, and as Wan Mian searched, she noticed Yuan Nan was nowhere to be found. He must still be unconscious. The first assessment has concluded. Your scores and rankings have been transmitted to your chip interfaces, and I trust you have all seen them. Tomorrow marks the second assessment, focusing on combat skills. As previously mentioned, it will employ a randomly assigned opponent elimination format. To prevent any foul play, information about your opponents will only be revealed just before the assessment. The assessment will commence at 7 in the morning, so rise early for breakfast, then gather at the combat arena. Yes, after the announcement, everyone rushed back to their dorms, exhausted from the day's exertions. Yes, my fastidious young master. Wait for me to freshen up before I come over. Outside, Xiao Jin couldn't resist cleaning the floor where Wan Mian had walked, still wearing clothes soaked from the river. How could they not smell? Wan Mian luxuriated in a hot shower, immensely grateful to see Shun and Xiao Jin for providing her with this single room, allowing her to wash at her leisure without concern for others. Of course, she couldn't linger in the bathroom as Xiao Jin did for an hour. After applying body wash 3 times, she finally felt refreshed and fragrant as she emerged from the bathroom. Suddenly, a white towel was tossed her way. Dry your hair. Don't let water drip on the bed. Wan Mian rolled her eyes. It seemed that spending time with this person had caused him to become more unabashed about his quirks. Initially, he wouldn't admit to being a neat freak, but now he was relentless, even forbidding clean droplets from falling. Xiao Jin, I'm tired. Please ease up on the demands. Wan Mian lifted a corner of the towel. Blinking at him, Xiao Jin found her appearance endearing, struck by the charming sight of her peering at him. Hearing her express fatigue, he felt a pang of sympathy and moved closer, pulling her to sit on the edge of the bed. Personally drying her damp hair. I checked. That guy has no contraband on him, so he likely isn't the one who poisoned you. Yes, I've inquired, and it wasn't him. Do you know who it was? Xiao Jin asked while drying her hair. I do, but it's not a concern. He's not in this assessment group, so I won't be in danger. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin could roughly guess the situation. He understood Wan Mian didn't want to elaborate, so he didn't pry further. Why push yourself so hard? You don't need to score that high. My third and fourth assessments might not yield points. So I need to accumulate as much as possible. Upon hearing this, Wan Mian retorted, I won cheat. Don't try to meddle. Xiaojin chuckled and nodded, lifting his gaze and lowering his eyes. Then gently pinching Wan Mian's chin before pecking her lips softly in order to avoid disrupting your resolve. I shall not linger for long. I will rise early tomorrow, for the assessment of combat techniques is relatively straightforward. Simply do not immerse yourself too deeply and be mindful of your strength, as they can withstand no more than a level 6 blow from you. As Xiaojin spoke, he made his way towards the door, deliberately taking the trash with him as he left. Wan Mian felt a twinge of reluctance, having wished to let Xiaojin sleep here, but considering the modest size of the bed, he feared that if he stayed, he would not rest well tonight, and thus he acquiesced. Upon exiting the elevator, Xiaojin coincidentally encountered Yuan Nan, who had already regained consciousness, his face having returned to normalcy. Earlier, when Yuan Nan had been with Wan Mian, he had seen her enter this elevator, and now, upon unexpectedly spotting someone emerging from it, he instinctively glanced twice, only to realize that it was not her, but rather a tall male figure. Could he be her counterpart? Was it possible that Instructor Xiao and Officer C had no connection to her? Just as he was about to depart, Yuan Nan was suddenly called by the man. You are Yuan Nan? Correct? Is there something you need? You should be aware of Xiang Jun's true identity by now. Xiaojin's words did not clarify that Wan Mian was female. Rather, he referred to her true identity, waiting for Yuan Nan to divulge the information he possessed. Having deduced that he was her counterpart, Xiaojin opted for candor. I know she is female and a friend of my counterpart. Is the previous poisoning incident related to you? Indeed, Xiaojin's probing had proven successful. I am asking you if it pertains to you. Yuan Nan wished to deny it, yet the act of poisoning had been his own doing, and he was aware of it. To claim ignorance would be a lie, and thus he could only nod in acquiescence. How was the poison administered? When asked this, he initially hesitated to elaborate, but the formidable presence before him left him bereft of the mental fortitude to contemplate. As he glanced again at the individual, the golden hair peeking from beneath the brim of the hat came into view. An unmistakable trait of the Xiao family, it was Instructor Xiao, confirming that his assumptions were indeed correct. Her counterpart was none other than Instructor Xiao and Officer C. Realizing the identity of the person before him, Yuan Nan sighed and recounted the entire incident, detailing how Wan Mian had been overpowered by them. Although Instructor Xiao wore a mask, the fury emanating from his eyes was palpable. What was the name of the one who poisoned? Yuan Nan's expression faltered. Revealing the name could create a rift between him and Enyu. If you do not disclose it, I will seek out your counterpart. If you do, I will handle this matter discreetly. The choice is yours. But, what I say, my counterpart, I advise you against associating with overly dominant individuals, as they are prone to internal conflicts, and inevitably some accomplices will become targets. Do you truly believe that the one targeted by the poison was solely my counterpart? If discovered, you would be the first to be suspected. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Yuan Nan lowered his head, fully understanding Instructor Xiao's intent, and nodded, revealing the name. It was Mo Qing, the 8th counterpart of my counterpart. Tomorrow, during the assessment, I will ensure that you and my counterpart are separated. You will not face each other. I trust you will keep her identity confidential. With that, Xiaojin departed, and the moment his imposing presence faded, Yuan Nan felt his legs weaken once more. His still recovering body was further burdened. It seemed he would have to enter tomorrow's assessment injured. Chapter 50. The second combat technique assessment in the supervision hall. Only Shan remained seated, delineating the route for the 5th assessment. Concerned that Wan Mian might encounter some inconvenient situations, he deliberately chose mountainous terrain for better concealment. Xiaojin soon arrived, and upon entering the room, he relayed the information he had just learned to Shan. Stopping his activities, Shan looked at him with disdain and asked, You mean they overpowered Wan Mian and poisoned her? When did you learn of this? Just now, but Wan Mian had previously hinted at a misunderstanding. Seemingly reluctant to pursue the matter, Shan could surmise the nature of the misunderstanding and continued to inquire, and then, what do you intend to do? The rest matters little, but I will handle the one who poisoned. Xiaojin removed his hat and tossed it onto a nearby table before stretching his legs and leaning back in the chair. Do not act impulsively. Let the assessment conclude first. Shan glanced at Xiaojin. understanding that his exterior calmness belied a deeper turmoil. Your emotions have stabilized considerably since your upgrade, he remarked. Indeed, Wan Mion's healing ability is formidable. Maintain that. She has no fondness for the deranged, I am aware. I should remain composed until my next upgrade. The following morning, Wan Mion reluctantly vacated her bed, likely due to having engaged in physical exertion for the first time in a long while, resulting in a deep slumber. Descending the stairs, she found many individuals already gathered on the playground, making their way towards the other side. Upon realizing that the assembly point was the training ground, she hurried to join the crowd, lest she risk losing her way. The training ground was spacious, and the remaining participants were not crowded within. Upon entering, Wan Mion observed that they were all standing along the edges, presumably to leave the center as the competition area. Imitating their stance, she positioned herself at the periphery, where a teammate turned to her and initiated conversation. Given your height, you must be Xiang Jun, right? I heard you kicked Xiandong across the field. What? Wan Mion replied, perplexed. Xiandong, the level 6 strength type from the 3B5 unit, I don't recall. Oh, if you're referring to kicking him, you must mean that individual. Is he all right? He's right across from you. He's fine, having recovered the next day, or else he wouldn't have passed the first assessment. Then why are you telling me this? I just wanted to confirm that you were indeed responsible for it. Xiandong is a level 6 strength type, arguably the strongest here. Of course, I need to buddy up to you. Wan Mion glanced up at the person beside her with a sidelong gaze. Why would I need you to cling to me? This is a one-on-one match. We are merely opponents, with no concept of teammates. I meant for the 5th assessment. What about the 5th assessment? Finish your thought. The 5th assessment's marked area is conducted in teams. It would be great if you could take me along. Wait, are you so certain you will advance to the second round? Hey, as a strength type, I should have no issues in the second assessment. Wan Mion rolled her eyes in disdain, refraining from agreeing to his request for a team-up. Assemble. The instructor for the second assessment appeared at the center of the arena and addressed the standing participants. You have 5 minutes remaining. Your opponents' names will appear on your wristbands. Additionally, the red team will be on the left side of the field, while the blue team will be on the right. Stand accordingly. No contact is permitted between the red and blue teams until the match begins. Before long, the information displayed on the screen indicated Wan Mion's name framed in red, with her opponent named Gao Yu, whose name appeared in blue. Preceding their names was a number, 67, indicating that Wan Mion and Gao Yu were to compete as the 67th pair. Wan Mion surmised that the individual who had spoken to her earlier likely belonged to Team E and might know this Gao Yu. However, before she could inquire, he lowered his head to check Wan Mion's information. Xiang Jun, are you on the red team or blue team? I am on the red team. How about you? I am also on the red team. Perfect. We can wait together here. Do you know this Gao Yu? Gao Yu? I think I've heard of him. He should be an agility type, not very well known. You will definitely advance. Wan Mion suddenly considered the implications of the competition format and asked, if that's the case, doesn't that imply that the second assessment will eliminate half of the participants? At least half, and there is also the possibility of both sides being eliminated. How so? If both lose consciousness simultaneously, it will result in mutual elimination. However, the scores from the first assessment also factor in. If one has high points from the first round, they may not necessarily be eliminated even if they lose the match. Are there any rules for this assessment? It's just like what we learned in military school, nothing particularly special. Military school? I have never attended. No attacks on private areas, no holding for more than 3 seconds. And a match continues until one side surrenders or loses consciousness. And one must fight until losing consciousness. Will we even finish today? We can. It's quick. Typically, each round lasts about 10 minutes, and there is a significant difference in levels. So evenly matched fights are rare, I see. Wan Mion thought to herself that she only needed to last 7 or 8 minutes. As she contemplated, the first pair of contestants had already entered the arena. The two individuals appear to be of similar height and build, likely strength types. Wait, why are they just going all out without dodging? Wan Mion observed the absurdity of their approach. For us strength types, it's all about enduring. Even if you can't take it, you must endure. Wan Mion found it utterly baffling and suddenly envisioned Sishan and Shoujin squatting, fists clenched, chanting, "Endure. Even if you can't take it, you must endure." This thought made her chuckle aloud. Before long, a victor was determined. The blue team was defeated, having been knocked unconscious by a powerful blow from the red team. Wan Mian stood by, watching many matches, noting a common pattern. Strength types engaged in head-on clashes without retreat, while agility types employed evasion, attempting to outlast their opponents. If it were a battle between strength types, it would be somewhat manageable, as they would primarily engage in direct combat. However, when agility types face off against one another, it becomes utterly ridiculous. The two would merely exchange blows and evasive maneuvers, leading to a prolonged struggle before a victor could be determined. In a confrontation between strength and agility types, the latter finds it exceedingly difficult to prevail. Once caught, they are subjected to a relentless barrage of strikes, and their resilience pales in comparison to that of strength types. Only a few distinctly higher-ranked agility types have managed to triumph over strength types. What kind of combat technique assessment is this? It pales in comparison to what Cixin has taught me. Before long, a familiar figure appeared on the stage, Yuan Nan, who was now pitted against the previously defeated Xiandong.it. Turned out that Yuan Nan was also on the red team. You are that short fellow's friend, aren't you? I heard he assisted you quite a bit in the first assessment. Xiandong initiated the conversation as he took the stage. Yuan Nan, perplexed by the other person's intentions, chose to remain silent about Wan Mian. Let us get on with it. No need for idle chatter. Chapter 51. Wan Mian faces a body search. Wan Mian suddenly realized that he was unaware of Yuan Nan's mutation type or his rank, just as he contemplated asking someone nearby. He noticed that Yuan Nan seemed to be struggling against Xiandong, who was delivering vicious punches. Although none were aimed at illegal targets, Xiandong focused his assaults on the ribs and neck. How ruthless. Wan Mian couldn't help but exclaim. It appears he has shifted his animosity towards Yuan to Yuan Nan. Tell me, what mutation type is Yuan Nan? What rank is he? Just look at his stance. It's evident that he is a strength type, but I can't discern his rank. He doesn't seem to be level 6. He can't hold his own against Xiandong. If he can't take hits, he should evade and counterattack. Wan Mian's voice began to rise. Yuan Nan, with swollen eyes blurring his vision, internally screamed that he couldn't let Yu's friend see him humiliated. Otherwise, another embarrassing tale would reach Yu's ears. Seizing an opportunity during Xiandong's assault, Yuan Nan attempted a sweeping kick. This unexpected move caught Xiandong off guard, leading him to instinctively raise his right hand to block. However, Yuan Nan's leg lacked sufficient power, and Xiandong, prepared to be kicked away, found that he needed not move at all to deflect the attack. Subsequently, Xiandong raised his hand to deliver another punch, ultimately leading Yuan Nan to defeat. The 3B5 unit had Xiandong victorious. Wan Mian, filled with frustration, lamented the effort it took to bring Yuan Nan here, only for him to be swiftly defeated. Furious, Yuan Nan could not bear to glance in Wan Mian's direction. Conversely, Xiandong provocatively looked towards Wan Mian. Incensed, Wan Mian shouted, "What are you staring at? I'll gouge out your eyes." Those nearby couldn't suppress their laughter. Xiandong scoffed, tauntingly remarking, "Last time, I underestimated you, allowing this little shrimp to gain the upper hand. You better hold your ground. I'm looking forward to the 5th assessment." Wan Mian, not one to back down, retorted, "You just beat Yuan Nan to a pulp. I'm already furious, and now you dare to provoke me? Spare me the facade, weakling. 10 more attempts, and you'll still end up on the ground." Wan Mian's words unveiled the situation to many who were previously unaware, sparking quiet discussions among them. Xiandong's expression faltered, and he ceased his verbal sparring, departing with disdain. The individual who had been conversing with Wan Mian gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive, don't fret. Your friend Yuan Nan may not necessarily be eliminated. He chose the same B route as you in the first assessment, so his points are quite high." "Really? That's excellent news. If he isn't eliminated, I'll team up with him for the 5th assessment and take down Xiandong. Count me in. I'm not fond of Xiandong either." "Alright, you're in.as." They discussed. The assessment instructor called Wan Mian's name. It was his turn. Upon stepping onto the stage, he noticed that his opponent, Gao Yu, was a tall male. Some could discern the type merely by physique. "Are you a wisdom type?" Gao Yu inquired. "Indeed. Then how did you manage to kick Xiandong away? Are you of a high rank?" "Not particularly. I'm a level 5 wisdom type. In that case, did you use a combat device to defeat Xiandong?" "What is a combat device? Stop playing dumb." "Instructor, I request a body search. I suspect he has a combat device." Wan Mian was at a loss for words. Why this sudden demand for a search? Is this really happening? Though wearing a chest binder would likely not expose anything, what if they touched an area that would reveal his lack of certain anatomy? Wait, just as the instructor's hand was about to rest on Won Mion's shoulder, he couldn't help but intervene. He was prepared to forfeit, but wanted to make one last attempt. Could we skip the body search? I don't like being touched. If someone touches me, I might lose control. Won Mion's reaction only heightened the instructor and Gao Yu's suspicion. The instructor disregarded Won Mion's plea and began to lower his hand. Won Mion swatted the instructor's hand away, exclaiming, "Why should I be subjected to a search just because he suspects me? Are you discriminating against wisdom types, assuming they can't compete with strength types? Furthermore, what exactly is this combat device?" Seeing Won Mion's insistence and acknowledging there was a sliver of logic in his words, the instructor decided to explain. A combat device is an armed mechanical weapon. Some smaller versions can be concealed on the body to enhance impact and defense. Since your opponent suspects you, we have the obligation to conduct a search. You also have the right to request a search of him. As this right is mutual, then I want to search him first. Won Mion thought that delaying the search might help. How about this? Gao Yu suddenly spoke up, causing Won Mion to have a bad feeling. Let us fight without our clothes. Naked fighting? You must be joking. Won Mion exploded. Why such a strong reaction? Naked fighting can still involve underwear. I'll wear your XXX. Gao Yu was at a loss for words, as were the others, who merely watched Won Mion rant on stage, while the individual who had spoken to Won Mion wore a pained expression. Don't waste time. Either conduct the search or concede. The instructor issued an ultimatum. Sighing, Won Mion decided to concede. After all, his points from the first round were sufficient to avoid elimination. However, this would lead everyone to assume he had cheated with a combat device, which was infuriating. What is happening? A familiar voice called from the entrance. It was Instructor C. Hello, Instructor C. Upon seeing Si Shan at the door, everyone stood at attention. Greeting him, Si Shan nodded and then cast a disapproving glance at the instructor and Gao Yu, causing both to feel a sudden chill. Report, Instructor C. Gao Yu suspects that contestant Xiang Jun possesses a combat device, but contestant Xiang Jun refuses a body search. Is that so? If you refuse to be searched, you must concede. It's your choice, Si Shan said, lowering his hat so no one could discern his expression. Won Mion understood that Si Shan had come to his aid, but the question remained. How could he make it natural for Si Shan to conduct the search? After all, it was quite incongruous for a level 17 assassin to search an unfamiliar level 5 mutant. After contemplating for a moment, Won Mion began her performance. Chapter 52. The Duel with Gao Yu. Hello? Instructor C. What do you mean hello? You should be reporting. Won Mion had barely begun when the assessment instructor interrupted her. Report. Instructor C. I suspect this assessment instructor is colluding with Gao Yu to sabotage me. What nonsense are you spouting? The assessment instructor looked at Won Mion in confusion as Si Shan glanced at both of them before addressing Won Mion. You are Xiang Jun, correct? Yes, I was quite impressed with your performance in the first assessment. Tell me, why do you feel this way? Because, report. The assessment instructor interrupted again. Si Shan, visibly annoyed, cast a glance at the instructor but suppressed his irritation to avoid raising suspicion, saying, It's fine. Let her speak. Report, Instructor C. Gao Yu accuses me of possessing a combat device, and this instructor immediately sought to conduct a search without inquiring about the reasons. Now, I suspect this instructor might have a combat device. And when he attempts to search me, I want to be able to clear my name, at this moment. Won Mion appeared righteous on the surface while feeling guilty inside. I'm sorry, instructor. I have no choice but to use you as an excuse. Is that so? Si Shan turned to Gao Yu and the assessment instructor, who were now stunned into silence. They were furious that Won Mion had suddenly turned the tables on them, as they had been the ones suspecting him. Of course, there was no collusion. It was merely Won Mion's fabrication. Thus, the instructor hurriedly explained, Report, Instructor C. That's not the case. It's simply a rule that if one party suspects another of cheating, they have the right to request a search. Si Shan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, then glanced at Won Mion with a sardonic expression, saying flatly, What he says does hold some merit. There is indeed such a regulation. Are you hoping to concoct another excuse? But aside from this, what could he possibly say? He couldn't confess that he was gay and wished for Instructor C to search him. Well, I suppose I'll have to fabricate another reason. Go ahead. Listening to his tone, Si Shan seems to be eagerly anticipating what Won Mion might say. Just moments ago, that Gao Yu even suggested we engage in a strip search. I find him utterly perverse. Moreover, this instructor appears to heed his words, leading me to suspect that they are both rather twisted. Thus, I formally request that Officer C conduct the search. You are the one who is perverse. How dare you spout such nonsense? Gao Yu and the assessment officer shouted in unison, unable to contain their exasperation. What do you think you are, demanding Officer C to search you? How utterly deluded. At this point, some in the audience began to jeer. Saishen scanned the crowd, and immediately the chatter ceased. Since you doubt their integrity, I shall conduct the search myself, Saishen, having deemed it sufficient, ceased to tease Wan Mian. Officer C, this person has been obstructing the search, he must be cheating, came the voice of Xian Dong from the crowd, perhaps out of unwillingness to accept defeat. Wan Mian, frustrated and looking for an outlet for her anger, pointed at Xian Dong and declared, I suspect he is also twisted. Enough. Whether he is cheated will be determined after I conduct the search, Si Shan interjected with a low voice, halting the uproar instigated by Wan Mian. He then approached her slowly. Wan Mian looked up, her gaze instinctively wandering. Although the one searching her was Si Shun, the sheer number of onlookers made her feel uncomfortable. She internally chanted, I am a man. I am a man. I am about to begin the search, Si Shun announced, standing directly in front of Wan Mian, who barely reached his chest. Today, Si Shun wore a tight black combat suit, accentuating his muscular physique. Wan Mian couldn't help but swallow hard, closing her eyes in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. Do not close your eyes. It will appear quite odd, Si Shun whispered as he leaned closer to her ear. And, restrain your healing energy. Isn't closing my eyes precisely to contain my healing energy? Wan Mian thought to herself in frustration. At that moment, Si Shun's hands began to traverse her body, moving from her shoulders down her arms, then along her back to her front, and finally down to her legs. When his hands brushed against certain sensitive areas, Wan Mian instinctively took 2 steps back, utterly astounded. She had never anticipated that in her pursuit of becoming an adept anomaly controller, she would be subjected to such a public exhibition. It was utterly mortifying. There are no weapons present. Do you still harbor doubts? Xishan rubbed his hands together, addressing the others, specifically glancing at Gao Yu and Xian Dong, who immediately lowered their heads in silence. Xishan's words were not to be contested, and thus the assessment was set to continue. Suddenly, Xishan turned to Gao Yu and commanded, You, come over and apologize. Apologize? When speaking to me, you should say report, Gao Yu retorted, but this time, it was Xishan who spoke firmly to him. Report, officer. I will apologize immediately. Gao Yu, adopting a military stance, approached Wan Mian and loudly proclaimed, Xiang Jun, I apologize. I misunderstood you. Xishan's attitude was unmistakable, leading everyone to silence their previous jeers. From this day forth, no one would deliberately set traps for Wan Mian.as for whether their respect was genuine. It became inconsequential. Wan Mian, observing their apologies, still felt a twinge of embarrassment and waved her hand, saying, Let us continue with the assessment. After the instructor issued the command to proceed, he followed closely behind Xishan as they descended the stage. Xishan's approach was undoubtedly intentional. Upon witnessing this scene from the monitoring hall, both Xiaojin and Xishan prepared to rush over immediately, with Xishan ultimately arriving first. Considering that if both were to go together, it might raise unnecessary suspicion. How could a level 5 anomaly controller warrant the attention of 2 high-ranking anomaly controllers? Xiaojin refrained from joining, yet remained vigilant from the monitoring hall, watching Xishan's every move with considerable disdain as he publicly scrutinized Wan Mian. As the battle commenced, Wan Mian chose not to initiate the attack, but instead awaited Gao Yu's advance. He, clearly cautious now, found himself in a stalemate, which only served to make him appear fearful of the clever little figure before him. After a few seconds, Gao Yu decided to strike first. As an agile anomaly controller, his strength lay in speed. He feigned a frontal assault, but, at the last moment, swiftly altered his direction to attack from the side. He noticed that his opponent did not seem prepared for his approach, mistakenly believing she was caught off guard. Thus, he launched a punch from the side, intending to finish her in one blow. But just as their fists were about to collide, Wan Mian seized his punch, then deftly evaded, using his momentum to pull him toward her. Gao Yu sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. The force of his own attack combined with Wan Mian's pull destabilized him, and he began to topple sideways. In that instant, Wan Mian executed a knee strike directly to his abdomen, of course. She moderated her strength, yet Gao Yu still could not withstand it and coughed up blood. Wan Mian then followed up with a swift kick, sending him flying in a bow-like shape. The instructors and the audience were left dumbfounded, having barely witnessed the specifics of Won Mion's movements. Gao Yu, clutching his abdomen, knelt on the ground. Thank goodness, Won Mion thought. He hasn't passed out. I just need him to hold on for 7 minutes. Can you continue? The assessment officer inquired at an opportune moment. Can? Gao Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain in his abdomen as he stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and taking up a fighting stance once more. In the next round, Gao Yu had learned to observe. He no longer underestimated the diminutive opponent before him. He had to admit that she indeed possessed strength. The speed displayed earlier was undeniably formidable, and it occurred to him that Xiandong's prior defeat might not have been due to any cheating on her part. You want to fight? Gao Yu spat out the metallic taste in his mouth and challenged Won Mion. Let us go. A fair exchange is only fitting, she replied, rushing towards him, but to her surprise, the already short figure seemed to vanish before her eyes. Looking down, she realized he had crouched low. In the next moment, he swept his leg, catching her off guard. She fell to the ground but managed to brace herself with one hand. Unexpectedly, Won Mion had been waiting for him to fall, eager to test the grappling techniques Si Shun had taught her. Over the past few days, she had memorized one specific hold, but it required her opponent to be off balance and close to the ground. Unfortunately, with Gao Yu managing to support himself, she could not execute the technique perfectly. Yet, Won Mion was strong enough. She half raised herself, kneeling on one knee, threading one arm beneath Gao Yu's armpit and the other around his neck, locking her grip around his head and one arm. Exerting pressure, Gao Yu felt a sudden blankness in his mind as suffocation and pain coursed through his neck. Just when he was about to lose consciousness, Won Mion relaxed her grip. Observing from the sidelines, Si Shun furrowed his brow, anxious that Won Mion might inadvertently harm Gao Yu or even cause his death. He kept a close watch on Gao Yu's condition, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. But fortunately, Won Mion released her hold just in time. As Gao Yu regained his breath, he swiftly broke free, flipping over to deliver a kick that struck Won Mion squarely on the shoulder. She feigned pain, distancing herself from him while clutching her shoulder and supporting herself with her. You are together, aren't you? I presumed that at such a late hour, you would each be resting. Si Shun, we are on the road, having already exited the city. You should rest early. I will take a nap in the car. Very well, it seems neither of them is particularly inclined to engage in conversation. And Won Mion pouts slightly before heading off for a shower and then to bed. On the day of the shooting skills assessment, Won Mion inexplicably found herself lost once more. Upon arriving at the playground, she discovered it empty, glancing at her wristband only to realize that the assessment venue was at the shooting range. How infuriating, moving from one place to another without any prior gathering at the playground. Helpless, Won Mion could only attempt to inquire for directions. Fortunately, Yuan Nan had noticed her lack of orientation during the first assessment and had waited a while, eventually spotting her wandering aimlessly around the playground. Since Won Mion had helped him considerably in the first round, he did not hesitate to call out to her. Won Mion, tears streaming down her face, rushed towards Yuan Nan, expressing her gratitude profusely. Upon reaching the shooting range, the chip interface promptly displayed the selection screen for the shooting skills assessment. It stated that if one opted for the additional 4C3 mobile Gatling gun or a heavy machine gun, only one basic item needed to be chosen. However, if no additional item was selected, 3 basic items had to be chosen. What will you choose? Yuan Nan inquired, looking at the interface. I shall select prone shooting and the heavy machine gun. Yuan Nan glanced down at Won Mion, puzzled. The heavy machine gun requires a strength-based individual. Are you capable of handling it? I am inherently a strength type. Yuan Nan suddenly realized, of course, this individual's identity was fabricated. And her mutation type must also be a concoction. She must have posed as a wisdom type to rationalize her diminutive stature. And you? What will you select? After clicking on her wristband, Won Mion asked Yuan Nan. Naturally, I shall choose rapid fire with a pistol, distant sniping, and a submachine gun. What? Are these 3 quite simple? No, these 3 are my specialties. You have chosen an additional item. Proceed to the left to report in. After you pass the heavy machine gun assessment, come back to me, and I will take you for the prone shooting. All right, thank you, Yuan Nan. Rest assured, I will certainly refrain from revealing your previous embarrassing moments to Inyu. It's a promise. Yuan Nan's spirits lifted immediately, as he had been waiting for Won Mion's assurance. Won Mian followed the path pointed out by Yuan Nan to the additional item assessment point. The assessment instructor was visibly taken aback upon seeing Won Mian. You wish to take the additional item? The Gatling gun, perhaps? The Gatling is lighter. This instructor, unfamiliar with Won Mian's prior performance, was astonished that this petite individual would choose an additional item. No, I opt for the heavy machine gun. Heavy machine guns can only be operated by strength types on the battlefield. Even if you could, you would have no opportunity to use it. The instructor knew without looking that Won Mian could not possibly be a strength type. Instructor, please trust me. I am capable. Hearing Won Mian's insistence, the assessment instructor ceased to argue and led her to the heavy machine gun assessment area. This is a heavy machine gun? Won Mian was dumbfounded. She had expected the heavy machine gun to be something akin to those mounted on the ground, with ammunition loaded for sweeping fire. Instead, this late-century heavy machine gun was as large as a tank. Few chose the heavy machine gun, so Won Mian was assessed immediately upon her arrival. Then a comical scene unfolded. Chapter 54. Record-breaking, there was a recessed area at the back where one could stand. And amusingly, this recess was designed for strength-type mutants, thus the minimum height was at least 1.8 meters. However, Won Mian stood in it, unable to see a thing. She stood there in a daze, as did the instructor below. Who wondered, does this person possess X-ray vision or something? How can one shoot if they cannot see? At that moment, Won Mian spoke up. Instructor, I can't see. How do I shoot? Piffed. The instructor nearly spat blood. It turned out this individual had never used a heavy machine gun and had chosen it as an assessment item. Won Mian felt somewhat reluctant after hearing this, so she attempted to lift the gun barrel in front of her. Thankfully, it wasn't excessively heavy. It was much lighter than the waterlogged weighted backpack from the first assessment. Instructor, I can lift it. Does that mean I can fire it? The instructor moved to Won Mian's side, waved his hand, indicating she should come down. Won Mian obediently descended from the machine gun recess and looked in the direction pointed by the instructor. If you can lift it, just estimate the firing range and shoot within the yellow warning zone. As long as you don't exceed it too much, I will award you some points. However, considering your height, you would be unable to operate it on the battlefield, so even if you pass, I can only grant you a passing score. Try to score higher in the other assessment you selected. Won Mian nodded, immediately expressing her gratitude. This instructor was quite kind, and under her circumstances, it would not have been unreasonable to declare her failure in this project outright. Won Mian returned to the recess, raised the barrel of the heavy machine gun, and pulled the trigger. A deafening gunfire erupted, causing Won Mian to instinctively flinch and cover her ears, prompting the instructor to frown. Realizing she had made a significant mistake, Won Mian hurriedly lifted the barrel again and began firing in a sweeping motion. As she could not see, she mentally estimated the range based on her previous observations. Counting up and down, left and right, before firing a few additional rounds, feeling it should be sufficient, to her dismay, she heard the instructor's irritated voice. Get down. All shots missed. I cannot award you any points. What a waste of ammunition. Won Mian immediately dismounted and looked towards the target, only to realize how wildly off her estimated range had been. With a dense array of shooting marks, not a single one within the target zone, all skewed off in an entirely different direction. Won Mian repeatedly apologized as she fled the humiliating heavy machine gun assessment area. Sigh, why did Xiao Jin have me choose the heavy machine gun? Perhaps the Gatling would have suited me better. Let me take a look. Following the sound of continuous fire, Won Mian soon spotted the assessment area for the Gatling gun nearby. She now understood that the Gatling was indeed much smaller, but the target range was nearly a straight line, making it virtually impossible for her to hit anything. Never mind, let us go try the prone shooting. Upon arriving at the ordinary shooting assessment area, Yuan Nan was already waiting not far away. Noticing Won Mian's dispirited expression, he immediately understood what had transpired and asked no further questions, directly escorting Won Mian to the prone shooting venue. Indeed, the target for prone shooting was considerably larger and much closer than the previous heavy machine gun and Gatling assessments. How does one go about this? Do I lie on the ground to shoot? Won Mian inquired, looking at Yuan Nan. That's obvious. You haven't done it before? Won Mian shook her head. I have never used a gun, only played shooting games. Yuan Nan took a deep breath, unsure of how to instruct someone who had never handled a gun. After a long silence, he explained in the simplest terms. Hold the gun, lie down, aim, and shoot. Do not concern yourself with anything else. How many shots? A maximum of 5 shots. A hit rate of 3 out of 5 will suffice to pass. Otherwise, you will receive no points. 3 out of 5. It seems I am destined for failure once more. The prone shooting had attracted many participants, and Won Mion, feeling dejected, began to queue. Upon her turn, after her identity information was recorded, the instructor instructed Won Mion to retrieve her own gun. This gun was relatively long. During her time playing shooting games in the 21st century, Won Mion had recognized it as something akin to an assault rifle. Following Yuan Nan's instructions, Won Mion recited the steps while awkwardly performing them. Drawing laughter from those nearby, bang! The first shot rang out, followed by a series of rapid-fire shots. Bang, 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 bang. Yuan Nan yelled, "Why are you firing so fast? Take your time with each shot." Won Mion looked up, exasperated. "I didn't know. I squeezed the trigger, and all the bullets came out at once." The instructor shook his head, stating, 6E3 Unit Xiangjun, no points awarded. Won Mion turned to look and was taken aback. Not only had she missed, but she had no idea where the shots had landed. After exiting, Yuan Nan raised an eyebrow and gave her a thumbs up. Won Mion, speechless, promptly pinched his thumb down, causing Yuan Nan to yelp in pain. "Hey, I want to tell your partner about this embarrassing moment of yours. Similarly, you must not disclose anything to Inyu. I'm not worried about you spilling the beans. But rest assured, I promise I won't tell Inyu, and I shall keep my word." "All right, thank you." With that, Yuan Nan departed to take his assessment. When the scores for the third assessment were announced, it turned out Won Mion had scored the lowest, but fortunately, her scores from the first 2 assessments were high, keeping her overall score relatively competitive. A notification sound echoed from the chip interface. "Xiaojin, how did it go?" Won Mion, 0 points. "Xiaojin, then you've set a record. In the Mutant Slayer assessment, there has never been a score of 0'd. Won Mion, it's your fault. You only taught me theory and didn't teach me anything about shooting skills." "Xiaojin, do you want me to remind you why I didn't teach you?" Won Mion, "Why?" "Because you would throw a fit. How can you even ask me why?" "Xiaojin, and then?" Won Mion gradually felt guilty. "What do you mean, and then?" "Xiaojin, then you hurried off to placate someone? Didn't you?" Reflecting on it, she realized that indeed, the day after Xiaojin had thrown a fit, Sishan had become angry, and she had gone to Sishan's villa to soothe him. Ultimately, Won Mion, embarrassed and furious, abruptly closed the interface. "Enough of this. I'm going to sleep on the other side." Xiaojin, seeing that Won Mion had logged off, couldn't he help but laugh, while Sishun had been asleep for nearly the entire day beside him. "It should be nearly time, right?" Xiaojin asked the driver, "Tuayu." "Yes, the black stick signal indicates multiple low-level mutant beast activities 5 kilometers away." "All right, let us stop here. You all remain concealed, and communicate via the wristbands if any issues arise." "Understood." Xiaojin roused the still-sleeping Sishun, and together they ventured deeper into the gobi. A foul stench wafted through the air, accompanied by tremors in the ground, indicating that the detected low-level beasts had not yet departed. Sishan remarked, "In this final assessment, there are approximately 150 individuals remaining, so let's aim for around 10 beasts. You take 5, and I shall take 5. I will head left. You shall take the right." A glance at the beast on the right revealed it to be covered in repugnant slime, while the one on the left, albeit larger, appeared somewhat cleaner. He muttered a curse towards Xiaojin, aware of his obsessive cleanliness, and without further ado, set off. Once Sishan departed, Xiaojin furrowed his brow and crouched down, feeling an unsettling sensation in his body, as if a current of pain coursed through the back of his neck, a discomfort that was worsening. Unable to resist, he reached back to touch it, only to be met with a sudden change in complexion. The wound from the recent encounter with a new type of beast had yet to heal. It seemed the toxicity was not merely delaying the healing process. As he pondered this, a strange, piercing sound echoed from afar, causing Xiaojin to freeze, an intense pain radiating from his neck throughout his body. His mind barely had time to react before he collapsed heavily to the ground. Chapter 55. A farewell to Jingzhan and Xiao Huadong in a haze. Xiaojin gradually opened his eyes. The surrounding objects becoming clearer, he felt a jolt. Realizing he was in a moving vehicle, he nodded, suddenly noticing he was covered in dust, prompting him to shake it off. "What about the results of the beast blood sample?" "Not yet available if your fainting is related to that wound. You should refrain from leaving the city for now. IT should be unrelated. I only collapsed after hearing a sharp scream. Did you hear it? No, I did not. Xiaojin was puzzled. The sound had been close enough to Sishun that he should have heard it. Sishen continued. If it is not due to the wound, then you ought to visit the post-battle psychological department. It's unnecessary, just a minor incident. What about the beasts? Were they captured? Xiaojin took a deep breath, regaining his composure to address Sishun. Yes, 10 in total, all behind us. Following Sishun's indication, he turned to see a massive beast-capturing vehicle trailing behind. Its occupants heavily sedated and silent. I'm fine, really. Since he insisted, Sishun chose not to press further. This place, however, was a shared room for everyone, with each individual assigned to their own seat. They used not paper tests but their respective chip interfaces, inputting answers with their thoughts, rendering external communication impossible at that moment. Won Mian observed the examination paper, secretly pleased that several questions were ones she had previously studied, making it likely she'd earn points. However, as she mentally formulated her answers, they inputted themselves onto the paper with an almost whimsical ease. Oh no. Won Mian quickly retracted, still unaccustomed to the thought-based input. The theoretical exam was the most relaxed and took the least time. Concluding within a single morning, as the exam ended, the individual who had engaged her in conversation earlier approached. How did it go? You seemed restless. How did you know I was restless? I was sitting right behind you. Won Mian had completely overlooked his presence. I didn't notice you. I was just making errors. By the way, with all our chatter, I still don't know your name. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Zhu, a level 6 power type. Level 6? You're quite impressive, indeed, but not as strong as you. Remember to invite me for the 5th assessment. With that, he waved goodbye and departed. Won Mian found herself alone in the cafeteria, ready to have lunch while meticulously reviewing the exam content and calculating her probable score. Suddenly recalling that she had disabled her reception function before the exam, she turned it back on, and to her surprise, saw a message from Sishun. Has Xiaojin mentioned anything about the wound on the back of his neck? What the heck? Why inquire about that if nothing's wrong? It is quite unsettling. I will arrive tonight, but I still need to release the captured low-level beasts outside the city. All right, make sure to rest. Yes. With 2 days before the 5th assessment, Won Mian took the time to recuperate in her dormitory. Recuperate was a euphemism for indulging in food, fun, and leisure. She frequently brought snacks to the playground, only to find other assessment participants diligently exercising, watching her consume fried foods and milk tea with bemusement. It had been 2 days since Sishin had messaged her with inquiries, and it felt as though they had both vanished. Finally, the written exam results were released. Won Mian advanced, but she noticed that due to the shooting skills assessment, Yuan Nan had surpassed her points, and to her astonishment, Feng Zhu ranked among the top 5, while Xian Dong held second place. Who claimed the first position? Won Mian glanced over, but dismissed it, as she only recognized those 3. On the day of the 5th assessment, it seemed that Won Mian's sarcastic prayers had borne fruit. All team members gathered on the playground before marching together outside the city. She arrived nearly last, counting roughly over 100 remaining assessors. Hurry up, form ranks. Won Mian was caught off guard, and the assessment instructor, displeased, issued commands. She quickly found an opening to join the formation, 10 per row, in a square formation. Suddenly, everyone began to move. What happened to the square formation? Where am I supposed to go? As Won Mian pondered, an arm suddenly grabbed her, and she instinctively followed the pull, turning to discover it was Yuan Nan. Thank you. Yuan Nan said nothing, dropping her at the back of the line before resuming his place in the formation. The subsequent actions involved briskly following the person in front toward the city wall, maintaining their formation. Won Mian had no experience with such training, frequently falling behind or ahead, earning disapproving glares from those beside her. Thankfully, she was at the rear, or she would have disrupted more individuals. Embarrassed, she endeavored to adjust. It was evident to everyone that she was not from a military background. As they neared the city gate, it swung open, and this was Won Mian's second time witnessing the grand entrance. Previously, she had slipped out through a smaller side door, and it still appeared magnificently imposing. Keep up! The instructor's voice rang out, prompting Won Mian to hasten her pace. Upon exiting the city gate, she instinctively glanced toward the Tuayu troops, who were also in formation training. After several shouts, the training personnel began to march uniformly toward them. Wait, Aren't those Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong? Spotting the familiar figures, Wan Mian nearly raised her hand to greet them, but was thwarted by a stern glance from a nearby team member. What are they doing here? She wondered internally. Just then, the instructor spoke up. Get in the vehicle and sit in the back. The 2IU troops will transport you to the assessment site. What are you waiting for? Get in. Yes. As the command was issued, all team members dispersed to find a vehicle. Wan Mian looked around and finally spotted Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong in one of the cars. Naturally, they were seated together, so she dashed over to join them. Feng Zhu and Yuan Nan followed her closely, hoping to facilitate forming a team with her later. Unbeknownst to them, another individual was also tailing Wan Mian. Chapter 56. Reunion. Wan Mian contemplated whether to greet them. It should be fine. They were merely driving to transport assessment participants and would not be participating themselves. Therefore, she leaned over the front seat, poking Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong on the shoulder. The two men stiffened, and a cold voice responded. What do you want? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Xiao Huadong's tone was unfriendly. Ha. Wan Mian chuckled inwardly, as he had not recognized her. Get off, Jing Zhan added. Just then, Feng Zhu, Yuan Nan, and another individual opened the car door, witnessing Wan Mian leaning over the seat while the 2IU troops wore unfriendly expressions. The three froze, uncertain whether to board the vehicle. Don't make me repeat myself. Get off, Jing Zhan reiterated. But these two are quite friendly to me. Why are they so hostile to outsiders? Is this their usual behavior? I said get off. Do you hear me? Seeing no movement from the individuals behind, Jing Zhan turned and threw a punch. Wan Mian instinctively raised her hand to block it, resulting in Jing Zhan's temper flaring further. What the hell? Who do you think you are? I told you to get off. Jing Zhan exited the vehicle, his actions indicating he intended to drag Wan Mian out. Yuan Nan, upon seeing this, felt a surge of anxiety. Why provoke the 2IU troops? He quickly prepared to intervene. However, Xiao Huadong seized Yuan Nan's arm, asking, Are you going to help? The force behind Xiao Huadong's grip was immense, demonstrating the stark difference in their levels. Yuan Nan could not break free. He wanted to explain the situation, but Feng Zhu and other team members were nearby. No, instructor, he is my friend. Just a bit foolish. He didn't mean it. Can we go to another vehicle? Yuan Nan winced from the grip, quickly speaking. Who is your instructor? Get lost. Xiao Huadong forcefully flung Yuan Nan aside. The commotion attracted the attention of other vehicles, drawing several individuals over. Jing Zhan yanked the car door open and dragged Wan Mian out. Huh. Why are you so short? Jing Zhan frowned, embarrassed at the thought of hitting someone so diminutive. He then slammed the door shut, declaring, Get to another vehicle. I won't. Wan Mian suddenly spoke out, deliberately emphasizing his tone, leaving one to wonder whether Jing Zhan had picked up on it. Jing Zhan's expression darkened once more. He had not grasped the implication, yet the flames of anger within him were stoked. Cursing inwardly, this diminutive fellow indeed possessed some audacity. If he doesn't scram, I will make him wish he had. With that, Jing Zhan swung his fist once again. Wan Mian resolved to cease his teasing and remarked, You are rather endearing when you're vomiting. Jing Zhan was taken aback. What was he saying? He scrutinized the short figure before him, and as the latter lifted his head, the features beneath the cap became clearer. What the? How could you? Jing Zhan stammered, his limbs flailing in disarray. Xiao Huadong, sensing something amiss, approached as well. However, Jing Zhan immediately seized Xiao Huadong's arm, signaling him with a glance. What is up? Xiao Huadong, perplexed, inquired of Jing Zhan. Not daring to elaborate in front of the gathered crowd, Jing Zhan simply stated, He is the one who streaked that day. Streaked? Xiao Huadong was puzzled. Earlier, when this young man had poked him, he had sensed something different about him. And now, seeing Jing Zhan's bashful demeanor while mentioning the incident, Xiao Huadong couldn't help but ask, Are you interested in him? So, you like men? What on earth? Just look at his face. Jing Zhan leaned closer to Xiao Huadong. Disgusted, Xiao Huadong pushed Jing Zhan away and furrowed his brow at the short figure. Compared to Jing Zhan, Xiao Huadong was more composed, his words slightly disjointed yet maintaining a steadiness that Jing Zhan lacked. After a moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure, pretentiously grasping Wan Mian and tossing him back into the vehicle, then bellowing at the onlookers, What are you staring at? Hurry up and get in the car. The crowd dispersed in a hurry. The three individuals who had followed stood at the car door, and Xiao Huadong, softening his tone, urged them, Get in quickly. We're running out of time. Yes, the trio complied. Entering the vehicle, Yuan Nan, nursing his injured arm, remained silent, realizing that these two Tua sure were acquainted with Yu's friend. Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from meddling. Just as he pondered this, a bottle of medicine was tossed his way. Are you a strength type? Yes. Here, apply this. Your recovery ability is impressive, and you should be fine shortly, Xiao Huadong said expressionlessly to Yuan Nan, who nodded in gratitude and promptly began to apply the medicine. Feng Zhu and another stared at the two peculiar Tua sure, bewildered by their drastic change in demeanor, as if they were experiencing a split personality. Feng Zhu glanced at the individuals in the vehicle and recognized a teammate who had followed. Hey? What are you doing here? Are you joining the team with Xiang Jun? Indeed, it increases our chances, came the reply. But if that's the case, our team will be overly strong and might be dispersed. Upon hearing this, Wan Mian inquired of Feng Zhu, why do you say that? Is he very strong? Feng Zhu nodded. His name is Fan Yue, and he currently holds the top score. Fan Yue immediately interjected. Hello, I am Fan Yue, and I would like to team up with you, Brother Xiang Jun, for the assessment. Hello, Wan Mian greeted awkwardly before turning to Feng Zhu and asking, how many people per team? According to the customs of the past few years, teams consist of 6 members. We have 142 participants left this time, and based on the scores of those in our vehicle, if we form a team, we will be short by 2 members, which should balance things out with the other teams. That works. Having 2 extra members would only be a burden, don't you think? Fan Yue quickly added. Wan Mian and Yuan Nan expressed no objections, and Feng Zhu nodded in agreement, opting not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong occasionally glanced at Wan Mian through the rearview mirror, pleased to see her short hair and military uniform, exuding a spirited demeanor. Xiao Huadong felt puzzled. Was that kid who had offered to help earlier also his partner? He cast a sideways glance at Yuan Nan, who instinctively shrank his neck in response to Xiao Huadong's scrutinizing gaze. Approximately an hour later, they finally reached their destination. Sishin and Xiao Jin had been waiting there for a while, having heard the sounds of the convoy long before and turning in anticipation for Wan Mian's appearance. As Wan Mian disembarked, Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong followed suit, the 3 of them engaging in a silent exchange of glances, each lost in their own interpretations, yet somehow expressing an inexplicable camaraderie. Sishin immediately recognized Xiao Huadong, and the atmosphere around him grew tense. Xiao Jin, sensing the shift, inquired curiously, what is going on? Planning to kill someone? Dante, release your killing intent in that direction. Wan Mian is over there. Be careful not to get exiled. Sishin took a deep breath, his tone unfriendly. That burly fellow is her too, are you sure? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin turned to look. Not bad looking, but too low level, lacking competitiveness. Then, upon observing the trio exchanging glances, Xiao Jin's previously relaxed demeanor became restless. Sishin turned away, opting to ignore the situation, fearing he might inadvertently release his killing intent. Instead, he shifted the conversation to Xiao Jin. You've reached level 16. Has your killing intent manifested yet? Vaguely, but I'm not sure. Then that's it. Go and form your team. Xiao Jin shook his head with a smile, leaping off the Gobi mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing. Gather. The assessment instructor, noting Xiao Jin was prepared, immediately issued the command. Everyone gathered, and with few people left beside Wan Mian, she quietly said to Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong, wish me luck. I will definitely earn the title of Slayer. Neither of them doubted Wan Mian's abilities and smiled back, saying, safety first. All right, with that, Wan Mian turned to dash forward, but with a muffled thud, she collided with a wall. Sishin. Chapter 57. Warning, why did you come over suddenly? Wan Mian exclaimed, startled. I'm quite curious about what you all were discussing. The sardonic smile on Sishin's face hinted at his jealousy. Wan Mian, concerned that he might create trouble for Jing Zhan and the others, grasped Sishin's arm and led him toward the gathering area. What's the rush? Are you worried that people might not know about our relationship? Or are you afraid I might do something to those two? As he spoke, Sishin dropped his feigned smile and scrutinized the 2 individuals before him. Here we go again. I've told you numerous times that they are my friends. You might see them as friends, but others may not share that sentiment. As he uttered this, Sishin's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Huadong, simultaneously exerting his level pressure upon them. Observing Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong's tense state, Wan Mian realized the situation was deteriorating. They stood there, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, Saishun strolled slowly to Xiao Huadong's front, his eyes icy. This time, although Xiao Huadong trembled, he did not shy away from Saishun's gaze. I don't care about your relationship with her. Keep your distance. Xiao Huadong, suppressing the heaviness of the pressure, struggled to breathe and managed to utter a few words. What if I insist on getting closer? Saishun narrowed his eyes. You can try. Due to the leakage of high-level pressure, many onlookers drew near. Unsure of what was transpiring, from a distance, they presumed the two Tuayusher had breached protocol, and the instructor was reprimanding them while Xiang Jun merely observed, Saishun, don't do this. Come with me, all right? Wan Mian, seeing the distress on the faces of the two men, realized further persuasion would only complicate matters. She softened her tone as she spoke to Saishun. Fortunately, her approach bore fruit. Upon hearing her words, Saishun's gaze shifted from Xiao Huadong to his Tuayusher. A gentle smile gracing his lips, as he turned to leave, he snapped his fingers and directed to Wan Mian. Xiang Jun, go and line up. No one noticed the state of Xiao Huadong at that moment. As Wan Mian turned away, he stumbled slightly, blood gradually seeping from his lips. Huadong, what happened? Shut up, Jingzhan. Noticing his condition, prepared to question him, but before he could utter a word, he was interrupted by Xiao Huadong. The snap of Saishun's fingers had released a hint of killing intent directed at Xiao Huadong, injuring him without being lethal. It was a warning, a reminder that the gap between them was not something he could bridge simply by standing firm. At that moment, Xiao Jin observed the standoff with cold indifference, only signaling the assessment instructor to begin explaining the rules once the two Tuayusher departed. This assessment comprises 142 participants, grouped into 6 per team. Teams will form now, and those without teammates will be randomly assigned. Your group only has 4 members? The assessment instructor inquired as he approached Wan Mian's group. Yes, instructor. We have 3 with higher scores and 1 with a lower score, making us short by 2 members compared to other groups. Feng Zhu responded respectfully as the instructor checked the chip interface for their scores. Upon verifying the information, he nodded in agreement. Feng Zhu and Fan Yue both breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if they were to be dispersed, it would likely mean they would be assigned to other teams with lower scores. 20 people. Wan Mian exclaimed in astonishment. This meant that over half of the participants would be eliminated in this final assessment. It seemed that 1 beast head might not suffice. Securing 3 beast heads would be the safest bet to ensure her place within the top 20. Wan Mian informed the others, I've calculated the scores. I will likely need 3 beast heads to guarantee advancement. Feng Zhu replied, that's quite challenging. Setting aside the question of whether we have the strength to slay the aberrant beasts, the competition between teams will be quite troublesome. Fan Yue added, Xian Dong has been keeping an eye on us. I wonder what scheme he is concocting. Wan Mian, completely unfazed, remarked, it's nothing. I'm certain I can secure it. Just follow my lead. The prospect of the bizarre beasts posed no challenge for him. Rather, it was the potential troubles from other teams that concerned him. He needed to exercise caution to avoid any mishaps, for a single mistake could haunt him for a lifetime in sleepless nights. Had there been others present, they would undoubtedly have scolded Wan Mian for his arrogance. Although the other 3 felt his words were overly presumptuous, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, merely nodding in agreement. If you have any questions, feel free to ask now. The instructor at the front spoke once more. Report. Will Instructor Xiao and Instructor C ensure our safety? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin stepped forward and said slowly, we cannot attend to everyone, so I ask that you give your all and not rely on others. Understood? Any further questions? None. The assessment officially begins. With the command, all teams except their quartet set off. Wan Mian believed this to be the final round and felt no need to hold back any strength. After all, as long as no one discovered her true gender, the conflicts between teams wouldn't lead to her exile. Where shall we head first? Fan Yuhui inquired. Wan Mian remained stationary, attempting to discern the scents in the air. Not detecting any foul stench, it seemed that no bizarre beasts were in the vicinity. Let us venture a bit deeper. There shouldn't be any beasts around here. All right, I'll follow your lead. Feng Zhu took the initiative, sensing that Xiang Jun appeared quite experienced. After running for about half an hour, the previously visible teams had vanished. Here, there's a foul odor. Can you all smell it? Smell what? I can't detect anything. Our agile senses are quite sharp. Perhaps the perceptiveness of the wise is also heightened? Just as Feng Zhu finished speaking, the other 3 had already disappeared from view. Hey, wait for me. He hurried to catch up with their pace. Within 5 minutes, the ground began to tremble, indicating that a bizarre beast was not far off. Judging by the intensity of the tremors, this creature was undoubtedly substantial. Wait a moment, I'm feeling a bit anxious. Me too. Fan Yuhui, Feng Zhu, and Yuan Nan all felt their heartbeats quicken, occasionally taking deep breaths. Observing the trio's nervous demeanor, Wan Mian was astonished and asked, "You've never encountered a primitive beast before, have you?" As expected, the three shook their heads blankly, admitting, "Those who haven tea become professionals outside the four great cities rarely leave." Besides seeing some dead beast carcasses, we had no opportunity for direct contact. "Wait, hold on. We must stick together. What if something happens to you alone?" Wan Mian chuckled and winked at them, assuring, "Trust me. It won't happen." This gesture left the other two, aside from Yuan Nan, in shock, as they craned their necks to ask each other, "Did he just wink at us?" Chapter 58. Are your identities fabricated? The bizarre beast that appeared ahead moved sluggishly, indicating that it was either injured or had been sedated with some tranquilizer. The creature, not particularly large, likely was not an adult. Does anyone wish to give it a try? Wan Mian asked the three beside her, gesturing towards the beast approximately 300 meters away. The trio's eyes widened in fear, their expressions revealing their trepidation at encountering a beast for the first time. "Are you all hungry or something? Why do you keep swallowing?" Wan Mian inquired, puzzled by the strange sounds of gulping beside her. "We're scared," Yuan Nan retorted. Wan Mian inexplicably gave a thumbs up, earnestly praising the three. "You exhibit admirable courage in confronting your fears. True men, I'll go." Fan Yuhui was the first to raise his hand. Wan Mian, speechless, pressed his hand down, saying, "You don't need to raise your hand. If you want to go, just go." "All right, wait for me." With that, Fan Yuhui prepared to sprint, but after 3 minutes, he still hadn't moved. "Stiff legs, move already." Wan Mian felt exasperated. "Fine, I'll go first. Once the beast is incapacitated, you can take your turns, all right?" Fan Yuhui, seizing the opportunity, promptly readied himself to proceed. At that moment, his legs finally mobilized. Feng Zhu observed Xiang Jun's confident demeanor, still harboring some worry. However, the three men were genuinely intimidated by the enormous creature before them. Charging in might lead to a hasty and fatal misjudgment. Understanding this, they placed their trust entirely in Wan Mian, who opened her arms, relishing the long-lost scent of the desert before dashing towards the bizarre beast. Her instincts proved correct. The creature had indeed been tampered with, likely to ensure the safety of the assessment participants. Its reactions were absurdly slow, and Wan Mian only began her counterattack when she was right in front of it. This beast was one of the 5 slimy creatures that Si Shun had initially attempted to capture. Sensing danger, it quickly raised its claws, while its grotesque, slime-covered head lunged forward, preparing to bite. Wan Mian leaped from the ground, just in time. "I was about to sever your head, and you've come right to me." She instinctively reached for her thigh. "Huh? Where's my knife?" "Oh right, now I'm a man, and my knife is strapped to my back." Though this delay cost her a few seconds, it did not affect the outcome. Gripping the short blade, she struck fiercely at the beast's outstretched claws. In an instant, the claws were cleanly severed, and the creature let out a chilling, eerie howl in pain. The three observers were left in stunned silence. How can Xiang Jun jump so high? Is that even called jumping? That's flying, for heaven's sake. Does he really not have any weapons on him? As Wan Mian swiftly dispatched the beast's 4 claws and inflicted a wound on its neck, it collapsed to the ground, slime cascading down the rocky slope. Though it hadn't perished, it was utterly devoid of combat capability. Wan Mian waved at the three, calling out, "Hurry over. Who wants to try delivering the killing blow? Who will go? Who will go?" "You, go." The three exchanged glances. Then all rushed forward together. "I'll do it." Fan Yuhui again stepped up first, but hesitated to raise his hand upon seeing the others' gazes, lowering it silently. "Use this knife, it's quicker." Wan Mian tossed her knife to him. Fan Yuhui accepted the knife and approached the creature's head. The nauseating stench overwhelmed him, and he couldn't help but gag, tears streaming down his face. Observing his distress, Wan Mian urged, "Could you hurry it up? It's already incapacitated. Don't prolong its suffering." "All right, I'll chop it now." With that, Fan Yuhui closed his eyes and swung the knife down hard at the creature's neck. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere, along with the slime, drenching Fan Yuhui. Unable to hold back any longer, he vomited his breakfast onto the ground. Fortunately, his first attempt was a success, albeit a rather revolting one. Wan Mian found it curious. While it was normal to fear encountering a bizarre beast for the first time, the psychological resilience of these three was shockingly poor. They hardly resembled soldiers. She frowned and asked, "Are you even from the military? Your courage is lacking, your abilities average, and your mental fortitude is worse than that of ordinary people." Fan Yuhui and Feng Zhu exchanged guilty glances, hesitantly admitting that their identities for the assessment were temporary. As this selection was internal to the military, to participate, they had, like Wan Mian, assumed false identities. In reality, they were privileged young masters from affluent families, possessing some talent that had allowed them to reach level 6 through their family's training. There was nothing to hide. Many participants in this assessment were using temporary identities. They had already discerned that Xiang Jun was also posing as someone else, as it was impossible for anyone in the military not to know how to run in formation. "And you?" Wan Mian turned to Yuan Nan, knowing he was NU's partner. Was he also some young master from a family, pursuing his dreams after integration? "Me?" Yuan Nan feigned innocence. "I have no background. I am just from the military, simply useless." Very simple, yet utterly useless. Allow them to practice. Wan Mian entrusted the task of beheading the beast entirely to the three after a series of retching noises and a cacophony of wails. They finally managed to complete the task. However, a new problem arose. How could they carry such a large beast's head? Wan Mian pondered and asked, "Can we first go submit the head, record the points, and then continue hunting other beasts? That won't work. Once we record the points, it means our team's assessment is over, so we must carry it with us. Indeed, we must protect this head together. Otherwise, other teams will seize it. Then let us drag it along." Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. Xiang Jun led the way while the three men hoisted the enormous beast's head, continuing deeper into the desert. Soon after, a second bizarre beast appeared. But this one had already caught the attention of another team, specifically Xian Dong's group. Seeing their seamless cooperation as they surrounded and attacked the beast, Wan Mian could not help but roll her eyes at the three behind her. Sensing her disdainful gaze, the three cleared their throats awkwardly, and a chorus of coughs ensued. Saixian and Xiao Jin trailed behind Wan Mian from a distance, but it was close enough for them to observe. This was the first time Xiao Jin witnessed Wan Mian's prowess in slaying bizarre beasts. Her movements were clean, swift, and full of flair, and admiration shone in his eyes. Unlike Sishan, who has been scrutinizing every move in his mind, criticizing this action as too clumsy and that one is poorly executed. If Wan Mian were to overhear, he would undoubtedly insist on further training with Sishan. Although Wan Mian harbors disdain for the three of them, he still inquires, "Xiandong truly hails from a military background, doesn't he? His team members must be his close comrades." Feng Zhu nods affirmatively. "Indeed, Gao Yu, whom you previously battled, was also from their unit, but he was eliminated. It is evident that they are entirely different. Thus, your decision to team up with me stems from the fact that you have no familiar allies, correct?" Of course, it is also because Brother Xiang Jun possesses exceptional strength. Otherwise, with so many temporary identities, how could we have singled you out? You are aware that I too hold a temporary identity? Naturally. Just observe your usual nonchalant demeanor. It is inconceivable that you could be a soldier. Moreover, we know your recommender must be Instructor C. Wan Mian does not refute this, recognizing the validity in their words. At this moment, Yuan Nan interjects to steer the conversation away, fearing they might delve deeper and inadvertently expose Wan Mian's female identity. Chapter 59. A sudden transformation. Since this beast has already been targeted by a group, Wan Mian certainly will not covet what others desire. Hence, she resolves to seek out other beasts. Wait a moment. Xiang Jun, they seem unable to hold on any longer, Feng Zhu remarks anxiously. Wan Mian turns her gaze, and indeed, the 6 individuals who previously coordinated so well now consist of only 4, struggling against the beast. While 2 others lie injured on the ground, she has already resolved that if Xiang Jun does not intervene, she will assist, at the very least rescuing the 2 wounded. However, Wan Mian's next words confirm Feng Zhu's judgment. You 3 appear weak-kneed in the presence of the beast. Allow me to take over. Shouting towards Xian Dong and the others, she calls out, "Hey, do you require assistance?" Xian Dong, panting, glances in her direction and recognizes the short one. This is not the time for stubbornness. The comrades lying on the ground require immediate medical attention. Thus, Xian Dong shouts back, "We cannot hold on any longer. Please distract the beast. The head belongs to you." Understood. With a surge of energy, Wan Mian swiftly reaches Xian Dong's side. Xian Dong, shedding his previous critical demeanor, cautions her, "Be careful. This beast has an exoskeleton, making it difficult to kill. You need not worry about that, but as you stated, the head is mine, it's yours if you can hold the beast. I must save my two brothers." And no sooner has Xian Dong finished speaking than the figure before him vanishes. Where did he go? Xian Dong looks around, and a minute later, the beast's head is tossed at his feet, while Wan Mian stands triumphantly atop it. They gaze up at her, momentarily taken aback. "It's dead. The head is mine." Wan Mian leaps down from the severed head. "Thank you," Xian Dong says sincerely, lowering his head in gratitude. "It's nothing. Hurry and save your comrades." Xian Dong nods and immediately joins his 4 teammates to rescue the injured, abandoning any thoughts of slaying the beast, for according to the scoring, apart from Xiang Jun's team, no one else could possibly surpass them. At this juncture, Wan Mian poses a question to the seemingly useless trio. "If your strongest assessment team members cannot defeat these beasts, then what of the others?" Feng Zhu contemplates before responding. This year's 5th assessment is exceedingly difficult. Logically, a well-trained team like Xian Dong's should be capable of securing the beast's head. Yet this time, what of previous conventions? What is the situation with the 5th assessment? While there are always a few casualties each year, it has never been as insurmountable as it is this time. How peculiar. Is it the species of the beast that differs? How can there be such a disparity? I believe the beasts have become stronger, Feng Zhu concludes after much deliberation. The beasts have grown stronger? Wan Mian recalls hearing Si Shen say something similar. Yet, she responds to Feng Zhu with a smirk. "Oh, spare me. With your skills, you couldn't defeat even the weakest of beasts." The trio awkwardly scratches their heads. Overthinking is futile. Obtaining the title of Beast Slayer is their priority. Xiang Jun, Fan Yuhui suddenly interjects, "I believe we no longer need to collect more beast heads. 2 will suffice. Given the current situation, aside from our group, no other team will be able to secure a beast head." This inference proves accurate. Even the highest scorers are unable to achieve this, and judging by the expressions of the seemingly useless trio, even those with high scores might merely be for show, unable to stand firm against the beasts. In a moment of confusion, one of the beast heads suddenly shifts, prompting simultaneous gasps from the 3. Upon closer inspection, they realize it is Xiang Jun dragging it forward. "You can manage to drag such weight?" Fan Yuhui inquires, astonished. "Yes, it's significantly heavier than Yuan Nan, but I can handle it." Ahem. Yuan Nan clears his throat, interrupting Wan Mian's impending retort. "Oh, haha, you all go ahead. I'm unfamiliar with the path." The 4 then proceed to drag the 2 massive beast heads across the arid expanse. Not far away, Xiaojin and Si Shun wear solemn expressions, for they are acutely aware that this 5th assessment starkly reveals a critical issue. These beasts have indeed become formidable, so much so that even a 6-member team with an average power level of 5 finds it impossible to contend with them. Contemplating this, Sishin crouches down, grasping a handful of sand and dust, rubbing it between his fingers, murmuring, "I have a distinct feeling that the sand here possesses considerable moisture." Xiao Jin observes, scrubbing his shoe against the ground, and after some thought remarks, "This is a marked area. Should there be any unusual activity, the black rod will signal." Nodding in agreement, the 2 then proceed in opposite directions, and why goodness, if the head is this large, what must the entirety be like? Haha, possessing self-awareness is also a form of strength. As the group engages in animated discussion, their curiosity about the 2 beast heads grows. The rescue team promptly arrives, taking all injured personnel for treatment. Si Shen watches Xiao Jin, and indeed, Xiao Jin shakes his head, indicating that no team member has succeeded in acquiring a beast head. At this moment, the boundless desert resembles a sea of sand. Curiously, while the wind's speed remains unchanged, the sand on the ground is not being lifted, an eerie sight that raises suspicions in both Si Shun and Xiao Jin. Suddenly, a distortion in space appears on the side of one of the beast heads. And then, the closest team member is pierced through the chest by a transparent spike. The brutal scene unfolds abruptly, catching the assessment team off guard. their faces contorted with fear as they witnessed the unfolding horror. Wan Mian, too, though she has slain beasts before, has never witnessed human death. Yet, in an instant, she regains her composure, leaping forward, drawing her short blade, and almost brushing against the impaled team member as she strikes. Fortunately, the spike is not particularly sturdy. With minimal effort, she severs it in that moment. She feels a searing heat, likely due to the transparent blood spraying onto her after breaking the spike. The pierced team member collapses, but Wan Mian swiftly catches him and dashes away. In the midst of this sudden upheaval, Sishin rushes towards Wan Mian, who has already saved the gravely injured team member. Is this the kind of invisible beast that Xiao Jin encountered earlier? Wan Mian muses, realizing that it can not only conceal its form but also mask its presence and scent. Fortunately, the assessment instructors are experienced in dealing with emergencies. They shout loudly, and the previously scattered team members hastily converge towards the instructors' voices, gradually restoring order to the chaotic scene. Turning her gaze, Wan Mian sees Xiao Jin crouched down, cradling his head, his golden hair tousled and disheveled. His expression remains obscured, but his trembling body betrays his turmoil. Sishin inwardly curses, grasping Wan Mian's arm. He immediately calls for reinforcements on his chip interface, for if he is to protect Wan Mian, he cannot confront these transparent beasts. However, Xiao Jin at that moment, Sishin suddenly notices large areas of spatial distortion across the desert. The dust that had previously remained undisturbed was not due to high moisture, but rather because it had been continuously trampled by a vast number of transparent beasts, preventing it from swirling upward. Chapter 60. A close call. Wan Mian carries the injured team member, preparing to rush towards the instructors. At this juncture, Sishan is already by her side. Wan Mian states, "I will deliver him for treatment, and then we will together intercept these invisible beasts." Sishan's brow furrows. He is unwilling to allow Wan Mian to engage. "You should remain behind with the instructors. Xiao Jin and I will confront these beasts." "No, we agreed to face this together." Sishin understands that without a compelling reason, he cannot dissuade Wan Mian. He glances back at the now orderly team and tells her, "The lower-level mutated beings here still require protection. So for their sake, you must stay back." After considering the situation, Wan Mian acknowledges the reality. She does not wish to waste any more time. Nodding, she turns and races towards the team. "Quickly, medical team," Wan Mian calls out, and an assessment instructor promptly steps forward to take the injured team member from her and carry him to safety. "Xiang Jun, thank you. Only you remembered to save him." We all," Feng Zhu approaches, speaking that I cannot say whether he will survive. "All right, remember to stay calm and follow the instructor's commands." Now looking towards the crowd, it becomes glaringly apparent who among them has military backgrounds and who holds temporary identities. "Instructor, what should we do now? Should we stay here or run towards the city gate?" "Xiangjuan, stand in line," the instructor shouted at Xiangjuan, who was gazing into the distance from the front. At that moment, Wamian was unable to split her focus to engage in conversation with the instructor, for she noticed that Xiao Jin was in a peculiar state. Suddenly, she recalled that Sishan had previously inquired about Xiao Jin being injured by a new type of aberrant beast, and an ominous premonition enveloped her heart. Without any distractions from others, Sishan could release his killing intent without hesitation. However, due to the invisibility of these aberrant beasts, it was impossible to gauge the effect. "Hey! Are you feeling any better?" Sishan called out towards Xiao Jin's direction. Xiao Jin remained hunched over on the ground, but the tremors of his body seemed to have lessened significantly. He slowly lifted his head to look towards Sishan, and then began searching for Wamian's figure. "She is fine," protecting the team members from behind. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin buried his head again, paused for a moment, and then gradually stood up, his black combat uniform covered in a layer of white dust. Seeing him stand, Sishan asked, "Did the new type of aberrant beast reveal itself after you encountered it last time?" Xiao Jin covered half of his face and nodded, saying, "It revealed itself after injuring me and also clawed my hand." As he spoke, Xiao Jin glanced at his hand, where the scar had already faded without a trace. Sishan's killing intent continued to spread. Since the number of aberrant beasts was undetectable, he decided to widen the range to prevent any that might slip through. Just then, the light ahead gradually dimmed, and large shadows emerged, the once boundless Gobi Desert slowly revealing the forms of the aberrant beasts. It was a group of medium-sized aberrant beasts adorned with bizarre bone spurs. gathered together, and fortunately, their numbers were fewer than anticipated. Sishin's killing intent enveloped them completely, rendering them immobile. The beasts at the edges collapsed, and those in the middle were merely restrained and had lost consciousness. Xiaojin took a glance and remarked, "This is not the new type of aberrant beast I encountered. The ones that live in groups should be weak. Can you handle it? If so, go collect blood samples." Xiaojin ran his fingers through his tousled golden hair, gathering it back into a slicked-back style, and in an instant, he approached the group of unconscious aberrant beasts, retrieving a collection device and casually selecting one to begin the blood collection. Wanmian observed all of this from a distance, marveling at how convenient killing intent was after reaching level 16. She could eliminate a group of aberrant beasts without lifting a finger. Once she reached level 16, she would certainly relish this exhilarating feeling. Did Instructor Sishin achieve victory? He should have. I see Instructor Xiao already collecting blood samples. What a false alarm! What a false alarm! With the danger averted, her mood naturally brightened. Wanmian disregarded the instructor's calls from behind and ran directly towards Sishin, then embraced him in front of everyone. Heaven knows how worried Wanmian had been just moments ago. Facing an invisible enemy, any danger could arise in an instant. She feared that, suddenly, she might witness Sishin and Xiaojin meet the same fate as the initial team member who had been pierced. The anxious emotions lingered long after. "I asked this blood from the aberrant beasts? Were you doing it on purpose? You could have just used your killing intent directly. You made me worry so much from behind. There were too many people earlier. If I had released it, the lower-level aberrants would have ended up like these beasts. You wouldn't want a murderer's partner, would you? You still have the energy to joke at a time like this. What about Xiaojin? Just a spectator, watching you two show affection." After collecting the blood sample, Xiaojin walked over. Wanmian smiled shyly, recalling Xiaojin's earlier state. She asked with concern, "What happened to you just now?" "Let me take a look." Wanmian walked over and looked up at Xiaojin, who immediately turned to squat down. Indeed, the wound on the back of Xiaojin's neck, resembling a needle prick, appeared just as it had when she had seen it that day, showing no signs of healing whatsoever. Wanmian leaned in to observe. Xiaojin suddenly stood up, grasping her leg with his hand and effortlessly lifting her onto his back. "Huh? Did I earn this title?" "Of course, with 2 beast heads, you must be within the top 20. The 3 of them chatted happily, completely oblivious to the astonished expressions of the assessment team members and the assessment instructor. "Hey, you used that idiom quite well." Yuan chimed in immediately. "What do you know? Why do their relationships seem so strange?" Feng Zhu continued to ask, "If you think of this Xiangjuan brother as Xiangjuan sister, it won't seem strange at all." "Holy cow!" Feng Zhu exclaimed, "This is quite the game." Chapter 61. Return to the city soon. The Aberrant Slayer troops and the collectors arrived at the scene. The members of the Aberrant Slayer troop all exuded a tough guy aura, dressed similarly to Xiaojin and Sishin in black combat uniforms, each equipped with sunglasses and carrying guns on their backs. "Resembling a former Special Forces unit, is it appropriate to look like this in front of us?" Sishin remarked with a disapproving tone. Sishin ignored Wanmian's explanation and approached the Aberrant Slayer troops. Upon seeing him, they immediately dismounted and saluted him, quickly forming a line, their discipline far superior to that of the assessment team members. Sishin briefly described the situation to them and then commanded them to methodically deal with the aberrant beast group that had lost its combat capability. "Xiaojin, can Sishin command them because of his higher rank? Can you do it too?" "Well, outside the city, the Aberrant Slayer troops are assigned commanders based on rank. Now that he holds the highest rank, naturally he takes command." "What about me? Will I be able to in the future?" "In theory, yes, but we wouldn't let you lead a team alone. So, for the time being, if you were to go on a mission, it will still be under the command of Sishin or Mio." "I see, I was just asking. I don't really understand command and such." Xiaojin smiled indulgently, ruffling Wanmian's short hair, saying, "Your short hair looks great." "I really like it." Wanmian felt a bit shy from Xiaojin's sudden tenderness and softly replied, "There are too many people here. Let us not discuss this now. By the way, what military rank do you and Sishin hold?" "Commander? General? Once we earn our titles, we no longer belong to the military system. It's just a matter of positions. Oh, I see." After clarifying, Wanmian began observing the actions of the Aberrant Slayer troops. The assessment instructor also told the team members, "This is a rare opportunity. Observe closely, and you may one day become one of them." Yes, at that moment, the assessment team members were all exhilarated. Having witnessed instructor Shin release his killing intent earlier had already stirred them, and now seeing the formidable display of the aberrant Slayer troops filled them with even greater longing. Wang Mian could tell, just by looking at the aberrant Slayer troops, that they were seasoned. Each one took down the incapacitated aberrant beasts with a single strike, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Once all the living aberrant beasts had been dealt with, the collectors entered, clad in protective gear. The front row held collection devices, while the back row operated a massive cleaning machine that rumbled loudly. I want to see how the collectors worked. Don't look. It's a bit bloody. First, they need to dismember it, then extract the valuable parts. And finally, the cleaning machine at the city gate. The territorial envoy was assembling the troops for training. As Wang Mian passed by, she occasionally stole glances, suddenly recalling Shin's attitude toward Jingzhan and Xiao Huadong earlier that day. Angrily, she exclaimed, "Right? There were too many people before, so I couldn't speak to you. But now let's have a serious discussion. Why are you interfering with my freedom to make friends? Don't argue with me." "It was Xiao Jin who sent me," Shin replied, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Jin to confirm he was still asleep, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Xiao Jin? How could that be? He has never seen Jingzhan and Xiao Huadong. Only you know about this matter. Have you forgotten? When he was in a rage, didn't you mention something to him?" Wang Mian pondered, recalling that she had indeed sought their names from him. Suddenly, she suspected that Shin might be deceiving her, as she had also told him about asking Jingzhan and Xiao Huadong for Nyu's name during Xiao Jin's outburst. That can't be right. Even if Xiao Jin knows those two, wouldn't he recognize their appearances? Only you have seen them. "Hey, you seem a bit smarter today," Shin remarked, casting a nonchalant glance at Wang Mian. "Xiao Jin has already conducted an investigation. So you just blindly followed Xiao Jin's instructions to confront them. Since when did you two become so close?" Wang Mian thought indignantly. "What should I do then? You take 3 days, he takes 3 days, and I get 1 day of rest? That could work." Shin chuckled, deftly steering the conversation away. Just then, Xiao Jin in the back seat stirred awake, groggily asking, "What are you two talking about? I thought I heard my name. Why is this guy waking up now?" Shin silently cursed. Fearing the topic would resurface, he swiftly turned the steering wheel, causing the recently awakened Xiao Jin to tumble over in the back seat. "What the hell are you doing?" "Damn it!" Xiao Jin shouted, having fallen in a disheveled heap. Chapter 62. What is their relationship? Seeing that Xiao Jin had woken and was now clutching his head from the jolt, Wang Mian still wished to take him to the hospital. "Can we go to the hospital first?" Observing Xiao Jin's lethargic demeanor and contrasting it with Shin's vibrant energy, she thought that perhaps Xiao Jin's health was indeed in jeopardy. "No, I'm just worried about your previous condition. Don't worry. I seem fine as long as I'm away from the unknown zones." "All right, then sleep a bit longer. We might have a little way to go." Wang Mian then turned to Shin, suggesting, "How about I drive? I have a license from the 21st century too. You can rest a bit." "Shin, you're not faking it. You were asleep the whole way? And now you're perfectly fine," Xiao Jin said dismissively, continuing to drift back to sleep. At that moment, the training ground had gathered a substantial crowd, comprised of those participating in the assessment and their instructors. After facing a confrontation with the alien beasts, many were inspired to pursue the career of an annihilator, while others were so frightened that they were mentally preparing to withdraw. As Wang Mian and Shin exited the vehicle, they immediately captured everyone's attention. The events that had transpired on the Gobi Desert were witnessed by all, leading them to believe that Xiang Jun's true identity was connected to the Xi family, presumably Shin's brother, given their embrace. Only Yuan Nan and Feng Zhu were privy to the actual circumstances. "Hey, are they not trying to hide?" Feng Zhu quietly inquired of Yuan Nan. Yuan Nan chuckled at the question, responding, "Hide from whom? If you have a partner, would you hide? You'd want to flaunt your partner right in front of everyone." "Pfft. I can't even dream of being with a partner, but if I did, I'd certainly show it off. What about you? If you had a partner, would you flaunt it?" "Not at all, because I actually do have a partner. I'll kill you, you pretentious fool." Feng Zhu raised his hand in mock anger, unable to believe that this kid could have a partner. Just then, a melodious female voice rang out from a distance. "Hey, are you looking for trouble? Don't touch my Nan." Turning toward the sound, Zhao Yu appeared in a lovely, flowing dress, instantly capturing the attention of the surrounding men. "Yu, what are you doing here?" Yuan Nan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with affection as he rushed over. Feng Zhu, who had just been reprimanded, stood frozen like a clown, realizing that this kid actually did have a partner. Zhao Wenyu gently caressed Yuan Nan's face, her eyes filled with affection. The assessment is over. I had a quarrel at the gate, and then I came in. Huh? You got into a fight. Are you all right? After asking, Yuan Nan felt it was a redundant question. When hadn't you ever been at a loss? As expected, and you shook her head, flanked by 4 other partners, all of whom were Yuan Nan's superiors. After greeting Zhao Wenyu, he nodded at them, still feeling unfamiliar since he had just recently formed his bond. Where's Wan Mian? That's my friend. Is she here? Did she get eliminated? And you search for Wan Mian's figure. Standing together, Wan Mian and Si Shin noticed Yu looking for her, prompting them to approach and greet her. Yu, I'm over here. Upon hearing Wan Mian's voice, Yu immediately turned and enveloped her in a warm embrace. You weren't eliminated? Why didn't you hope for my success? Oh, I was just worried about you. You can ask Yuan Nan. I specifically asked him to look after you, though. So you asked him to take care of me? No wonder. You have no idea. He helped me tremendously during the first assessment. As Wan Mian spoke, she admired Yuan Nan, who was metaphorically lighting fireworks on his face. Hey, Instructor C is here? And Yu exclaimed, abruptly halting their conversation. We need to assemble. Xiang Jun Yuan Nan, noticing Instructor C's arrival, quickly sought an excuse to separate the two. And Yu shot Yuan Nan a glare, then looked at Si Shan, stating, when to assemble is not determined by your instructor, but by Wan Mian. Wan Mian laughed heartily while Si Shan stood silently by. Allowing ample time for the partners to converse, Yu discreetly pulled Wan Mian aside, saying, this is the first time I've seen the real Si Shan. Can you take me to greet him? Just go directly. You're his partner. Why would you need me to introduce you? I can't just run over there. It would be too sudden. Take me with you, and I'll express my gratitude. Wan Mian found Yu's starstruck demeanor quite endearing, so she led her over to Sishin. That moment, Sishin stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing into the distance. When he noticed Wan Mian approaching with Yu, his heart sank slightly, irritated by the memory of how his partner had previously harmed Wan Mian. Sishan, this is my friend. She wishes to greet you. Reluctantly, Sishin nodded at Zhao Wenyu, acknowledging her out of respect for the bond. Hello, I'm Zhao Wenyu. Thank you very much for coming to our level 6 city. Sishin remained silent, his gaze fixated on Wan Mian, who felt a bit awkward. She pinched him lightly, causing him to cough in pain before he addressed Zhao Wenyu. It's not my doing. You should thank Wan Mian instead. Sensing Sishan's indifferent demeanor, Zhao Wenyu, despite her admiration, decided not to overstep her bounds any further, having merely intended to express her gratitude. No worries. I just wanted to thank him. I heard that during the assessment, you encountered a new type of alien beast. And it was Sishan and Xiaojin who rescued Yuan Nan and the others. Zhao Wenyu shook her head, sincerely replying to Wan Mian. How did the news spread so fast? You knew already? Wan Mian was taken aback, having assumed such matters would be kept under wraps. Others may not know, but I certainly do. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Zhao Wenyu is also a high-level healer in this level 6 city, so it's not surprising she would be informed. At that moment, the ever-curious Fan Yuhui approached, accompanied by members of the mischievous Xian Dong squad, who were clearly eavesdropping. The 2 team members whom Wan Mian had saved stood nearby in plaster casts. Their intentions obvious. Fan Yuhui asked Feng Zhu, what exactly is the relationship between Yuan Nan, Xiang Jun, and that woman? And what about Instructor C and Instructor Xiao? I'm having trouble understanding. Just as Feng Zhu was about to respond, he noticed Xian Dong leaning in so closely that his ear was nearly in his mouth. Annoyed, he pushed him away. Keep your distance. Let me explain at my own pace. Wait a moment, let me grab a sunflower seed. Xian Dong rummaged through his pocket. I'm telling you, Xiang Jun is actually assembly. Before he could finish, the instructor shouted, causing everyone to scatter and line up, leaving behind a bewildered Fan Yuhui and the Xian Dong squad. What was he going to say? Transform? Transform into what? A transgender person? Chapter 63. Did I invite the instructor's partner? The instructor reviewed the score rankings displayed on the interface and announced the top 20 scorers. The highest score belonged to Fan Yuhui, followed by Feng Zhu, Yuan Nan, Xian Dong, and Wan Mian, all successfully earning the title of Annihilator. Wan Mian beamed with delight as she gazed at her title insignia. In truth, the 5th assessment had been a breeze for the others and merely served to boost Wan Mian's score. Yet, none voiced any complaints, as they had been fortunate to witness a genuine and perilous alien beast incursion. providing them with a rare opportunity to evaluate whether they were suited for such a hazardous profession outside the city. Moreover, Instructor C's demonstration of abilities beyond level 16 had instilled great aspiration in them. Even those who did not earn the title of Annihilator were filled with vigor, ready to prepare for the next year's challenges. Wan Mian anxiously glanced at the trio of inept individuals, who, upon receiving her signal, awkwardly replied, "Don't ask if you must know. We will strive to practice harder and overcome our fears." At that moment, Xiandong stepped forward and sincerely addressed Wan Mian, saying, "Brother Xiangjun, I apologize for my previous offense. I truly did not expect you to possess such masculinity. I, Xiandong, am willing to recognize you as my brother. Even if you are somewhat different, I shall never disdain you." What does this mean? Wan Mian was left bewildered. If one wishes to apologize, then apologize, and if one wishes to acknowledge a brother, then do so. Why mention disdain? She looked towards Yuan Nan, suspecting he had revealed her cross-dressing secret. But Yuan Nan immediately shook his head, signaling that he had not divulged anything to Xiandong. However, Wan Mian misunderstood Yuan Nan's gesture, interpreting it as an apology. Since Xiandong was already aware of her identity, Wan Mian decided to be forthright. She no longer spoke in a deep voice but used her natural tone, saying, "What's the big deal? If I see you in danger, I will certainly not stand idly by." Upon hearing Xiang Jun's voice change, Xiandong became more convinced of his assumptions. He suddenly bent down closer to Wan Mian and asked, "This path must be arduous for you, right? You are so small. Have you been taking medication since childhood? Have you even undergone surgery?" Wan Mian was startled by this sudden inquiry and took 2 steps back. Listening to his nonsensical talk, she concluded that Xiandong must have been frightened silly by the exotic beasts. At that moment, Xiandong was abruptly pulled away. Sai. Instructor Satisai glared coldly at Xiandong, who immediately bowed in respect. One glance at Si Shun's sour expression indicated that he was undoubtedly feeling jealous. Meanwhile, Fan Yuhui, oblivious to the situation, shouted from behind, "Xiangjun, we are planning a gathering in a few days. Will you join us?" Instructor C should come too. Yuan Nan and Feng Zhu gasped in surprise at this outburst. To be honest, Wan Mian really wanted to attend, but Xishan would surely not want her to go. Strangely, Xishan unexpectedly said, "If you want to go, then go." I asked that aloud. "Well, do tell me the location. And please, no drinking." All right, with that, Wan Mian turned to Fan Yuhui and said, "Once you finalize the time and location, have Yuan Nan inform me." After speaking, she got into the car with Xishan. Yuan Nan immediately understood that she meant for Zhao Yu to relay the message. Once Instructor C departed, the atmosphere shifted instantly, and everyone relaxed. Feng Zhu approached Xiandong and Fan Yuhui, giving them a thumbs up. "Impressive. You dared to invite Xiangjun to dinner right in front of Instructor C. What's wrong with that? Just because Instructor C is from his family doesn't he mean he would interfere with his friendships?" Fan Yuhui asked curiously. "They are definitely not brothers. There's no way the C family would allow a family member to change gender. They must be good friends," Xiandong interjected. Feng Zhu looked at the two of them in confusion. "What do you mean by changing gender?" "You just said it. That Xiangjun is transgender, and I heard her voice earlier. It was already feminine." "What the heck? When did I say she was transgender? I meant she changed her gender to compete." "Is there a difference?" Xiandong and Fan Yuhui asked in unison. Yuan Nan stepped forward to clarify. "Don't blame their slow reactions. They could never have guessed a woman would participate in the competition. You two, listen to me. Xiangjun is a woman, not transgender. Instructor C and Instructor Xiao are her partners." A chilling silence. "Ixx, why didn't you say this sooner? Why do you always leave things half-explained?" Wan Mian exclaimed, shaking Feng Zhu's shoulders in frustration. Another one in distress was Fan Yuhui, who asked word by word, "Did I just invite Instructor C's partner?" "You are not mistaken. Hence, I say you two are quite brave." Feng Zhu, still being shaken, did not forget to give another thumbs up. "Excuse me, are we still having dinner later?" Yuan Nan asked quietly from the side. Wan Mian's first order of business was to check on Xiao Jian. Upon discovering he was still asleep, she noted that the entire room was filled with the scent of body wash and steam from the bathroom. "This guy must have been bathing for 3 or 4 hours," she remarked, walking over to Xiao Jin's bedside. "He is sleeping so soundly. I can't even wake him," Wan Mian whispered. Gazing at Xiao Jin's sleeping face, she couldn't help but feel a surge of affection. "What if I steal a kiss?" "Sure." The sudden voice startled Wan Mian. "You're not asleep? I woke up when you entered through the door." Xiao Jin gently rubbed his eyes, tossed off the covers, and sat at the edge of the bed, gathering his tousled hair behind his head. Wan Mian unabashedly stared at him, thinking, "P.S. Very handsome." Realizing she had been staring blankly, she quickly shook her head and asked, "How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I noticed earlier that once we left the unknown area, I felt nothing. Will you accompany me to the medical center tomorrow?" As he spoke, Xiao Jin reached out, grasping Wan Mian's arm and pulling her into his embrace. "Sure, we'll go together tomorrow. It smells so nice. Did you spray perfume?" Wan Mian detected a pleasant scent emanating from Xiao Jin. No, who sprays perfume while sleeping? It's probably just from using too much body wash. "Oh, I really like it. Weren't you just saying you wanted to kiss?" Xiao Jin leaned down, noticing Wan Mian had closed her eyes in anticipation. Unable to resist, he broke into a smile, knowing Sishan was downstairs and had no ulterior motives. He simply leaned down to gently kiss Wan Mian's forehead, saying, "We'll continue tomorrow. Sishan is still downstairs waiting for you. If it takes too long, that guy might get moody." Wan Mian, feeling disappointed at not receiving the kiss she longed for, pouted in frustration. "Why are you so considerate? Are you scared of him? Are you trying to provoke me? I'm concerned for your well-being. If you say it's fine, you won't be able to leave tonight." "Want to test that?" Chapter 64, Physical Examination. "You're leaving the burden on me? Fine. Then it's all good. I'll see how you prevent me from leaving tonight." Wan Mian smiled at Xiao Jin sideways. "All right, you said it. No matter what Sishan says, you're not leaving today." With that, Xiao Jin pulled Wan Mian under the covers. However, as soon as they got in, Wan Mian was tossed out again. "How about you take a shower first? Then I'll go take a shower. Wait for me." "Okay." Xiao Jin gazed tenderly at Wan Mian. Soon, the sound of water filled the air. After emerging from her fragrant shower, Wan Mian saw Xiao Jin entering from outside. "Did you go out?" she asked while drying her hair. "Yes, Sishan just left. Oh no. I took too long in the shower and forgot that Sishan was still downstairs." "Did he say anything?" "I told him he could stay and sleep, and he asked if he was part of our play, then he left." Xiao Jin's tone was calm, but the content suggested that Sishan might not be very pleased. Wan Mian opened her wristband interface, preparing to send a message, but Xiao Jin gently pressed her hand down, turning her to Nestle in his embrace. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, "You are the partner. You don't have to tell him everything. He wasn't angry earlier. Both of us are your partners, and being with anyone is within the rules, so don't worry." Wan Mian melted at Xiao Jin's words. At that moment, the bed felt exceptionally comfortable. The next morning, when Wan Mian awoke, she found no one beside her. After freshening up, she went downstairs to find Xiao Jin already having breakfast. "Come eat. I just made it," Xiao Jin said as he pulled out a chair for Wan Mian. She sat down, casually grabbing a bagel to munch on. "Why did you wake up so early? Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" "It's fine. We'll go to the hospital together." Xiao Jin watched Wan Mian eat with a hint of amusement on his lips. After finishing, they rode a motorcycle to the mainframe building. "Are we not going to the hospital? What are we doing here?" Wan Mian asked Xiao Jin, puzzled. "The mid-level of the mainframe building is the hospital." "Oh, I see. I was wondering how so many people could fit in such a tall building." "It turns out it's a hospital," Wan Mian exclaimed in realization. "This medical center didn't exist before. It was established only after Sishan and I came to level 6 city." "Ah, why is that?" "Because you all are young masters?" Xiao Jin smiled lightly. "No. It's because there were no medical facilities capable of treating high-level mutated beings." "Is it difficult to treat high-level mutated beings?" Wan Mian asked. Confused, logically, high-level mutated beings should have stronger recovery abilities, making treatment simpler. "We rarely get injured, and even when we do, we can self-heal. But if we need medical care, it's certainly not for minor injuries. This medical center, besides providing treatment, also has many research laboratories," Xiao Jin patiently explained to Wan Mian. Wan Mian listened, only partially comprehending. A familiar voice interrupted. "Fanyi, long time no see." Wan Mian greeted with joy. "Seeing you and your partner getting along so well reassures me. Congratulations to Mr. Xiao Jin on safely leveling up," Fanyi remarked, recalling that Wan Mian had initially expressed her refusal to accept such a merging system. It seemed she was still mouth-resent but body-affirming. Wan Mian smiled sheepishly. Fanyi continued, "I'm here to escort you both to the medical center for a checkup." Wan Mian and Xiao Jin nodded and followed Fanyi into the elevator. The medical center was exquisitely decorated, with comforting colors and rounded surfaces, creating a warm atmosphere. Upon entering, a man dressed in a white uniform approached them, bowing respectfully before addressing Xiao. "Young Master Xiao, we are already aware of your situation. Please follow me for the examination." Xiao nodded, then said to Wang Mian, "You can either wait for me here or undergo a full-body examination." "All right, you go ahead." After Xiao followed the gentleman inside, Wang Mian chose not to sit idly and instead asked Fan Yi to give her a tour. The interior featured a spacious corridor, with numerous rooms on the left, all labeled with names such as monitoring room, research room, and scanning room. Until they reached a room marked gynecology, Wang Mian paused. Upon seeing this, Fan Yi coughed discreetly and indicated to Wang Mian that he had work to attend to and would wait for her in the lobby. After Fan Yi left, Wang Mian knocked on the door, and a gentle female voice beckoned her in. Unable to contain her excitement, Wang Mian opened the door to find a mature and intellectually graceful woman looking at her with warmth. How beautiful, she thought, noticing that the woman's hair was also golden, much like Xiao. "Please, have a seat." The woman invited Wang Mian to sit down, pouring a glass of water in front of her. "Please scan your wristband. I will record your identity information." Following the woman's instructions, Wang Mian held her wristband over the scanner on the desk. "So, you are the Yanjuzu of Xiao, the woman remarked. "You know Xiao? Of course, this medical center is the family business of Xiao. I see. No wonder that person in white called him Xiao earlier. Did you come today with any concerns regarding women's health?" Wang Mian, feeling a bit shy, replied, "I heard that the probability of women getting pregnant is relatively low. So is it unnecessary to take precautions when engaging with a partner? Due to the mutations? The likelihood of women conceiving is indeed quite low, so contraception is generally unnecessary. Moreover, if a new life were to emerge, that would be a most joyous occasion. May I ask if your menstrual cycle is still regular?" "Yes, it is." "All right, since you are not currently on your cycle, would you like me to conduct some simple examinations?" "Yes, thank you." Wang Mian was led into the inner room, where an oddly designed chair awaited her. "Just sit in it. It will directly scan your physical condition. Is it really that simple? I don't even have to remove my pants?" Wang Mian complied, and after approximately 2 minutes, the woman brought her back out. "Your physiological structure is indeed somewhat different from that of other women. There's no need to worry. You are quite healthy. However, you do show signs of ovulation." Chapter 65. Contraceptive chip signs of ovulation? Does that mean I could get pregnant? In theory, yes. You might want to try. Conceiving could be quite easy. No, I don't want to get pregnant. Wait, can you test if I'm already pregnant? The knowledgeable woman glanced at the chip interface and said, "The endometrium is thickening, but there are no signs of implantation. Your period is approaching, so you have not conceived this month. That's good." Wang Mian sighed in relief. "Are there any contraceptive methods available? Something like a TT? If you truly wish to avoid pregnancy, you could consider having Xiao and your other partners implant contraceptive chips. It's similar to the main chip at our pulse points. It can be inserted at the pulse of your other hand. Would that have any impact on their bodies? No, it's just like normal. If later on you decide you want children, simply remove the chip." "All right, I will discuss this with them." "You are the Yanjuzu. There's no need to consult anyone. You can directly apply through the chip interface." Wang Mian waved her hand and said, "All right, thank you. I still wish to understand their thoughts." Upon hearing Wang Mian's words, the knowledgeable woman smiled knowingly. "It seems that Xiao's Yanjuzu is quite a kind person." "You flatter me. He has been very kind to me as well. By the way, how should I handle the payment?" "You jest. There's no fee. Oh, all right, thank you." Wang Mian considered that perhaps medical services were free in this city, and after expressing her gratitude, she exited. Just as she opened the door, Xiao was already standing there. "Are you done? That was quick," Wang Mian remarked, gazing at Xiao at the doorway. "Yes, just a scan and the removal of some tissue for testing. The results will come out shortly. I heard from Fan Yi that you were here, so I came over." Xiao. Upon hearing a familiar voice from inside, Xiao looked up, and his expression gradually twisted. "Mom?" Wang Mian was taken aback. Did Xiao just call that beautiful woman Mom? "So my mother-in-law just conducted my gynecological examination and discussed family planning issues with me?" Wang Mian felt a jolt in her heart. "Mom?" Wang Mian called out to Xiao. He looked at her in confusion, as if to say, "Why are you calling me Mom?" The knowledgeable woman emerged from the gynecology room, gently stroking Xiao's golden hair, and in the next moment, she suddenly yanked Xiao's hair and pulled him into the gynecology room, closing the door behind them. "What is going on?" Wang Mian stood outside, utterly bewildered. After a while, the door to the gynecology room opened, and the knowledgeable woman flicked her golden hair, once again gently pulling Wan Mian inside. Wan Mian felt a bit anxious, fearing this woman might suddenly turn her wrath upon her, but thankfully, she remained gentle. Wan Mian sat back in the chair, while Xiao Jin took a seat beside her. His hair somewhat disheveled, yet it was evident he had tried to fix it himself. Wan Mian, hello. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Xiao Jin's mother. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. I was overwhelmed with anger. This boy suddenly merged with the Yanjuzu and left without a word. We didn't even know why he left until Si Yun informed me that he and Shen Er had merged with the same Yanjuzu. I hope you can understand my emotional outburst. Wan Mian waved her hand, chuckling. Well, that must be Xiao Jin's fault. I understand. Wan Mian pondered how she should refer to Xiao Jin's mother, as Fanny had mentioned that there was no concept of marriage here. Should she call her mom, mother-in-law, or simply by her name? While conducting the examination, I reviewed your information. You truly are an exceptional child. Xiao Jin is quite fortunate. Xiao Jin, noticing Wan Mian's embarrassment, seized the opportunity to ask, how did you end up here? And why precisely in this gynecology room? Upon hearing Xiao Jin speak, his mother erupted with fury once more. Why do you think I came here? You disappeared without a trace. Shouldn't I come and check on you? I just happened to be here because they were short-handed. You are the head of the Xiao family. What help could you possibly provide? Xiao Jin inquired. What? Isn't this our family's enterprise? As the head of the family, shouldn't I be here, especially knowing you were coming for an examination today? I told you, you must have planned this. Xiao Jin said, turning to Wan Mian, did my mom ask you about our relationship? Wan Mian smiled and replied, no, Auntie didn't ask anything. Wan Mian, how does Xiao Jin treat you? He has a bad temper at home and often lashes out at others. You need to discipline him properly. Xiao Jin treats me very well. He is gentle and attentive, and he has never been rude to me. His past volatility was likely due to the pressures of his upgrade. Wan Mian was sincere. Xiao Jin had indeed always been gentle with her. Although she had witnessed him lose his temper with the staff of the Mutation Association upon her arrival, he had never displayed impatience toward her. Xiao Jin's mother listened with a smile as Wan Mian recounted her experiences with her son. I knew it. Wan Mian is a kind child, always speaking up for this boy. All right, Mom, we need to go. We still have to visit the Beast Research Department. With that, Xiao Jin suddenly pulled Wan Mian to leave. Wait a moment. Xiao Jin's mother called out to them, then turned to Wan Mian. Wan Mian, the matter you mentioned wanting to discuss with him can be addressed now. Otherwise, you'll have to come back later. Okay, Xiao Jin, I would like to ask if you are willing to implant a contraceptive chip? Wan Mian blurted out the question in one breath. Xiao Jin glanced at his mother, as if to say, aren't you my mom? Why are you making her say this? Xiao Jin's mother caught the glance and replied, don't look at me. I'm on Wan Mian's side. Xiao Jin regarded Wan Mian, seemingly struggling. Wan Mian was surprised. It appeared he was reluctant. Did he want children? Then Xiao Jin voiced his concerns. Do you want to have a child with Xishan first? If that's the case, I would be willing to implant it. With that, Xiao Jin extended his hand. His mother was quick, immediately using a black box to insert the contraceptive chip at Xiao Jin's pulse point. Wait! Xiao Jin inhaled deeply. His earlier statement was intended to evoke sympathy from Wan Mian. How could he possibly wish for Wan Mian to bear a child for Xishan first? Now, it was done. Wan Mian was also taken aback. Was it really that fast? Had it already been implanted? What if he doesn't want to? Xiao Jin asked. If he doesn't want to, then he'll have to engage with you first. Upon hearing this, Wan Mian couldn't help but laugh, suddenly realizing how awkward it was to discuss such topics in front of her own mother. Auntie, I apologize for the awkwardness. No worries. We've all been through it. Xiao Jin's mother responded. Chapter 66. Results of blood sample collection. Upon facing Xiao Jin, his mother immediately adopted a sharper tone. What business is it of yours? The Yanjuzu is here. Do you have a say in this? I have wasted my efforts in teaching you. As she spoke, a prickly chestnut was thrust upward once more. Unable to reach it, Zujin's mother jumped slightly. Mom, this really won't do. We still need to visit the Exotic Beasts Research Department. Zujin covered his head and once again refused. Seeing her son's determination, his mother relented. All right then, you go about your business. I'll be here for the next few days. Come visit whenever you have the time. Zujin nodded and pulled Wanmian along as they departed, with Wanmian politely bidding farewell to Zujin's mother as they left. Once downstairs, Wanmian remarked, Your mother is truly beautiful, and so youthful. That's so, but I find her quite frightening. Why? Because she has a bad temper. Haha, I can see that, but she is very friendly towards me. Upon hearing this, Zujin smiled and ruffled Wanmian's hair, saying, perhaps it's because you are so adorable, by the way. Did that chip cause you any discomfort? Not really, I just wonder if it might affect other areas. The two continued to joke as they made their way to the Exotic Beasts Research Department. It was not far from the main brain building, and upon their arrival, they were promptly greeted by someone who escorted them to a spacious conference room. Soon, a man dressed similarly to those in the medical center approached them. Hello? I am Hong Yu, the head of the Exotic Beasts Research Department in Level 1 City. What brings you here? Zujin inquired, puzzled. It is due to the emergence of a new type of exotic beast, which I specifically requested to study here. I see. Zujin offered no further comment. Hong Yu wasted no time and immediately shared the chip interface, stating, based on the blood sample provided by Mr. Zujin, this indeed represents a new type of high-level exotic beast. A solitary species with a certain level of intelligence, having developed many troublesome abilities. Invisibility is but one, alongside teleportation and consumption. He continued, the new low-level exotic beasts observed in this assessment are social creatures that act on instinct, possessing both invisibility and teleportation as evolutionary capabilities. According to the dissection information provided by the collectors, several of the new low-level exotic beasts have undergone more comprehensive evolution, and within their bodies, remnants of wanderer limbs have been found. After listening attentively, Wanmian spoke up. Another mention of wanderers. Xishan also mentioned that the exotic beast encountered during that mission had undigested remains of a wanderer in its belly. Could it be that wanderers are related to the evolution of these exotic beasts? Hong Yu continued, based on our research over the years, there is indeed a connection. These exotic beasts kill humans because human flesh allows them to evolve. To them, it is a delicacy, with wanderers being the prime choice. We've conducted experiments where both wanderers and local humans were placed before these exotic beasts, and they prioritize attacking the wanderers. Thus, many mysteries surround wanderers. But unfortunately, they have nearly vanished, leaving our research base too low to answer certain questions. Wanmian furrowed her brow and asked, what questions remain unanswered? Hong Yu adjusted his glasses and replied, firstly, how do wanderers traverse here? And is there a pattern to the temporal rifts they use? Secondly, why do wanderers experience such rapid level advancement in unknown areas, reaching 2 levels or more in just a month or even half a month, while their progression slows significantly upon entering the city? The third and most crucial question concerns why this group of wanderers is crossing over, or rather, who is facilitating their crossing. Wanmian had pondered the third question since her arrival in the city, feeling that the wanderers' crossing was not merely a random occurrence but held significant meaning, suggesting something consequential. The strengthening of exotic beasts could very well be linked to the increasing number of wanderers being consumed. Intrigued by this research direction, she inquired further, what do you currently lack? Blood samples from wanderers? Or oral accounts from them? We need both, but what we most urgently require is the spinal fluid from high-level mutated wanderers. However, at present, there are none exceeding level 5, Hong Yu stated, pushing up his glasses once again. Zujin sensed Wanmian's intent to stand and swiftly pressed her back down, giving her a sharp look for the first time. After restraining Wanmian, he stroked his chin and asked, what is the process for extracting spinal fluid? The most traditional method involves needle puncture followed by sampling. What are the implications? Potential motor dysfunction could occur, and in severe cases, it may affect the spinal cord centers of the phrenic nerve, leading to symptoms such as respiratory difficulties. Moreover, the spinal cord cannot regenerate, so these symptoms might be permanent. Wanmian hesitated upon hearing this. Hong Yu continued, the spinal cord serves as the lower center of the nervous system, responsible for conduction and reflex functions. Thus, it may conceal the origins of human mutations. All right, we understand. Please compile this information and send it to me. Certainly, Hong Yu nodded in agreement. Zujin then took Wanmian and exited the premises. Once outside, Zujin turned to Wanmian, his expression serious. What were you planning to do earlier? Sacrificing yourself for the greater good. If my spinal fluid is so vital, I might be the only subject available for research. Zujin's agitation was evident. He tugged at his hair in frustration, his emotions spiraling out of control. So what? Setting aside whether this research direction is correct, even if it yields results, what then? Will it lead to the extinction of exotic beasts? I merely seek answers. Why I crossed over to this place, and why I am the only female wanderer. Also, regarding the new type of exotic beasts, since they are becoming stronger, Perhaps uncovering the truth will solve these mysteries. Be quiet, Zujin shouted, venting his frustrations towards Wanmian for the first time. Hong Yu just mentioned that you could suffer motor impairments. Or even worse, never recover. You've only just acquired the title of Beast Slayer. Do you want to throw it all away? Taking a deep breath, Zujin suppressed his anger and turned to embrace Wanmian tightly. I've had your identity information altered. No one can trace your identity as a wanderer or a female mutant now. As for your profession as a beast slayer, it remains linked to the alias Xiangjuan. Therefore, do not entertain such thoughts again. Understood. Chapter 67. My mother introduces me to a partner. Wanmian faced the main brain building and noticed Zujin's mother standing at the entrance, her gaze fixed intently upon them. This time, her expression was markedly different from her earlier agitation. It was calm yet filled with anger, and a multitude of men stood behind her. Indeed, a multitude. Far too many to count. Wanmian felt a chill run down her spine and quietly tapped Zujin, who was holding her. Your mother's expression seems off. It's different from before, because I can't tolerate you becoming a test subject I don't know. I meant your mother's expression seems unusual, not you. She asked by the building entrance. And it looks like there are many enforcers behind her. Upon understanding Wanmian's intent, Zujin slowly released her and turned to face the main brain building, then remarked pointedly, those are not enforcers. They are her partners. My heavens, so many! The entrance can hardly accommodate them. Do you have that many fathers? Zujin's brow furrowed deeply as he replied coolly, don't speak nonsense. My father has passed away. Realizing her error, Wanmian quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I spoke too hastily and shouldn't have said that, but it's fine. Let us go. She is watching us from the entrance. It would be impolite not to approach. By the way, how should I address your mother? Would calling her auntie be inappropriate, considering we are now family? Wanmian asked as they walked. Calling her auntie is fine. Your level is higher than hers, so by protocol, you should address her by name. Indeed, the relational titles here differed from those in the past. As they approached Zujin's mother, she subtly gestured, and the two closest men suddenly advanced towards them. Zujin's pupils constricted as he gently pushed Wanmian aside, and to her astonishment, she saw the two men bypass her and hoist Zujin's arms. Just then, Zujin's mother stepped forward and struck Zujin across the face. Your behavior reflects poorly on the upbringing of our Su family. Zujin said nothing, turning his gaze elsewhere. Wanmian was startled, feeling a surge of indignation. However, she recognized that this was Zujin's mother, and judging by Zujin's expression, he seemed unprepared to resist. Wanmian understood that the cause of this was likely Zujin's mother's observation of his attitude towards her. She stepped forward and politely addressed Zujin's mother. Auntie, you've misunderstood. Zujin was only concerned for me and meant me no harm. Upon locking eyes with Wanmian, Zujin's mother underwent a drastic change in demeanor. Smiling as she replied, Wanmian, he raised his voice at you just now, which violates the integration treaty. Please understand that even if you are a good child and do not hold it against him, as his mother, I cannot allow him to act recklessly. But, Wanmian began, but Zujin interjected, is that enough? We need to leave. Zujin shrugged off the two men holding him and stood defiantly before his mother, his expression laced with disdain. Wanmian had never witnessed such an atmosphere between a mother and her child. During their earlier interaction, she had thought they shared a light-hearted, playful camaraderie akin to that of friends. Yet now she found herself utterly bewildered. Wait, I still have something to discuss with Wanmian, Xiujin's mother said as she pushed Xiujin aside and approached Wanmian once more. She waved her hand, and from the throng of boisterous men, two tall, sturdy yet remarkably handsome young men, both sporting golden hair like Xiujin, stepped forward. Wanmian, these are Xiujin's two younger brothers. While they may not be as exceptional as Xiujin, they are still grade 13 strength-type mutants, and they possess commendable appearances. I just reviewed your profile. It has been over a month since your first fusion, and you still only have two partners. This is a tremendous waste of your exceptional healing abilities. Consider it. If you could acclimate with them and achieve fusion, it would be a significant contribution to humanity. Upon hearing this, Wanmian felt on the verge of collapse. Her mother-in-law was introducing her to potential husbands. What a ridiculous turn of events. She felt a strong urge to escape, wishing to say nothing further. It was evident how Xiujin was reacting beside her. He nearly forced the words out of his mouth. Don't make me take action. Xiujin's mother struck again, but this time Wanmian braced herself. Aware of Xiujin's precarious state, Auntie, I apologize, but I do not intend to fuse with more partners. Not now, nor in the future. I hope you can forgive my rudeness, and please, do not strike Xiao-jin in my presence. Xiao-jin's gaze darkened, his hair cascading over his forehead, obscuring his expression as he turned to look at Wan Mian. Wan Mian, this is where you are mistaken. It is not merely a matter of willingness. It is a necessity for the survival of our kind. The men toil outside, and we must also contribute our efforts to ensure more high-level mutants can safely advance. Auntie, I truly— Wait a moment. Let me finish, she interjected, glancing at Xiao-jin, who was preparing to pull Wan Mian away. Xiao-jin, if you make any further moves, you can see for yourself what I will do. Uncertain thoughts seemed to cross Xiao-jin's mind, and he indeed halted his attempt to pull Wan Mian away. Wan Mian, I have over 90 partners. Although I have several sons, I do not have a single daughter. I just reviewed your medical report. Perhaps due to your status as a wanderer, your body is highly fertile. I understand if you do not wish to bear Xiao-jin's child. He has my temperament, rather volatile. But do not squander your resources. My 2 sons have yet to fuse, are of a similar age to you, and possess admirable qualities. If you were to have a daughter, it would be an immeasurable boon for humanity. Wan Mian fell silent, contemplating how to refuse her mother-in-law, while Xiao-jin felt increasingly anxious over her silence. Wan Mian's voice broke the tension once more. Auntie, I do not wish to repeat myself. I only require 2 core partners for fusion. You have seen my profile. I have already earned the title of Mutant Slayer. I am not here to indulge in a life of leisure, healing men. I intend to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiao-jin and Sishan in battle, sharing both life and death. As for your proposition of procreation to advance humanity through multiple partners, I must decline. I am merely a wanderer and cannot resonate with your vision. We are leaving now. And I look forward to visiting you again, Auntie. Furthermore, while your 2 sons are indeed well qualified, they still fall short in comparison to my Xiao-jin. With that, Wan Mian nodded and smiled at Xiao-jin's mother. Then took Xiao-jin's hand, turning to leave. She pulled him along with such force that he nearly stumbled in his steps. Mian Mian. Xiao-jin suddenly altered his address as they walked. What? Why are you calling me Wan Mian? She exclaimed, her body jolting at his words. Xiao-jin chuckled softly, falling into silence as he draped his arm around her shoulders and gazed up at the sky, the gentle breeze tousling his hair. With his other hand, he swept his hair back, and Wan Mian stole a glance at Xiao-jin, thinking to herself how handsome he looked, inadvertently releasing her healing energy once more. Meanwhile, Xiao-jin's brothers turned to their mother and said, Mom, I really like brother's partner. Yes, Mom, why don't we take the initiative? Xiao-jin's mother swiftly slapped them both. Did I not tell you to act as tools to enhance their relationship? Did you take that literally? Do you think your brother is a pushover? Once he levels up a couple more times and their feelings stabilize, I will find a way for Wan Mian to remove the contraceptive chip from your brother. The closest young man stepped forward, exuding an impressive demeanor. If you don't want Xiao-jin's partner to have the contraceptive chip implanted, why did you act so hastily to have it done earlier? Xiao-jin's mother shot him a glare, as if to say, what do you know, being a man? The young man immediately took a step back. Xiao-jin's mother continued, if I don't have it implanted, Wan Mian will eventually seek other healers. We might as well take this opportunity to build a good relationship with her, so we can persuade her to have the chip removed for Xiao-jin later. But Mom, won't using us as tools anger brother's partner? Xiao-jin's mother spoke firmly, and everyone fell silent, setting off together. That moment, no one noticed the trembling figure of Fanyi in the corner. Chapter 68. Assimilation. Xiao-jin handed the helmet to Wan Mian, initially intending for her to sit behind him, but upon seeing the gleam of excitement in her eyes directed at his motorcycle, he ventured, would you like to give it a try? Absolutely. Wan Mian exclaimed joyfully, I've always wanted to ride a motorcycle, but no one was willing to sell me one while you were away. This is perfect. If I can ride this one, I'll go by my own. Are you saying you've never ridden a motorcycle before? Xiao-jin inquired. I've ridden something similar, so I should be capable, Wan Mian replied, referring to the electric scooters of the 21st century. With that, Xiao-jin made room for her, and Wan Mian deftly maneuvered to the front, gripping the handlebars, feeling a rush of exhilaration as a motorcycle rider. She turned the key and twisted the throttle. Why isn't it moving? Xiao-jin looked on in disbelief at this self-proclaimed expert and began instructing her step by step. Unlock the ignition. Squeeze the clutch with your left hand. Turn on the ignition with your right. Shift into first gear with your left foot, then gradually release the clutch. When the bike shakes, give it a little gas. But be cautious. This bike accelerates quickly. Wan Mian listened intently, following his instructions carefully, and soon the motorcycle roared to life. Release the clutch. Give it gas. Whoa! Wan Mian sped off. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated. Otherwise, she might have caused a serious accident. Thus, Wan Mian sped ahead while Xiao Jin chased after her. Although the initial moments were thrilling, her mutant reflexes quickly allowed her to adapt. Once she got the hang of it, her excitement soared, and she forgot that Xiao Jin was still following. 10 minutes later, she came to a stop, panting heavily. Wow, this bike is so fast. I didn't feel a thing while riding behind you. Next time, let me take the wheel, okay? Xiao Jin, she turned around, only to find the back seat empty. Looking further back, she spotted Xiao Jin jogging towards her. Wait, aren't you 2 levels higher than me? Why are you running so slowly? Do you think everyone can be a dual-type mutant like you? I can carry the motorcycle, but chasing down a 600 cubic centimeters bike. No, thank you. Wan Mian chuckled apologetically. Are you taking me with you? Xiao Jin asked, unsure if Wan Mian still wanted to ride out. Of course. I can ride now, she replied, and Xiao Jin climbed onto the bike behind her. The wind howled around them as Wan Mian shouted in delight. Fewer people makes it great. I can ride freely on this wide road. Xiao Jin remained silent. Upon arriving at Sishin's villa, Xiao Jin removed his helmet, his face flushed. What's wrong? Wan Mian asked, noticing his unusual redness. Did Annie hit you too hard? Xiao Jin covered his face. No, it's because you were rubbing against me while riding. Huh? Rubbing against what? Wan Mian asked, puzzled, just as Sishin emerged from the villa. Sensing Wan Mian's healing energy, he was taken aback to find Xiao Jin there as well. Your mom is here? Sishin asked Xiao Jin. How did you know? My mom mentioned it. What a nonsensical exchange. Then Wan Mian recalled Xiao Jin's mother referring to Sishin as Shin Air. Do your mothers know each other? Yes, very well. Come in. Don't just stand at the door, Sishin said to Wan Mian, then turned to Xiao Jin with a disdainful look. Pervert. Come back when you're normal. Wan Mian was utterly confused as Sishin pulled her into the house. We went to the Beast Research Department. The results from the blood samples you collected last time are in. Yes, I've already reviewed the data. They want to study high-level mutant wanderers. Please, do not get swept up in the excitement and allow them to experiment on you. Those intelligent mutants are all mad. Wan Mian felt a bit embarrassed, recalling how she had almost gotten carried away until Xiao Jin intervened. By the way, I have good news for you. Really? Tell me. The team member you saved from the transparent beast attack is out of danger now. Is that true? That's wonderful. Wan Mian's spirit soared upon hearing this, as the injured team member had suffered a severe penetrating wound, making survival difficult even for a mutant. Sishin continued. We owe thanks to Xiao Jin's mother. She was the one who saved him. Indeed. Is her mother a healer? Today, she even conducted a gynecological examination for me, Wan Mian inquired. Yes, a remarkably skilled healer. I heard that before the integration, she accompanied the extermination forces on their campaigns beyond the city. Wan Mian was astonished. No wonder her aura is so formidable. You just mentioned you had a gynecological checkup. What is the matter? As he spoke, Sitchin poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Wan Mian. It's nothing, just a routine checkup out of boredom. By the way, I wanted to discuss something with you. As you know, I don't wish to become pregnant, so I wanted to ask if you would be willing to have a contraceptive chip implanted. If you're not inclined, you agree. As for these matters, your word is final, but Shujian must also have it implanted. He has already received one from Auntie. The image of Shujin's mother, swift and decisive, made Wan Mian chuckle again. At this moment, Shujian entered the room. My wound examination report has arrived. His expression was grim as he transmitted the report to Wan Mian through the chip interface. Wan Mian could not comprehend the contents, only noticing the conclusion at the bottom. Detection of infiltrative alien genes, potential for assimilation. What does potential for assimilation mean? Wan Mian furrowed her brow as she glanced at Shujin, her voice trembling slightly. Sitchin sensed the tension in the air and approached Wan Mian. Glancing at Shujin's report, then gravely asked, Where is your mother? What did she say? She probably still doesn't know. As soon as Shujin finished speaking, a notification pinged on the chip interface. Sure enough, it was his mother initiating a video call, indicating she had received Shujin's examination report. Shujin nodded, said nothing more, and ended the call. He sat beside Wan Mian, looked at her face, and smiled. saying, "Don't be anxious. It's merely a potential for assimilation, not a certainty." "Is this assimilation truly what I think it means?" Wanmian asked worriedly. "Are you going to sleep here?" Sitchin inquired of Shujin. Shujian chuckled helplessly, recalling that it was a question he had posed to Sitchin the previous night after Wanmian decided to stay with him. It was Shujin who faced the problem, yet he found himself needing to comfort her. Wanmian felt a wave of guilt, shifting from her previous anxiety to a smile, saying, "Yes, I know. There won't be any issues." After hearing this, Sitchin approached, saying, "Don't push it too far, trying to take someone in front of me." Noticing Wanmian's tea had gone cold, Sitchin stood up to pour another cup. He hesitated momentarily, surprised by his own instinctive action, but ultimately handed it to Wanmian. The person before him was clearly burdened with thoughts. Sitchin understood she was not one to conceal her feelings. Finally, he spoke, "If you wish to seek him out, then go ahead." Wanmian lifted her gaze to meet Sitchin's deep-set eyes, yet her mind was filled with the image of those gentle, light-colored irises. "I'm sorry, Sitchin. It's fine. Go ahead." Watching Wanmian's retreating figure, Sitchin raised an eyebrow and reclined on the sofa, feeling for the first time an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if engulfed by a wave of sadness and gloom, rendering him utterly powerless. Chapter 69. A date. Meanwhile, Shujin, who was already in the shower, felt Wanmian's healing presence the moment she entered. He wondered why she had come over. Did she have yet another quarrel with Sitchin? He hurried to finish his shower, but the so-called hurry took him an hour. After Wanmian had been seated in the living room, engrossed in the alien report on the chip interface, she finally grew impatient and saw Shujin emerge from his room. Unable to suppress her teasing, she remarked, "Do you have dung on you? Why take so long to wash?" Shujin smiled faintly, drying his hair as he asked, "Are you sure coming over like this is neglecting Sitchin? I know it's unfair to Sitchin, but whenever he looks at me, I can't help but think of you." Hearing this, Shujin wrapped an arm around Wanmian. Fresh from the shower, he exuded a delightful fragrance, and Wanmian instinctively leaned into his embrace. "Wanmian, we are in the twilight of the century. Although your words just now made me feel blissful, I must remind you that here, you may not have to like anyone. But you cannot like just one. You have spent too much time with me these past few days, and given my current condition, you worry about me more, but do not confine that concern solely to me. You must share some with Sitchin, for he is your primary bonded partner." Wanmian struggled to grasp Shujin's intent. Perhaps this was merely a generational gap. Speaking of ages, in this context, Wanmian was over 2,000 years older than both Shujin and Sitchin. "Making such gaps perfectly normal, you are quite magnanimous. Expecting me to spread the love evenly in ancient times, you would certainly embody the essence of a primary consort." At this point, Wanmian became intrigued. "Go be honest. Since arriving here, no one has inquired about what life was like in her era. She had always adhered to the norms of this time. If she could share with Shujin, it would certainly lighten her heart. In my era, we practiced monogamy. If a third party were to enter the picture, it would be met with moral condemnation. Even now, I still feel somewhat uncomfortable with the idea of having two partners. It seems unfair to you, and I can sense it. Although this place advocates for women to integrate with men, at their core, men still desire to possess women exclusively. Just look at how Zhao and Yu's bonded partner poisoned me. It's a testament to their reluctance to see their bonded partners take on others. Don't you agree, Shujin?" Shujin smirked slightly. He had always known Wanmian to be gentle and considerate of others. Thus, he replied, "Yes, if I liked you, why would I want to share you with anyone?" Even though we were raised to think this way from a young age, human instinct remains unchanged. However, over the years, due to changing environments, we have come to accept the integration system. The environment shapes us, and we are not as powerless as you might think regarding this matter, especially since the sense of rejection among men during their first integration is notably less. Upon hearing that last statement, Wanmian nearly rolled her eyes. "Less rejection? Have you forgotten how you all bickered when you first met? Especially Sitchin. His banter was almost as sharp as Abe no Saimay's. Yet you're no easy target either." Upon hearing this, Shujin laughed heartily. "Bickering is normal. Even mothers and sons argue, let alone us. Since you're finding it so difficult to adjust here, how about we experience the interaction style of your era tomorrow?" Wanmian's eyes lit up. "That sounds great. Shall we take a stroll in the park?" "A park?" Shujin opened the chip interface. "There's an artificial botanical garden 5 kilometers away. Let us go there tomorrow." You should go wash up, and we'll turn in early tonight. With that, they both headed upstairs. The next morning, when Wanmian awoke, Shujin had already prepared breakfast. After eating, she went upstairs to change. Since it was a date, she certainly could not dress in her usual casual attire or combat gear. Wanmian applied a light touch of makeup and selected a comfortable long dress. She forewent heels, which she couldn't quite manage, opting instead for a pair of flat leather shoes. She even consulted Zhao Inyu, who rated her ensemble an 85. Upon descending the stairs, Shujin's gaze was fixed on his bonded partner, his eyes brimming with affection. I've never seen you like this before. Do I look good? Wanmian asked shyly. Absolutely, I like it very much. Shall we head out? At the door, Wanmian donned her helmet and automatically took the driver's seat. Shujin watched for a moment and remarked, Are you really going to ride a motorcycle in a dress? Is that a problem? It's a long dress. It should be fine, and besides, with such speed, no one will notice. Seeing Wanmian's determination, Shujin chose not to dampen her spirits. However, throughout the ride, his hand remained on Wanmian's leg, ensuring her fluttering dress stayed in place. The park was bustling with people, but none were leisurely strolling like the two of them. Most were jogging or exercising. Wanmian's presence immediately drew the attention of nearby men, but as they sensed the high-level pressure emanating from Shujin, they quietly distanced themselves. Wasn't there a crowd here just now? Where did everyone go? Perhaps they wished not to disturb us. Is that so? Then let us take a look around. Indeed. This artificial botanical garden boasted beautiful scenery and a plethora of plant species, many of which Wanmian could not name. Along the way, she enthusiastically shared stories about life in the 21st century, while Shujin wore a smile, watching his bonded partner animatedly recount her experiences, occasionally engaging with questions of his own. Gradually, Wanmian grew parched from talking, prompting her to ask Shujin, why don't you tell me about your childhood? What was it like with your mother and father? I'd love to know about your upbringing. Shujin nodded and began to recount his story gently, revealing to Wanmian that he had a rather happy childhood. Being the firstborn, despite his mother's fiery temperament, he received ample love and care. During his rebellious teenage years, he often resorted to physical altercations and had a penchant for swearing, especially during the tumultuous times of his high-level upgrades. However, as he spoke about his father, Shujin's demeanor gradually darkened. Later, it was Si Shun's mother, Si Yun, who intervened and dispatched numerous assassins to search for him, ultimately uncovering his father's relic within the belly of a beast. So, is that how your mother became acquainted with Si Shun's mother? No, they were already good friends during their time at a women's school. After each of them found their respective partners, their contact diminished. Following the passing of their family matriarchs, they assumed control of their families and became the heads of their households, which further reduced their communication. Shojin recounted every detail, while Wanmian listened with rapt attention. Unbeknownst to them, they meandered through the park until afternoon. Shojin wrapped his arm around Wanmian's waist and said, I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so I will take you to Si Shun. All right. Wanmian understood his implication and nodded, inquiring, What do you have to do tomorrow? Just some minor tasks left over from this assassin assessment. Wanmian refrained from probing further, and together they arrived at Si Shun's villa. Upon seeing Wanmian enter, Shojin addressed Si Shun through the chip interface, saying, Tomorrow, I will handle the matter regarding Wanmian's poisoning. Do not mention it to her. As soon as Wanmian stepped inside, Si Shun's eyes lit up, but he soon realized that Wanmian had dressed up for Shojin. Wanmian apologized to Si Shun. I'm sorry for leaving so abruptly last night. Si Shun sat beside the coffee table, seemingly devoid of his previous vigor, and replied in a monotone, It's fine. I respect your choice. This statement was directed not only at Wanmian, but also at himself. Chapter 70. Physical Assessment, Illusions. That night, they shared the same bed, yet Si Shun maintained a considerable distance from Wanmian. Their conversations were reminiscent of the past, but a subtle detachment lingered in their tones. Do you have anything planned for tomorrow? Wanmian asked. That I intend to undergo a physical assessment. If you wish to see Shojin, I can take you there. No. Shojin mentioned he has matters to attend to tomorrow. Upon realizing her inadvertent implication that she intended to seek him out only to be turned down, she felt a pang of regret. Si Shun, are you upset? Wanmian bluntly inquired, though she was well aware it was a redundant question. Yes, but I promised you I would not suddenly vanish again nor refuse to communicate. It's my fault. I have indeed neglected you these past few days. After hearing this, Si Shun turned away, and Wan Mion's tone only exacerbated his irritation. Let's just maintain our current dynamic. You needn't act as if you owe me an apology. Your attitude makes me feel like a beggar seeking attention. Please, do not trample on my self-esteem. Wan Mion nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, sensing that the more they spoke, the more they erred. Consequently, they turned away from each other, spending the night in silence until dawn. Wan Mion had anticipated this situation long ago. Having multiple romantic interests was akin to having multiple children. It was impossible to treat them all equally. Deep down, she recognized that there would inevitably be preferences, which was the most unfair aspect. For in Xishun and Xiujin's hearts, there could be only her. According to the rules of this post-apocalyptic world, even if a partner was aware of their primary's affections for someone else, they could not interfere. Xishun and Xiujin, having grown up in prominent families, placed great importance on status and respect. Particularly Xishun, who exhibited heightened sensitivity in this regard, as evidenced by his interactions with Wan Mion and her friends. Thus, while they adhered to the rules, they still felt out of place. Wan Mion sought to make amends, but as Xishun had remarked, the more deliberate she was, the more it would seem like disdain towards him. So it was better to let things unfold naturally. In the morning, when Wan Mion awoke, Xishun was no longer in bed. Why do they both love waking up so early? She muttered, recalling an instance when Xishun had lingered in bed. After washing up, she descended the stairs. Ignoring Xishun's comment, she asked, "What is a physical assessment?" "It's the physical fitness test for assassins. I've been here for over a month, and my fitness data has yet to be recorded." "What about me? Am I not also an assassin? Do I not need to be recorded?" "You do need to be recorded, but since you are still a trainee, you probably haven't been notified yet." "I'll accompany you." Xishun exchanged a meaningful glance with Wan Mion before nodding. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, he prepared to leave, while Wan Mion had already seated herself in the passenger seat, waiting for him. The payment for the SUV had long been transferred to Xiao Huadong and Jing Zhan, who accepted it without hesitation, as it was a communal asset of the expeditionary forces, relieving both of them of any financial burden. The assessment took place at the Assassin Corps building, where they took the elevator to a high floor. Wan Mion followed Xishun through a long corridor to a spacious assessment room reminiscent of a high-end gym. Soon, an assessor arrived, greeted them, and began recording information on the chip interface. Xishun skillfully removed his upper garment, revealing his strong and well-defined physique, prompting Wan Mion to unconsciously bite her lip in nervousness. "Sit down and wait for me. It won't take long," Xishun said, sensing her anxiety. "All right," she replied. He then donned an apparatus that resembled an oxygen mask, and the assessor proceeded to apply numerous sensor patches to Xishun's front and back. The assessor meticulously observed the data fluctuations, recording them one by one. Wan Mion found it peculiar that Xishun's speed today was considerably slower. Was it due to the indoor environment? When Xishun removed the mask, Wan Mion curiously asked, "Have you regressed? Why are you so slow?" Xishun raised an eyebrow, an expression of disdain crossing his face, and retorted, "What are you wearing underneath?" "Huh. Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" The assessor, who was helping Xishun remove the patches, paused momentarily. "What do you mean?" "I meant, if it's convenient, you could also try it out, since you need to undergo an assessment as well. They can directly record your data after mine." As Wan Mion had worn sports undergarments today, she replied, "All right, I'll give it a try." With that, she began to remove her outer garment. "Let me adjust the data. You should be able to use the lowest level for women." "No, just use my level." "Huh? But," the assessor prepared to intervene. "Do you not understand? Leave." The assessor, intimidated by the pressure emanating from Xishun, bowed his head and exited. "What do you mean, use your level? Is there even a level for this?" Wan Mion asked in confusion. "You'll see in a moment," Xishun replied, stepping forward to help Wan Mion remove her outer garment and applying the previously used patches one by one to her body. The patches, still warm from Xishun's skin, were placed on her. When he brought over the oxygen mask, he said, "The first time using it may cause some dizziness. Just hold on for 2 minutes." "Dizziness? Can oxygen cause dizziness? This isn't oxygen." Before he could finish, Xishun roughly placed the mask over Wan Mion's face, leading her to think he was taking revenge on her in her mind. As the people around noticed Xishun rising to his feet, they quickly gathered to inquire about him. Among them were 2 women who were irresistibly drawn to Xishun's aura of battle damage and his taut physique. Ignoring the presence of those around him, they approached him directly. Xishun paid them no heed. merely uttering a warning to keep their distance, fearing that he might inadvertently cause harm by falling again. Upon reaching the upper floor, Won Mian remained stationary, while the other inspectors prepared to approach for inquiries and adjustments. Sishin immediately instructed them to maintain their distance, for if Won Mian were to throw another punch, they might be knocked senseless. At that moment, Won Mian was completely engulfed in an illusion. Everything in the illusion felt so vivid. She was at home dining with her parents, the table laden with her mother's specialties, and her close friends were present, showering her with concern, asking if she felt fatigued or longed for home. Won Mian nodded incessantly, a profound sorrow welling up within her, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet she questioned why such ordinary moments should evoke sadness. The conflicting emotions clung to her like a viscous adhesive, binding her to the present. Should I even be here? A sudden doubt surfaced in Won Mian's mind. Then where should I go? Turning her head, she saw her friend's face melting away like burning wax, only to coalesce again into Si Shun's visage. Gazing at this amalgamation of Si Shun's face and her friend's body, Won Mian felt her stomach churn violently, and she could no longer contain herself, succumbing to the urge to vomit. In reality, Won Mian indeed vomited, splattering all over Si Shun, who had no time to react. Observing Won Mian's inability to extricate herself from the illusion, the monitoring patch indicated that she was sinking deeper into the mirage. Without further delay, he removed the mask that had been dislodged due to the vomiting. Yet even then, Won Mian did not awaken immediately. Perhaps due to the reduced gas concentration in the mask, the scene within the illusion shifted once more. Now she stood beneath a colossal rift in space-time, surrounded by a whirlwind of chaos. What is this? Won Mian pondered, feeling a strange familiarity she could not quite grasp at that moment. Many were being drawn into the rift, screams and shouts echoing all around. Yet, Won Mian felt no fear. She regarded the spectacle with cold detachment, extending her hands only to find them gradually becoming transparent. Sorrow washed over her again, leaving no time for contemplation as she slowly crouched down to caress the man clutching her foot. Regrettably, her hand had vanished completely, her arms fading into transparency, preventing her from touching the bloodied man. Won Mian grew frantic, raising her head once more, witnessing countless humans being absorbed into the rift. In the next moment, Won Mian broke free from the illusion. Won Mian, are you all right? A nearby inspector attempted to approach, but Si Shun, his expression grave, halted them, uncertain of Won Mian's stability. At that moment, Si Shun's chip interface continually indicated that the status of the young master was chaotic, accompanied by messages from Xiao Jin. What was that just now? Won Mian inquired of Si Shun. It was an illusion. All of it. Not receiving the answer she sought, Won Mian found a chair and sat down. A foul odor wafted towards her, and looking up, she saw Si Shun half-naked, covered in the disgusting remnants of vomit, blood, and wounds, his pants even torn. Won Mian closed her eyes and took a deep breath, saying, I'm fine, just a bitter taste in my mouth. I feel even worse, he replied. Worse? Could it be? Is it my vomit on you? Could it be that I vomited and then caught it with my body? Right, that angle seems off. What did you see just now? Why such a strong reaction? I saw my past life, and I saw you. You really did hit me. Did I hit you? It seems so, right? The vomiting was also because of you. Si Shun rotated his stiff and painful neck, remaining silent as he prepared to remove the monitoring patch from Won Mian. To his surprise, she stepped back 2 paces, a look of disgust on her face as if to say, You're filthy, don't come near me. With a hint of resignation, Si Shun remarked, Once you're okay, I'll go wash up and put on some clothes. Won Mian nodded, yanking the patch off her body and slipping on a jacket. Noticing the body measurement technician at the door, Won Mian offered an apologetic nod, aware that the disarray in the room was undoubtedly her doing. Along with the hole in the glass, could it be that Si Shun had flown out from there? Imagining the scene, a shiver ran down Won Mian's spine. Suddenly, a special message notification appeared on the interface. You have leveled up to level 15. Upgraded? Why do I feel nothing? Wait, do I have a weakness period as well? After waiting a while, nothing particularly significant occurred. Conversely, Won Mian felt an overwhelming surge of vitality, as if she had boundless energy. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin crouched on the ground, gripping a man's hair, the individual barely breathing, his face smeared with blood, rendering his features unrecognizable. Upon receiving Won Mion's message, his mood improved slightly. He discarded the man aside, dusting off his clothes before instructing those behind him. Take him to District D of Level 6 City. Let him sever ties with the young master himself. If he fails to do so within 2 days, cast him out. Understood. Chapter 72. Rival's provocation. After washing up, Sean noticed the chip interface indicating that Won Mion had reached level 15. He hastened his pace, concerned about her potential weakness period, but then recalled that Won Mion had mentioned her upgrades did not involve such a phase. Indeed, upon his emergence, he found Won Mion still seated in contemplation, her mood subdued yet devoid of any signs of exhaustion or weakness. I just saw you level up. Aren't you feeling unwell? Sishin queried. Not at all. I'm perfectly fine, Won Mion replied, turning to find Sishin clad in the attire of a technician, a white lab coat over a pure white cotton t-shirt, topped with a wide-brimmed white baseball cap. You look quite dapper in that outfit, she remarked. Sishin chuckled lightly. Is that so? The technician provided me with this. Unable to resist, Won Mion stepped closer, inhaling the scent emanating from him, which was distinctly different from her home-s body wash, carrying a sharp note of alcohol. Did you use alcohol? Yep. Who knows if your vomit was toxic? Won Mion rolled her eyes, sensing that Sishin's demeanor seemed less distant, perhaps softened by the recent altercation. Have you been in contact with Xiaojin? His messages are incessant. Upon reaching the ground floor, Won Mion was met with a large pit on the ground. Recalling the shattered glass above, she had previously suspected that Sishin had flown out, and now it appeared to be true. Sishin, was that pit caused by your fall? Yes, it was knocked down by you. At that moment, staff members were already filling the pit, and Won Mion hurried over to inspect it. Although the depth of the depression was manageable, the area of shattering was extensive, indicating it must have been quite painful. Unbeknownst to them, 2 women had lingered nearby since Sishin had ascended the stairs, waiting to approach him once he descended. They noticed Sishin at a distance, observing Won Mion inspecting the pit, leading them to mistakenly think that he might be an unattached male. They both approached him, offering polite smiles. Earlier, due to his injuries, they had not been able to fully see his features, but now, with him cleaned up, their interest was piqued. However, the shadow of the baseball cap obscured their view, and while the face seemed familiar, they could not place him. Hello, do you have a young master? If not, we could consider discussing compatibility rates. Sishin maintained a stoic expression, his nostrils flaring in irritation at their tone. However, a flicker of mischief crossed his mind, and instead of responding, he merely pointed towards Won Mion. The 2 women turned to see Won Mion in casual attire, examining the pit. With disdain etched on their faces, one remarked, "She is your young master." Sishin nodded. Her figure is decent, but a bit dim-witted. One of the women crossed her arms, internally lamenting the missed opportunity. If he had a young master, they had no chance unless she was willing to sever their bond, allowing him to pursue them as an unattached individual. Yet, given how he had fallen, he likely held a significant level, thus making healing essential. With this thought, the 2 women shrugged and prepared to leave. Just before departing, one called out to Won Mion, "Hey, you there? Let's be friends." Hearing this, Won Mion turned to see 2 long-haired beauties standing before Sishin, observing her. Rivals? Won Mion's radar was activated. But why would rivals want to befriend her? What are you dawdling for? Add me as a friend. Won Mion approached, standing next to Sishin, who looked down at her with a playful glint in his eyes. Why do you want to add me, if you don't want him anymore? Contact us, we can accept him as a non-bonded individual. The emergence of this new term, non-bonded individual, sounded rather dubious. Won Mion frowned and scoffed at their casual mention of wanting to be rid of a young partner. Feeling a surge of indignation rise within her, I suddenly recalled the time I dined at a buffet, when my ignorance of the rules led to Zhao Inyu berating me harshly at tea that moment. I thought she was making a mountain out of a molehill, but in retrospect, such a mindset indeed tends to provoke ire. You? It seems not. Won Mion cast a sweeping glance at the woman before her. What do you mean? Quite literally, you wretched woman, do you look down upon us? These 2 women, accustomed to being pampered, could hardly tolerate such provocation. Won Mion, disliking conflict, intended to utter a few words and depart. But to her astonishment, one of the women prepared to seize Won Mion's arm, only for Si Shun to push her hand away just as it made contact. This action from Si Shun instantly drew the attention of the nearby partners of the onlookers. Wan Mian counted a total of 12 individuals. "Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" The woman, shocked by Si Shun's intervention, stared at him incredulously. At that moment, Wan Mian's chip interface displayed a message indicating the partner had subjective intent to attack a woman. "No way, could a mere push lead to exile?" Si Shun nodded, stating, "But since it was to protect you, it does not count as pure harm to a woman. It serves primarily as a warning. Then refrain from such actions. Her little arms and legs cannot possibly harm me." Upon hearing Wan Mian's remark, the woman's expression gradually contorted. Just a lower-tier individual accompanied by one partner, yet so arrogant. Wan Mian frowned, chastising with her 21st-century moral standards. "It is you with so many partners who is the true lower-tier individual." Another woman seemed more composed, patting her agitated companion and addressing Wan Mian. "Why are you so worked up? We are not competing for anyone. We merely said to inform us if you dissolve the bond. I didn't say anything offensive. I merely stated that you are not capable, and I did not insult you. Your companion was the one who first called me a wretched woman and a lower-tier individual. By stating we are not capable, are you not insulting us? No, I am merely stating a fact." With Wan Mian's words, even the previously composed woman began to show a mix of colors on her face. "Then pray tell, how are we lacking?" They believed that since Wan Mian only brought one partner with her, her number of partners must be few, thus they were unwilling to let her go easily. "Do you truly want me to say?" "Alas, there are too many people. I do not wish to quarrel. Let us depart." Wan Mian, observing the two women's escalating fury, realized that a confrontation would undoubtedly lead to trouble, and should Si Shun lose his temper and push again, chaos would ensue. Yet while she wished to avoid conflict, others were eager for it. "What are you staring at? Did you not observe that man lay a hand on me just now?" The woman, incensed by Wan Mian's disdainful demeanor, was ready to strike right there on the street. A growing crowd gathered, as the spectacle of vying for partners was undeniably amusing. When the partners received the command from their leader, they naturally took action, but upon sensing Si Shun's formidable aura, their faces turned pale. Among them, a man of higher rank seemed to recognize Si Shun, prompting him to swiftly calm his partner, wishing to defuse the situation. "Step aside, coward, do not hold me back. I demand to hear from her how she is lacking. Do not leave. What could a worthless individual like you possibly say? We are also women of moderate healing abilities. How are we inferior?" Wan Mian glanced at the onlookers and shared her basic information. "Because I possess exceptional healing abilities, you might find it difficult to contend with my partner. Should we provoke a sudden crisis, it would not end well for you, would it?" Si Shun stifled a laugh, his abdomen aching from the effort. And after glancing at the group of men too intimidated to approach, he was led away by Wan Mian. His glance solidified the suspicions of those who had doubted Si Shun's identity. The woman, astonished by Wan Mian's exceptional healing ability, who had always been spoiled, still sought to salvage her dignity, only to be silenced by a partner who recognized Si Shun. "Stop talking, if I am not mistaken. That is a member of the Si family." They stood frozen in place. So she is the one willing to remain in a level 6 city with exceptional healing abilities. Chapter 73. Memory loss. Wan Mian departed the scene with remarkable swiftness, curiously noting that the two women's piercing voices had ceased to follow her. "Did I go too far?" "No, it was quite fine." Aishin's lips curled into a slight smile, his hands tucked into his pockets as he observed Wan Mian striding ahead. He then called out to her, "Do not walk away. The car is behind." With that, he moved forward, guiding Wan Mian towards the parking area. Upon returning home, Shoujin had already arrived at Si Shun's villa, having tidied up areas that the automated cleaning could not reach. Sensing Wan Mian's healing energy, he promptly opened the door. "What brings you here?" Si Shun inquired, somewhat irked. Shoujin chuckled. "My chip interface was abuzz today, so naturally, I had to come see what transpired." He then turned to Wan Mian, saying, "Congratulations, you have leveled up, and judging by your vibrant demeanor, it seems you have not experienced a period of weakness." Wan Mian bypassed Shoujin, flopping onto the sofa to vent. "No period of weakness, but I did encounter two foolish individuals." "Women, you say?" "I observed on the chip interface that Si Shun had subjective intent to harm women." "What happened?" As he spoke, Xiao Jian settled down beside Wan Mian. Saishan, upon entering, took a seat at the bar to brew tea. Wan Mian irritably recounted. This guy, exuding charm, was hit on, and when I stepped in to protect him, they attempted to seize me, so Saishan pushed their hands away, hence the alert. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin could not suppress his laughter, turning to see Shan behind him. Charm leaking out. Huh? Pray tell. How did they approach you? None of your concern. Wan Mian, let us discuss serious matters, Saishan, unwilling to prolong this topic, shot Xiao Jin a sidelong glance. Discuss serious matters? Fine. The serious matter is that Saishan was sent flying from the building of the Annihilation Master and free fell to the ground, creating a massive crater. Thankfully, no one was killed. How explosive! Ha ha ha. Xiao Jin was now laughing so hard his stomach hurt. He wiped away tears and asked, You struck him, does it relate to your level up? Were you using him as a practice dummy? Noticing Wan Mian's demeanor, Xiao Jin looked at Saishan, tilting his head inquiringly. Saishan shook his head, indicating he was also uncertain. Wan Mian, would you care to share with us? Wan Mian glanced at Xiao Jin and then lowered her gaze, saying, Today, I donned that mask and entered an illusion, where I encountered a man. The implication of her words was unmistakable, leading both Saishan and Xiao Jin into silence. A rift in time and space. Saishan and Xiao Jin simultaneously looked up at Wan Mian. Wan Mian turned to Saishan and said, You mentioned that the illusion might be a figment of my imagination. Correct? Thus, I believe that man could perhaps be a reflection of you. However, he bore no resemblance to you, and the feeling was altogether different. Saishan seized upon this core statement, asking, What feeling? Wan Mian did not conceal her thoughts. She sensed that this situation might not merely be a simple fantasy. It was a feeling of deep love for him, coupled with profound sadness. Saishan snorted coldly, saying, A feeling of love for him. Does that imply the difference in sensation? Wan Mian hurried to clarify, Do not be so sensitive. This may pertain to matters from before my crossing over, or it could simply be my imagination. You may discuss this. I shall take a stroll. With that, Saishan set down the half-brewed tea, rose to leave, but then recalled Wan Mian had mentioned she was not to disappear suddenly, causing him to halt his steps. Wan Mian realized she had once again led Saishan to misunderstand. She quickly approached him to pull him back, saying, My memories are somewhat muddled. Please sit down for a moment. Saishan acquiesced, allowing Wan Mian to guide him to the other side of the sofa. Xiao Jin took the initiative to ask, You mentioned a rift in time and space. What did it resemble? Just like in a sci-fi film, a vast black hole in the sky. Did I ask you? Prior to this, do you recall how you crossed over? Xiao Jin continued his questioning. Wan Mian opened her eyes, and to her astonishment, she could not remember. Strangely, she had never even considered this question, as if it had never been part of her life. Xiao Jin placed his hand over Wan Mian's, feeling it was somewhat cold, and enveloped both of her hands within his. Do not worry, you have already remembered much. Other wanderers cannot even recall ordinary lives. Saishan aptly reminded, If you wish to confirm the authenticity of your memories, you can undertake a physical assessment once more. Xiao Jin laughed self-deprecatingly. Previously, upon hearing Wan Mian mention the mask and illusion, he had assumed they were engaged in some romantic game, hesitating to inquire, only to realize now that what she referred to was indeed a physical assessment. You took her for a physical assessment? How could she enter an illusion? Such occurrences typically happen to those lacking in mental fortitude. Xiao Jin instantly recognized something was amiss. Saishan reclined against the sofa, eyes closed, tilting his head back. She utilized my gear. Xiao Jin's expression immediately turned stern. You are truly reckless. If something goes awry, we three will spiral into chaos. I believe she is capable. I too believe I can manage. Wan Mian and Saishan exchanged glances. Wan Mian continued, Besides, if this relates to the matters of crossing over as wanderers, I must undergo another physical assessment. This time, perhaps there will be answers. Xiao Jin sighed, knowing he could not deter Wan Mian. If you insist, then we will reassess in 6 months, and you must lower the gear next time. Saishan, however, had a differing opinion. 2 months will suffice. I have reviewed her data, and merely entering an illusion poses no danger. Xiao Jin remained silent, casting a glance at Wan Mian, eager to hear her opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Mian replied, Let us proceed as Saishan suggested, and moreover, do not lower the gear. Let us strive to control the variables. Xiao Jin inhaled deeply. In his view, This approach was quite insane, yet the consensus between the two was undeniable. Chapter 74. An additional aspect of Si-shun. Has your diagnostic report come out yet? Si-shun, unusually concerned about Xiao-jin's affairs, inquired. Xiao-jin shook his head and then waved at Wan Mian. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Wan Mian narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on Xiao-jin, and stepped forward. Tugging at his sleeve, what is this? 2 drops of bright red blood were staining his white cuff. Si-shun raised an eyebrow, watching the scene unfold with amusement. Xiao-jin shrugged off his coat and said nonchalantly, Today I, too, have been a victim of excessive charm, attracting a swarm of unwanted advances, leading me to engage in a brawl. What unwanted advances? Don't try to fool me. Yes, he bent down to whisper in Wan Mian's ear. He lightly said, These are trivial matters. Take a look at the person behind you. They have already become a resentful figure. Hurry and comfort them. You have leveled up, and your healing power has increased significantly. I am reluctant to leave. With that, he gently kissed the tip of Wan Mian's ear. Wan Mian recoiled slightly, turning to glance at the direction Xiao-jin indicated, where Si-shun stood. Initially engrossed in the unfolding drama, Si-shun was taken aback by the sudden attention directed at him. Upon realizing that Xiao-jin was signaling him, he understood that it would be best for Wan Mian not to learn about the incident from earlier that morning. With a sigh, he approached and wrapped his arms around Wan Mian. What are you doing? I haven't clarified anything yet, she questioned, gazing up at Si-shun, who was pulling her upstairs. Don't ask. You belong to me now. After gesturing dismissively at Xiao-jin, Si-shun firmly led Wan Mian up the stairs. It was only after Wan Mian's figure disappeared that Xiao-jin stepped outside, discarding his coat into a nearby trash bin before answering a call on the chip interface. Young Master Xiao, he has released the fusion protocol and is en route to level 6. District D. Also, contact the head of the Level 1 Wanderers Association and have him send me the data on the Wanderer spatial rifts. Understood, young Master Xiao. After hanging up, Xiao-jin cast a glance in Wan Mian's direction before continuing toward the villa. Meanwhile, Wan Mian had cornered Si-shun against the wall. Initially reluctant to pry, she found the bloodstains peculiar and squinted up at Si-shun. Do you know something? Can't you see that you two were coordinating? Since you know, why didn't you just ask him directly? Wasn't it you who dragged me away? I thought you wanted to share a secret. Si-shun, helpless, leaned against the wall, noticing his silence. Wan Mian moved closer, pressing for answers. What on earth happened? Why is there blood? He told me not to say. Now I command you to speak. Whose word will you heed, his or mine? It seemed words were unavoidable. All right, Xiao-jin, you can't blame me for this. With a resigned sigh, Si-shun confessed, he has hemorrhoids. Wan Mian was baffled that I said, he has hemorrhoids. How do you know those 2 drops of blood are from his hemorrhoids? Did you see him wipe? Wan Mian seized on the inconsistency in his reasoning. I've seen him with such bloodstains on his cuffs during missions before. He mentioned it was from hemorrhoids. Si-shun, do you take me for a fool? How could an aberrant suffer from such conditions? Even if he did, he would recover. This is a remnant of his incomplete aberration, a part of his enduring secret. If you don't believe me, just ask him next time. Fine, I want to ask. Feeling somewhat deceived, Wan Mian headed straight for the bathroom. Si-shun promptly opened the chip interface and informed Xiao-jin. I can't keep it under wraps. She keeps asking me, and I told her you have hemorrhoids. Don't let it slip. Since you wouldn't say it yourself and insisted on making me the messenger, I had no choice but to conjure this excuse. Whether she believes it or not will depend on whether she decides to ask you. Meanwhile, Xiao-jin received a message from Wan Mian. Xiao-jin? Do you have hemorrhoids? In the bathroom, Wan Mian pondered. Is it true? Could it be that male aberrants are not fully transformed? Perhaps their period of weakness stems from this. Deciding not to dwell on it, she thought, if it's false, and he prefers not to confide in me, then asking would be futile. After all, despite being a bonded partner, one cannot expect complete transparency. It could very well be the wound on the back of his neck. They probably refrained from mentioning it out of concern for my feelings. With these thoughts in mind, Wan Mian relaxed in the bathtub. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. Wan Mian? Yes? Why did you come in so suddenly? You've been in here for ages. I urgently need to relieve myself. There are toilets in other rooms, and there's one downstairs. I don't want to go outside. Wan Mian was left speechless as the bathroom door closed behind him. Is he being difficult again? She noticed a distinct lack of warmth in Sishin's tone, which was markedly different from the earlier confrontation. As expected, the atmosphere soon reverted to one where Sishin remained tight-lipped. That evening, Won Mian assumed they would once again face away from each other until dawn. Yet, just as she was drifting off to sleep, the bed shook as Sishin unexpectedly drew closer. He nestled against the back of her neck, whispering, "Today you said my feelings towards that man are different. What exactly are your feelings for me?" Sishan's hoarse voice sent a shiver down Won Mian's spine. "But you prefer Xiao Jin, don't you?" Sishin hadn't intended to voice the question, as he already knew the answer. However, Won Mian had mentioned another man today, causing his attempt to remain composed to crumble. Now, all he sought was an answer, even if it was not to his liking. After a moment of silence, Sishin rasped, I understand, and then fell silent. Won Mian thought to herself, has he been drinking? Why is he acting so strangely, as if he has unlocked another aspect of himself? As she turned to look, she found Sishin had already drifted off to sleep beside her, at that moment. A message from Zhao Yu appeared on the chip interface. Won Mian, are you free? Let us go out for drinks. Seeing Sishin asleep, she chose not to mention it and quietly left the bedroom. In truth, the moment Won Mian rose, Sishin had awoken, watching her every move from his position on the bed. Finally, after she exited the room, he sighed helplessly and buried his head deeper into the pillow. Chapter 75. The source of the bloodstains. Won Mian navigated the map for quite some time before arriving at the rendezvous point with Enyu. She discovered Enyu sitting alone by the roadside. Her eyes red-rimmed. Approaching, Won Mian inquired, "Why are you here alone? What happened?" Without a word, Zhao Yu took Won Mian to a quiet bar. Unlike the previous establishment with its post-apocalyptic decor, this bar boasted a more stylish ambience. Enyu ordered 2 drinks and began to sip quietly. Though the bar was not crowded, the sight of 2 solitary women drew some appreciative glances, devoid of any lewd intent. Won Mian refrained from touching her drink, allowing Enyu the space to process her emotions. Won Mian, my bonded partner has proposed to dissolve our fusion. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yu finally spoke. Did you agree? I initially refused. But he threatened that if I did not comply, he would attack women and deliberately ostracize himself. Won Mian frowned. What was his reasoning? He claimed I am too headstrong and selfish, never considering his feelings. Thus he could no longer endure it. Given the complexities of their relationship, Won Mian felt it inappropriate to interject too much. Instead, she offered consolation. But I believe you are quite straightforward and caring towards your partner. You know, I encountered 2 women today who casually expressed their desire to be without their partners, much like I did at the buffet at that moment. I thought to myself, you're truly wonderful. Thank you, Won Mian, but I still feel quite heartbroken. Noticing Enyu finishing her drink, Won Mian pushed her own towards her, asking, do you really like him? Enyu nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks, though our fusion rate was established later on. I genuinely like him. I don't understand why he suddenly wants to dissolve it. Did he say this to your face? Zhao Yu shook her head. He mentioned it on the chip interface, stating he no longer wished to see me. And do you believe him? At this question, Enyu suddenly lifted her gaze to meet Won Mian's before shaking her head. I don't believe it. He has always treated me well. Then why not seek him out for clarification? I would like to, but he said he has already gone to level 6, District D, and his attitude is quite resolute. Noticing that Won Mian had pushed another drink towards her, Zhao Yu, having unconsciously consumed most of her previous drink, ordered another. Upon seeing the new drink arrive, Won Mian hesitated to take it back, taking a gentle sip instead. The harsh alcohol burned its way down her throat. Zhao Yu, now slightly tipsy, propped her chin on her hand, saying, I want to find him, but since we've dissolved our bond, and I've deleted him from my friends, I have no idea where to locate him. What about your other partners? They should have his contact information. Zhao Yu scoffed lightly. He deleted all of them. Moreover, you see, I didn't bring them out today precisely because I didn't want them to witness me like this. Is it a matter of pride? Zhao Yu nodded. I suppose so. The bar resonated with subtly melancholic melodies, further intensifying Zhao Yu's urge to express her emotions. Coupled with a few drinks, Won Mian discerned that she was already intoxicated. Yet, what if his proposal to dissolve their bond was indeed driven by an inability to endure me? How could I approach him again? Did you not mention that he treated you well? If he could not tolerate you, surely you would sense it. You said he was there that day at the army gate? Suddenly, Wan Mian felt a twinge of peculiarity. Her intuition whispered that this matter might be intertwined with her own life. Zhao Inyu nodded, ordering another drink, which she downed in one swift motion before subtly raising her chin, beckoning Wan Mian to join her. Wan Mian, steeling herself, took a sip, but the taste was overwhelmingly unpleasant, far worse than drinking the blood of a strange beast. How has Yuan Nan been recently? Upon mentioning Yuan Nan, Zhao Inyu's mood brightened a bit. He is well, awaiting the assembly message from the assassin of the anomalies. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Inyu remarked, "All right, I understand." Soon after, Yuan Nan hurriedly arrived at the bar, prompting Wan Mian to rise and intercept him at the door. "Xiang Jun, what brings you here?" It was Yuan Nan's first encounter with Wan Mian dressed as a woman, yet her casual attire presented no stark contrast. And he recognized her immediately, albeit awkwardly greeting her. The tone of his voice revealed an underlying tension. "I ask you, is the one who dissolved the bond within you the same individual who poisoned me?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Nan's gaze began to waver. He wished to say little, aware that he too was implicated. "Please divulge the details. What truly transpired?" "I only just learned that they had dissolved the bond. And it was proposed by Mo Qing. Doc Shen and Xiu Jin know that this Mo Qing is the one who poisoned me." Yuan Nan took a deep breath and replied, "Please refrain from questioning me further. I am unclear myself. This was Mo Qing's decision, so let us allow this matter to fade away, shall we? However, look at Inyu. She is heartbroken. We will take care of her, and this issue rests with Mo Qing. Though it began as a misunderstanding, regardless of your gender, he has already violated the bond treaty and deserves punishment." "Punishment? Yuan Nan? Did you intentionally let that slip, or was it an inadvertent revelation?" Wan Mian chuckled lightly. Yuan Nan's pupils constricted. He had indeed misspoken. Casting a glance at Wan Mian, he noted her pale complexion, her hands subconsciously clenching, revealing her anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke again. "Xiang Jun, do not involve yourself in this matter. For Mo Qing's poisoning was aimed at you. The dissolution of the bond is the best outcome for him." With that, Yuan Nan entered the bar, taking a seat beside Zhao Inyu. Perhaps due to the alcohol or Wan Mian's earlier persuasion, Inyu buried her head into Yuan Nan's embrace, after which he assisted her in exiting the bar. Wan Mian smiled slightly. "What do you think?" Wan Mian nodded. "All right, I shall go." After watching them depart, she re-entered the bar, gazing at the drink before her. Lifting it, she took a sip and self-deprecatingly mused. "So, this is how the bloodstain came to be." Talking to herself, she found that the drink no longer tasted as terrible. Chapter 76. A farce. A glass of liquor was swiftly consumed, and Wan Mian could feel the blood vessels at the back of her head pulsating, her heartbeat quickening while all her emotions were magnified. This drink was likely less potent than the previous one served to Xiu Jin, hence, even after a glass, she was not exceedingly intoxicated. However, the reality was that the effects of the alcohol crept up gradually. At this moment, despite her evident fatigue, her sympathetic nervous system was unusually heightened, a sensation that left her somewhat uncomfortable. "Excuse me, may I offer you a drink?" The phrase felt vaguely familiar. Yes, it was how Xiu Jin had approached her during their previous quarrel at this very bar. Is it Xiu Jin? Has he found her again? Certainly. An identical exchange unfolded. Soon, another glass was presented before her. Wan Mian lifted her head, not bothering to observe the appearance of the person opposite her. Reaching out to grasp the drink in preparation to sip, the taste had changed. It was not the same as before, yet it was not unpleasant either. "Did you not bring your bond partner with you?" The unexpected inquiry left Wan Mian puzzled. Evidently, he was not Xiu Jin. Since he is not, then let us not engage. Wan Mian waved her hand dismissively, burying her head once more in her arms. "May I attempt to gauge our bond compatibility?" The man ventured to inquire. He understood that the woman before him was already inebriated, perceiving this as an opportunity. Should their compatibility exceed 50%? He might seize the chance to bond directly. His appearance was not lacking, and he thought that when she regained consciousness, she might very well choose to remain with him. He pressed the chip against Wan Mian's arm, gently rubbing to calibrate it, and soon the compatibility rate displayed 21%. He shook his head. This was far too low, indicating that bonding was entirely improbable. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearing midnight. How troublesome. Without a bond partner in sight, and now she is drunk. What shall I do? At that moment, the individual before him suddenly uttered, "What did you just do to me? Apologies, are you still conscious?" "I simply attempted to assess our bond compatibility." "What is this nonsense about gauging compatibility? Were you not just groping me, engaging in harassment?" Won Mion's head remained nestled in her arms, her voice muffled and barely intelligible. The man leaned in closer, and coincidentally, Won Mion lifted her head at that moment. For an instant, the man was taken aback, as the proximity was so close that they nearly collided. Won Mion, still in a daze, squinted her eyes to discern the figure before her. What is this? So close that everything appears doubled. Once Won Mion's vision cleared, she immediately swung a fist. "What the hell? You lunatic! Why are you so close?" In her semi-conscious state, she failed to regulate her strength, and the moment her fist connected, the man collapsed. Fortunately, his rank was not too low, so no severe harm was done. The commotion attracted the attention of those nearby, who, upon witnessing the scene, could surmise what had transpired. However, as they were unaware of who the woman's bond partner was, none dared to intervene. Meanwhile, the intoxicated Won Mion had already nestled herself into the cushions of the sofa, fast asleep. Elsewhere, as the man and Won Mion attempted to measure their bond compatibility, Si Shun and Xiao Jin simultaneously received notifications on their chip interfaces. Si Shun, initially focused on running, was startled by a motorcycle that suddenly appeared, nearly kicking it away, but upon recognizing it was Xiao Jin, he steadied himself. "Get on." Xiao Jin instructed Si Shun. Si Shun hesitated, as Xiao Jin was bare-chested, bizarrely wearing a helmet. Getting on would mean pressing against him. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Do you wish for her bonding to succeed?" Xiao Jin snapped. Si Shun, wiping his face as if making a decision, swiftly mounted the motorcycle, wishing he could recline against the rear tire. Upon arriving at their destination, they discovered it was a bar, and through the glass, they could see a scattering of people gathered outside. "This is bad. Something must have happened," Xiao Jin remarked as he parked. "What event?" "There was no bond notification," Si Shun queried. Xiao Jin turned to look at Si Shun, who was nearly sprawled on the motorcycle, exasperatedly saying, "Get off, you first. I'm stuck." With a resigned expression, Xiao Jin lifted his leg, stepping over Si Shun, then pulled him down. After securing the motorcycle, the two entered the bar. The crowd eyed as Xiao Jin spoke. Si Shun took advantage of his distraction to embrace Won Mion. Seizing the keys, with a swift motion, Si Shun snatched them away and placed Won Mion in front of him. One arm wrapped around her while the other gripped the handlebars, igniting the engine. Xiao Jin sighed, aware of Si Shun's obstinate nature, and refrained from further comment as he prepared to take a seat in the back. However, just as he lifted his leg, the car sped away. Chapter 77. The need for more new species of beasts. The following morning, Won Mion awoke to find Si Shun still maintaining his position behind her, as if their night out with Zhao Inyu had been but a mirage. Yet, the throbbing headache from the hangover was undeniably real. Won Mion contemplated as she got up to freshen up. Her memories of the previous evening were fragmented, recalling only that after Zhao Inyu left, she finished that glass of wine and seemingly fell asleep. When she emerged from the bathroom, puzzled, she found Si Shun sitting at the edge of the bed, gazing at her. "Why didn't you tell me you were going out?" Won Mion inquired. Si Shun ignored her question and began to speak to himself. "I thought you were asleep, so I didn't want to disturb you. Didn't I tell you not to drink? A man took advantage of your inebriated state to assess your fusion rate, if you were to fuse with someone else while intoxicated." Si Shun trailed off, closing his eyes momentarily before making his way to the bathroom. Won Mion stood at the door, sensing she might have stirred up trouble. "So what happened next?" "I understand now. I want to do it again. I'll only drink when you're around." "Yes, although you won't be in danger." "Others may be. Is that man all right?" "He's fine. He even picked up the tab up. By the way, do you want to accompany me to get a chip implanted today?" "Sure." After breakfast, the two stepped outside, where Won Mion suddenly spotted Xiao Jin's motorcycle. "Oh? Did Xiao Jin come for a night run?" she exclaimed, taking a seat on the back. Upon arriving at the main brain building, she recalled their encounter with Xiao Jin's mother and silently prayed not to face her again. She dreaded being introduced to potential suitors. Si Shun, are you also going to the medical center for implantation today? Is Xiao Jin's mother still there? Oh, that's good. What's the matter? Are you afraid of her? You possess superior healing abilities. She shouldn't pose a threat to you. No? She treats me quite well, but with Xiao it's a different story. She even introduced me to Xiao brother, which I found hard to accept. Upon hearing this, Xishan couldn't help but chuckle. You mean she introduced you to Xiao brother? That's rather amusing. What was Xiao reaction? He wanted to take me away? But his mother stopped him. Perhaps he was too afraid to defy her. Yes, his mother is quite emotional. As they conversed, they reached the medical center. This time was different. They were met in the lobby by personnel ready to implant the chip. Xishan examined the minute wound at the pulse point and asked, how long until it takes effect? It begins to take effect upon implantation. Aren't I healing you continuously? I meant, with a higher concentration of healing. Wan Mian feigned a smile, responding, sorry, my period arrived. You had your chance the day before yesterday, but you insisted on being stubborn, Xishan sighed. When you suddenly mentioned wanting to find Xiao in front of me, how do you think I should have reacted? According to the fusion treaty, you should have offered yourself up willingly. All right, so you want to talk about treaties, do you? Wan Mian was merely jesting, but upon noticing Xishan's slightly irritated demeanor, she quickly laughed it off. I was joking. You know I don't care about such things. After all, I've been comforting you for days when you were angry. Such treaties are inherently unfair to you men. She added. Xishan understood her intent, and he placed the helmet on Wan Mian's head before starting the vehicle. What about the other helmet? Didn't Xiao give you one? Wan Mian asked, noticing Xishan was unprotected. He said he enjoys night runs while wearing a helmet, so he didn't give me one. Don't worry. I won Crash. Night runs with a helmet? What a bizarre image, Wan Mian thought, her mind conjuring an odd picture. Then she recalled Zhao Inyu, and the two had previously concocted a feeble excuse to mislead her. Your hemorrhoids better. Xiao Wan Mian inquired provocatively. Xiao couldn't help but laugh, saying, now that you know, please stop tormenting me. But seriously, whose idea was that excuse? Who else could it be but the one behind you? Xiao gestured towards Xishan with a tilt of his chin. Wan Mian turned to Xishan, who was smirking at her with a knowing grin. It seemed Xishan's words could not be taken at face value. This fellow had quite the knack for embellishment. So, was it true that you enjoy night runs with a helmet? Xishan interjected. Absolutely, and it's essential to be half-naked for the full effect. Isn't that right? Xiao merely smiled faintly, ignoring him as he led Wan Mian inside. I came today to inform you that the test results have come in. Wan Mian's expression grew serious as she focused intently on Xiao awaiting further explanation. Don't be anxious. The good news is that I won't assimilate for now. The bad news is that given enough time, I still will. Xiao can you explain to me what assimilation entails? Is it becoming one of those monstrous beings that harm you? Xiao nodded. Yes, assimilation is a transformation into a beast without going berserk. The beast's genes infiltrate and supplant my original genes. This is a capability that newly evolved beasts possess, but it's still immature, so the infiltration occurs at a slow rate. Mother has already begun developing a drug to slow down the assimilation. The more Wan Mian listened, the more terrified she felt. According to Xiao it was merely a matter of time before assimilation occurred. You speak so lightly of this. There must be a solution, right? Xishan asked from the side. Xiao nodded. Yes, but it requires a significant research base, thus necessitating the capture of more new species of beasts. As he spoke, he glanced at Xishan sighed, knowing that he could not afford to be careless with work matters. Understood, I will make arrangements tomorrow. Thank you, Xiao replied politely. After all, while the research findings benefited humanity, they ultimately served to alleviate his own plight. Xiao if we gather enough data, can we prevent assimilation? Wan Mian asked. Xiao sensing her concern for him, leaned closer, wrapping his arms around her loosely, and whispered, yes, those intelligent mutants are indeed quite capable with that. Xiao gently kissed Wan Mian's forehead. Yes, I should be going now. He glanced at Xishan, slowly releasing Wan Mian before fiddling with the interface. I sent you a gift through the interface. You can check it out. Curious, Wan Mian asked, what gift? Upon opening the interface, a photo of Xishan in pajamas with a messy hairstyle appeared. Laughter erupted from the villa, while Xiao sped away on his motorcycle. Chapter 78. A son married off is water spilled in arranging the capture of new species of beasts. Xishan specifically summoned the elite team of beast slayers from the first-tier city of the Sea family. He informed Wan Mian that a group of beast slayers would arrive in the sixth-tier city in about a week. Wan Mian found it odd. Why gather in this sixth-tier city if we are to capture beasts? Couldn't we set out from other cities? Is it because this 6th-tier city C area is closest to the 1st-tier city? Sishin shook his head. No, they are coming here as administrators. After I coordinate with them, they will disperse to the outermost cities and rally the local beast slayers to begin operations. This mission is not straightforward and requires meticulous planning. Listening to Sishan, Wan Mian felt that the C family seemed quite substantial. She leaned closer to him, playfully covering her mouth with her hand, and asked, "Are you the kind of power behind the government? The type that operates in both the shadows and the light?" Sishan rolled his eyes and removed her hand. "There's no one around. Why act so covertly? We are a family of beast slayers. Not a mafia family. Have you been watching too many movies? But aren't you able to influence leadership decisions? Who said that? Was it Xiaojin?" Sishan asked, sipping his tea. Wan Mian neither confirmed nor denied it. Simply staring at him in a daze, "We can't interfere with decision-making. At most, our suggestions are more likely to be adopted." Upon hearing this, Wan Mian realized he was merely putting on a facade. So she waved her hand in jest. "Isn't that essentially the same as interfering?" Sishan chuckled but chose not to elaborate. "What about you? What is your status within your family? What do you think?" "My mother is the head of the C family, so you're the young master? Or the heir?" Wan Mian was intrigued by this concept of family, as she, a corporate worker from the 21st century, was experiencing it up close for the first time. "Only females can inherit. I happen to have a high enough rank, and since my mother is the head, I can speak up." "Are you suggesting that I could become the head of the C family?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Sishan burst into laughter, looking at her with a "who do you think you are" expression. Although she felt slighted, Wan Mian couldn't muster any anger. For Sishan occasionally displayed an arrogant demeanor that oddly resonated with her peculiarities. Was this what one might call her submissive side? Sensing the healing power of Wan Mian intensifying, Sishan looked at her with a smile and continued. "Fool, you are not a member of the C family. The head of the C family can only be my sister." "Oh, I understand now. You are like a son married off, water spilled away." This phrase is quite amusing. Is it a saying from your 21st century? Well, more or less. It's considered somewhat outdated thinking. I just didn't expect it to have reversed gender roles 2,000 years later. You just mentioned that only your sisters can inherit. Do you have any biological sisters? Sisha nodded. I have an older sister, but we don't meet often, and our relationship is not good. Why is the relationship poor? She is the child of my mother's other partner. And my status has risen quickly, so a lot of the family's focus tends to be on me. She might feel a sense of crisis, which is why we seldom see each other. And even when we do, we don't talk much. Large families are indeed troublesome, always vying for the throne, Wanmian joked. What equipment are you testing? Upon hearing this, Wanmian immediately leaned closer to Sishan and asked, Can I join you in the unknown zone for the tests? Sishan lowered his gaze at Wanmian and then refused. It's too dangerous. You shouldn't go. I don't want to be distracted while working. Do you look down on me? Who needs your distraction? I meant distraction, not distraction to take care of you. Just like, right now. As he spoke, Sishan leaned down and gently pecked Wanmian's lips, then almost pressed his lips against hers and said, Your healing power has increased significantly. I have endured for a long time. Today is not convenient for you, but we can find another way, right? What way? We'll talk about it when we get there. With that, Sishan embraced Wanmian and ascended the stairs. The next morning, when Wanmian woke up, Sishan had already left. Wanmian indulged in the lingering scent left by Sishan, reminiscent of a time during her menstrual cycle. Indeed, a phase where she felt particularly sensitive, and thus she remained in bed until noon. The absence of others around made it easier for her to focus her thoughts. She recalled the illusions during the physical assessment and the research findings from the previous discussions in the Beast's research department. Suddenly, it seemed as if a light bulb had gone off in her mind, and Wanmian thought of a crucial point. The Beast's research department had mentioned the term guide, and she had sensed it initially as well. If a drifter with guiding abilities is consumed, it leads to the emergence of beasts or a surge of beasts. Does that not imply that by monitoring the direction and frequency of beast surges, one might calculate the direction and frequency of the drifter's traversal? If a pattern could be discerned, wouldn't that enable the rescue of more drifters? With this thought, Wanmian set off to find Xiaojin, only to discover upon reaching the villa that he was not there. Where are you? Can I come find you? Xiaojin promptly sent his location, saying, Just walk straight. It's on the left side at the fitness club. If you can't find it, I'll come to get you. Thankfully, Wang sense of direction was accurate this time, and she quickly located the fitness club. Upon entering, she found the vast space occupied solely by Xiao Jin. Wang, puzzled, asked, "Why are you the only one here?" "I booked the place. I don't like the smell of sweat." Wang reached out to pull Xiao Jin down to sit with her, but unexpectedly, he took a step back, avoiding her hand, and frowned, saying, "Wait a moment. I'm sweaty." Wang, anxious, replied, "Oh, I don't mind you." As she spoke, she reached out again to grab him. However, Xiao Jin dodged once more, chuckling, "It's not about you minding. I just don't like being touched when I'm sweaty." "Wait for me. I'll be quick," Wang sighed, feeling frustrated that she rushed over only to have to wait for him to shower. Moreover, she had seen him shower before. He wouldn't be out in less than an hour. Irritated, Wang exclaimed, "Don't move. I won't touch you, all right? Just listen to me finish before you shower." Wang poured forth her thoughts, and Xiao Jin listened intently, his expression growing increasingly serious. He realized that her idea was indeed valid. But if Wang could think of it, then the intelligent mutated beasts could too. Perhaps this was already a direction in their research, thus making his shower not as urgent. "I understand. I will contact the Beast's research department. But now, can I go shower?" At that moment, Wang noticed that Xiao Jin was standing in a peculiar posture. "What's with that stance?" Wang asked, exasperated. Xiao Jin wore an expression as if he were about to suffocate. "I told you, I don't like being touched when I'm sweaty." "Seriously? You can't even touch yourself?" All right, just go wash up." As soon as Wang spoke, Xiao Jin wasted no time, entering the changing room in an odd position. Chapter 79. Li Zhi and Xixin had been in the unknown zone testing equipment for 5 days, exceeding the originally estimated time. Though Wang was worried, it was reassuring that he would check in every night via the chip interface. "Not yet. I need to stay for another 2 days. I haven't encountered the type of beast that injured Xiao Jin." "All right, just be safe, him." Wang closed the chip interface, just as Xiao Jin finished preparing dinner. "Come eat after you're done chatting." Wang nodded and sat at the dining table with Xiao Jin. During these 5 days, Xiao Jin had started to creatively prepare meals for Wang, serving 4 dishes and a soup each time, ensuring a balanced diet. Wang ladled a bowl of soup for Xiao Jin, then served herself, saying, "With you feeding me like this, I feel like I've gained weight. It'll affect my agility." Xiao Jin replied with a smile. "You are a mutated being. Your body always maintains its optimal state. These little things won't affect your physical condition, and the meat from these beasts is beneficial for you, so eat more." Xiao Jin's words seemed to act as a switch, and Wang immediately dug in without reservations. By the way, regarding the beast surge observation frequency issue you mentioned earlier, I've consulted the beast's research department, and it is indeed a research direction. They have sent researchers to Level 6 City, and tomorrow, I'll take you to see them. Wang's interest was piqued upon hearing this. "But you must remember, do not reveal your identity as a high-level drifter, understand?" I got it." The next day, when Wang and Xiao Jin arrived at the Beast's research department, they found many researchers in white lab coats standing at the entrance. "Are they the researchers sent here?" Wang asked. Xiao Jin glanced over and replied, "They should be." They maneuvered past the crowd. Wang and Xiao Jin prepared to head upstairs when suddenly someone called out to Xiao Jin. "Xiao Jin, long time no see." Xiao Jin turned towards the voice, his brow instantly furrowing. "What are you doing here?" Noticing the odd tone in Xiao Jin's voice, Wang turned to look as well, locking eyes with a male researcher in a white lab coat, who was also examining her. "Is this your guide?" "Hello, I'm Li Zhi, a researcher from the Beast's research department," he said, extending his hand toward Wang. Xiao Jin instinctively moved slightly in front of Wang and said to Li Zhi, "What do you want?" "Naturally, I'm here to conduct research and check on your injuries." "Come on, weren't you looking for the researchers from Level 1 City?" After the elevator arrived, the three entered together, while the group of researchers behind Li Zhi did not join them. Just as Wang was about to press the button to hold the door for the others, Li Zhi gently raised his hand to stop her, saying, "They won't be coming in. There's the young master of the show family in here." Wang found it strange. She had merely raised her hand, yet he knew she was about to press the elevator button. Xiao Jin furrowed his brow and pulled Wang to the other side, asking honestly, "What are you really here for? This kind of minor research couldn't possibly warrant your presence. A new type of beast has emerged in the unknown area of Level 6 City, and it can injure high-level mutated beings. How can that be considered minor research? Moreover, your idea of calculating the spatial rifts based on the beast surge frequency has significant research value. I wanted to see who proposed this perspective." Li Ziren spoke slowly with a slight drawl, taking quite a while to articulate a lengthy sentence. Wang Mian couldn't help but shiver. Just focus on your research. Who proposed it is not important, but of course, it's important. The one who thought of this must have other significant insights, Li Ziren remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the distracted Wang Mian. Had I known you would be here today, I wouldn't have come. Xiao Jian said with a hint of displeasure. Li Ziren, unfazed, curiously asked, how strange, Xiao Jian. In the past, you would have already started cursing. Have you restrained yourself so much now? Is it to maintain your image in front of your guide? Wang Mian began to stomp her feet. She was an impatient person and wished to grab him by the collar and teach him how to speak more swiftly. Xiao Jian remained silent, seizing the opportunity as the elevator doors opened to pull Wang Mian out. Li Ziren followed closely behind them. Very annoying. I'll talk to him later, so don't engage with him too much, Xiao Jian instructed, not providing a reason. Wang Mian assumed Xiao Jian had also been affected by Si Shen's jealous nature. The three entered the conference room, where Wang Mian and Xiao Jian sat on one side, while Li Ziren took a seat directly across from them. He produced a small box and said to Xiao Jian, "This is the medicine the head of the family asked me to bring you. It delays assimilation. With this medicine, you can go to the marking area or the unknown zone for missions." Xiao Jian accepted it with one hand, examined the box, confirmed it bore his mother's handwriting, and placed it in his pocket. Li Ziren smiled. "Are you afraid I'll tamper with it?" "Not really. I am just afraid you'll grab the wrong one," Xiao Jian replied, adopting a serious tone and casually providing an excuse. Li Ziren didn't call him out. Instead, he activated the chip interface and shared it with the two, revealing an image that Wang Mian was all too familiar with. Indeed, it is this individual, Xiao Jian. During the physical assessment when I, Wang Mian, do not speak. Xiao Jian immediately interrupted Wang Mian. You possess quite a boldness to address your master in such a manner. You must ensure he is appropriately punished, Miss Wang Mian. Li Ziren jested, then pointed to the image and said to Xiao Jian, "This is the image of the space-time rift you requested earlier. How did you manage to find it? We monitored it long ago, but could only capture this image from a short distance. Unfortunately, we did not witness the wanderer emerging from within. I have already sent it to you. Can you now enlighten me as to why you required this image? It is of no concern to you. Refrain from asking so many questions." Xiao Jian gazed at the image, which indeed resembled Wang Mian's description. A black hole in the sky, subtly adorned with swirling green auroras. In truth, Wang Mian had never seen this Li Ziren. All information regarding him was relayed to her by Xiao Jian. Yet, despite Li Ziren's continuous smile, Wang Mian could discern the genuine inquisitiveness in his eyes, compelling her to desire an escape from this conversation. Noticing Wang Mian's slight movements, Li Ziren remarked, "Xiao Jian, why do you not allow Miss Wang Mian to speak? Miss Wang Mian, you are the master. There is no need to heed your partner's words. Speak freely." Xiao Jian smiled faintly, explaining, "If it were anyone else, it would be different, but the person before us is you. For every statement she makes, you can predict 10 more. It is best not to allow you to pry. So, you possess secrets I cannot know, do you not?" Li Ziren's smile remained unfaltering. His grin grew increasingly enigmatic as he, with a mere thought, terminated the shared interface of the chip, rising to his feet and stating, "It seems I have delayed your understanding of the situation. Do not be anxious, I cannot linger, as I have matters to attend to. I will have other researchers of the exotic beasts attend to you. Miss Wang Mian, farewell." Li Ziren waved at Wang Mian. Once he departed, Wang Mian widened her eyes and turned to Xiao Jian. "He has left. Now you may speak. Who is he?" "He is the highest-ranked intelligent anomaly, exceedingly clever, yet quite troublesome." Meanwhile, after Li Ziren exited, the smile on his face gradually faded as his team of researchers approached to report, "Professor, here is the data on the master of young Master Xiao Jian." He glanced through the information and remarked, "Exceptional healing abilities. No wonder her temperament has improved so much recently. Investigate further. She is a wanderer. And this data is incomplete." "Understood." As he spoke, the researcher prepared to leave. "Wait a moment." Li Ziren, suspecting that this data had been deliberately altered, called out to the researcher, "No need to investigate further. Make a trip to the Wanderers Association in the 6th level city." Chapter 80. Li Ziren's intentions upon returning home. Wang Mian felt perplexed and questioned Xiao Jian. "Why the caution? Even if they know I am a wandering anomaly? Do you think they can forcibly take me for research, given the combined ranks of the three of us? In the face of human interests, nothing holds significance. If you possess research value and refuse to be studied, even if several high-ranking anomalies were to be exiled, they would still pursue that goal. They would not relent until you were rendered incapacitated, provided they can ensure your survival. But if we three unite, who could force me? Shujin sighed, pondering his naive master. Have you considered that even if we are powerful, should 100 high-ranking anomalies arrive, how could we resist? Alternatively, if they were to exile a woman to deceive us into leaving only you behind, what would you do? Do not underestimate these intelligent anomalies. A mere large dose of anesthetic could incapacitate both me and Sishin, let alone you. Wanyan frowned. How can you be so certain? Has something similar occurred before? Shujin shook his head. There has never been a precedent for studying females, but instances of exiling high-ranking anomalies and conducting research on wanderers have indeed occurred. I am certain of this because I understand the extent of the madness possessed by intelligent anomalies. Particularly Li Zuren. He is a man who does not cease until he achieves his objectives. Once he learns of your identity, you will be in grave danger. What concerns me now is that we may no longer be able to conceal it. Wanyan's breath quickened upon hearing this. She had never considered such matters. While she had vowed upon arriving in this city that as long as she had companions and sustenance, enduring hardships would be trivial. Her perspective had changed now that she had experienced a better life with Sishin and Shujin. Seeing Wanyan's silence, Shujin felt a pang of compassion. He had not intended to share such information with her. But upon encountering Li Zuren today, it became imperative for Wanyan to grasp the current realities. Wanyan, do not be anxious. I am merely discussing the worst-case scenario, which would only come to pass if you possess sufficient research value. I mention this solely to encourage you to remain composed and not to forget your identity as a wanderer. As he spoke, Shujin gently embraced Wanyan. Does this mean I can no longer act as an anomaly slayer? Wanyan inquired with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. That is not necessary. The temporary identity of Shangjuan can still be utilized. However, when undertaking missions, you must disguise yourself as a male, even if it is just the three of us. Wanyan contemplated this for a moment before responding to Shujin. What did you mean earlier when you mentioned that we can no longer conceal it? During our discussion with Li Zuren today, your reactions will surely lead him to suspect that the idea was proposed by you, potentially deducing your identity as a wanderer. After hearing this, Wanyan said to Shujin, if he remains uncertain, he will seek clues, thereby putting everyone aware of my identity at risk. This includes Fan Yi, Xiao Huadong, Jing Zhan, or the captain, as well as Zhao Inyu and his partner, not to mention your and Sishin's families. Shujin gently patted Wanyan's head, assuring her, as for the others, I had already dispatched people when you impulsively sought to become a test subject. Regarding my and Sishin's families, they would not divulge a single detail. They are acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and would not speak. You prepared so early. Wanyan gazed at Shujin with admiration. I cannot take credit for it. It was Sishin's idea. So you two have been keeping quite a few things from me. Silly girl, you are unaware of the circumstances here. We must naturally protect you. On the other side, Li Zuren sat face to face with Fan Yi. The head of the Wanderers Association in the 6th-level city is quite adept at bureaucratic rhetoric. However, I have obtained the information I sought. Fan Yi was drenched in cold sweat. He had been conversing with Li Zuren for quite some time, during which he had exerted a pressure of rank. I am uncertain what information you seek, but I truly do not know Miss Wanyan. The only time I encountered her was when young Master Shujin awaited her at the mainframe building. In truth, even without your inquiry, I could deduce it, given that Shujin's fusion process is a recent development, and Miss Wanyan is already 22 years old. The initial fusion occurs when a female reaches maturity, and this time gap indicates that her identity is not that of a native female. Fan Yi glanced at Li Zuren, stating, Professor Li, you have made an error. The first fusion for a female indeed occurs upon reaching adulthood. But if there is no suitable male anomaly with a compatible fusion rate, it can be postponed. So, are you suggesting that Miss Wanyan's fusion after reaching adulthood was indeed delayed? I cannot speak to that. As I mentioned earlier, I do not know this Miss Wanyan. Fan Yi shook his head, aware that Li Zuren's statement was a probe, and he believed he could evade the inquiry. Very well, Li Zuren revealed that smile once more. He bowed his head slightly and then addressed Fan Yi. The information cutoff was initiated by you, was it not? He noticed the momentary tremor in Fan Yi upon hearing this and continued. Although I did not see everything, I did catch a glimpse of the surname Wanyan. Perhaps they merely share a name. However, the timing is too coincidental, aligning perfectly with Shujin's fusion to Master So. What do you think? Is it merely a coincidence? Fan Ye's gaze lost focus. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent, as he realized that the information cut off had likely already been reported in part. As long as it was not investigated, it would not be discovered. Given the current situation, Li Zuren had surely conducted an investigation, and this individual had come to pose questions with answers in mind all along. He was not seeking to extract information. He merely wished to observe Fan Ye's reaction. Now that Li Zuren had essentially grasped the situation, he rose and extended his hand toward Fan Ye, who mechanically stood to shake it. "Thank you, Director Fan, but you need not be so wary. Both you and Xu Jin have underestimated my intentions. My desire to investigate is not rooted in some elaborate scheme. I am simply quite intrigued by this Miss Wanyan. If possible, I hope you can convey this message to Xu Jin in approximately 2 to 4 days. What if he harbors suspicions against you and is unwilling to go? The task's coordinates are set at the second-level cities east longitude 116 and west longitude 124. Near the location of his father's incident, he will go there. However, there are no exotic beasts there." Li Zuren's expression darkened. He found his assistant to be overly inquisitive. "You have accompanied me for so long. How can you still be so foolish? I merely need him to go out. I do not genuinely wish for him to become an anomaly slayer." "Understood, Professor Li. Shall I arrange this now? Arrange it for tomorrow. Have him take 2 days' worth of medication to delay the assimilation. I only require half a day to interact with this Miss Wanyan." As he spoke, Li Zuren twisted his stiff neck. "Miss Wan? I wonder if I might have the honor of getting to know you better." Chapter 81. The peculiar cause of death, however, upon seeing the coordinates of the mission location, he hesitated, just as he had anticipated. The timing was too coincidental. It was precisely the day after Li Zuren arrived that he was dispatched, and the mission site was notably suspicious, bearing too many signs of human involvement. Saishin inquired. "What's wrong?" Xiujin replied. "Li Zuren has arrived." Saishin asked, "Does he know about Wan Mian's identity?" Xiujin responded, "I'm not sure, but I have a task." Saishin insisted. "Cancel it." Xiujin explained. "That's where my father had his incident." Xiujin continued, "If it's true, I might miss this opportunity. Moreover, Li Zuren left level 6 city early this morning." Saishin reiterated. "I said, cancel it." At that moment, Wan Mian emerged from the room and noticed that Xiujin appeared quite fatigued. She asked, "What's the matter? Is something wrong?" "Nothing serious, just a task, but I don't want to go out right now." "I am afraid Li Zuren might pull a fast one. Is it difficult to ask for leave? How about we go together?" Xiujin shook his head. "If you accompany me now, wouldn't that expose your identity?" "I will cancel it. Don't worry." Wan Mian recognized the uniqueness of the situation, as in the past, canceling a task had never been a cause for concern. Even though they took their work seriously, it had never led Xiujin to appear so dejected. "Xiujin, honestly, I don't need you to protect me like this. It contradicts my original intention. I feel I am almost indistinguishable from local women now. In fact, my status as a wanderer makes me seem even more in need of protection. So, if you wish to go, then go ahead with the task. If I see Li Zuren, I'll just knock him out." Xiujin couldn't help but chuckle. "You could indeed do that, but he's merely clever. Actually, this task location is where my father had his incident, which is why I'm feeling troubled." Wan Mian asked curiously, "Is it to pay your respects? Or is there another reason?" Xiujin glanced at Wan Mian, a hint of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "My father's belongings were found inside a beast, but the body was never located. Logically speaking, if the belongings are still there, the body shouldn't have been entirely digested, which has become an obsession of mine." "Are you suggesting that your father may not have been killed by the beast? That his belongings were deliberately placed inside the beast? Quite perplexing, isn't it? I have suspected my mother's other partners and even the higher-ups in level 1 city. Yet, I later discovered even more inexplicable elements I wanted to investigate, but due to the suppression of levels, my emotions are in disarray, making it impossible to conceal my concerns, so this matter has remained shelved." "What about your mother? Surely she must find it suspicious. She is a woman who has never experienced the brutality of the unknown zone. She cannot empathize with my doubts, and her commitment to healing more men makes investigating this matter seem futile for her." Wan Mian fell silent, as this was the first time she had heard the details surrounding Xiujin's father's cause of death. "All your suspicions hinge on the fact that only belongings were found within the beast, without a body. What if I'm sorry? I might say something that could upset you." Xiujin nodded. It's fine. Go ahead, I've already accepted it. Well, I mean, if your father's body was partially consumed, and the beast merely ingested a part of him along with his belongings, wouldn't he that make more sense? Upon saying this, Wan Mian carefully observed Xiao Jin's reaction. Fortunately, he did not exhibit any significant emotional fluctuations. Wouldn't he that be a solid piece of evidence? Yet, has anyone investigated? Those people simply stated that my father violated the rules of the beast-slaying division, which led the mainframe to determine his exile. However, exile is supposed to be preceded by a warning, and there would be a subtle time gap. But this time gap can become erratic due to the distance of the task, so those who investigated chose to turn a blind eye. They suspect your father of violating what regulations? Slaughtering his teammates. Wan Mian scoffed. That is indeed a convenient explanation. After all, if that team was completely wiped out, no one would know whether they were killed by beasts or their own comrades. The only thing that can be monitored is the mainframe chip on their bodies. That said, those high-ranking officials have indeed covered their tracks well. Shtojin turned to Wan Mian and said, Wan Mian, just because the high-ranking officials in Level 1 city are unwilling to investigate doesn't imply they are responsible. Is that so? My first instinct is to think they're behind it. Xiao Jin understood that this might be a conditioned reflex brought from the 21st century by Wan Mian. So he continued to explain, of course, I'm not saying they are definitely innocent. I just have a more plausible hypothesis compared to theirs. What is it? That is, my father may have removed the chip himself. But according to what you said, removing it is easy. What about the human nerves? He would have autonomously severed the neural connections at the moment of removal. Is that even possible? This requires medical expertise and assistance, as severing the human nerves means instant paralysis. Wait, I think I'm starting to get a headache from all this. Wan Mian struggled to digest the information. Let us get back to the main point. Don't get tangled up in this. Accept the task and investigate thoroughly. If similar incidents occur again at the same location, it could very well be a clue. When you find yourself at a loss, sometimes you can only take it step by step. I don't want you to regret because of me. Xiao Jin gazed intently at Wan Mian as she spoke, his eyes shimmering with light, the faint hue of affection evident in his gentle gaze. He had always known Wan Mian to be warm-hearted and considerate of others. Yet each time he felt this, he couldn't help but feel grateful to be intertwined with her. All right, I will go. But now I feel a bit emotionally unstable. Can you hear my uneven breathing? Saying this, Xiao Jin buried his head into Wan Mian's neck. Chapter 82. Shopping with Inu the following morning, Xiao Jin glanced at the task schedule. The timing was too tight, almost deliberate. Yet despite this, he did not wish to miss the opportunity to investigate. Okay, I understand. You go ahead. Wan Mian turned over and continued to sleep. Wan Mian slept until the afternoon, and upon waking, she found herself alone. The chip interface displayed a message from Xiao Jin, informing her that food had been prepared downstairs. Ouch, Wan Mian groaned, twisting her arms and legs. It felt even more exhausting than battling beasts. She grumbled as she slowly got up, only to suddenly notice several messages from Si Shan on the chip interface. Si Shan, I will arrive tomorrow evening. Stay home and don't go out. After that, another message popped up. Zhao Inyu, Wan Mian. Yuan Nan asked me to check if you're going to the Beast Slayers gathering. They scheduled it for tomorrow evening at 6. Wan Mian. Oh, alright, I'll go. Please send me the address. Zhao Inyu. Yuan Nan mentioned that you have a terrible sense of direction. I'll come over and find you, and we can go to the mall together. I'll help you get your bearings. Wan Mian. Sure, I'm eating now. I'll be ready shortly. Half an hour later, the sound of a car horn echoed outside. Wan Mian changed into casual wear and stepped out, immediately taken aback. This car is too stunning. Gazing at the flashy pink convertible adorned with diamond-like embellishments that dazzled her eyes, Wan Mian was awestruck. In the front seats sat Yuan Nan and Zhao Inyu, prompting Wan Mian to brace herself against the car door and hop in, not out of a desire to show off, but rather because she had no idea how to open the door. Zhao Inyu, with his newly dyed red long hair, asked, Are you alone? Where are Si Shan or Xiao Jin? They're both on missions. I'm the only one home. See, I told you, you need to integrate with more people. Those high-level aberrants often have missions. You can't just be left alone in an empty house all the time. Wan Mian waved her hand dismissively, then quietly murmured, Forget it, 2 are enough. My legs feel like jelly. Zhao Inyu burst into laughter, nudging Yuan Nan. Look, Wan Mian has already taken the wheel. You should drive too. Yuan Nan rolled his eyes and started the car, quickly arriving at the women's mall. Won Mian recalled that during her previous visit to buy a motorcycle, the staff had mentioned this place, and now it was indeed quite impressive in scale. Pointing at the mall, Won Mian said to Zhao Inyu. But wait, aren't there very few women? Why build such a huge mall? It's not like that many people come here. This mall is like you, quality over quantity. If it were smaller, even if there were only 10 women in this level 6 city, one of them could clear out half the store. Therefore, it must be large. Otherwise, the supply wouldn't meet the demand. Come on, there can't possibly be that many things to buy. Won Mian rolled her eyes in mock disbelief, but soon found herself regretting her earlier assumptions. Inyu, is this useful? I want this one. Have you tried it? Wow, this looks great. Is there no similar model? Yuan Nan trailed behind Zhao Inyu, utterly astonished. Where had his brother gone? The experience of shopping in a physical store was entirely different from online shopping. Encountering the exquisite products in person made one want everything, while online, one merely searched for desired items and placed orders. Won Mian purchased an abundance of items, causing the cashiers to smile broadly as they processed her payment. Zhao Inyu, with unwavering gaze, remarked with a smile, Won Mian, upon first seeing you, I assumed you were merely a pauper with 2 partners. However, the contrast is astounding. While I am also quite the shopper, I cannot compete with your prowess. Oh, you still find this mall large? Not at all, it feels rather small. I haven't explored it thoroughly yet. Zhao Inyu bent slightly, prompting Yuan Nan to begin massaging her back. Let's call it a day. Can't you browse another time? You are a female anomaly, while I am merely a delicate and charming girl. Please, spare me. I can hardly move. Upon hearing Zhao Inyu's words, Won Mian chuckled apologetically. I'm sorry, I got carried away with the shopping. But you could always have Yuan Nan carry you. Let us explore another floor. Zhao Inyu nodded, finding it a reasonable suggestion, and then said, I'll just step away to the restroom. Please wait for me. After Zhao Inyu departed, Yuan Nan finally spoke to Won Mian. Thank you, my friend. I can hardly keep up with your stamina. Your speed requires us to run just to keep pace. Won Mian, taken aback, replied, I thought you had lost your voice. You hadn't said a word this whole time. With my master present, I must exercise restraint. Observing Yuan Nan's cautious demeanor, Won Mian suddenly recalled Si Shun and Xiao Jin, and silently lamented, why is there such a disparity between people? If only they could be as obedient. Yuan Nan smirked, if I possessed the strength of Instructor Si and Instructor Xiao, I would certainly assert myself and overshadow all of Inyu's other partners. Won Mian laughed heartily, realizing that although the apocalypse had altered societal structures, human nature remained unchanged. Yuan Nan waved his hand dismissively, stop laughing. Inyu might think I'm amusing you. Won Mian scoffed, do you think Inyu is so petty? If she were, she wouldn't have relayed the message for me to join the gathering. Upon hearing the word gathering, Yuan Nan quickly reminded Won Mian, by the way, you should probably disguise yourself as a man for this gathering. Many are still unaware of your true identity. I'll just wear a male sports outfit and a cap. There are no military uniforms available now, so I can't dress too convincingly. And don't forget, if Inyu finds out I discussed this with you, she will certainly have my head. Won Mian understood that Yuan Nan was referring to binding her chest and reproached him lightly for being a coward. Choosing not to pursue the topic further, this route is the easiest to remember. You'll recognize it tomorrow, right? Won Mian nodded, yes, rest assured. Inyu remained somewhat concerned, saying, I'll have Yuan Nan come to pick you up tomorrow. Won Mian, wishing to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, shook her head, no need. I can use the motorcycle left by Xiao Jin. I'll manage on my own. See you tomorrow. With that, Won Mian entered the house. Meanwhile, not far from the villa, Li Zuran sat in a black sedan, intently observing the scene before him. He instructed his assistant, investigate the route taken by that vehicle. Chapter 83. The gathering having traversed this road once before and consulted the navigation, Won Mian found herself no longer lost. When she first glanced at the restaurant from the entrance yesterday, she hadn't paid much attention. Now, she noted its upscale nature, uncertain whether someone was treating or if it would be a split bill as she parked and pondered. Upon entering, a waiter approached to greet her, and Won Mian carefully observed the waiter's demeanor to see if she would be recognized as a female. Good day, do you have a reservation? No title, so it seems I've not been recognized. Room 46, certainly, please follow me. As she followed the waiter, Won Mian passed through a winding corridor, captivated by the decor. Behind glass hung numerous images, showcasing the world before the apocalypse. spanning various eras. Some appeared to be from the post-21st century. One image caught her eye, a heartwarming scene of a family reunion dinner, depicting attire and surroundings reminiscent of her own time. Won Mian stood in contemplation for a long while. Are these paintings from the world before the apocalypse? Indeed. Why would a restaurant display such images? I would think them quite precious. Our owner is a collector. He has a passion for antiques from before the apocalypse. Won Mian, feeling reassured, replied, "Oh, then there's no issue. I shall return to examine them later." "Very well, please follow me." Upon reaching room 46, she found it already filled to capacity with 3 tables, each seating 8. As she surveyed the additional 4 individuals, 4 women, likely accompanying their partners to the gathering, she realized she was the last to arrive. Fortunately, Yuan Nan had saved her a seat. Upon sitting down, she noticed familiar faces, the trio known as the Useless Trio. Xiandong and 3 members of his team. "Xiangjun, I arranged for them to sit beside you. They are aware of your identity, which should make things easier." Yuan Nan whispered to Won Mian. She nodded, but soon realized her table was unusually quiet, while the others were lively with chatter. Glancing over, she noticed her companions sitting stiffly, as if at attention. "What are you doing?" "Sitting at attention," Won Mian teased. Taking a sip of her drink. "Hello, Xiangjun." "Brother," Xiandong greeted first. Feng Zhu and Fan Yuhui awkwardly nodded in her direction. Won Mian smiled and said, "Can we not be so formal? Let us interact as we used to." Yuan Nan was already struggling to contain his laughter, his face flushed. With a group of men gathered, drinking was inevitable. Yet Won Mian abstained, indulging in food instead. As time passed and drinks flowed, the group seemed to relax, gradually reverting to their former camaraderie, though they maintained a respectful distance from Won Mian. Feng Zhu inquired, "Xiangjun, you'll soon be reporting in. Will you be taking on missions?" Won Mian nodded. "If not for missions, why would I attend the assessments? I'd be bored to tears. If you do take on missions, could you possibly bring us along?" Fan Yuhui immediately poured a drink for Won Mian, saying, "Indeed, if we were to undertake missions with other anomaly slayers, we would surely be looked down upon. You've already seen how it is, so it wouldn't matter if we embarrassed ourselves in front of you again." Won Mian did not touch the drink but instead looked at them and said, "You must learn to adapt on your own. Besides, aren't you all young masters? Surely, no one would take you on missions?" Feng Zhu chuckled. "Of course there are people to take us, but how could they compare to Instructor C and Instructor Xiao? They may be intimidating, but they are also quite safe, so you're not here for me. You look down on me, don't you? How could that be? We've seen your skills. How could we possibly look down on you?" Fan Yuhui quickly chimed in with flattery. Won Mian smiled and continued, "You'd be better off seeking your own anomaly slayers. The missions of Xishun and Xiujin are bound to be the most advanced and thus perilous." Xiangjun makes a valid point. "Allow me to toast you," Xiandong suddenly interjected, raising his glass toward Won Mian. Won Mian shook her head. "I'm sorry, I don't drink. Would tea suffice instead?" "No problem with that." Xiandong cheerfully downed his drink. The conversation between this group of men caught the attention of several women at another table, who noted that Won Mian was the focal point of the discussion. One woman inquired of her partner, "Who is that short fellow? Why is everyone so engaged in conversation with him?" "That is Xiangjun. He demonstrated considerable strength during the assessments. I've heard he is from the C family." "Oh, from the C family? I should go introduce myself." With that, the woman stood and made her way toward Won Mian. Her partner sighed, not following, fully aware that his companion had come to the gathering with ulterior motives, namely, to seek out powerful partners for herself. This woman, possessing an admirable figure, exuded a different charm than Won Mian's strength. She was curvaceous, with all the right attributes accentuated. Dressed in a stylish black fitted suit and high-heeled shoes, she approached Won Mian confidently. "Hello there, I'm Yue Ro. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance?" The sudden appearance of the woman halted the ongoing discussion, leading Feng Zhu to assume they were already acquainted, prompting him to offer her a seat next to Won Mian. The woman gracefully settled beside Won Mian, leaning slightly to showcase her assets, and remarked, "I've heard from my partner that your abilities are quite remarkable. Though you may be shorter in stature, you possess a unique charm. Would you care to test our compatibility?" Won Mian's eyes widened in surprise. She turned to glance at Yuan Nan behind her, who was stifling laughter. Recalling Xiujin's advice to keep her identity under wraps, Won Mian politely declined in her male persona. Ah, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in merging with a partner. If you're not interested in her type, what about me? I think you're quite appealing, chimed in another sweet voice, belonging to a cute and charmingly dressed woman. I apologize, but it is not that I dislike you. Rather, I am currently unprepared to merge with a partner. Ah, a master. Upon hearing this, the elegant lady spoke. How could there be a man who does not desire to merge with a master? Wouldn't you agree? As she said this, she abruptly turned to Feng Zhu and Fan Yuhui to inquire. The two, appearing somewhat dazed, nodded in agreement, just as they were about to present the chips at their pulse points when the lady turned her head away. It turned out she was merely asking them a question. I had thought she intended to gauge their merging compatibility as well. Seeing Won Mian at a loss for how to respond, and having sufficiently enjoyed the spectacle, Yuan Nan interjected to extricate Won Mian from the awkward situation. My apologies, ladies, but my brother here has already been reserved by my master and is currently in the process of adjusting his merging compatibility. Won Mian cast a grateful glance at Yuan Nan. Your master? Who is it? Yuan Nan replied with a proud demeanor. It is Zhao Yu, residing to the east of the villa. Are you acquainted with him? The moment Yu's name was mentioned, the two women fell silent, for Zhao Yu was a high-level healer, thus naturally surpassing them. Very well, we shall not covet what belongs to others. After saying this to Won Mian, the elegant lady took her leave, and the one with a cute demeanor waved her hand, choosing not to further embarrass herself. Feng Zhu, summoning his courage, addressed the elegant lady. Perhaps you could consider me. I possess considerable strength as well. The lady cast a glance at Feng Zhu and, with deliberate slowness, replied, Your style, I already have several of, so I am not interested. Rejected. Feng Zhu could only helplessly pour himself a glass of wine and down it in one go, his expression resembling that of a man who has just suffered a heartbreak, prompting Yuan Nan and Won Mian to stifle their laughter. At that moment, the elegant lady, the cute one, and two other women simultaneously turned to look at the entrance of the private room. Who is that? Yuan Nan inquired of Won Mian, having noticed the man at the door, instinctively thinking he might be there for Won Mian, due to the palpable aura of a high-level aberrant emanating from him. Won Mian raised her gaze, her expression instantly turning cold as she beheld Li Ran standing at the entrance in casual attire, his eyes fixated on her. Chapter 84. You are truly insane. This was the first time Won Mian had a clear view of Li Ran's appearance. He was tall and, in comparison to the muscular men in the private room, appeared somewhat slender. Unlike the other men present, he sported slightly curled hair, just long enough to cover his ears. Excuse me. When he reached Won Mian's side, he addressed Feng Zhu. Assuming he was the female partner of Xiang Jun, Feng Zhu dared not say much. Thus he, who had just sat down, stood up again in resignation. Won Mian glared frostily at Li Ran. Xiaojin is on a mission. It's undoubtedly your doing, Mr. Won. There is no need for concern. Xiaojin's mission poses no danger. It will merely turn out to be a wild goose chase. I simply wish to have ample time to converse with you. He spoke in his characteristically slow manner, accompanied by that signature smile. Won Mian's irritation flared at his leisurely pace. Could you speak a bit faster? You big man? Why the delay? Li Ran raised his eyebrows with a smile, saying, I sometimes speak too erratically for others to comprehend, so I have developed the habit of speaking slowly. If Mr. Won dislikes it, I shall change. Indeed, his pace quickened, yet the inflection at the end of his sentences remained unchanged. Xiaojin instructed me not to converse with you. He will remain unaware that we spoke. Won Mian fixed her gaze upon him, refraining from further dialogue. Yuan Nan, sensing the subtle tension, felt a sense of foreboding and discreetly contacted Zhao Yu. Mr. Won, are you prepared to continue staring at me like this? It is quite all right if you choose not to speak. The fact that you are here already conveys everything, does it not? This realization struck her. If she were an ordinary woman, with her partner absent, how could she possibly be present here? Wait a moment. Won Mian suddenly recalled the two women from earlier. Glancing around, she noticed everyone was preoccupied with their own meals, with no one paying attention. So she quietly pulled Feng Zhu closer and whispered, Is it wrong for me to seek out a partner? Feng Zhu's face contorted as if he had just ingested something foul. He had heard their earlier conversation and understood he was being used as a shield. Li Ran chuckled, addressing Feng Zhu. It seems this brother of mine has a preference for men. You even made a special effort to dress up. Now, Feng Zhu's expression resembled that of someone who had consumed 2 foul dishes. Wan Mian, incensed, preferred to cut through the nonsense. Enough of this chatter. What is it that you truly want? I merely wish to become acquainted with Mr. Wan. There are no ulterior motives. How would you like to get acquainted? Do you require me to introduce myself? That is unnecessary. I have already researched everything that can be found. I simply wish to learn about those aspects that cannot be discovered. As he spoke, Li Ran leaned in slightly, lowering his voice to a volume only Wan Mian could hear. For instance, Mr. Wan, you originate from approximately the 20th century, correct? Wan Mian could not help but roll her eyes. No. I come from your home. You may call me mother. Li Ran burst into laughter at this, standing up and gesturing for her to proceed. Let us step outside to converse. I promise it will not exceed half an hour. If you find it displeasing, I shall not appear before you again. Wan Mian remained unmoving. Li Ran continued. Upon reflection, we have no real conflict. It is merely that Xiao Jin is overly cautious. Then you must keep your word, half an hour, and promise not to show yourself again. Agreed. Wan Mian addressed the others at the table. Please continue your meal. I shall join you shortly. They nodded. Watching as Wan Mian exited with the man, unconcerned for her safety. Yuan Nan, perhaps more familiar with Wan Mian, had never witnessed such a countenance on her, and with both the instructor and the training officer absent, he felt an unsettling sense that something was about to unfold. After Feng Zhu sat down, he asked Yuan Nan, "Who is that man? He does not appear to be of the muscular type. Is he Xiang Jun's partner?" Yuan Nan took a bite of his dish. Did you not hear their conversation? If he were a partner, why would the exchange be so pointed? He is likely a suitor. Feng Zhu nodded, and the group resumed their gathering. Outside, Wan Mian followed Li Ran, who halted before the wall adorned with pictures, standing directly in front of an image depicting a reunion dinner. Wan Mian realized. So when I passed through this corridor, you were observing me here, were you? It was you who prepared these images. The server mentioned they belong to the owner, so the server is in your employ? Li Ran gazed at the images, gently caressing the glass with his hand. They are not my employees. These items are precious. I gifted them to the owner of this establishment, so asking them for a small favor is not problematic. The timer has begun. If you have something to say, speak swiftly. It will not take long. I understand you are reluctant to discuss your matters, so may I inquire about Xiao Jin? Why not ask him directly? In my youth, I often teased him, leaving him with a poor impression of me, which is why he is reluctant to converse. Very well, ask away. I still have to return to my friends. Has Xiao Jin's volatility been healed by you? I cannot say, but he certainly has not displayed any aggression towards me. How does he describe me? Li Ran chuckled again, turning his gaze toward Wan Mian. Even though she was somewhat slow-witted, she could discern the probing glint in his eyes, which made her feel uncomfortable, as if she were being stripped bare. Does he believe I would torment you or scrutinize you? In that case, I have a suggestion. Li Ran stepped closer to Wan Mian, bending down to say, let us merge, thus becoming family. His concerns will dissipate without effort. As he spoke, Wan Mian locked her gaze onto Li Ran's eyes. Inching closer to him, Li Ran raised an eyebrow, taken aback by her approach, and found himself retreating step by step. Come on, want to give it a try? Li Ran, helpless, gestured for her to proceed. Yet, just as Wan Mian turned to leave, he suddenly leaned in close to her hair, then patted her shoulder. The instant Wan Mian turned back, their lips barely brushed against each other, and she widened her eyes, ready to retreat. However, Li Ran seized the moment before she could gather her strength, grasping her shoulders and prying open her lips. Rage surged through Wan Mian, and she swung her hand to dislodge his grip, then delivered a punch directly to his face. Naturally, he could not withstand Wan Mian's assault and crashed heavily against the wall behind him, momentarily pausing before the wall crumbled, leaving Li Ran sprawled amidst the rubble, blood streaming from his hair. You are truly insane. Are you not afraid of being exiled? At this moment, Li Ran experienced excruciating pain. He struggled to sit up, resting his hand on a bent leg. Lowering his head to allow blood to drip from the corner of his eye, I acted out of affection for you. I did not intend to harm you. How could the chip possibly detect such feelings? Get lost. Should I see you again, I will ensure you cannot get up. With that, Wan Mian wiped her mouth and strode back to the private room. After she departed, Li Ran's assistant rushed up from downstairs. Helping him to rise from the debris, Ren steadied himself unsteadily, retrieving a plastic dropper from his pocket, spitting into it before removing a triangular earring from his ear, which bore the blood from where Wan Mian had scratched him earlier. He scrutinized it carefully before instructing his assistant. Take this for testing. However, just as Li Ziren turned around, he caught sight of Zhao Inyu, who stood off to the side. Furrowing her brows, he offered her a brief smile and spoke in his characteristic slow cadence, with a trailing inflection. I hope you forget everything you just saw. Otherwise, your fated partner will vanish one by one, just like the one who poisoned her. Chapter 85. We are no longer friends. Before long, Zhao Inyu's figure appeared at the door of the private room, and Yuan Nan immediately stepped forward to greet her. Zhao Inyu brusquely pushed past Yuan Nan, striding directly towards Wan Mian. You were the one behind Mo Qing's incident, weren't you? The sudden accusation made Wan Mian and Yuan Nan exchange glances involuntarily. Zhao Inyu narrowed her eyes at Yuan Nan. You knew about this too. Yuan Nan dared not breathe a word. Wan Mian stood up, sighed, and said to Zhao Inyu, this has nothing to do with Yuan Nan. I also don't know how to explain it to you. What is there to not explain? It's simply that he poisoned you, and you found someone to coerce him into severing the bond with me. Zhao Inyu had already surmised much. Yuan Nan, aware that Wan Mian had only learned of the matter later, sought to interject. Inyu, this matter also involves Xiang Jun. Shut up! Let her speak to me, Zhao Inyu snapped, silencing the room. It was my doing, and the sequence of events unfolded just as you think. Wan Mian resolved not to quibble, for whether it was Xiao Jin or Si Shan who acted, in the end, it was still herself, even if she had been oblivious. Why didn't you tell me when I poured my heart out to you that day? Were you enjoying my misfortune? Mo Qing's poisoning was merely due to a misunderstanding of your gender. You could have told me, even if it meant letting me choose to sever the bond with him. You clearly never considered me a friend. Wan Mian found herself at a loss for words, and could only reach for Inyu's hand in a sincere apology, but Zhao Inyu merely stepped aside. You are my friend, a very important one. I was unaware of this from the start, and the way things developed was beyond my expectations. Such grandiloquence. You merely wish to absolve yourself, if you claim ignorance from the beginning. Then how did you come to know later? This time, Wan Mian dared not cast her gaze upon Yuan Nan, fearing it would implicate him. She pressed her forehead with her hand and exhaled deeply, dreading such confrontational scenarios, especially with a friend. Zhao Inyu, observing Wan Mian's silence, seized Yuan Nan by the arm. He told you, didn't he? During the assessment, he was by your side day and night. She spoke. Zhao Inyu cast a fierce glare at Yuan Nan. She then shared her chip interface, revealing Yuan Nan's identity information. Everyone in the room understood Zhao Inyu's intentions, and Yuan Nan immediately attempted to embrace her. His voice trembling, Inyu, please don't. I didn't do anything. Zhao Inyu pushed him away, her eyes still brimming with fury. Wan Mian grasped Zhao Inyu's hand, but was swiftly shaken off, and could only helplessly say, this is all my responsibility. Do not blame others, such favoritism. If you like him so much, why not become his non-bonded partner? You could even make connections with the Si and Xiu families as collateral relatives, even without a title. That should be enough for you to boast about. Wan Mian realized that if she did not intervene, the situation would spiral beyond control. She grabbed the enraged Zhao Inyu, but this time, Zhao Inyu could not break free. With a cold laugh, she retorted, do you think that holding my hand will prevent me from severing the bond? Have you not yet become accustomed to controlling the interface with your mind? You wanderer? Wait a moment, Zhao Inyu. Upon hearing Wan Mian call her full name, Zhao Inyu turned to look at her. You are not someone who would casually sever bonds. You taught me that during our first meeting. Yuan Nan is not involved in this. He cares for you, and during the assessment, he helped me at your behest. So if you are angry, directed at me, not him. With that, Zhao Inyu shook off Wan Mian's grip. All present widened their eyes, bewildered by the unfolding events. They could only piece together fragmented information from the dialogue, the only certainty being that Xiang Jun was a female and, indeed, a wanderer. The two women who had approached Wan Mian earlier now looked ashen. Can we speak calmly? Zhao Inyu inhaled deeply, attempting to steady her emotions, and then addressed Wan Mian. There is nothing more to say. I am not unreasonable. Mo Qing poisoned you, and you punished him. Although you bypassed me, you are a special level healer, and by regulations, it is not a violation. What angers me is that, as friends, you chose to hide this from me. This matter ends here. I will not take my anger out on you, Wan Nan. But you are no longer my friend. Wan Mian sighed, slowly sitting down, realizing the atmosphere had turned exceedingly awkward. The previously lively scene had fallen into a deep silence. She glanced at Feng Zhu and the others, apologetically stating, I'm sorry for causing you to witness this spectacle. I think I should leave now. This meal is on me. Please continue. Xiandong and the others, taken aback by Wan Mian's words, found themselves at a loss. They wished to keep her there but feared further awkwardness. Thus, they could only stand and nod farewell as Wan Mian approached the door. At that moment, a man clad in a black combat suit of an assassin blocked the entrance. Instructor Si Shan's arrival prompted everyone to rise and pay their respects. Si Shan nodded in acknowledgement, then approached Wan Mian, unperturbed by the crowd, wrapping his arm around her waist and softly murmuring, I just arrived. Do you have an explanation for what we did? What you did is no different from what I did. Their intimate gestures revealed much to the onlookers, who finally realized that Xiang Jun was the bonded partner of both Instructor Si and Instructor Xiao, as well as the special-level healer willing to remain in the 6th-level city. Their gazes toward Wan Mian transformed from scrutiny and doubt to admiration and respect. I warned you not to go out. This is all Li Zuren's scheme. With that, Wan Mian pulled Si Shan out the door, ensuring the bill was settled before they left. Chapter 86. Si Shan on the brink of exile. On the way, Wan Mian, seated in the passenger seat, inquired of Si Shan, How did you find me? I can see your location. Wan Mian turned to Si Shan, only to notice his vacant gaze and heavy eyelids, indicating he was exceedingly fatigued. Let me drive. You haven't slept in days, have you? There's no need. It's common to go without sleep during missions. You don't have a license. Just sit tight. What's there to fear? After all, neither of us can die from a crash. We won't die, but others might. Fool, Si Shan replied with a gentle chuckle. Right? Wan Mian self-deprecatingly laughed. You mentioned that Li Zuren made a disgusting move. What did he do? Also, how did you injure your hand? Upon hearing this, Wan Mian noticed her own hand. The wound had mostly healed, but remnants of dried blood lingered at the edges. I hit him. Perhaps I got cut on something. Si Shan immediately turned his head, frowning as he asked, Why did you hit him? Did he come too close? Wan Mian faltered, scratching the back of her ear awkwardly. He suddenly leaned in. She dared not say kiss, let alone mention that he had French kissed her. Yet with just that, Si Shan grasped the situation, his expression turning icy in an instant. Wan Mian stole a glance, sensing that things were about to go south. Although she as a woman felt nothing, the state of those on the roadside indicated that Si Shan was unconsciously radiating pressure. Get out of the car, Si Shan said with a stern face. This time, he did not wait for Wan Mian to follow but directly ascended the stairs, leaving her trailing behind. Even in the elevator, he did not utter a single word to her. Upon exiting the elevator, Si Shan randomly seized a researcher who had turned pale from the pressure. Where is Li Zuren? He spun around and strode swiftly toward the laboratory, disregarding Wan Mian's presence. Before long, a loud explosion echoed, shattering all the glass on the left side of the building and leaving the rooftop in ruins. Li Zuren, a cunning aberrant, could hardly withstand the onslaught from Si Shan's first attack and promptly fell unconscious. A notification from the chip interface chimed in. Your bonded partner is on the brink of violating the assassin treaty. Please, bonded master, heal immediately. This notification reminded Wan Mian of what Xiao Jin had previously said about his father being falsely accused of violating the assassin treaty. It seemed that Li Zuren was now on the verge of death. Time was of the essence. Wan Mian summoned her strength and rushed to Si Shan's side. This was the first time she truly felt the disparity in their levels. No matter how hard she tried, she could not stop Si Shan. His current state shocked Wan Mian, as the lighting was destroyed and shattered, making it impossible to see his features. Wearing the assassin's hood, his face was shrouded in darkness, with only the faintest hint of eye whites visible in the dim light. Wan Mian attempted once more, realizing she could only push against him. Even with a running start, Si Shan remained unmoved. What to do? Li Zuren was on the verge of death. Wan Mian felt frantic, wishing fervently for Xiao Jin's presence to know. If this continued, Si Shan would face exile. Since arriving in this world, Wan Mian had never felt so helpless. At that moment, a message from Xiao Jin popped up. He had also received the alert regarding Si Shan's condition. Wan Mian, feeling as if she had found salvation. Quickly opened the video call. Shou-jin was taken aback upon witnessing the scene in the video. He understood all too well that a fully unleashed Cixin was beyond Wan Mion's capacity to contain. Consequently, he addressed Wan Mion through the video. "Is anyone nearby?" Wan Mion glanced over her shoulder, noticing someone standing in the corner, trembling as they observed the unfolding chaos, their face marked by scratches. "Yes, there is someone. Have him procure a large dose of beast anesthetic." Wan Mion nodded and shouted at the assistant, "Quickly, get the large dose of beast anesthetic." The assistant hesitated for a moment before frantically searching, ultimately retrieving an enormous syringe from a distorted drawer. Go described the size of the syringe. It was nearly as thick as Wan Mion's forearm, and the needle was considerably broader than usual. "Are you certain that Cixin can withstand this?" "Yes, do not worry. He will not perish." Wan Mion prepared to follow through, rushing back to Cixin's vicinity and forcefully plunging the needle into the nape of his neck. Shou-jin, witnessing this on the video, immediately exclaimed, "No, aim for the shoulder, ah?" "All right." Wan Mion swiftly withdrew the needle and, seizing the moment when Cixin used his other hand, plunged it back in. Initially, Wan Mion was concerned that the needle might be dislodged when Cixin employed that arm. But to her astonishment, the anesthetic vanished from the syringe almost instantaneously as she pressed the plunger. "Saishi, before the arrival of the individual from the C family, I had already ingested the potion. Although I must bear some consequences, it is not fatal. Rather, it bestows me with a temporary enhancement of strength and resilience. Regrettably, the raw materials for this potion are non-renewable resources. Otherwise, I could produce it in abundance for practical use. However, this circumstance also grants me the opportunity to meet Miss Wan once again." As he spoke, Li Ziren cast a sidelong glance at the dejected Wan Mion. "You are still as reckless as ever. So you anticipated that Cixin would come looking for you?" Shou-jin inquired. "Of course. That day at the restaurant, I deduced the approximate time he would arrive based on his location tracking before I went in to find Miss Wan. Coincidentally, the individual from the C family would have been able to overhear the last exchange between Miss Wan and her friends." Wan Mion looked at Li Ziren in astonishment. "Did you inform Inyu?" "Indeed. Why? My relationship with my friend has deteriorated." "What benefit is it to you?" Li Ziren offered a faint smile. "Don't be hasty. We shall discuss that shortly." Shou-jin seized the moment to interject. "Pray tell, why did you request to meet us before the trial?" Li Ziren pointed to a data point above. "Miss Wan possesses many distinctions compared to other wanderers, such as the absence of guide abilities, which renders her directionally challenged. I asked that the reason for my poor sense of direction. I assumed it was due to my lack of intelligence, albeit my IQ is not particularly high," Wan Mion mused internally. "Then there is the matter of her genetic sequence. In comparison to us, her mutations are more complete. I trust you can perceive that. Miss Wan, could you enlighten me as to when you traversed into our realm?" "I had already destroyed what was there." Wan Mion stared at him unwaveringly. Li Ziren shook his head. "Go be frank. I have little affinity for fools, and you, my dear, are quite foolish. The complete mutation somehow missed affecting your intellect. If I could ascertain that Cixin would come, how could I allow this hard-won reagent to remain nearby for you to destroy?" "Li Ziren, have you taken the potion today?" Shou-jin rose. Addressing Li Ziren coldly, Li Ziren retrieved a vial from his pocket, indicating that he had indeed consumed it. "Very well, I apologize. I do not wish to provoke you. Since I am here, I must have confidence in obtaining my answers. Previously, I lacked anything to constrain you, but that is no longer the case. I understand that Cixin is your bargaining chip." Haha! Li Ziren suddenly erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. He then suppressed his characteristic grin, glaring menacingly at Wan Mion. Shou-jin understood that he was about to transition to a more serious discourse. "Do you believe you can save Cixin? While he may not face exile, incarceration is inevitable. Are you prepared for that? Yet Cixin acted to protect me. It was you who first insulted me," Wan Mion retorted. Li Ziren waved his hand dismissively. "I did not insult you. That we stood together in the corridor, admiring the tapestry of the past. We laughed and conversed. I even inquired if you could meld with me, to which you did not explicitly refuse. Correct? I was merely attempting to assess our compatibility. Thus, upon witnessing my pursuit of you, Cixin was consumed by rage, which not only breached the mutant treaty but also transgressed the melding treaty. Compounding his offenses, Whether you were disrespectful to me is not for you to decide, Wan Mian shot back. Yet it is not for you to determine either, although you are a distinguished woman. Do not forget that the foundation of this human city treaty is the result of our intelligence-based mutations, and I am, in fact, the highest-ranking intelligent mutant. Therefore, the adjudicators will not solely rely on your words. They will seek evidence to, as he spoke. Li Ziren glanced at Xiao Jin, whose expression had darkened, likely already anticipating the forthcoming content. You see, Xiao Jin knows me well and is quite astute. Miss Wan, do you believe I lack evidence? Wan Mian fell silent, contemplating, when suddenly she recalled the earlier discussion regarding Zhaoan Yu.it is in you. But the incident with Mo Qing did not stem from any alleged violation of the melding treaty. Whether or not it constitutes a violation is inconsequential. It primarily serves to deepen the impression of the trial. Additionally, the words spoken by that Lady Zhao at the dinner table, her intention to offer her own partner to you as a non-melding partner, could also serve as a motive for Si Shen's sudden outburst. The entire room could serve as witnesses. One wonders if your clever mind can grasp what I have just articulated. Observing Wan Mian's perplexed expression, Li Ziren sighed, explaining, you seized 2 partners from others, and Xiao Jian dealt with one in violation of the melding treaty. Si Shen, upon hearing that Miss Zhao intended to give you a partner and, in light of the protective treaty against harming women, could only vent his frustration on me, the unfortunate soul attempting to engage with you. You truly have a talent for twisting the truth, Wan Mian could not help but exclaim. Li Ziren glanced at Xiao Jin before continuing. Intelligent individuals are few. Many base their judgments on stereotypes. To clarify the connections among these events is a laborious endeavor, hence the adjudicators will likely opt for a compromise. Si Shen's incarceration? Naturally, it will not be for long, at most 5 years, but it remains to be seen whether you will accept it. Furthermore, Xiao Jin, do not entertain thoughts of recording this. All recording devices here have been disabled. Li Ziren stated, locking eyes with Xiao Jin. Have you become foolish by associating with fools? Xiao Jin, have you forgotten that report? Do you truly believe I could upload it to the mainframe? And Li Ziren gestured toward Wan Mian. Could still be your guiding master? Speak plainly. What do you want? Xiao Jin was nearing his breaking point, feeling his volatile temperament surging. Her spinal cord, Li Ziren articulated deliberately, and upon witnessing the instantaneous change in Xiao Jin's countenance, he sensed a faint aura of menace emanating from him and swiftly amended his statement. Of course, I understand that this may render her incapacitated. However, I have an alternative path for you. As he spoke, Li Ziren consumed another vial of potion before Xiao Jin's eyes. Meld with me, bear a child. I require the umbilical cord blood of that child. Chapter 89. I want your memories. The moment these words escaped his lips, Xiao Jin could no longer restrain himself. He lunged forward, seizing Li Ziren by the collar. Out of respect for our past friendship, I have exercised considerable restraint, but if you continue to speak so recklessly, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life to ensure the safety of my guiding master. Li Ziren turned his head, enduring not only the physical pain but also Xiao Jin's uncontrollable murderous intent. Yet, for the sake of his lifelong ambition, he would never yield. Do not act impulsively, Xiao Jin. Without me, there will be other intelligent mutants who will notice her uniqueness. However, without you, there will be no one left to protect her. Wan Mian found Li Ziren's previous statement peculiar and inquired, why must it be you who bears a child with me? Did Xiao Jin not inform you? My father is a wanderer. As he spoke, Li Ziren pushed aside the furious Xiao Jin and adjusted his now crumpled attire. You are the child of a wanderer? Then why do you not study your father? Wan Mian questioned disdainfully. Xiao Jin scoffed. He has long since studied him. His father died in the laboratory. Li Ziren listened expressionlessly as Xiao Jin spoke, then added, however, I did not attain what I desired. He was male, not a complete mutant, and bore little distinction from the indigenous male mutants. The only valuable information I extracted was the refinement of the concept of guide. He could not recall any memories from before the traversal, rendering him of minimal experimental value. Wan Mian was taken aback. You killed your own father? Not at all. He could not withstand the intensity of the experiments, so he took his own life. As he spoke, a rare flicker of sorrow crossed Li Ziren's face, though it lasted but a fleeting moment. A sense of dread unfurled within Wan Mian's heart. This man undoubtedly harbored a mental illness. Don't subject your own kin to such research. How could I possibly agree to your proposal? Li Ziren regarded Wan Mian with a mocking gaze. Oh, you truly have a choice. Either you bear a child with me, or you become the subject of experimentation. I advise you to choose the former, as I would not wish for humanity to lose its only female mutant. As for the child, I only require the umbilical cord blood. It will not endanger him. After all, he is my child too, is he not? As he spoke, Li Ziren inexplicably broke into a grin. Of course, do not misunderstand. My desire to meld with you is not born of affection. I genuinely do not like fools. This is not a personal affront. I have declined many requests for melding from other women. However, as I am gradually ascending in rank, while my need is not as urgent as theirs in terms of power and agility, I must consider the healing aspect of melding. You are the optimal candidate, at least physically. Wan Mian sighed. Her desire to eliminate the man before her intensified. Li Ziren suddenly coughed twice. Then, with a pained expression, said to Xiaojin, "Control your murderous intent. I am struggling to endure it. Allow me to finish. I am not pressuring you to make an immediate decision." Xiaojin crossed his arms and cast a glance at Li Ziren. "I cannot contain it. The murderous intent has only recently manifested." Wan Mian and Xiaojin exchanged glances, realizing that this path might be the best option available to them at present. Very well. The first question. When did Miss Wan traverse here? Approximately 6 years ago. So you truly ascended to the 15th level in just 6 years. Ha. Were it not for your blood report, I would question whether you might be a high-ranking mutant beast. As he spoke, Li Ziren had already begun to tremble with excitement. Continue asking, spare me the trivialities. How did your guide disappear? It was taken away by the flying domain, and perhaps it vanished due to being too far from the city. Li Ziren fell silent, then inquired, "You mentioned the physical examination earlier. Have you ever seen the space-time rift? You can recall specific events before your traversal, yet you cannot remember how you crossed over. Am I correct? How do you know? Who did you ask, Fanyi? What did you do to him? Now it is my turn to question you, but do not worry. He is merely a bit injured. One last question. During the physical examination, aside from observing the space-time rift, what else did you see?" Upon hearing this, Wan Mian hesitated, uncertain if she could divulge the incident involving the bloodied man to Li Ziren. She glanced at Xiaojin, who appeared to be deep in thought, before he said to Wan Mian, "Speak up. We have no choice. If he does not receive a clear answer, he will not relent." Li Ziren snapped his fingers and remarked to Xiaojin, "You truly understand me, Miss Wan, that I assure you. What I say holds weight. I will not trouble you for the time being." Upon uttering this, Li Ziren suddenly trembled violently. Xiaojin and Wan Mian were taken aback. "Has he gone mad?" "Ha ha ha." Li Ziren suddenly laughed while shaking. "Indeed. My research direction is correct. Now, I need you to enter the physical examination once more and tell me what you observe. In a way, she just underwent the examination a month ago. I'm afraid it might cause issues. It won't. The examination device is my proprietary technology. I can adjust the mist concentration precisely. Trust me, for the sake of my research, I will not harm Miss Wan. If her answers are sufficiently clear this time, I might extend the duration of my inquiries." "Fine. I agree." To be honest, Wan Mian was also quite curious about Li Ziren's research. This could be a good opportunity. She looked at Li Ziren, who appeared to be behaving like a normal person at the moment. "Miss Wan, please, remove your clothing." "Wait a moment," Xiaojin interrupted. "What are you wearing underneath?" Wan Mian felt awkward because she was not wearing sports underwear today, but rather ordinary lingerie. "I'll apply the patches for her," Xiaojin said to Li Ziren. "You don't know the precise location? It must be me. This way. Miss Wan won't need to undress. I will reach in and apply them carefully, ensuring I do not touch your skin," Li Ziren replied, raising an eyebrow as he took out the patches and slowly reached beneath Wan Mian's clothing. Chapter 90. Re-entering the physical examination, Wan Mian endured Li Ziren's hands roaming over her, grateful that he did not overstep the boundaries, and their skin did not touch. Is this really necessary? Wan Mian frowned, questioning the nearly double number of patches compared to the last time. That occasion, the patches were only applied to her front and back, but now, there were 5 on each side of her head as well. Li Ziren remained silent, meticulously gauging the positions, until he suddenly paused at the last 2 patches. "Xiaojin, you take these too," Li Ziren said abruptly. Xiaojin took the patches and asked, "Where do I apply them?" "On the groin, near the reproductive area." Wan Mian frowned in confusion. "Why there?" I need to monitor your relationship with that man, and no need for that. I can tell you, we should be lovers. Your word isn't enough. There is a distinction between lovers and casual partners. Women often fail to discern this, but these patches will simultaneously detect the activity in your brain and muscles. The data will be honest. Hearing Li Zuren's blunt remarks, Xiao Jin felt displeased and coldly instructed, "Turn around." Li Zuren waved his hand dismissively and turned to adjust the machine. "Xiao Jin, let me handle this," Wan Mian said as she prepared to take the patches. "It's fine. I will do it." Feeling embarrassed, Wan Mian focused on the ceiling as the patches made contact, sending a chill through her body, causing her to shudder once more. "No, there's already a fluctuation. See, this is called simultaneous fluctuation," Li Zuren remarked, pointing at the interface of the chips, facing away from the tube. Wan Mian rolled her eyes, ignoring Li Zuren's ramblings. Xiao Jian grasped Li Zuren's hand, anxiously warning, "I am aware of your madness. So let me caution you. If anything happens to her, you will not survive." Li Zuren smiled at Xiao Jin. "Knowing my madness, you should understand that I cannot bear to lose Miss Wan." He flung Xiao Jin's hand aside and said, "Hold on to her. If it's an injection, she won't be able to stand." The moment the needle pierced her skin, Wan Mian indeed did not experience the dizziness from last time. But she found the floor rushing towards her face. Xiao Jin quickly grasped Wan Mian's shoulder, being careful not to touch the patches, then irritably admonished Li Zuren, "Could you not wait a moment before injecting?" Li Zuren scoffed, "You were holding on just fine. If you lack this level of reflex, how can you claim to be a high-level anomaly?" "Quiet down. I need to observe her condition." That moment, Wan Mian had already entered a hallucination, once again finding herself in a familiar setting, where a family sat together for a meal. As Li Zuren had predicted, her mind was much clearer this time, devoid of the dreamlike haze. She gazed at the food on the table and began to scrutinize her surroundings. It was her home. To her left sat her best friend, to her right was her former boyfriend, and across from her were her parents, all gathered around a round table topped with a beautiful birthday cake. Right, she recalled, this was from her 25th birthday, and the reason she remembered it so vividly was that the day after her birthday, her boyfriend had broken up with her, leading Wan Mian to perceive it as her breakup party. She turned to scrutinize her boyfriend closely, ultimately concluding that he was not the bloodied man. "Silence, don't rush. Her lower body muscles are inactive, so they likely have not crossed that boundary. I told you to be quiet." Li Zuren chuckled, glancing at Xiao Jin before continuing his observation. Wan Mian, in the illusion, did not linger. She stood up and walked toward the door. The moment she opened it, the scene began to shift. Perhaps due to the clarity of her mind, Wan Mian suddenly felt averse to the changing scenery. Finding it strange and terrifying, Li Zuren detected this and pulled out another syringe. "What are you doing?" She is frightened. "Let me inject a sedative, or she will forcibly break out." Xiao Jian watched warily as Li Zuren inserted the needle, then glanced at the interface, confirming everything was in order before feeling relieved. The scene transformation completed. "Where is this?" Wan Mian murmured. She now found herself in a laboratory-like place, growing increasingly familiar the further she ventured inside. Suddenly, someone dashed out from behind her, and upon turning, Wan Mian immediately recognized the man. "It's you." "I found you," she whispered, tears welling in her eyes without her realizing it. The man seemed oblivious, smiling cheerfully at Wan Mian. "Did I scare you? Come with me. I want to show you something." Wan Mian was pulled along by him. He wore a light-colored long coat, and as he walked, his coat fluttered as if carried by the wind. In reality, Li Zuren's expression grew increasingly grave, prompting Xiao Jin to inquire, "Is something wrong? Did she mention her romantic experiences before her traversal? Had she ever been intimate with someone?" She had a romantic relationship, but no intimacy. Then she must have encountered that man, and they likely had an intimate relationship. Could you use a different term? Just provide the conclusion. There is no need for constant updates. Li Zuren observed Xiao Jin's reddening face, his fair complexion making any blush easily noticeable. He smirked and continued his observation. By this point, Wan Mian had been led into a dimly lit laboratory, where a massive screen caught her attention. To her disbelief, the time displayed in the lower right corner read, June 1, 3034.3034? That can't be right. I should have traversed around 2026. If this timing is accurate, does that mean the apocalypse is not far off? Could it be that my memories were altered rather than lost? Wan Mian questioned the man. Is this date current? Look, He turned to Wan Mian with a gentle smile, and she finally saw his face clearly. He had an unremarkable yet refined appearance, exuding a fresh charm, and although he was unfamiliar, there was an oddly familiar feeling to him. Following the direction of his finger, she saw a long string of incomprehensible chemical element combinations on the screen. I have developed this. With it, those who traverse the past can find their way to the city. Wan Mian's eyes widened in realization. The guide? This man created the guide. Thus, the traversal is man-made. And what about me? Wan Mian looked down and, for a moment, was at a loss for how to react, as she was wearing a light-colored coat identical to the man's. This is a work uniform. Chapter 91. Do not let me wake up. Wan Mian's breathing accelerated. Even standing there, she could hear the thunderous pounding of her heart. She began to question whether this body truly belonged to her. Unconsciously swallowing, a torrent of bewilderment cascaded through Li Zuren's mind. In reality, he had detected this phenomenon as well. Unusually, he refrained from speaking further and instead administered another dose of tranquilizer to Wan Mian. Perhaps due to the medication, the scene shifted once more. This time, it unfolded within a dim, damp dungeon, illuminated solely by a flickering lamp. The sound of dripping water echoed around them. Why was he imprisoned? Wan Mian was taken aback, for the voice that questioned this was her own. Even though her lips had remained unmoved, the woman beside her, clad in a light-colored coat, lowered her head and remarked, "This time, we found him while devouring nearby. Did I ask you, why imprison him?" Her voice rose abruptly. With a cold sneer, she gestured toward the darkness of the dungeon, stating, "Look at him. Does he have any blood left to spare?" Following her finger, Wan Mian glimpsed a man curled on the ground in the depths of the dungeon. Just as she had seen during her first encounter in the time rift, he was drenched in blood, his entire being a shade of crimson. "Take him for treatment. I have questions to ask him." Her voice resounded again. A profound sorrow surged within Wan Mian. She yearned to rush forward and embrace the man before her. Yet she was astonished by her own impulse. As her emotions surged, the scene transformed once more. Now, she found herself in a single patient room, seated at the bedside where the man lay, gazing at her with profound gratitude. "Thank you. Had it not been for you, I might have perished," he said. "Spare me the pretense. You know you won't die. Your hematopoietic function exceeds that of ordinary humans by several hundred times. You truly made it easy for us. After your escape, you initiated multiple devourings without ever being captured." The man smiled faintly, continuing, "This time, I miscalculated and failed to control the range of my devouring, which allowed you to detect it ahead of time. Ironically, I fainted right there. Nevertheless, I must thank you for rescuing me from that abhorrent dungeon. Even if I cannot die, enduring that place was unbearable. I saved you because the next key has yet to appear. You are nearing 40. Why not hasten to bear children and pass on the key?" The man scoffed resignedly, saying, "Every time I initiate a devouring, it is beyond my control. The more I suppress it, the greater the range of the next devouring and the more intense the suffering. Thus, I wish for the key to vanish with my generation. Perhaps one day I will be fortunate enough to perish. I cannot concern myself with that. All I know is that each time I initiate a devouring, I have enjoyed the agony of falling into hell 1,000,000 times over. I do not want my children to endure this suffering." Wan Mian's mind exploded with information. The dialogue was overwhelming and fragmented. She felt connections forming, yet each time crucial elements seemed to elude her grasp. She wondered if the medication Li Zuren had administered was the cause. As it left her emotions ensnared in the situation while simultaneously feeling detached, creating a maddening sense of contradiction, she could only continue listening. Her voice rang out again. "Avoidance is futile. It merely reduces the frequency of initiation. The best solution is to send in more wanderers. With a larger base, the possibilities will increase, and the apocalypse can be averted. Thus, you shall no longer bear the pain of initiating devouring. You know I cannot. What I require is for more individuals to enter the devouring. My only task is to ensure you recuperate and delay the next initiation as much as possible." Wan Mian observed the man's gaze filled with despair. Her heart ached. Then, her voice spoke again. "In truth, you might consider participating in our plan. I see you are a researcher. Although you believe my research direction is flawed, you know this is the only solution, is it not? Rather than endlessly enduring this suffering, why not assist us in finding a swift resolution?" The man pondered deeply, resignedly stating, "It seems you offer me a choice, yet in truth, I am left with no alternatives. What else can I do but acquiesce?" Wan Mian smiled and nodded at him before exiting the room. Upon stepping outside, the woman who had previously reported was waiting at the door, standing beside Wan Mian. Suddenly, an overwhelming urge to cough seized her. She crouched down, coughing violently. The sensation of suffocation was excruciating, and then a metallic sweetness filled her mouth as a large quantity of blood erupted forth. Another traversal. Had she traversed once before? Memories began to fade into nothingness, and the surrounding scenes shifted rapidly like a revolving lantern. Was it over? If so, why was she still trapped in this illusion? Wan Mian questioned as silence enveloped her, standing amidst a pure white void. She could neither escape nor find a way out, which afforded her an opportunity to reflect. She was the leader of the devouring events and had access to the core. Listening to conversations, she realized she had traversed once before, and now this was her second traversal. If only she could witness more. This method of external input left her feeling even more like an outsider. Bewildered, "Do not let me out. I have many more questions." "Hey, Li Zurin, increase the concentration a bit more," Wan Mian shouted into the white void. The good news was that a considerable amount of time had passed. Yet there were still no signs of escape. The bad news was that the scenery remained unchanged, a constant expanse of pure white nothingness. Li Zurin rarely displayed concern, beads of sweat trickling down his slightly curled hair as he repeatedly adjusted the chip interface. He had even administered waking agents, yet the woman before him showed no signs of awakening. Could it be due to the tranquilizer? That cannot be. I have already administered the waking agent. Xiao Jin called out helplessly to the still unconscious Wan Mian. His heart filled with chaos and anxiety, resembling a beast suppressing its emotions, exuding uncontrolled murderous intent. Li Zurin exclaimed, "Xiao Jin, control your murderous aura. I can escape, but Miss Wan cannot." Xiao Jin immediately attempted to rein in his murderous intent. At that moment, overwhelmed by a terrifying sensation, Xiao Jin suddenly collapsed against Wan Mian's face, his head bowed, panting, tears streaming from his eyes. He spoke to Wan Mian as if he had lost his soul. "I can no longer feel the healing power. I cannot feel it." Chapter 92. The key's name is Chun Shun. Li Zurin pondered the data before him, realizing that Wan Mian's physical condition was entirely normal. Yet her brain activity had stabilized, as if she were devoid of thought. He murmured, "She has fallen into a deep state of consciousness. Xiao Jin, she is resisting awakening." Xiao Jin, seemingly oblivious, remained collapsed against Wan Mian's face. After a long while, his muffled voice emerged, "I do not care what method you use. Just awaken her." Li Zurin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, retrieving a physical measurement agent and preparing to inject it into Wan Mian's arm. To be honest, Li Zurin was uncertain. This was his first time acting on instinct. For some reason, he felt that Wan Mian, trapped in a deep state of consciousness, was sending him a signal to increase the concentration of the agent. After administering the agent, he fixated on the monitoring values. "Please, do not drop any further. Do not drop any further," he muttered, his eyes glued to the fluctuating numbers, until finally, at the critical point, the decline in values halted. Meanwhile, within the void, Wan Mian suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, clutching her chest and crouching down. She noticed that the white beneath her feet seemed to acquire a hint of color, and gradually, a surprising scene began to clarify. She found herself entwined naked with a man. This sensation was entirely different. She was no longer a mere observer trapped within a body, but an authentic experiencer. She could feel the pleasure coursing through her body, the attachment she held for the man before her, and she clearly recognized who the man entangled with her was. She was beginning to merge with this body. Li Zurin monitored the unfolding events. His expression gradually relaxed. Of course, at this moment, he refrained from provoking Xiao Jin and simply asked him softly, "Can you feel the healing power now?" Xiao Jin slowly lifted his head. His eyes slightly red, he seemed to comprehend what had transpired. "I feel it. It's intense." Li Zurin awkwardly cleared his throat, choosing to remain silent. Later, the man leaned back against the bed, lighting a cigarette. He turned to Wan Mian, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "I heard you plan to traverse personally." A surge of guilt washed over Wan Mian. "Indeed, my body can no longer endure. Even if I do not traverse, I will not be able to stay with you for long. You ask knowingly, do you not? Since the plan commenced, you have been my greatest surprise. The man chuckled softly, lowering his gaze. You cannot hide anything from me. I knew of your intention to traverse again while in the patient room. I overheard your conversation at the door, but this completely altered agent has not been tested, so I cannot guarantee its safety. However, at the very least, it should preserve your life. The activation method remains the same as with the guide. One must pass through the devouring, correct? The man nodded, adding, yes, but only you can utilize this agent. He silently took a drag from his cigarette, then pointed to a small scar on his chest. Wan Mian realized that this mark was where his choice had been made, and thus the power born from his flesh could only merge with her body. You are suggesting that the composition of this agent? Wan Mian is left speechless, struggling to accept this reality. When she opens her eyes once more, she finds herself standing in the same spot as during her last physical examination. And beside her is that same man. With the manifestation of memory, she now knows his name, Chen Chen. Like herself, Chen Chen is clad in a light-colored coat, and together they gaze upwards at the sky. Before them, a multitude of individuals stands in anticipation, much like themselves. Wan Mian recognizes that these people are the fellow wanderers who crossed over alongside her. Chen Chen turns to Wan Mian and states, both the guide and the complete mutation agent have been administered to you. I cannot predict what will transpire, but according to your previous descriptions of the crossing, this agent merely enhances the completeness of your mutation. The process of leveling up still necessitates a gradual progression. Albeit at an accelerated pace, it dawns on her that the obsession she had harbored to leave the city initially took root from this very place. After hearing this, Chen Chen slowly bows his head and kisses Wan Mian, only for a shocking scene to unfold. Chen Chen's expression contorts into a grimace, his complexion shifting from pale to crimson. Perhaps unable to withstand it, he collapses onto the ground, emitting anguished groans from his mouth. Subsequently, every pore on his body begins to ooze crimson blood, and as the flow intensifies, a minuscule black hole materializes in the sky. The black hole expands, shimmering with green auroras on its surface. And Wan Mian feels the pull of gravity, drawing her closer. She glances down at Chen Chen, his pained visage causing her heart to twist. A familiar scene emerges, just as during her first physical examination. The surrounding individuals are all consumed by the black hole, their screams of terror echoing around them. Then, as she approaches the black hole, Wan Mian experiences a moment of disorientation, and in an instant, her previously scattered and chaotic memories align perfectly and coherently. Chapter 93. Have we been abandoned? As the concentration of the agent diminishes, Wan Mian gradually regains consciousness. Observing Wan Mian's return to her former self, Xiao Jin's eyes brim with joy. The following day, Wan Mian attends the court session, recounting the entire sequence of events, and Li Zuren, true to his word, refrains from distorting the truth. Upon receiving Si Shun, he is still clad in the same attire from the day he was taken away. His hair disheveled and stubble-grown. Wan Mian smiles gently at Si Shun and inquires, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Why did Li Zuren not refute your claims in court? Si Shun questions in confusion. We made a transaction with him. But it was inconsequential. The deal has concluded, Wan Mian replies. At her words, Xiao Jin is taken aback, for he is aware of the proceedings. Li Zuren merely stated that he would not trouble them in the short term. Not that the so-called transaction had ended as Wan Mian claimed. Wan Mian walks ahead while the two follow, a dissonant action. As she usually walks alongside them, Sishin asks Xiao Jin, where's your motorcycle? Why did you walk here? I don't know. I didn't see it at home. Thus, Sishin sends Xiao Jin the location, stating, your bike should be here. What happened? Why did the physical examination require sedatives? Sishin's expression turns cold again. Both halt in disbelief, gazing at Wan Mian, who continues to stride forward. Can you recognize the way? Xiao Jin tentatively inquires. Wan Mian nods affirmatively. Yes, I can recognize it now. I owe my navigation to you both during my earlier bouts of disorientation. Why did you seek out Li Zuren? Sishin asks. The two remain stationary, while Wan Mian persistently moves forward. Upon reaching home, as if deliberately maintaining distance or perhaps seeking to gauge their expressions, Wan Mian chooses to sit on a separate sofa. Sishin and Xiao Jin exchange glances before taking their usual seats beside her. Sishin, Xiao Jin, my memories have returned. Sishin disregards her words, narrowing his eyes as he queries, I do not wish to hear that. I only want to know why your healing power has diminished so drastically. What did Li Zuren do to you? He did nothing to me. He merely helped me restore my memories. After counting, she notes, it has been less than 2 months since I first met you. I do indeed care for you both, but I now have more pressing matters to attend to if you need me. I can assist you with healing, but during other times, I must pursue my own affairs. Xiao Jin inhales deeply, feeling a surge of anxiety, for he senses Wang Mian's seriousness. The memory of her sudden loss of healing power while in his embrace is still vivid. And the current atmosphere feels eerily similar. I apologize. This is merely a notification, not a request for your opinions. With that, Wang Mian turns and ascends the stairs. When she descends again, she is changed into a new outfit, her style remaining unchanged in casual athletic wear, yet her gaze does not linger on either of them for even a moment. As Wang Mian steps out, Xishan glares at Xiao Jin, asking, "Have we, indeed, been abandoned?" "Wait, Xiao Jin, your demeanor is off as well," Xishan calls out to him. "Can you explain what transpired?" Xiao Jin halts, slowly stating, "Yesterday during the physical examination, her healing power suddenly vanished completely. I thought I was going to lose her, but afterward, her healing power surged intensely, stronger than we have ever felt. Yet it was not due to me. Due to whom? Li Zuren? So, we have lost to her former partner? Whether he is indeed her former partner remains uncertain. For now, she is unwilling to communicate. We can only wait until she is ready to speak. I hope that day does not come. Even in this current state of affairs, as long as she is by our side, that is sufficient." Xiao Jin turns to Xishan. "Wouldn't you agree?" Xishan is taken aback, for Xiao Jin's expression has grown vacant, tears spilling down his cheeks, leaving wet trails on his face. "Why are you crying?" Meanwhile, Wang Mian strides towards the motorcycle dealership, intentionally avoiding the one where Zhang Junyi works and opting for another, selecting a suitable model based on the speed indicated. She inquires of the staff, "How much for this one?" "This model is quite fast. It costs 800,000. May I ask if you, does it have fuel? Is the vehicle's information complete?" Wang Mian interrupts. "Yes, it has enough fuel for approximately 500 kilometers. Just input the information. I intend to purchase it. Indeed, I am buying it for my partner, but I need to register my information." After sharing her basic details with the staff, Wang Mian proceeds to complete the payment at the door. "Oh, very well. Please wait." The staff member promptly registers the vehicle's information in under 5 minutes. "May I ask where your partner is?" "We also need to register their information. Just in front." With that, Wang Mian mounts the motorcycle, igniting the engine, engaging the clutch, and shifting gears in one fluid motion, vanishing before the staff member can react. Chapter 94. Are you joining? Upon arriving at the Beast Research Department, Wang Mian ascends directly to the upper floor. The researchers at the entrance approach to greet her. Upon expressing her desire to see Li Zuren, the researcher becomes immediately flustered, and upon noticing Wang Mian's face, becomes even more flustered. "I am here for a serious matter. Not to cause trouble. Please tell me where he is, madam. Please hold on. I will contact Professor Li." Wang Mian nods and finds a place to sit in the lobby. Soon, Li Zuren's voice resonates, and he takes a seat opposite Wang Mian. Still clad in his research uniform, the bandages having been removed. "Miss Wang, I anticipated you would come find me," he says, flashing his signature smile as he addresses her. "Take me to the research lab. I have something to discuss with you. Are you sure you want to speak with me alone? What about Xiao Jin? Did he not tell you not to communicate with me?" Wang Mian gazes steadily at Li Zuren, a look that causes him to unconsciously retract his smile. "I need to investigate an old file. I believe you are the only one who can access the Level 1 City Archive Center." "I can indeed, but I need to know the reason. I have stated, take me to the research lab. There are too many people here." "Very well." With that, Li Zuren rises and leads Wang Mian to the research lab. Upon entering, he clears the room of staff. Turning around, he discovers Wang Mian is already operating the electron microscope. So curious. This is not merely to observe the veins of a leaf. Wang Mian disregards him, directly asking, "Is this the cell of that new type of beast? Are you researching the antidote for Xiao Jin's assimilation? You can comprehend this?" "Yes, I can offer you a clue. The reason for the beast's evolution lies in the fusion of Wanderer's genes. So you must seek the antidote in the direction of Wanderer's." A flicker of astonishment passes through Li Zuren's eyes, followed by a dawning realization. "You regained your memories during the physical examination, did you not? It seems your previous foolishness was due to amnesia." Wang Mian maintains her expressionless demeanor, which strikes Li Zurin as peculiar. What do you mean? When dealing with intelligent individuals, there is no need for clarity. Li Zurin falls silent. You may continue your research on the antidote for assimilation, but for now, I require you to retrieve a core file. What file? You ought to inquire about the number, rather than asking me which file. I wish to understand the reason. If the information can be retrieved, I will naturally disclose the reason to you. The exchange between the two was nearly uninterrupted, as if they spoke without the need for contemplation. Li Zurin was uncomfortable with the current sensation, as he felt a sense of being led by the nose. Observing Li Zurin's stillness, Wang Mian continued, if you wish to uncover the truth, retrieve the file, and I will reveal everything I know. Number? Hertz 0039? Li Zurin could not help but ask, for the digits following all core files represented the year they pertained to, suggesting that Wang Mian was referencing a document nearly a millennium old. He suppressed his bewilderment and accessed the core database, which was only accessible to essential personnel. However, regardless of whether he searched or browsed through time, he could not locate a file corresponding to that number. Without this file, are you certain you Haven T made a mistake? If it exists, it would indeed be a number from 1,000 years ago. Find another. Number, YM0039, internal file code, WM 2026, password, 199211029. Li Zurin gazed at Wang Mian in disbelief, for he was now certain that the individual before him was not fabricating information. The internal file code belonged to a personal core database, one only a human administrator could create, and judging by the initials, this database belonged to Wang Mian herself. Li Zurin searched again, his breathing growing more rapid, while Wang Mian fixated on his interface. Suddenly, she pointed to one of the files, exclaiming, "This is the one. Open it." This document, without intentional searching, could not possibly be found, hence it has not been deleted. Li Zurin complied. The information within was astonishing, so much so that he found himself at a loss for words. "Send me the data. I have added you as a friend. Please accept." Mechanically, Li Zurin obliged, but could not refrain from asking, "Who exactly are you?" Without even glancing at him, Wang Mian replied coldly, "I am your ancestor." This statement was not incorrect. Regardless of whether she had traversed time, she was indeed their forebear. Dio Xiujin and Si Shen know. They need not be informed. Do you still wish to know the truth? If so, I can tell you. If not, I will proceed with this matter on my own. Wang Mian gazed at Li Zurin. Are you implying that if I learn the truth, I must decease? When Li Zurin inquired about the latter two questions, a sudden surge of healing energy enveloped him, and he soon comprehended that it was evidently related to men. Did you just mention a guiding agent? Ah, the Wanderers. It is indeed us who sent them, to be precise. It is the Wanderers accompanied by a guide that we dispatched. Startled, Li Zurin rose abruptly, causing the chair behind him to topple, along with a few reagents and supplies on the table that clattered to the ground. At that moment, Wang Mian suddenly sensed two familiar presences and turned to see Si Shen and Xiao Jian standing at the doorway, gazing in their direction. Chapter 96. Hope. At that juncture, the expressions of the two men conveyed everything. Si Shen slowly approached Wang Mian, his gaze never straying from her figure. Yet, just as they were about to make contact, Si Shen turned aside, circumventing the very person he had been observing. Wang Mian glanced at his retreating silhouette and immediately sensed something amiss. Indeed, as Si Shen passed her, he swiftly accelerated, reaching Li Zurin in an instant. Li Zurin had already surmised the impending events upon seeing them at the door. He rummaged through his pockets, only to discover, to his dismay, that he had not brought any agents. Observing Si Shen's furious countenance, he muttered a curse under his breath, bracing himself for a second beating. However, the anticipated fists did not descend upon him. Si Shen stared incredulously at Wang Mian, who had seized his arm, and with wide eyes questioned, "What? Is he yours, so I cannot lay a hand on him?" Wang Mian's gaze was piercing as she met Si Shen's eyes. "I apologize, but I need him at this moment." "You need him? Ha! You didn't need him before. It was only after I struck him that you suddenly found a use for him. Why not let me hit him again? Perhaps you will need him even more. Sit down. I have matters to discuss with you." Wang Mian disregarded the provocation before her. Si Shen squinted at Wang Mian, and in that moment, he too realized the shift in her demeanor. His expression transformed from rage to resignation, his eyes reflecting restraint. He lowered his hands and bent slightly to meet Wang Mian's gaze, then inquired, "Did you not say you would no longer forge partners?" Wan Mian could discern the feelings of disappointment and affection in Xishan's eyes, yet she had no alternative if she wished to bring Li Zuren into their fold. Their fates must be intertwined. Thus, she could only whisper, "I am sorry. I have broken my promise." As she spoke, Wan Mian slowly slid her hand from Xishan's arm to his palm, then grasped his hand. Guiding him to a chair nearby, Xishan sat down reluctantly. Wan Mian turned to Xiao Jin, saying, "Xiao Jin, you should sit as well." Xiao Jin had remained silent throughout. He stepped over to Xishan's side and sat quietly, awaiting further discourse. Wan Mian regarded the two of them, slightly tilting her head and casting a sidelong glance at Li Zuren. "You two, come over." Li Zuren could only fetch a stool and approach, deliberately maintaining a distance from the two. Just as Wan Mian prepared to retrieve another chair, Xishan abruptly pulled her close, bringing her beside him. Wan Mian did not resist but continued with their previous topic. "Our current technology cannot detect temporal rifts. This is a significant challenge. Regarding your third question, if I successfully reverse the flow and acquire the blueprints, I will engage in extensive research and administer agents to all animals to minimize the number of aberrations. If managed properly, even if some slip through, it will not create considerable upheaval. However, a major obstacle lies in how to convince those who have yet to experience the apocalypse to believe in you and cooperate with your endeavors. Otherwise, it is utterly unrealistic for you or a portion of you to administer inhibitors to all animals. To my knowledge, numerous nations existed before the apocalypse, scattered across the globe. How do you intend to rally so many countries?" Wan Mian observed Xiao Jin, who appeared on the verge of breaking down, and gently nodded. In that moment, it felt as if an invisible hand gripped Xiao Jin's heart tightly, each breath accompanied by a pang of pain. Xishan, beside him, was equally stunned. "Are you planning to leave?" Xishan could not help but ask. Wan Mian sighed, aware that these words would need to be spoken eventually. She had initially bypassed the first question to allow them to grasp the situation before broaching this topic. Noticing the distress on Wan Mian's face, Xiao Jin already understood the answer. He smiled, a bittersweet expression crossing his features, before silently rising and walking out, his sorrow palpable even from behind. Upon reaching the door, as if having made a final decision, he turned once more to ask, "Can you not go? Would it not be better to simply live out our days in this apocalypse?" "I am sorry. I cannot do that." Xiao Jin did not attempt to retain her any longer but departed the room alone. He did not wish to continue listening. The truth of the matter had become irrelevant. What inhibitors, what traversals? He cared little for such things. He had adapted to this apocalypse, and he was even less inclined to see his partner leave. Thus he could not envision himself in Wan Mian's position. At that moment, Xishan was no better off. After Xiao Jin exited, he stared blankly at Wan Mian and asked, "You said you wish to leave here. Does that mean you also intend to sever our bond before you go?" Wan Mian pondered for a moment before silently nodding. "Yes, otherwise, if I encounter trouble, you will also be affected. So I must—" "Well then, if that is the case, why not just let me go now?" Xishan suddenly fixed his gaze on Wan Mian, stating devoid of emotion. "All right." With that, Wan Mian accessed Xishan's information interface, where at the very bottom, an option to sever their bond appeared. She stared at it for a long while. Her heart urged her not to proceed. Yet her mind persuaded her that this day would inevitably come. Just as she was about to select that option, her hand was seized. Xishan, his head bowed, his previously slicked-back hair now hanging down, obscured his expression. "Wait." Wan Mian halted, sensing that he had more to say. "May I accompany you when you leave?" God knows the resolve it took for him to utter those words, especially after he had just feigned strength in demanding that Wan Mian sever their bond. For him, relinquishing his pride was no easy feat. He understood clearly that while his tone may not have sounded submissive, he was indeed pleading with her, imploring her to take him along. Wan Mian glanced at Li Zuren. Truthfully, she had not considered this question, but theoretically, it was feasible if you are willing. "I believe we can give it a try." Upon hearing this, Xishan lifted his gaze to meet Wan Mian's eyes. As if regaining strength, his demeanor gradually brightened. He released Wan Mian's hand and, like Xiao Jin, rose and walked toward the door, seemingly fearful of what dreadful news might follow in the next moment. As he walked, he spoke softly, "Then I shall not disturb you any further. The anomaly enforcer from Level 1 City has arrived. I must arrange the tasks." His voice trembled as he spoke the last part. Wan Mian had never encountered Si Shun like this, nor the despondent Xiao Jin from before. Her heart felt as though it might explode with pain. It appeared she could not position herself as an impartial observer, detached from their suffering for the sake of a greater good. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Si Shun from behind, burying her head in his clothing, and murmured in a muffled tone, "I had initially intended to gradually distance myself from you both, so that when I leave, it would not hurt you as much. You are willing to forsake everything here and come with me. I will not push you away again, I am sorry." Chapter 97. A profound, understanding Li Zuren observed this emotional exchange with a sense of relief. At the very least, he was unlikely to be beaten again. However, watching the two embrace was undeniably awkward, and he prepared to close his eyes and feign busyness with his experiments. Ultimately, he decided against pretending any longer. He cleared his throat twice and remarked, "There are rooms over there. The beds are quite large. You may borrow one." Wan Mian recognized that Li Zuren was likely attempting to alleviate the awkwardness, so she released her hold on Si Shun. Si Shun turned to cast a glance at Li Zuren, irked that this fellow had disrupted the atmosphere. Wan Mian composed herself and then said to Si Shun, "You go ahead and attend to your matters. I still need to continue researching these issues." Si Shun nodded and then asked, "Should I inquire with Xiao Jin?" "Do not ask him. This decision must be made by him alone. At least it should take 3 or 4 days. Or you could come here." "All right." With that, Si Shun departed. Wan Mian approached the sink and splashed water on her face when Li Zuren's voice reached her from behind. "What are you doing? Are you afraid they might strike again?" "Of course. Try getting blasted full of holes and see how it feels. Even if you don't die, it still hurts." Wan Mian raised an eyebrow and nodded, retorting, "Is that what you're just now considering? I thought you were clever enough to have figured it out long ago. You are quite something, setting me up like this. Before the bond was forged, you never mentioned a word about reversing the flow." Li Zuren sighed. He had only ever calculated against others, and now the tables had turned, yet he had to admit that this feeling of encountering an opponent was rather pleasant. He could not help but chuckle. "Then I might as well become a widower. You need not test me. What I seek is the truth behind human aberrations, and I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for it. A noble cause, yet is such a high ideal truly solely in pursuit of the truth. Indeed, and one more thing. I fear not death. Fearless of death, what potion do you consume? Would it not suffice to be struck down by Si Shun?" Li Zuren, with his back turned to Wan Mian, deftly manipulated the instruments in his hands and spoke solemnly, "It is for the truth behind biological mutations that I fear not death. Only then can I face my father with dignity." The atmosphere grew tense. Previously, Wan Mian had perceived him as a madman who had driven his father to his demise, yet it now appeared that there was more to the story, though he remained silent. And she had no intention of prying. It was best to change the subject. Wan Mian scrutinized Li Zuren, noting his significantly leaner frame compared to Si Shan and Xiao Jin, and remarked, "Skinny dog? You ought to train a bit, otherwise I fear during healing, well, you know what I mean." Li Zuren turned, his eyes wide in disbelief at her vulgar words. "All right, enough of that, let us begin. Have your assistant fetch me a set of work clothes, masks, and gloves, and remember, do not breathe a word of this to anyone. If asked, just say you're researching a new type of exotic beast. Understood?" Li Zuren nodded, fully aware of the stakes involved. Soon, they commenced the experiment based on the contents of the files, cultivating according to this sequence in the petri dish. Any results with relative discrepancies will be redone. The precision in this process must be impeccable. The two worked in perfect harmony, their actions almost instinctive, laboring for 3 days and nights uninterrupted. Wan Mian found herself genuinely admiring Li Zuren. Only through collaboration did she realize how adept he was at problem-solving. Moreover, she felt her own intellect was far more agile compared to her initial traversal. Likely due to her elevated mutation level, it was evident that under such circumstances, their efficiency soared, at this rate. With half of the schematic readily available, they could reproduce the experiment in under 6 months. Wan Mian removed her goggles, the skin around her eyes reddened from strain. By now, Li Zuren was nearly exhausted. Unlike Wan Mian, who possessed various mutations, he had gone days without sleep, subsisting on nothing but simple fast food. On the verge of fainting, yet he persisted to avoid disrupting their progress. Wan Mian nodded. "You should leave now. I'll keep an eye on things." Wan Mian smirked, fully aware of Li Zuren's condition. You're going to watch? Are you certain you want to sleep or eat? I can eat here, and I'll sleep here as well. During intense experiments, that's how I managed. I understand, ancestor. Just go. Observing the swaying Li Zurin, Wan Mian refrained from further discussion, knowing that wise individuals could discern the situation clearly. She removed her work attire and gloves and stepped outside. Upon returning home, Wan Mian contemplated whether to visit Xishan's villa first or Xiujin's. She activated her chip interface and recalled that Xishan was still occupied with the capture of new exotic beasts. A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips. Perhaps Xiujin had his own plans. Although Xishan had provided a new direction, she had instinctively believed Xiujin would follow her lead, but it seemed she had been overconfident. After all, it had been less than 2 months. Could she genuinely expect others to be fervently devoted? Traversing back in time was not as simple as opening a door or taking a step. Should the energy absorption be excessive, one could be utterly annihilated. Wan Mian had witnessed the fate of wanderers during her first 2 traversals. It occurred to her that the lack of wanderers during Li Zurin's monitoring of the absorption incident was due to unforeseen circumstances. All wanderers had been torn apart in the chaotic currents of time and space. Wan Mian wished to think no further. She had been mentally strained throughout the experiments and now desired only a good night's sleep. As night fell, silence enveloped the room, and time seemed to slow. The ink-black sky outside gently cloaked the earth, and the occupant of the bed had long succumbed to slumber, with a slight tremor in the bed. A warm body pressed against her back, rousing Wan Mian from her dreams, in her hazy state. A familiar scent mingled with the aroma of alcohol wafting from her neck. Wan Mian whispered, "I thought you had gone to level 1 city." Xiujin leaned close to her ear, his voice hoarse. "Do you truly wish to leave?" Xiujin fell silent, then impulsively tightened his embrace, nearly enveloping her whole. Chapter 98. The experience of the first traversal on the following morning. Plagued by the persistent experimental procedures replaying in her mind, Wan Mian rose from bed with little sleep. The man beside her lay bare from the waist up, having succumbed to a drunken stupor the night prior. His state quite wild until the early hours. "Xiujin, I am headed to the research department. I do not know how long I will be gone, and if you wish, you may come find me there," Wan Mian softly said as she leaned against him. Xiujin turned over, grunted in acknowledgement, and continued sleeping, only to suddenly lift his head, furrowing his brow at Wan Mian. He was suffering from a severe headache. Having drunk excessively, to the point of blacking out, and somehow, he had heard Wan Mian's voice. "Did you drink too much? You came here by yourself last night," Wan Mian remarked, observing his bewildered expression as she dressed. "What if you ended up in the wrong bed?" This question had lingered in her mind since last night. "I may have been inebriated, but I wasn't blind," Xiujin replied, sitting up on the edge of the bed, his hand covering half his face. "How much did you drink?" "For 2 days," he said, rising to head to the bathroom, where the sounds of retching soon followed. Wan Mian poured herself a glass of water and placed it on the bedside table, realizing it was getting late. After washing up downstairs, she stepped out in the laboratory. Li Zurin lay sleeping beside the equipment, donning an eye mask. Were it not for his slightly curly hair, one might mistake him for an elderly man napping in a recliner. Not wanting to disturb him, Wan Mian began the experiment alone, only to discover that he had completed all the remaining steps from yesterday. "You're here," Li Zurin mumbled through his eye mask. "Yes, continue sleeping. The next step is not complicated. I'll call you when I need you." Li Zurin turned over without protest and resumed his slumber, utterly fatigued. As evening approached, he suddenly awoke, glancing around to find Wan Mian still busy at work. "Food is over there. Eat and then come help here." All right. After washing up, Li Zurin ate, but upon approaching, he sensed something was amiss with Wan Mian. "What's wrong? Why so serious?" Wan Mian pointed at the chip interface and said, "Here, we need biological experiments." After studying it intently, he identified an issue with the cellular telomeres and advised, biological experiments must be reported in advance, then notify the exterminators and collectors to bring live exotic beasts or complete corpses. This will require time, but you can directly ask Xishan for assistance. Wan Mian specifically indicated that they required live specimens, preferably small exotic beasts. This step was foundational for the subsequent procedures. Leaving the two with little to do for the moment, Li Zurin handed her a cup of coffee. Observing Wan Mian lost in thought, and couldn't he help but ask, "Are you thinking about Xiujin?" Xishan said he would follow me, but he hasn't made a commitment. Perhaps I will eventually sever the bond with him. He will follow you, Li Zuren said, taking a sip of coffee. His gaze lowered. How can you be so sure? I've known him since childhood. He is a man of deep loyalty. Judging by past events, it is clear he has strong feelings for you. Won Mian smiled faintly. It's only been less than 2 months. How can one speak of deep feelings? I have always believed that this bonding system has interfered with their genuine emotions. The system's algorithm has never been erroneous. It states you are compatible, thus you are indeed compatible. While individual personalities may influence things, your two partners happen to be quite straightforward. We were raised to respect and follow women. So with these conditions combined, they cannot possibly leave you. Won Mian struggled to comprehend this, as in her view, those 3 conditions did not necessarily dictate that they would follow her. However, in this post-apocalyptic era, the environment shaped everything. Perhaps only those who had lived here since childhood could truly understand. By the way, what was the apocalypse like 1,000 years ago? Can you share that with me? Li Zuren inquired, suddenly intrigued. Oui? He asked. Indeed, at least 1,000 souls were consumed, yet only 5 survived. Back then, the keys to the absorption were nearly activated unconsciously, resulting in highly unstable energy, which accounted for the scarcity of survivors amid the chaotic currents of time and space. And what happened when you reached the city? Though we lacked detection equipment, we soon realized men had begun to exhibit 3 types of mutations. I was originally controlled as a reproductive resource. But as a wanderer, some intelligent mutants brought me to the experimental area, hoping I could assist in researching wanderers. It was then they discovered I was unlike native women who could not mutate. Rather, I had clearer research directions than they did. They concluded that I was the first female intelligent mutant, and over time, I became the leading figure in that research. Eventually, after suffering the loss of many male mutants, they finally captured a small exotic beast. The biological experiment was quite successful. Although it was just 1 sample, it was exhilarating for us. As she spoke, Won Mian suddenly lowered her head, as if recalling a sorrowful memory. Li Zuren did not rush her, patiently waiting for her to continue. After a moment, Won Mian sighed and continued. Later, another faction emerged, advocating for human experimentation. Initially, we believed they had descended into madness due to the scarcity of live exotic beasts, resorting to human subjects. However, we later discovered that their true intention was to prove the efficacy of inhibitors on humans, aiming to obstruct our research. This faction harbored skepticism towards me, clinging to the ideologies prevalent before the apocalypse, convinced that it was utterly absurd to place humanity's hopes solely on a woman like me. Consequently, we expedited my reverse traversal experiment. Li Zuren furrowed his brow, having identified a point of confusion in Won Mian's words. If they do not believe you, why do they not join you in the reverse traversal? Wouldn't their presence dispel any doubts? Won Mian turned to Li Zuren, her gaze filled with inquiry, and then asked, Do you truly believe I can succeed in this reverse traversal? Li Zuren fell silent. He fixed his gaze upon Won Mian, understanding her implication. The people from that time were unwilling to trust her and reluctant to take risks. His silence was anticipated, and Won Mian was not surprised. She lowered her head to sip her coffee, recognizing that her statement was not merely a provocation, but rather an illustration intended to evoke empathy regarding the sentiments of that faction. What if I were to say, I am willing? Won Mian, while sipping her coffee, raised her eyebrows to look at Li Zuren. That aligns with my previous assessment of you, Mr. De. However, individuals of great righteousness are scarce. They were survivors of hell during the onset of the apocalypse. Thus they held life in high regard, which distinguishes their stance from yours. Chapter 99. Li Zuren's upgrade healing you is no issue, but consider carefully the matter of our reverse traversal. Our fusion was intended merely as a collaborative effort toward a shared goal. There is no necessity for you to stake your life in the process. Li Zuren chuckled helplessly, saying, You do not think I wish to accompany you out of an inability to part from you. Do you? Of course not, she replied. I am aware that if I succeed in the reverse traversal, you may cease to exist. Although not in the literal sense of death, from your current standpoint, you would undoubtedly prefer to continue living. I must remind you, the survival rate for power-type aberrants during the devouring is significantly high, while your body may not endure. Then why were you able to endure during your first reverse traversal? Won Mian gazed intently at Li Zuren. Do you wish to withdraw? The truth of the matter is not so simple. Won Mian contemplated for a moment, realizing she could no longer withhold certain information. As Li Zurin had swiftly identified this loophole. "Do you recall the key I mentioned previously?" "Yes." Li Zurin's thoughts seemed to be drained, and at that moment, he resembled a static figure in a painting, ensnared by an invisible frame. "Are you suggesting that the exotic beasts grow increasingly powerful?" Wan Mian nodded. "Exotic beasts that consume vagrants can assimilate human aberrant genes, enabling rapid evolution. This explains why exotic beasts preferentially attack vagrants rather than native humans. The new breed of exotic beasts can now target nearly the highest tier aberrant. In a few years, the onslaught of exotic beasts will intensify, leading to the gradual extinction of humanity starting from this outermost tier 6 city. Wait, why, then, do you send vagrants through? What is the key?" "The key is not an object. It is a person. The existence of the key has eluded our understanding. Perhaps it is truly a divine arrangement. In fact, the concept of a key dates back to ancient times. Its powers are inherited through generations. Once passed on, the previous key loses its abilities. However, in the absence of a successor, an endless life may emerge, albeit accompanied by increasingly horrific suffering during the act of devouring. Previous records of keys are scant. Similar to how some ancient-era traversers emerged here, they were likely the result of a previous key inadvertently triggering the devouring process while injured and bleeding." Wan Mian nodded, a smile of appreciation gracing her features. She admired Li Zurin for his ability to analyze a complexity she had pondered for long, all within a brief span of time. Li Zurin inhaled deeply, sensing the unexpected developments unfolding before him. While he comprehended the situation, he recognized its intricate nature. A closed loop where reverse traversal was essential to save humanity. Back and forth they sent one another, ultimately cultivating a deliverman of time and space. Li Zurin suddenly burst into laughter, appearing almost deranged, yet this time, Wan Mian merely regarded him with cold detachment, awaiting his acceptance. Suddenly, Li Zurin's gaze sharpened, his pupils reflecting Wan Mian's form. "After nearly 20 years of arduous research, you encapsulate it in mere words, and the truth stands before me. It is you." "Ha ha ha. Do you know how I feel? I feel like a fool. I feel like a fool." A prompt appeared on the chip interface, and Li Zurin teetered on the edge of a breakdown. Wan Mian sighed helplessly. Had the stimulation been too overwhelming? She gradually rose, approaching Li Zurin, and swiftly struck his neck. He collapsed instantly, and she effortlessly carried his limp form toward the room he had indicated earlier. When Li Zurin regained consciousness, the scene before him left him flushed with embarrassment. Wan Mian was nearly pressed against him, softly murmuring, "Relax, just upgrade directly. You will not lose control." Healing energy enveloped Li Zurin's body, and he trembled uncontrollably at the sensation of her touch. With a surge of release, he successfully ascended to level 14. Following the upgrade, Li Zurin immediately entered a period of weakness. Wan Mian tucked him under the covers before stepping out alone. However, as she turned to close the door, she was taken aback to find Xiao Jian sitting nearby in a round chair, one foot on the ground, the other resting on the chair's edge. He remained silent, his unwavering gaze fixed on Wan Mian, his expression revealing his awareness of the events that had just transpired. Chapter 100. "I will go with you. When did you arrive?" Wan Mian inquired as she approached slowly. "When your healing powers were at their peak." Wan Mian refrained from elaborating, as she had anticipated this day would come while merging with Li Zurin. "You seem quite energetic," Xiao Jian, unusually, remarked with a touch of sarcasm. "I require his intellect. Thus, his upgrade benefits me." Upon hearing Wan Mian's words, Xiao Jian rose, reaching out to touch the faint marks on her neck, asking curiously, "This mark, did I create it, or did he?" Wan Mian turned her head aside, evading Xiao Jian's hand, sensing a shift in his demeanor. He seemed less restrained and more assertive than before. "He did not touch me." "Was that your decision?" Xiao Jian inquired, his interest piqued. "How does it feel? Is it pleasant?" Wan Mian frowned, meeting Xiao Jin's calm gaze. "If you cannot accept it, I can." "Can what?" "Dissolve our fusion?" Xiao Jin interrupted with a sudden, eerie smile, clapping his hands together. "You are remarkable, Wan Mian. Have you forgotten that you once vowed to never fuse with another partner? You explained it to Sishan, yet you have not uttered a word to me. I believed you understood me better than Sishan. What I understand is the former you, not the present." Xiao Jin abruptly spread his arms, gazing down at his own embrace. "That day, as you lay in my arms, gradually losing your healing power, I thought I would lose you. Later, I felt relief knowing that even if you had changed, your presence beside me was sufficient. Now, you wish to strip away the last vestige of hope from my side. Why be so cruel? As he spoke, Xiujin suddenly grasped Wan Mion's shoulders with intensity, causing her to wince in pain. The mainframe offered no alerts. Xiujin was not seeking to harm her, merely overwhelmed by emotion. Observing Xiujin's current state, Wan Mion recognized that she had indeed hurt him. Initially, she had intended for Sishun and Xiujin to make their own choices without any guidance, to express their willingness to follow her of their own accord. Yet now, she found it hard to restrain herself, for in Xiujin's eyes, she appeared to be abandoning them, dissolving their fusion. So, you must decide for yourself what comes next. What do you mean? Wan Mion gazed steadily at him, waiting for him to comprehend her words. He gradually released her arms. Wan Mion smiled, surprised that the perceptive Xiujin had not grasped the essence of the matter. Sishin had likely made his choice instinctively, while Xiujin, being more cautious, found himself trapped within his own framework, unable to see an exit. Were you planning this from the beginning? Yet reverse traversal and devouring carry great risks. The uncertainties are numerous. Even as aberrants, we might become ensnared in the chaos of time and space, enduring the agony of our souls being torn apart repeatedly. Hence this decision lies with you. I do not wish to guide you toward this choice, but I cannot bear to witness your current state. Xiujin's gaze gradually cleared, and the entangled obsession within him found a release as he spoke softly. Then the Wan Mion I once knew has not vanished, correct? She smiled tenderly, gently caressing Xiujin's cheek. She remains, albeit with added burdens. If you are willing, come with me. Xiujin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he could no longer restrain himself, enveloping Wan Mion in a tight embrace. This time, the fellow was indeed a step ahead of me. I truly did not anticipate this turn of events. Of course, I will accompany you. Xiujin chuckled self-deprecatingly. Wan Mion smiled in relief. Now that we have spoken openly, will you stay here with me? She then glanced towards Li Zuren's room and continued. He has entered a weakened state, and I require an assistant. I will assist you, but I am not very skilled with these tools. No matter, she replied, by assistant, I merely mean someone to keep me company. Thus, for the remainder of the time, Xiujin sat quietly, observing the industrious Wan Mion, occasionally passing her some instruments he recognized. As dawn broke, Wan Mion removed her goggles. Xiujin, come here for a moment. Having admired her master for so long, Xiujin immediately rose to approach. Your arm, she instructed. He obediently rolled up his sleeve, exposing his arm. Wan Mion then extracted a small vial of blood with a syringe, subsequently injecting it into a prepared serum. After 10 minutes, she drew another sample of Xiujin's blood. What is this? A human experiment? Xiujin inquired with a puzzled expression as he lowered his sleeve. Did you develop this in just one afternoon? We grew up together, and while I remain cautious of him, there is indeed a bond between us. His feelings for you go beyond mere friendship. I suspect he might be interested in men, though from what I just witnessed, he could also be bisexual. Xiujin, at a loss for words, looked down. Stop talking nonsense. He merely cared for me because my mother helped him a great deal during the time of his father's suicide. Upon hearing this, Wan Mion expressed curiosity. I heard him say before that he did not seem indifferent about his father's death. Yes, although he conducted many cruel experiments on his father, the death of his father was indeed unexpected for him. I was previously angry about the things he did to you, which is why I spoke so indiscreetly in his presence. Well, speaking to me is futile. You should rather discuss this with Sishan. He is far more difficult to deal with in this regard. Wan Mion couldn't help but chuckle. Xiujin's remark was quite insightful. Sighing, Xiujin realized that although he had not listened to Wan Mion's explanations earlier, he could now guess their intentions behind the reversal. Noticing Wan Mion rubbing her eyes, he asked with concern, Did I keep you from sleeping last night? Are you feeling too fatigued now? You know very well that I am indeed exhausted. Now that there is nothing pressing, I wish to rest for a while. Tomorrow, Sishun will bring the live specimen, and you can accompany me then, as it is close to the new type of aberrant beast, allowing us to test the serum's efficacy. Xiujin nodded. All right, I shall prepare a clean room for you to rest at. No need. The sofa over there will suffice. Wan Mion pointed towards the sofa in the meeting room across from them and then took Xiujin's hand to walk over. Understanding her intention, Xiujin sat on one end of the sofa while Wan Mion lay sideways, resting her head on his lap, and in an instant, she drifted into a deep slumber. Xiao Jian tenderly tucked the stray strands of hair behind Wan Mian's ear, his gaze brimming with affection. Having spent the entire day watching her, his feelings for her deepened. He indeed cherished the earlier naive version of Wan Mian, yet the present her was equally wonderful. Reflecting on it, there was no distinction between the past and future. As long as it was her, that was sufficient. Xiao Jian brushed the dust off the cushion, furrowing his brow, yet leaned back against it, allowing his golden strands of hair to cascade behind him, and together, they fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 101. Live Specimen Experiment. Awakened by the sound of messages, Wan Mian slowly opened her eyes, discovering that Xiao Jian had not moved from his position. The interface displayed that it was nearly noon. The messages were from Xishan, indicating that he had transported 2 live specimens of the new type of aberrant beasts to the city gate. However, due to regulations, live aberrant beasts were prohibited from entering the city. Wan Mian gently nudged Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian, wake up. The aberrant beasts have arrived at the city gate, and they are waiting for us. All right. Xiao Jian opened his eyes, and after both had freshened up, they set off towards the city gate. From a distance, they could see a throng of people gathered at the gate, all clad in the camouflage combat uniforms of the Guardians, likely stationed for internal protection. Behind them were various onlookers, mostly lower-tier aberrants, eager to catch a glimpse of the authentic primitive aberrant beasts. Despite the dangers, they all yearned for the opportunity to see what these creatures truly looked like. When the aberrant tide breached the level 6 city gate, most had been evacuated, leaving few opportunities for those outside the profession to witness such sights. The sight of so many heads bobbing made Xiao Jian feel a bit uneasy. There are so many people. It's quite uncomfortable, he remarked while sitting behind Wan Mian on the motorcycle. Yes, not as if there are that many aberrant beasts. What is so uncomfortable? Wan Mian replied with a chuckle. Previously oblivious to the nuances, she now possessed a newfound understanding of Xiao Jian and Xishan. One was a cleanliness freak with numerous quirks, and the other was a self-important, jealous oddball. Now, they had also added a highly intelligent eccentric to the mix. If they were not so handsome and powerful, they would certainly be considered undesirable. Lost in thought, Wan Mian suddenly burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Xiao Jian felt his ears flush, suspecting Wan Mian was making fun of him. Nothing. Just be careful with my instruments and materials. Do not break them. Navigating around the crowd, Xiao Jian encountered the Guardians and was immediately granted passage. As they exited through a small gate, a gust of wind laden with the stench of aberrant beasts hit them. The visibility was low, and Wan Mian squinted her eyes, unable to see clearly. Following the source of the foul odor, she cautiously moved forward, only to bump into a group of people. Recognizing the identities of the woman and Xiao Jian before them, they promptly saluted. Why is there such a strong wind and sand? Wan Mian inquired. Xiao Jian glanced into the distance and extended his hand. The nearby, aberrant hunters immediately understood and handed over 2 brand new goggles. After donning the goggles, Xiao Jian discovered they had thermal sensing capabilities. This must be due to the aberrant beast's agitation, causing such a whirlwind. Why not use anesthetics? Wan Mian asked. It's likely to prevent interference with your experimental results. Wan Mian nodded, then located Xishan's position on her chip interface. Discovering he was approaching her, Xishan, also wearing goggles, seemed to piece together the situation upon seeing Xiao Jian beside Wan Mian. After receiving news of Li Zuren's upgrade yesterday, he had called Xiao Jian multiple times to check on Wan Mian. In the video, Xiao Jian had been sleeping in his villa, so he was somewhat aware of the current circumstances. Now, with the 2 of them coming together, it appeared this reversal journey would involve an additional individual. Are we administering anesthetics? Xishan inquired upon seeing Wan Mian. Let us forego it. Although the difference is negligible, remaining conscious allows for more convenient observation. With that, Wan Mian circumvented Xishan and headed towards the aberrant beasts. Surrounded by many people, she would have continuously bumped into others were it not for the thermal sensing capabilities. As Wan Mian approached, she noticed that the 2 small aberrant beasts were nearly 6 meters long. With electrical control devices at their necks, each secured to the ground by 6 sturdy iron chains. The hunters closest to the aberrant beasts noticed Wan Mian walking directly towards them and exchanged glances. Although they had been instructed by Commander C not to intervene, the sight of a woman approaching the aberrant beasts still filled them with trepidation. Xishan and Xiao Jian stood behind Wan Mian, signaling for them to part, and they quickly complied. Wan Mian accepted the toolkit handed to her by Xiao Jin, which contained 6 syringes, 4 for drawing blood and 2 for administering the serum. In the next moment, she gathered her strength and leaped onto the neck of the aberrant beast. Steadying herself, she carefully sought out the spot on the creature's skin that was thinnest and where blood vessels flowed. The aberrant beast, sensing the weight of a person upon it, immediately began thrashing wildly. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled, the figure clinging to it felt as though they were glued to its body. Unable to dislodge her, this commotion stirred up even more dust and sand. Watching from below, Si Shun and Xiao Jin dared not take their eyes off Wan Mian for even a moment. The instant danger arose, they were ready to rush to her. Is your wound all right now? Si Shun suddenly recalled that Xiao Jin had previously reacted whenever encountering the new type of aberrant beast. And now he seemed fine. Xiao Jin nodded. Yes, Wan Mian and Li Zurin have developed an antidote. I received the first dose yesterday. Si Shun's eyes darkened, and he spoke with a tinge of displeasure. Do not mention him to me. Did anything happen between you two? Xiao Jin chuckled helplessly. What do you think? When you spoke to me, he had already leveled up. I should thank you for that. It was quite a shock to see her emerge from the room. Si Shun began to breathe heavily, his fists clenched, a surge of jealousy igniting within him. Xiao Jin, fully aware of his character, attempted to soothe him. Wan Mian mentioned that during our reversal, Li Zurin would remain here, which means they will likely never meet again. Are you going too? Si Shun shot Xiao Jin an incredulous look. Are you so domineering that you would dismiss even the first brother who helped you through this? Si Shun awkwardly coughed, making it clear that he was not jealous. No, I just thought you wouldn't follow along, given your mother is still here, if your mother is not here as well? Xiao Jin retorted. The two engaged in a playful banter, and before long, Wan Mian had completed the first sampling from the aberrant beast, prompting them to follow her to the second creature. The nearby beastmasters were so frightened that they were on the verge of losing control of their bladders. In their hearts, they lamented, Gentlemen, could you not pay more attention to your guide? I genuinely fear that you might explode before us at any moment. Approximately an hour later, Wan Mian finally completed her collection. She retrieved her 2 short daggers from the sheath on her thigh, and with a swift motion, she dispatched the beast beneath her. As the wind and sand gradually dissipated, her vision cleared. After her upgrade, Wan Mian discovered that her perception of the beasts had sharpened significantly. If she remained quiet enough, she could even hear the sound of their blood flowing with her eyes closed. Her nimble movements and agile prowess naturally attracted the attention of those around her. Their gazes filled with admiration. Yet, no one noticed that 2 figures in the distance had been observing the Beastmaster's camp for quite some time. Once the sandstorm faded, one of them, like Si Shen, kept his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Wan Mian. Chapter 102. Farewell. Wan Mian carefully placed the samples into a cryogenic container, then spoke to Si Shen. Keep the first one. Move it farther away. Otherwise, the sandstorm here will become too intense. After Si Shen signaled to the others, the nearby Beastmaster team promptly placed the creature into a specially designed cage and moved it to a distance. Commander C, may I ask if the other one is to be collected by the gatherers? One individual stepped forward to inquire. There are many people in the city, and since this one is completely dead, it can be brought in for their observation. Si Shen issued the order. Understood. Wan Mian glanced toward the marking area in the distance, feeling a subtle stirring in her bloodline, an involuntary impulse urging her toward that direction. She understood that it was the guide directing her, indicating the presence of something devouring in that direction. Thus, she immediately said to Si Shen, dispatch a team toward the eastern quadrant, approximately 45 degrees. They should wait within the marked area as there is something devouring there. If fortune favors us, we might be able to rescue 1 or 2 stragglers. They must be experienced. I fear these stragglers might attract a multitude of primitive beasts. Si Shen and Xiao Jin were astonished by Wan Mian's precise grasp of the devouring direction. Without delay, they assigned a team of mid to high-level beastmasters to act according to her instructions. Additionally, Xiao Jin's antidote had been developed, but further live testing on beasts would be required, so their assistance was still needed. The task was simplified. 1 of each new type of beast, the higher the level, the better. As she spoke, Wan Mian slung her equipment over her shoulder, and Xiao Jin instinctively took over. Si Shen smiled and nodded, watching Wan Mian's retreating figure, then shifted his gaze to the left. Coincidentally spotting Xiao Huadong and Jing Zhan standing at the Beastmaster's camp, staring in Wan Mian's direction. They sensed the oppressive aura emanating from afar, and Jing Zhan immediately began to shift his gaze. He patted Xiao Huadong, only to find that his brother stubbornly remained focused on that direction. Huadong, let us go in. Commander C and Commander Xiao are here. Do you still want to get hurt? Jing Zhan could not resist reminding him. Xiao Huadong was already starting to sweat, his gaze unyielding, yet he replied to Jing Zhan, "You go in first. I'll just watch her enter the city." Jing Zhan sighed, patting his chest as if to ease the discomfort, preparing to enter, but in the next moment, he felt the oppressive aura suddenly vanish. Cai Shen cleared his throat twice. He truly had no means to counter the assertive Wan Mian, so he awkwardly turned away. Shou Jin let out a cold laugh behind him, realizing that in the future, Si Shun, this jealous tool, would have no opportunities to exploit. Jing Zhan and Xiao Huadong, observing Wan Mian approaching them, felt somewhat constrained, aware that it was she who had quelled the oppressive aura released by Commander C. Jing Zhan greeted her with a smile. "Wan Mian, you looked so impressive standing atop that beast just now." "Indeed, Wan Mian, congratulations. We all saw you earn the title of Beastmaster," Jing Zhan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Wan Mian lowered her head. Their words suddenly rekindled her earlier aspiration to become a Beastmaster, a wave of regret washing over her heart. After a moment of contemplation, she said to them, "I will be heading to the first-level city in about a year. Perhaps we will not meet again." Xiao Huadong furrowed his brow and asked, "Why? Didn't you decide to stay with us? The situation has changed now. The beasts are becoming stronger. I must go to the first-level city to seek solutions. However, I will ensure that Commander C stations high-level beast masters here. So you need not worry about safety. Is it he who is sending you away?" Xiao Huadong's tone suddenly turned somber, realizing that Commander C would not allow him to approach Wan Mian again after he had previously acted against him. "Huadong, watch your tone," Jing Zhan immediately interjected, aware that such disrespect towards a high-level beastmaster could lead to punishment due to their standing. He then quickly attempted to smooth things over. "Wan Mian, Huadong is just worried about you. He is being foolish." Wan Mian's last words were directed at Xiao Huadong, who immediately recognized that she was aware of his feelings. Jing Zhan remained silent, standing quietly behind Xiao Huadong. "Will we not be able to see each other again, even as friends?" Xiao Huadong could not help but ask. As Wan Mian spoke, the wind and sand picked up once more, her hair blowing about. Obscuring her expression, she patted Jing Zhan's back, smiling. "Of course, I will take care." Upon reaching Xiao Huadong, she noticed the reluctance on his face, then bestowed upon him a carefree smile from earlier days. Opening her arms, "Let us hug, big guy." Upon hearing this endearment, Xiao Huadong turned his head and chuckled, suppressing the urge to pull Wan Mian tightly into his embrace, instead opting for a gentle hug. At this moment, Xishan clenched his fists, continuously signaling to Xiao Jin with his eyes, as if to say, "Go, go, separate them." Xiao Jin looked at him, exasperated, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out, then began shaking his head repeatedly as if to say, "I want to go. You go?" Meanwhile, the two in front remained immersed in their silent exchange, and she snorted softly, choosing not to interfere, and walked out of the city gate on her own. Chapter 103. The Women's Association comes to investigate. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Wan Mian sat on her motorcycle, waiting for quite some time until Xiao Jin finally emerged. "Why didn't you call me? You and Si Shun were busy with your romantic entanglements. I didn't want to intrude." Xiao Jin couldn't help but chuckle, then climbed onto the back seat of the motorcycle. "You're making it sound like we're in a deadly relationship. And now you're spreading rumors." Upon arriving at the experimental department, Wan Mian took a glance at Li Zurin, finding him still asleep, so she refrained from disturbing him and began her experiments alone. Wan Mian nodded, knowing that Xiao Jin's cleanliness obsession had kicked in, making him unwilling to bathe in the experimental department. "All right, if you need to rest, you can take a nap before coming back. Also, take this." Wan Mian retrieved a vial of blood from the cryogenic container. "What is this?" Xiao Jin asked, perplexed as he took it. "This is blood from before you received the assimilation antidote. Keep it on you, maintaining it in a cold state. If anyone needs to test your current assimilation status, find a way to provide them with this pre-prepared blood." Although Xiao Jin was puzzled, he understood that Wan Mian's thought processes were beyond his comprehension at the moment. He didn't press further but, before leaving, buried his head into Wan Mian's neck and took a deep breath, departing with satisfaction. The experimental process proceeded smoothly, due to the infusion of drifter genes within these new types of beasts. It also yielded some results akin to human experimentation. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came from outside the laboratory. Ms. Wan, someone is looking for you. A group of men in black suits stood outside, and at the back was Fan Yi, who wore a peculiar expression, regarding the group with a vigilant gaze. They approached Wan Mion's side, and the crowd gradually parted to reveal a woman clad in a similar black suit. She smiled and extended her hand. Hello? Ms. Wan, I am Dailan, the president of the Women's Association from the first-level city. May I have a word with you? Wan Mion raised her hand, indicating that she was wearing experimental gloves and could not shake hands, then pointed to the adjacent conference room. Let us talk in there. Dailan nodded and followed Wan Mion into the conference room, raising her hand to signal the others not to follow. As Wan Mion exited, she glanced at Fan Yi, who stood at the back of the crowd, subtly shaking his head at her. Once seated, the woman spoke first. I apologize for the intrusion. We primarily wish to inquire about your current research objectives. Wan Mion removed her gloves and mask, speaking slowly. That seems unrelated to you. You need not be so guarded. We are merely conducting a routine inquiry. If I have violated any laws, you may take me away directly. Beyond that, I have nothing to disclose. Dailan's expression faltered slightly, yet she maintained her politeness. We are also considering the advancement of humanity. If your research yields progress, we hope you will report it to the headquarters in the first-level city. That is natural. If I have results, I will certainly report them. So you are indeed researching matters related to the beasts? Wan Mion smiled and shook her head. I never claimed that. What do you think I am researching? Perhaps the issue of new type beast assimilation, especially since your guide experienced a similar incident. Wan Mion was unaware of the purpose of the visitors before her and cautiously attempted to extract information. Of course, she would not trust the woman's words at this moment, for the truth was not something to be casually revealed. The individuals opposite her were certainly aware of this principle. Thus their purpose should not be disclosed from her lips. To slip would seem deliberate, so she opted to let the other party speak. Since you are so well informed, why bother asking? Then may I inquire what progress you have made? There is a slight effect, though not significant. Additional financial support is still required. I have heard that all your expenses are covered by the Wanderers Association, and the equipment necessary for the research department on exotic beasts in this level 6 city should be adequately supplied. Do you still require sponsorship? Wait a moment, Ms. Wan. If you are indeed researching the issue of assimilation, could you share your findings on the platform so that we may all partake in the endeavor? Dailan continued, saying, If you are unwilling, I could inquire with Professor Li. I have heard that he has collaborated with you and has even advanced to level 14. Perhaps he may grasp our aspirations for human advancement. Wan Mion chuckled inwardly, aware that that fellow's every action was driven by his own curiosity, with little regard for humanity's concerns. He was still in a weakened state and likely unable to converse with you at this time. That is of no consequence. We shall await him here, as the period of weakness lasts merely 2 days, and it seems we are nearing the end of that time. Shall return to my research. And you may wait here with that. Wan Mion rose to don a new pair of gloves and a mask, proceeding to conduct her experiments, seemingly oblivious to those around her. After Wan Mion departed, Dailan's smile stiffened upon her face. Before long, Xiao Jin arrived with Wan Mion's clothing. Upon seeing the individuals at the door and Fan Yi in the corner, he uttered not a word but approached Wan Mion's side and took his usual seat. Observing Xiao Jin's arrival, Dailan exited the discussion room and stood at the door, watching intently. Wan Mion signaled Xiao Jin with a glance, then grasped his arm to inject a dose of the serum, subsequently extracting a vial of blood. She concealed the exchange with her body, replacing it with the prepared sample to commence her research. As anticipated, Dailan approached, feigning great interest, and remarked to Wan Mion, We also have intelligent metamorphs researching exotic beasts here. While they may not possess Professor Li's expertise, they are certainly prominent in this field. I wonder if it would be possible for him to participate. At that moment, a man emerged from the crowd, respectfully bowing to Wan Mion and Xiao Jin, addressing them. Ms. Wan, young Master Xiao. Can you comprehend this? Wan Mion deliberately stepped aside and inquired. The man nodded, and upon receiving permission, he stood at the microscope for a brief moment before manipulating his chip interface. Approximately half an hour later, he informed Dailan. Indeed, there are components in young Master Xiao's blood sample that inhibit assimilation. However, traces of genetic infiltration remain. Upon hearing this, Dylan's expression darkened as she glanced at the side. A fleeting gesture that did not escape Wan Mion's notice. Xiaojin understood immediately and prepared to descend, but Wan Mion grasped his arm, urging him to wait a moment before signaling him to proceed. As anticipated, just outside the research department's entrance, Dylan approached. Why did you not come before, yet now you obstruct my path? If I do not wish to provide it, how can you be so certain you will obtain it? Dylan replied with a smile. If you give it to us, we shall naturally refrain from bothering you further. If you choose not to, we will have no choice but to make a few more visits. Xiaojin cast his gaze downward at the woman before him, a wave of distaste washing over him, silently lamenting that she was a mere shadow of Wan Mion. He then extended his arm, declaring, "Do not trouble my metamorph any further. I do not wish for her to be inconvenienced due to my affairs."